Chapter 1. The Sidi Archipelago, Island Number 3. This is a notorious lawless zone where various factions engage in dark trades, such as human trafficking and slave auctions. However, among the many sinister businesses, one particular venture on Island Number 3 is far more renowned. It is a realm filled with flowers, cheers, and blood. The Sidi Coliseum. Nobles and wealthy individuals send their slaves into the arena to engage in brutal combat, where the victor is met with applause and gold coins, and may even earn their freedom. The vanquished, however, are mercilessly discarded, and those fortunate enough to survive are relegated to the lowest echelons of gladiators, enduring a wretched existence for the remainder of their days. The gruesome spectacle of slaves fighting to the death is a favored form of entertainment for many nobles. Moreover, it occasionally captures the attention of the celestial dragons among the aristocracy. Within the Coliseum, surrounded by flowers and cheers, a man strides confidently onto the stage. Clad in a golden suit and holding a microphone, he proclaims loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your old friend, the finest host of the Coliseum, Spink." Oh! The audience greets Spink with fervent applause. Esteemed nobles from across the globe, I trust you are all here for but one purpose. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Spink leans forward before suddenly throwing his head back and shouting, "Of course, it is for the duel. 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 Duel." The noble's enthusiasm engulfs the entirety of the Coliseum, and Spink further stokes the flames of excitement. And we have just received word that today's battles will be graced by the presence of a celestial dragon. Do you know what that signifies? Yes. Today, our legendary gladiator, belonging to the undefeated legacy of the celestial dragons, will take the stage. Let's chant his name together. At this moment in the Coliseum's waiting room, the celestial dragon, Yamars, adorned with a bubble-like crown, gazes at a man with black hair. He is relatively young, possessing a robust and well-proportioned physique. What is most astonishing, however, is that he shares the room with a celestial dragon, yet the man has his back turned, mindlessly devouring the meat with bones still attached. Meanwhile, servants continuously bring forth delicacies from around the world, placing them before the man. Observing him devour plate after plate, Yamars chuckles, "So how does it taste?" The man shakes his head, "Disgustingly awful, your foul stench has wafted over." Such words leave the surrounding servants trembling in fear. What manner of person dares to speak to a celestial dragon in such a manner? Even the Navy would not presume to do so. "Ha ha ha, you may certainly speak so boldly now, I shan't take offense." Yamar strokes his beard, a cold smile gradually replacing his amusement. "But should you lose even a single duel, I will ensure you experience unimaginable suffering." "Me? Lose? Has that bubble suffocated your brain?" The man finishes his last bite of fish and rises, wrapping bandages around his hands as he strides towards the door. His fists collide with one another. It is time to take the stage. He steps from the dimly lit waiting room into the blinding light outside. Cheers resonate in his ears. Spink exclaims, "Let us welcome the strongest warrior, the undefeated legend of the Coliseum, known as Boss Lynn Barrack." "Oh, Boss Lynn! Boss Lynn!" Amidst the cheers and flowers, Lynn enters the arena. He spreads his arms wide, welcoming the adoration of the audience. Compared to the hulking gladiators, this man is not particularly tall, standing at perhaps 1.70 m or 1.80 m, with a physique that is not exaggerated. However, his well-defined muscles and numerous scars are strikingly apparent. Lynn's gaze sweeps past the nobles, lifting his eyes to the heavens above. Having been here for several years, he has gradually acclimated to the fervor of this world. Lynn Barrack, originally named Lynn, a traveler from another realm. On the day of his arrival, Lynn was captured by slave traders and shackled with an explosive collar. It was only upon hearing the title of Celestial Dragon that he finally realized he was in the world of One Piece. Regrettably, after weeks of waiting, until he was purchased by a Celestial Dragon to serve as the lowest slave, his special powers had yet to manifest. It was not until the Celestial Dragon, seeking to bolster their gladiatorial ranks, used him as a test subject and fed him a devil fruit. The hero fruit. Full name: human fruit, mythical type, hero form. Before Lynn's eyes, a familiar interface finally appeared. Name Lynn. Level 1. Energy value, 1010. Hero form, none. After an arduous 6 months, combining memories of Admiral Sengoku's development of a similar human-human fruit with a Buddha form, Lynn finally comprehended his fruit's abilities. In essence, the consumer of the hero fruit can enhance their body using their energy, thus acquiring corresponding abilities. This enhancement Lynn termed the hero form. Of course, the transformation into the hero form requires a substantial amount of energy from a user, with increasingly extravagant abilities demanding ever more energy. The most common method to replenish energy is through consumption. For instance, Lynn could elevate himself to a divine being in this world. Yet such an endeavor would require an astronomical amount of energy, perhaps consuming all the food in existence would not suffice, and his body could not endure it. Conversely, the more realistic the ability, the less energy it demands. Aside from the energy value limitations, the hero fruit is fundamentally still an animal-type fruit, capable only of altering Lynn himself, without conjuring physical entities from thin air. For example, if Lynn wished to embody a hero wielding a battle axe, he must possess an actual battle axe. Combining these two factors, Lynn quickly pinpointed his first hero form, Sidi. Given that the development and utilization of fruit abilities are closely tied to the user's imagination, it was more practical to utilize something he was most familiar with. Moreover, Sidi, as a hero, possesses abilities that lean more towards physical strength, unencumbered by weapon constraints. Most importantly, both Sidi and Lynn are gladiators, with some disparity in status, yet they at least share a semblance of kinship. Thus, after accumulating energy over a period, Lynn triumphed in his first battle in the coliseum using his hero form, Sidi. From that moment onward, over the course of 4 years, Lynn achieved an astounding total of 3,999 victories, earning the title of the undefeated legend of the coliseum and the moniker boss. Such a record has earned Lynn's nominal master, Yamar's, considerable prestige among the celestial dragons, allowing him to tolerate Lynn's audacity to a degree. Today marks Lynn's 4,000th duel. Name Lynn. Level 15. Energy value 15001,500. Hero form Sidi. With each successive battle, Lynn's physical capabilities and combat experience have gradually improved, raising his level to 15, and the limit of energy he can store within his body has reached 1,500 points. Ordinary humans typically possess an energy value of around 10, meaning that at present, Lynn harbors an astonishing amount of energy equivalent to that of 150 individuals. Fortunately, Yamar's has prepared an abundance of gourmet food for Lynn otherwise. Replenishing such a vast quantity of energy in the harsh environment of the Coliseum would be an insurmountable challenge. Lynn takes a deep breath, gazing at the clouds above. It is nearly time. He has lingered in this Coliseum long enough. Having arrived in this world, Lynn has resolved to accept his fate and not dwell on the past. Now, he yearns to venture outside, to behold the vast ocean and boundless adventures. At the heart of it all lies the foundation of freedom. Lynn rolls his neck, feeling the weight of the specially designed explosive collar still fastened around him. Due to the necessity of utilizing the devil fruit's powers during duels, the collar is not crafted from sea prism stone. Generally, an admiral-level combatant would not be found in the Sidi archipelago. Once I rid myself of this explosive collar, none shall stand in my way. Lynn basks in the audience's adulation, silently contemplating. The only question is, what time period is it now? The Roger era? Has the Straw Hat crew set sail? Or have they already visited the Sidi archipelago? Years of gladiatorial life have severely restricted Lynn's access to information, and Yamar's would never permit him to inquire about the outside world. Before making an escape, it is advisable to have an acquaintance to refer to the timeline. Lynn contemplated this when he heard Spink, the host, bellow from the podium. Now, let us take a look at the formidable opponent of our champion, Lynn. He hails from the depths of the ocean, possessing physical prowess tenfold that of a human. Today, he shall don the guise of the Grim Reaper, aiming to end Lynn's 4,000th consecutive victory. He is none other than the fishman, Fisher Tiger. Upon hearing the familiar name, Lynn couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Was this not the legendary fisherman who transitioned from explorer to slave, ultimately causing an uproar in Mary Geoise to liberate slaves and become a pirate? The leader of Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger? He was alive, and the so-called Mary Geoise incident had yet to ensue. In the center of the arena, a fishman stood, his skin a deep crimson, with thick, curly hair and a robust build. On his chest was a red brand, composed of a circle surrounded by 4 triangles, resembling the imprint of a dragon's claw. That was the mark of a celestial dragon slave, known as the Heavenly Dragon's Claw. Indeed, it was Fisher Tiger. As Lynn gazed upon this legendary fishman, who would soon ignite the Mary Geoise incident, he felt an indescribable wave of emotion swell within him. At long last, he had encountered a familiar Facino, a familiar fishman. If Tiger is here, then there are still at least 13 years until the Summit War. Lynn silently calculated the timeline. At this moment, Luffy should still be a mere child, and the fundamental structure of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords had yet to form. Many monumental events that would shape the future had not yet transpired. What a splendid era! Everything is just right. Taking a deep breath, Lynn refocused his gaze. It is said that fishmen possess physical abilities 10 times greater than ordinary humans, and the individual before him was undoubtedly a powerhouse among their kind. He was the legendary figure who would, in the future, scale Mary Geoise unarmed, liberating countless slaves. As it stood, even the formidable Jinbe would not stand a chance against him. In other words, Fisher Tiger possessed combat capabilities rivaling, if not equaling, those of the 7 warlords. Lynn wished to ascertain how vast the chasm was between himself and the current stronghold of this world. He clenched his fists, stepping forward with his left foot, lowering his left hand while keeping his right arm tightly against his ribs. Heroic form, Seth. Activate. Energy level, 14,991,500. The energy Lynn had previously amassed through copious consumption began to dwindle, and his aura gradually intensified. Tiger regarded the spirited man before him, curiosity gnawing at his mind. How old could he be? 16? 17? At most, not over 20. Despite being in the bloom of youth, how had he become a slave to the celestial dragons? Such a tragic fate. How could he maintain such an indomitable fighting spirit? Tiger rubbed his weary eyes and muttered, "Enough. I have no desire to fight you, I admit." However, before he could utter the words "I surrender," Lynn suddenly surged forward, delivering a left jab aimed at Tiger. Tiger sidestepped, instinctively grasping Lynn's massive arm, only to discover the astonishing strength of the man before him, plunging them into a stalemate. The host, Spink, exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, it's begun. Champion versus Fishman. Everyone may place their bets at the counter to support your favorite contestant. Fishman, kill him. Lynn, teach that filthy fishman a lesson with your fists." Tiger paid no mind to Spink's words or the audience's cheers. He leaned closer to Lynn, whispering, "Enough. Do you truly relish your life as a slave?" Lynn tensed his muscles, breaking free from Tiger's grasp. Exhaling softly, he responded, "Come again. You madman." Tiger could not comprehend the actions of this man before him, relegating him to the realm of bloodthirsty gladiators. Such individuals were reminiscent of the ruffians from Fishman Street, and Tiger had his own theories on how to deal with them. "Let's settle this with our fists." Tiger inhaled deeply, veins protruding from his crimson skin. Lynn raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Fishman karate?" Yet Tiger shook his head. "It seems you are well versed in fishman techniques, but my fists are far more than mere karate." Suddenly, whoosh, Tiger advanced, launching a series of left and right hooks toward Lynn, who was caught off guard and could only brace himself with his forearms against the blows. In that fleeting moment, Lynn realized precisely what Tiger meant when he claimed his fists were more than just karate. The sheer power was astonishing. If the average fishman's physical qualities were 10 times that of a human, then Tiger possessed at least 50, if not 100 times that strength. No wonder he was capable of besting Jinbe and overpowering Arlong, a veritable titan capable of single-handedly conquering Fishman Street. Lynn felt his arms throb painfully, as though they had been battered by iron rods. Before he could catch his breath, Tiger's fists were upon him once more. Lynn promptly leaped backward, simultaneously expending the energy stored within him to heal the wounds on his arm. One of the passive skills of the formidable Hauser is battlefield valor. The more damage he sustains, the quicker his vitality regenerates. Under the influence of the fruit's abilities, Lynn can consume the energy he has meticulously gathered to mend his injuries. The more severe the wounds, the faster the energy is depleted, and concurrently, the more effective the healing becomes. In just a few breaths, the swelling on Lynn's arms had diminished significantly. It was evident, the astonishing recovery ability of the boss. Spink excitedly remarked, "Do you recall the battle against the giant clan?" Lynn was on the brink of collapse yet achieved an incredible turnaround. "This is Lynn Barek." Tiger's gaze fixated intently on Lynn. "Kid, your physical prowess is commendable, but your technique falls short. Train for a few more years." Bang! Tiger's foot struck the ground, producing a resounding thud. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed throughout the arena. Lynn countered with his left fist, colliding directly with Tiger's blow. Tiger felt his arm go numb from the impact, and was about to withdraw and adjust his stance when suddenly, a wave of ominous energy surged within him. Lynn's right fist has already been unleashed. Moreover, it is faster and more ferocious. Heroic skill, diminishing the opponent's might. Two powerful punches are delivered in succession, with the second right punch arriving even swifter and bearing greater force. Boom! Tiger gritted his teeth, similarly launching his own fist to intercept that blow. A smile graced Lynn's face. "The leader of the fishmen, come forth and engage in combat," roared Tiger, his expression fierce. The fists of both man and fishman collided with one another. Bang! 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 Their fists struck the bodies of their opponents, leaving both the unarmed human and the fishman bloodied and battered. With great effort, they each delivered a punch, landing squarely on the other's face. Bang! They both staggered back half a step, only to advance once more in unison, throwing their fist again. Bang! For a third time. They retreated half a step to gather strength, then surged forward to strike. Bang! Fist after fist continued to rain down, an unrelenting barrage. The dull thuds echoed throughout the arena, and every spectator held their breath, for such a blood-pumping spectacle was a rarity indeed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly inquired, "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Tiger paused, taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lynn continued, "The unfortunate fate of those I have defeated. Did you see it firsthand?" Lynn abruptly relaxed his stance and gazed quietly at Tiger. Tiger fixed his gaze on Lynn and ultimately shook his head, replying, "No, I heard about it." Lynn chuckled, "I have heard that the fish people are a savage race." "Is that true?" Tiger gritted his teeth and replied, "That is a falsehood." Lynn nodded slightly, inquiring about the distinction between my conjecture and humanity's prejudice against the fishmen. Tiger fell silent, and after a moment, he suddenly nodded, expressing his regret. "Are you curious about the fate of those gladiators I vanquished?" Lynn tightened his right fist and grinned. "Over the past 4 years, I have been acutely aware of their whereabouts, utilizing a modicum of my privilege to gather them together. All for this very day." Tiger furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lynn's intent. Meanwhile, the audience began to stir with excitement. "It is the boss's counterattack. Lynn's retaliation has commenced." Lynn bent down, clenching his fist to gather strength, and an aura of formidable energy surged around him, prompting even Tiger to sense a flicker of impending peril. Heroic skill, intentional strike. This ability accumulates the damage he has sustained and unleashes a powerful punch in a singular direction. The greater the prior damage, the more potent the resulting blow. Energy rapidly depletes. 1400, 1300, 1200, 1000. Intentional strike. A mighty force accompanied by a gust of wind surged forth in a singular direction. The audience awaited Lynn to send Tiger flying with this punch, thereby securing his 4,000th victory. Yet, Tiger, positioned directly opposite Lynn, remained unmoved. He realized that Lynn's target was not him, but rather the left front, toward the gladiatorial arena as prison. Within those confines were the vanquished, including those whom Lynn had previously defeated. Boom. Debris flew, and dust erupted. Lynn's sudden punch transformed the arena into a chaotic cloud of smoke and confusion. Observing Tiger's bewildered expression, Lynn cracked his fingers, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. "Tiger, my friend, brace yourself. The time for the jailbreak has arrived." Lynn's punch was so abrupt that even Tiger, who was closest to him, was momentarily taken aback. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of stones hitting the ground. After a few breaths, a rustling noise began to emerge, the sound of armor and weapons clashing. Lynn forcefully breached the cell of the defeated gladiators, creating a substantial opening. From within this breach, the once vanquished slowly emerged amidst the swirling dust. Among them were humans, fishmen, long-handed folk, and even a giant. Their numbers exceeded 100. Clad in armor and wielding sharp blades, there was not a trace of fatigue upon their faces. Tiger discerned their true condition at a glance. Rather than mere prisoners awaiting death, they were warriors who had long been conserving their strength. Tiger's gaze shifted to Lynn. "You aided them?" "It was for my own benefit," Lynn replied, flexing his wrist. After all, escaping alone would prove exceedingly difficult. Tiger furrowed his brow. But you seem to have overlooked this. He gestured towards his neck, which bore a specialized explosive collar designed for the arena. Although it lacked the sea prism stone that could inhibit abilities, the most troublesome aspect was its remote detonation feature. Until this significant issue was resolved, no number of individuals could escape the arena. Simultaneously, the arena's officials finally grasped the situation. It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. The host, Spink, exclaimed in alarm. Lynn has shattered the cell. Is he inciting a revolt? The watching nobles gasped in astonishment. In their minds, it was inconceivable that any slave would dare to instigate a rebellion in the Sidi archipelago. Meanwhile, the arena's guards sprang into action. They sought to calm the panicked nobles while surrounding the gladiators. Though the guards were few, their numbers matched those of the gladiators, yet they displayed no signs of anxiety. The captain of the guards retrieved a remote control from his pocket, his expression icy. Lynn Barrick, Fisher Tiger, and other gladiators, if you relinquish this rebellion now, you may yet have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I shall have the authority to execute you on the spot. Undoubtedly. That remote control was the switch for the explosive collars worn by the gladiators. The tension was palpable, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be loosed. Tiger's expression darkened as he whispered to Lynn, "Cover me while I seize the remote control." Not yet. Lynn extended his hand to halt Tiger. Then called out to the group of gladiators he had just released. "Isn't it rather inconvenient to fight while wearing those collars?" "Indeed, Master Lynn." The gladiators responded in unison. To the astonishment of the guards, they effortlessly removed their explosive collars. What transpired here? The captain of the guards turned his gaze toward Lynn, his brow furrowing in concern. "Was this your doing? When exactly did this occur? Do you think my 4 years in the arena were spent in vain?" Lynn shrugged, suddenly realizing that Tiger was also attempting to unfasten his explosive collar, sending a shiver down his spine. "Hold on, your collar hasn't been replaced by me yet. Any reckless movement could trigger an explosion." Tiger replied, "I wish you had mentioned that sooner." However, it didn't take long for Tiger to notice that Lynn had not removed his own collar either. Why? Because only my key can unlock Lynn's explosive collar. A harsh, grating voice pierced the air, one that Lynn was all too familiar with. It was St. Yalmas, a tall, thin celestial dragon with a gaunt goat-like beard. St. Yalmas stepped forward, retrieving another specially designed remote from his pocket. "I had anticipated your rebellion, Lynn. Yet, I have been curious to see just how much amusement a creature as insignificant as you could provide me. It appears, however, to be quite little." Lynn chuckled, shrugging his shoulders as he spoke. "Frankly, I've resented you for quite some time. You exploit the celestial dragon's authority to manipulate the gladiators' battles at will. Even when both combatants are battered and bruised, their fight devoid of any spectacle, you still force them to fight to the bitter end. Is this what you call amusement?" Yalmas Saint nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, I find great pleasure in watching the skirmishes of mere insects." With that, Yalmas Saint raised a specialized remote control in his hand. "Lynn, and that fishman, with a simple press of this button, the collars around your necks will detonate, ensuring your demise. However, I, Yalmas Saint, am benevolent. If the two of you settle your conflict here and now, the victor shall not only receive my pardon, but also regain their freedom. Of course, the sole condition for settling this is to kill the other." Yalmas Saint watched Lynn and Tiger with satisfaction, believing that individuals like them would only make one choice, to sacrifice themselves for the other. They would tear off their own explosive collars to exchange their lives for the other's freedom. This, he thought, was the only option for those who professed to be kind and just. Yalmas Saint had witnessed this same tired scenario countless times, yet he never grew weary of it. However, Lynn's actions caused Yalmas Saint to furrow his brow. Lynn suddenly stepped forward and seized the explosive collar around Tiger's neck. What was he planning? Yalmas Saint was taken aback. Did he truly intend to kill Tiger? But then, Lynn's next move was even more unexpected. His other hand simultaneously grabbed his own collar. Did he intend to commit suicide? Yalmas Saint was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Tiger, equally bewildered, asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Lynn replied, "Yalmas Saint, the sole mistake you have made is failing to restrain me with sea stone. Now that this collar is left with but the capacity for detonation, it would suffice to remove it with utmost haste before it detonates." A glimmer of dark golden light flickered in Lynn's eyes as he tightened his grip on the collar around his and Tiger's necks, the veins on his arms bulging. Yalmas's pupils constricted, and an ominous feeling surged within him. In a state of panic, he hastily pressed the remote control in his hand. Destroy them. Eliminate them. At that very moment, the energy within Lynn surged uncontrollably, and the abilities of his heroic form erupted once more. Crack the skull. Originally, this technique was designed to seize enemies on either side with immense arm strength, colliding them together, typically employed by Lynn to counter numerous adversaries. It was the epitome of swiftness, the quintessence of violence. Yet now, Lynn had redirected the target of this maneuver towards the explosive collars around his and Tiger's necks. Crack. The metallic collars were deformed under the pressure of Lynn's hands. Then, with a swift motion, just as Yalmas pressed the remote, Lynn preemptively crushed the explosive collar and yanked it off with sheer force. Boom. The collar detonated in Lynn's grasp, engulfing the surroundings in flames and smoke. As the dust settled, Lynn's hands hung limply, marred by the burns from the explosion. Yet, those who witnessed this scene understood all too well. Lynn triumphed. In the fleeting instant before the collars detonated, he managed to tear them off with his bare hands, sacrificing both in the process. An explosion at the extremities is a far cry from one at the neck. Lynn and Tiger both possess exceptional physical prowess. Unless faced with a close-range explosion targeting vital areas, they are unlikely to sustain any grave, life-threatening injuries. In comparison to their lives, what do two mere hands signify? Moreover, those acquainted with Lynn are well aware that the undefeated champion of the arena, boss Lynn Barrick, possesses an inexplicable ability for self-healing. No matter the severity of his injuries, Lynn consistently manages to return to his former state before the next battle. Indeed, this is the reality. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn silently expended his internal energy, and the burns on his hands were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Soon enough, Lynn's hands were restored to their original condition. Energy points, 800-1500, leaving only 800 energy points remaining. Lynn clenched his fist, directing his gaze towards Yalmas. The latter, already pale as a ghost, trembled as he retreated, commanding the guards of the arena, "Hurry, protect me, protect me." Yet, despite his fervent pleas, none of the guards dared to advance. Yalmas bellowed, "What are you afraid of? There are only two of them." "Hey, we cannot pretend we did not hear that." A deep voice resonated. Belonging to one of the giants among the gladiators, clad in armor and wielding an iron rod, he approached slowly, casting a disdainful glance at the guards. His bare torso was a testament to explosive musculature, a figure of remarkable strength even among his kind. The iron rod struck the ground with a thud, sending a slight tremor through the earth. As the remaining gladiators observed Lynn dismantling the explosive collars from himself and Tiger, they too seized their weapons. Gradually advancing towards the guards, the giant gladiator hefted the iron rod onto his shoulder, his voice booming once more. "Do you wish to test the strength of a gladiator?" Tiger surveyed the unfolding scene, bewildered and perplexed. He had witnessed Lynn breaking free from his cell, liberating the gladiators, and had experienced firsthand Lynn's audacious act of tearing off the explosive collar with his bare hands. Now, he was witnessing the gladiators inching closer to the once mighty celestial dragons, with the foremost being the very human who had fought him in a fair brawl. Lynn Barrick. During the years Tiger endured enslavement, he witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity, his heart brimming with an unquenchable fury yearning for release. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he could conjure only a tenuous escape strategy, relying on his innate advantages as a merman rather than any extraordinary prowess. Confronted with the multi-layered safeguards of the slave oversight, Tiger could scarcely fathom how an ordinary human might successfully flee, let alone liberate the gladiators confined within their cells. However, upon further reflection, could a human who could withstand a brutal confrontation and audaciously rip off an explosive collar truly be considered ordinary? The entire arena descended into chaos. The explosive collars had been rendered ineffective, signaling that the gladiators had transformed into a pack of unrestrained beasts. The nobles present, gripped by the fear of retribution from the gladiators, abandoned their former elegance and fled desperately from the scene. Lynn Barrick was gazing at Yalmas Saint before him. This once mighty celestial dragon now wore a pallid expression, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Spare me, and I shall grant you your freedom." Yalmas Saint directed his gaze towards the gladiators, pleading, "And you as well, I will bestow freedom upon you, as long as you do not harm me." Lynn stepped forward, slowly approaching Saint Yalmas, and then extended a hand to adjust the collar of Saint Yalmas's garment. "You are mistaken, Yalmas." Lynn smiled, "for individuals are born free, independent of the benevolence of others." Subsequently, Lynn gazed at the towering walls encircling the arena. "Our lack of freedom is solely due to those imposing walls. Thus, it follows that shattering them is the solution." Lynn gently placed her hands upon the shoulders of Yalmas Saint. "Do you remember my technique?" Yalmas Saint appeared to recall something, his expression suddenly transforming with alarm. "No, you cannot do this. To assault a celestial dragon is a grave sin. Your wanted notice will spread across the globe, and you shall be hunted to the ends of the earth." Lynn gazed calmly at Yalmas Saint. "I have consumed the fruit of all, a mythical beast species, and attained the form of a hero. I am a hero." In an instant, a dark golden light flickered deep within Lynn's eyes, as his energy reserves were consumed at an alarming rate, causing his muscles to tense uncontrollably. Heroic form, armored Zephyr. Ultimate skill, awe-inspiring. This move, which Lynn had employed merely 3 times in his 4-year career as a gladiator, had nonetheless earned him the title of boss. The gladiators and spectators who witnessed this technique unanimously expressed the same sentiment. It incited an overwhelming urge to flee. The sensation was akin to the firing of a cannon in a confined space. For the magnitude of this move, the arena was undeniably too small. Lynn extended his right hand and seized the neck of Yalmas Saint. Immediately thereafter, a resounding boom echoed. Lynn stepped forward, bending down to forcefully press Yalmas Saint into the ground. The bubbles atop the ladder's head shattered instantaneously, his body creating a large crater on the arena floor, which now exhibited a web-like pattern of cracks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this, Lynn let out a low growl, effortlessly lifting Yalmas Saint from the ground and hoisting him upon his shoulder. His gaze shifted towards the guards, then beyond them, to the outer walls of the arena. At that moment, The exit of the arena was undoubtedly crowded with numerous guards, making it exceedingly difficult for the gladiators to break through. Furthermore, the exits were relatively narrow, limiting their numerical advantage and rendering any escape even more arduous. Thus, Lynn devised a plan. If there was no path in this world, he would forge one himself. Energy value: 500-1500. Instantly, 300 points of energy were consumed from within him. Boom. Lynn, bearing the weight of Yalma's saint, strides forward with unwavering determination. Each step he takes upon the ground creates a web-like pattern of cracks beneath him. In this moment, Lynn resembles an indomitable mountain, advancing steadily within the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Lynn's pace quickened, and the guards hastily retreated to the sides, none daring to obstruct his path. It was a sight to behold, as he carried his adversary forward for a distance before forcefully slamming them to the ground. However, this time, Lynn's target was not the earth beneath, but rather the walls of the arena. Yalmas, this is my farewell gift to you. Lynn let out a thunderous roar and leaped forward, his body resembling a speeding train as he crashed into the arena's wall alongside Yalma's saint. A resounding boom echoed through the air, followed by a cloud of dust. As the haze began to dissipate, Lynn slowly rose to his feet. At his feet, Yalma's saint lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. Meanwhile, behind Lynn, a series of soap bubbles began to emerge, an extraordinary spectacle unique to the Shambodi Islands. Previously, these bubbles had been kept outside the arena to avoid disrupting the spectacle of the duel, and their sudden appearance now signified but one thing. Lynn shattered the walls of the arena with unyielding force. There now exists no barrier between the gladiators and the outside world. Freedom is tantalizingly close. Before them lies an expanse of emptiness. Charge. A voice rang out, and the 100 or so gladiators roared in unison, rushing towards the exit of the arena. Long live Boss Lynn. We are free. Charge. The echoes of the gladiators resounded throughout the arena, their voices infused with a blend of exhilaration and tears. They had awaited this day, having endured for far too long. Lynn approached Tiger, a grin spreading across his face, and inquired, Tiger, chieftain of the Fishman district, does the yearning for your homeland not stir within you? These words resonated deeply with Tiger, awakening a sense of nostalgia. It had been several years since he embarked on his daring voyage from Fishman Island, only to be captured and enslaved. Tiger was cognizant of his present location in the Sidi archipelago, and thus, he was acutely aware that Fishman Island lay beneath the very ocean upon which he stood. The radiant sunlight from beyond the arena illuminated Tiger's imposing figure. Tears welled in the corners of the eyes of the towering fishman. His heart ached for Fishman Island, for the familiar embrace of his native land. However, Lynn's voice interrupted Tiger's reverie, remarking, spare the sentimentality for later, perhaps. Lynn's expression suddenly turned grave. The true escape had only just begun. Tiger was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, a gladiator who had dashed out of the arena returned. The news he brought provided Tiger with the answer. Boss Lynn. No, this is bad. The Navy, reinforcements from the Navy have arrived. The most formidable official force of violence upon these seas had finally made its presence known before Lynn. After Lynn developed the hero fruit, his combat style became fundamentally established, characterized by an unyielding ferocity and violence. However, this does not imply that Lynn is merely a muscle-bound brute. In order to successfully escape from the arena, Lynn dedicated nearly 4 years to orchestrating the tumult of today. His meticulous plan encompassed gladiators, guards, and even the celestial dragons themselves. In Lynn's strategy, reaching the confines of the arena was an inevitability. Yet, a formidable mountain loomed ahead of him, one that he must surmount. The most powerful official force upon these seas, the Navy. Among the gladiators were numerous notorious criminals sought by the world government. Should news of the insurrection within the arena escape, the world government would undoubtedly dispatch the Navy to quell the uprising for the safety of the celestial dragons and the nobility. Given the gravity of this situation concerning the well-being of the celestial dragons, it was highly likely that the Navy would deploy admiral-level combat strength. Navy admirals represent the pinnacle of frontline power upon these waters. Lynn was acutely aware that he was still insufficiently equipped to confront an admiral of the Navy. His only recourse was to disturb the situation in the Sidi archipelago before the main forces of the Navy arrived, seizing the opportunity to commandeer a ship and set sail. Thus, for the current insurgents, every moment was of utmost significance. Lynn patted Tiger on the shoulder, the leader of the fishmen, and urged him to break through with them before returning home. Tiger momentarily froze, then clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, and growled, yes, home. One man and one fishman followed closely behind the gladiators as they surged through the crumbling walls. Outside lay the chaotic Shambodi archipelago, thrown into disarray by the rebellion in the arena. This was a scenario that Lynn and the gladiators had meticulously orchestrated, without harming the innocent. They aimed to incite as much turmoil as possible along their path, ideally destabilizing the entire Shambodi archipelago before scattering in their escape. Although the gladiators yearned to accompany Lynn, the enormity of their target posed a significant risk, making them vulnerable to concentrated retaliation and potential annihilation. Lynn, accompanied by Tiger, advanced in a southerly direction, with his destination being the harbor situated directly south of Island Number 3 in Shambodi. Two Marines positioned themselves ahead on the path, raising their weapons menacingly. Halt! Do not move. Bang! Bang! Lynn and Tiger swiftly dispatched the two Marines obstructing their path, then continued their frantic dash forward. In the distance, a resounding roar echoed. A giant gladiator seized a crate of cannonballs and hurled it towards the fleeing nobles, causing a cacophony of explosions that engulfed Island Number 4 in chaos. Concurrently, disturbances erupted across Island Number 3, where the arena was located. The naval soldiers, tasked with protecting the nobles while simultaneously hunting down the fleeing gladiators, found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Everything unfolded according to Lynn's meticulously crafted plan. Once the gladiators mingled with the crowd, devoid of their explosive collars, they were indistinguishable from ordinary citizens, rendering the naval soldiers incapable of apprehending them. As for the most conspicuous giant gladiator, he had commandeered a large ship and, taking advantage of the naval soldiers' preoccupations, was the first to escape to sea. Do not panic. Orderly evacuations for the populace. A naval rear admiral commanded through a communication device. In the absence of the general, he held the position of the highest temporary commander of the Shambadi archipelago. Prioritized the evacuation of citizens from Island Number 3, regardless of their status as nobles or commoners. As the rear admiral endeavored to direct the situation, a rustling sound of iron chains drew near. An elderly celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble helmet and mounted upon his slave, approached the rear admiral, flanked by guards. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the naval officer. Where are the criminals? Not yet apprehended, the rear admiral replied, his brow furrowed. Our station forces are insufficient, and the rebels are mingling within the crowd. For the safety of the populace, we must delay captures until the general arrives, but we will bang. The rear admiral's words were abruptly cut off as the elderly celestial dragon struck him across the face with his cane. I demand to know the whereabouts of the perpetrators who harmed my nephew, Nalma's saint. Gritting his teeth, the rear admiral replied, they are scattered across Island Number 3. Capturing them will require time. Blast them to oblivion. The elderly celestial dragon uttered coldly. What? The rear admiral was taken aback. Blast them to oblivion. He bellowed again. Are they not still upon this island? Then let the fleet's cannons annihilate them. With his head bowed, the rear admiral clenched his jaw, knowing that many civilians had yet to find safety on the island. Bang! Another strike from the cane landed upon the rear admiral's head. The lives of those wretches cannot possibly compare to my nephew's, nor to the honor of the celestial dragons. I demand their lives. The elderly celestial dragon roared. Have them obliterated with cannon fire? The rear admiral stood silent, pressing his hat down, unwilling to utter another word. Must I personally attend to every matter? What purpose do you serve? The elderly celestial dragon gestured, and a nearby guard seized the communication device from the rear admiral's grasp, presenting it to him. He activated the device, issuing commands to all naval personnel stationed on Island Number 3. I am Kaima's saint. In my capacity as a celestial dragon, I hereby command you to bombard the various ports of Island Number 3, so that those who dared to harm my nephew may know the gravity of their misdeeds. I shall ensure they regret their very existence. Simultaneously, the naval forces and surrounding ships stationed at Island Number 3 received this decree. As naval officers, their duty was to obey orders, and this command originated from the communication device of a celestial dragon. Thus, despite numerous doubts regarding the order, they began to load ammunition and aim their cannons at the ports of Island Number 3. With the communication device in hand, Kaima's saint shouted, fire! Boom! 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 In an instant, the numerous ports surrounding Island Number 3 were subjected to a fierce barrage from the naval cannons. Explosions, flames, and clouds of smoke inundated the ports of Island Number 3, engulfing the very crowd seeking refuge. The panicked cries of the populace echoed throughout the island. Boom! A cannonball struck down, sending debris and smoke swirling through the streets. Lynn and Tiger burst forth from the clouds of dust, racing frantically towards the southern port. Tiger growled. Has the Navy lost its mind? There are civilians all around. How dare they execute indiscriminate bombardments? Lynn similarly furrowed her brow. It is virtually inconceivable for the Navy to issue such an order. The only entity with the potential and authority to command the Navy to conduct indiscriminate bombings is the Celestial Dragons. Lynn had initially believed that rendering St. Yarma's unconscious would temporarily leave naval forces on Island Number 3 without Celestial Dragon leadership. However, he had clearly miscalculated. After all, who could have foreseen that St. Camas would happen to visit his nephew at the Coliseum today? Alas, remonstrations are futile now. Several shells detonated along the thoroughfare, the concussive force obliterating a nearby dwelling. A child, no older than 5 or 6, was flung to the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain and terror. The child was unable to rise, reduced to sobbing prostrate on the ground. Simultaneously, another shell descended towards that very spot. Upon witnessing the scene, Lynn exerted his legs with tremendous force, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. A resounding explosion echoed as a shell detonated. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Lynn swiftly seized the weeping child, guiding him to a place of safety. Hurry, move away from the port. The naval bombardment was concentrated on the harbor. Thus, the farther one was from the port, the greater the safety. Once the child had fled to a distance, Lynn and Tiger continued their desperate sprint. We're almost there. Tiger exclaimed, glancing ahead where the port was now visible. To their astonishment, a naval warship was docked at the harbor. Tiger clenched his fists, believing that with Lynn's combat prowess, they could easily commandeer a naval vessel and set sail. However, Lynn abruptly halted Tiger with a gesture. The warship was eerily silent, devoid of cannon fire and even the presence of sailors. Such anomalies often heralded danger. Just as Lynn and Tiger remained vigilant, a figure leapt from the ship's deck and descended towards the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and dust billowed upwards. From the haze emerged a towering figure, sporting a neatly cropped mane of purple hair, draped in a mantle of justice. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke. Originally, he had intended to conduct patrol exercises with the training ship, but was unexpectedly summoned by reports of an attack on the celestial dragon. What a nuisance! Although he had ascended to the rank of instructor, he still retained the title of admiral and felt compelled to fulfill his duties. Hey, you over there, the lad and the fishman, you wouldn't happen to be the culprits, would you? The admiral had arrived on the Sidi archipelago. Lynn quietly scrutinized the naval officer who had suddenly appeared before her. His purple hair, the cloak of righteousness, and the insignia of a general, along with his robust and muscular physique, unmistakably revealed the man's identity. Once a formidable admiral of the Navy, he had now transitioned to a secondary role as an instructor, yet he still retained the title of general, none other than the illustrious Black-Armed Zephyr. Lynn harbored a profound impression of the man before him. In his youth, Zephyr had joined the Navy alongside Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, forming a formidable cohort. At the age of 34, he emerged as a master of armament hockey, earning the moniker of Black Arm. By 38, he ascended to the rank of admiral and entered into matrimony. However, at the age of 42, tragedy struck when his family fell victim to pirates, igniting a deep-seated hatred for them within this admiral, who was once renowned for his vow against killing. In a bid to suppress his inner turmoil, he voluntarily withdrew to a teaching role, becoming an instructor for new recruits while retaining his admiral title. From that point onward, his students flourished, with future admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru among them, along with esteemed vice admirals such as Kinneyman, Fire Mountain, and Moles, all of whom regarded him as their mentor. Fast forward to the present. Zephyr stood before them, his arms intact, a clear indication that he had yet to endure the horrific events that lay ahead. In a future not too distant, the training ship under his command would fall prey to a pirate attack, resulting in the near-total annihilation of his students, with only 2 surviving. While Zephyr would suffer the loss of an arm, Navy scientists would subsequently equip him with a sea stone mechanical arm specifically designed to combat devil fruit users, leading to the formation of a specialized unit dedicated to eradicating such pirates. However, shortly thereafter, Zephyr would learn that the pirate responsible for the massacre of his students had been recruited by the world government, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Disillusioned with the Navy, Zephyr departed, assuming the name Z, and established the Neo Navy with the singular aim of annihilating all pirates worldwide. He would later seize the explosive rock and devise a plan to obliterate 3 endpoints, intending to incite a cataclysmic eruption of underwater volcanoes to obliterate the New World and bring an end to the era of great pirates. In the climactic confrontation, the Straw Hat crew valiantly thwarted Zephyr's scheme, while he himself perished in battle against the Navy, sacrificing himself to ensure the Straw Hat's escape, ultimately laid to rest by Akiji. Yet, that tale lay far in the future. At present, approximately 13 years remained until the Marineford War. Zephyr, now around 60, wore the marks of age upon his visage with wrinkles, yet he exuded vitality, his arms still strong. Free from the ailments that had once plagued him during his confrontations with Luffy and Kizuru, no longer reliant on medication for stamina, a robust elder. He wore a hearty smile, which was Lynn's first impression of Zephyr. Observing the cracked ground beneath Zephyr's feet, Lynn quickly formed a second impression. The man was undoubtedly formidable. On the other side, Tiger remained oblivious to Zephyr's true identity, yet the unique perceptive abilities inherent to fishmen warned him of the man's strength. This purple-haired individual was indeed powerful. Be cautious. He is Admiral Zephyr, the Black Arm, Lynn cautioned. Tiger's alertness surged to its zenith. The renown of the admirals was something he had heard countless tales of since his days as an explorer. Zephyr, having overheard Lynn's words, appeared somewhat taken aback. It has been many years since I stepped back from the front lines. Few of the new generation of pirates recognized me. I did not expect to be acknowledged by a young one. Given Zephyr's age, it was hardly surprising for him to refer to Lynn as a young one. Now, shall we return to our previous discussion? Zephyr's gaze shifted to Lynn and Tiger. Are you the pirates who attacked the celestial dragons? Lynn sensed an unparalleled sense of oppression emanating from Zephyr's gaze. Although he was well aware that attacking the celestial dragons would attract the attention of an admiral, he had never anticipated that it would be this legendary figure who arrived. He realized that he could only take one step at a time. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn suddenly shook his head, acknowledging that his earlier statement was only partially correct. Zephyr, taken aback, grinned and inquired, what was incorrect? We did indeed assault the celestial dragons. But we are not pirates, Lynn replied. Then who exactly are you? Zephyr pressed. This is Fisher Tiger, an adventurous merman. Lynn gestured towards Tiger beside him, then pointed to himself. And I am Lynn Barrick, The hero who has consumed the hero fruit. A hero? Zephyr found the boy before him unexpectedly intriguing. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter. In that case, why not join the Navy? Because of this, Lynn rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a crimson brand upon his shoulder. It bore the shape of a circle surrounded by 4 triangles, reminiscent of a dragon's claw mark. This was the emblem of servitude, the mark of the celestial dragon's talon. Zephyr gazed at the brand, his eyes momentarily fixating upon it, before he let out a gentle sigh. The old man comprehended. Just by observing this mark, Zephyr had already surmised the grim events that had transpired in the Sidi archipelago. Slaves, gladiators, celestial dragons. Aristocrats, such cliché narratives that unfold in this world with relentless regularity. Lynn gazed at Zephyr and calmly requested, "Please clear a path, Master Zephyr." "You call me Master?" Zephyr was taken aback. "In the pursuit of becoming a hero, you are indeed my mentor," Lynn earnestly replied, as one who had consumed the hero fruit. Lynn held a profound respect for the man before him. Zephyr had harbored a heroic dream, known as Z, since his childhood. A dream that compelled him to adopt the same code name after his defection from the Navy, and he remained steadfast in this aspiration until his dying breath. Such a man, worthy of the title of hero, inspired Lynn to willingly address him as Master. Zephyr pondered deeply, yet ultimately shook his head. "I am afraid this is the duty of a Marine Admiral. I must take you into custody. Then we shall have to let our fists speak." Lynn massaged her neck, quietly assessing the energy level within her body. Energy level, 4001, 500. Still capable of fighting. Lynn positioned her body sideways, slightly leaning forward, with her left hand extended downward in front and her right hand pressed tightly against her ribcage. Her fists were clenched, and her legs relaxed as they rhythmically bounced back and forth. Zephyr observed Lynn's stance, grinning as he remarked, "Boxing, huh? It has been quite some time since I encountered someone practicing such a combat skill. This is practical martial arts." A glimmer of dark golden light flashed deep within Lynn's pupils as she stepped forward, unleashing 2 piercing punches. Bang, bang. Zephyr raised his right arm to block the blows, but Lynn deftly evaded him with a backward leap. Her speed and technique were remarkable. Years of experience as an instructor had bestowed upon Zephyr the ability to discern talent, and he found himself increasingly admiring the young woman before him. Alas, his gaze fell upon the heavenly soaring dragon's hoof emblazoned on Lynn's arm, and a wave of regret washed over him. Yet, this sentiment barely lingered for half a second before Lynn launched another barrage of powerful punches at him. Heroic skill, the weight of diminished might. Bang, bang. Her fists crashed against Zephyr's arm, causing him to retreat only slightly. Zephyr exhaled softly. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. Meanwhile, Tej, witnessing the exchange, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had personally felt the impact of Lynn's fists, which far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human. There was no way he could withstand them unscathed. In truth, the bruises from their previous bout in the arena still throbbed painfully. Yet, the man before him, the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, effortlessly absorbed Lynn's punches and even deemed her strength inadequate. The prowess of the former admiral was, indeed, almost despairing. Lynn was undoubtedly embroiled in a fierce battle. Tiger wished to lend his assistance, yet before he could make a move, Lynn began to sway his feet rhythmically, advancing once more towards Zephyr with a light and agile butterfly step. A left jab, a right hook, a retreat, a left straight, a forward lean, and a right swing. It was not merely the rapidity of his punches. Lynn's entire being was in motion, executing an astonishingly swift footwork that rendered him almost a blur. Had there been an experienced gladiator present, they would have instantly recognized that this graceful, butterfly-like movement was Lynn's signature technique. The relentless barrage of punches struck Zephyr, who remained in a passive defense. Had he been subdued? Tiger furrowed his brow, quickly dismissing this notion. After all, aside from the initial 2 heavy punches that had forced Zephyr to retreat a step, he had not even flinched in the face of Lynn's fierce onslaught. Lynn found herself unable to breach Zephyr's formidable defense. Suddenly, Zephyr unleashed a powerful punch, prompting Lynn to swiftly retreat, narrowly evading the blow. Lynn maintained a rhythmic, butterfly-like step and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of Master Zephyr." However, Zephyr's fists were visibly taut with veins, and he gritted his teeth, growling in fury, "You little brat. Do you underestimate me? Why not unleash your full power? Not using your full strength?" Tiger, standing nearby, could not help but gasp at these words. How could Lynn, in the presence of a former Marine Admiral, still possess the capacity to hold back? Yet, what astonished Tiger even more was Lynn's subsequent remark, "Isn't Master Zephyr the same?" Lynn suddenly clenched his fists, rage replacing the calmness on his face. He roared, "Blackarm Zephyr, do you truly believe you can apprehend me, Boss Lynn Barrick?" Without even utilizing hockey, Lynn unleashed the fury that had been simmering within him. He was Lynn Barrick, the undefeated champion of the Shambody Coliseum, boasting an astounding record of 4,000 victories. Over the course of 4 years, with an average of 3 intensely challenging battles each day, Lynn had woven his pride into the very fabric of combat. Each fight demanded his utmost effort, a testament to the respect he held for his opponents. However, now Zephyr confronted him with an air of appreciation and mentorship, a stance that Lynn simply could not tolerate. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Zephyr was suddenly struck with a realization. This clash was not between a teacher and a student, but rather between the Navy and a criminal. In other words, any form of restraint would be a profound insult to one another. Truly, I have learned a valuable lesson today. Zephyr removed his justice cloak and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms. Immediately, a metallic sheen enveloped his limbs as the black hockey manifested. With the emergence of this formidable power, Zephyr's aura transformed dramatically. It was akin to an ordinary goldfish metamorphosing into a colossal sea creature. The Zephyr of now was no longer the benevolent rookie instructor, but the vice admiral who had vanquished countless pirates with his bare fists. Black-armed Zephyr. I shall proceed now. Zephyr exhaled softly and suddenly stepped forward. Lynn felt the ground tremble beneath her, and when she lifted her gaze, Zephyr's black iron fist was already before her. So swift, Lynn's pupils constricted as he recoiled, narrowly evading the blow. Yet, as Lynn braced to retreat and regain his footing, Zephyr's left hand preemptively seized Lynn's head. Immediately following, Zephyr's right hand clenched into a fist, gathering power as he exhaled a fervent breath. Don't you dare perish, hero. A right hook, swathed in armament hockey, landed squarely upon Lynn's chest. Black arm shattered. Boom. In that instant, Lynn felt as though his chest had collided with a colossal mountain, his insides thrown into utter turmoil. Even the beating of his heart suspended for several seconds. Lynn let out a great spurt of blood, yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. Instead, it bore an expression of profound exhilaration. I shall certainly not perish, ha. Lynn exhaled deeply. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. That was indeed an impressive punch. Energy level, 350, 300, 200, 100. Heroic skill, intentional strike. This ability consumes a significant amount of energy, allowing the user to accumulate damage taken and then unleash a powerful punch in a specified direction. The greater the damage sustained within a short duration, the more potent this strike becomes. Lynn roared, his blood mingling with the sound of his fury, reaching Zephyr's ears. The latter's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of peril washing over him. This is bad. Zephyr hastily released Lynn, attempting to retreat, but Lynn's deliberately powerful punch struck Zephyr's abdomen first. Boom. A resounding thud echoed, like the beating of a war drum. The force of the blow penetrated Zephyr's body, tearing his shirt apart. Clenching his teeth, Zephyr felt a few drops of blood seep from between them. Huffing, he mused to himself, truly, age has taken its toll. Zephyr gazed at Lynn, regulating his breath, pondering whether this was the power of a fruit ability. Lynn gasped for breath, nodding slowly. Zephyr spoke earnestly, transforming the injuries one has sustained into a means of counterattack is an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Young one, do not rely too heavily on the abilities granted by the fruit. How strict you are, Teacher Zephyr. Lynn let out a bitter laugh and assumed his stance once more. Do you wish to continue? Zephyr inquired, somewhat taken aback. Although their previous exchange seemed evenly matched, Zephyr was acutely aware that he held an undeniable advantage. He trusted that Lynn understood this as well. Do not fight any longer. It will lead to your demise. Zephyr gazed at the severely wounded Lynn and spoke slowly. The outcome has already been determined. This is not merely about victory or defeat. Zephyr. Lynn's right arm was now bloodied from the previous assault, and several ribs were fractured. He gasped for breath, his arms hanging limp, yet he exerted every ounce of strength to stand erect. The solitary impetus that compelled him to persist was the mere fact of his continued presence. Lynn forcefully raised his arms, subsequently clenching his fists and assuming a stance of combat. I am here, therefore I shall fight, Lynn shouted furiously, his gaze fixed on Zephyr without the slightest hint of wavering. He clenched his fists and then swung them in anger. Zephyr regarded Lynn, observing as he struck his armed hockey with a powerful punch. The sound resonated like a blow against a shield. Enough, little brat. Zephyr spoke slowly, surrender. And I shall endeavor to ensure you receive a fair trial. As he uttered these words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Zephyr's mind. For he understood the true identity of this young boy, a slave to the celestial dragons. Those burdened with the weight of the celestial dragon's oppression could never hope for justice before the world government. To the world government, a slave is not regarded as a human being. Yet, Lynn merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gradually regulated his breathing. He still possessed one final move, the ultimate skill of his hero form, awe-inspiring. This technique consumed a vast amount of energy, allowing him to leverage his immense strength to carry his foe a certain distance before slamming them down with great force. However, the adversary Lynn faced was the formidable former Marine Admiral, Black-Armed Zephyr. Whether awe-inspiring could shake Zephyr's armed hockey remained uncertain to Lynn, who harbored deep-seated doubts about its efficacy. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to attempt it. Taking his stance, Lynn prepared to exhaust every ounce of energy within him to unleash his final awe-inspiring move. This was his last glimmer of hope. Defeating Zephyr was not necessary. He merely needed to momentarily halt him, granting himself and Tiger the time to board the warship, thus preserving their chance of escape from the port. Zephyr, too, discerned Lynn's intent and sighed softly, ready to fulfill his duties as a former admiral. However, just as Lynn was about to execute his attack, Tiger suddenly lunged towards him. Caught off guard, Lynn was startled, for the sight of a large, crimson fishman hurtling toward him was rather alarming. Watch out, Tiger dove to pull Lynn aside. And then came a resounding boom. A cannonball struck the very spot Lynn had occupied moments before, exploding with a deafening roar. Immersed in his confrontation with the Admiral, Lynn finally realized that they had yet to resolve a significant dilemma. The indiscriminate bombardment of the ports by the celestial dragons was still ongoing. Boss Lynn, yes. Black Arm Zephyr. Duration, less than 3 minutes. Final outcome, Lynn lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, while Zephyr sustained only minor wounds. Yet the outcome of their fierce confrontation remained undecided. Ultimately, their duel was abruptly interrupted by the catastrophic explosions unleashed by cannon fire. Under the orders of the celestial dragon, Cain Moss, the Navy was indiscriminately bombarding the various ports of the third island in the Sidi archipelago. It is crucial to note that the Sidi archipelago is not merely a refuge for pirates, it is also a renowned tourist destination. Although islands 1 through 29 are notorious for their lawlessness, the third island holds a unique significance. Thanks to the existence of the Sidi coliseum, the third island has flourished into a vibrant hub of tourism, bustling with visitors from all corners of the globe. However, now, due to the indiscriminate bombardment ordered by the celestial dragons, these once thriving commercial ports have been transformed into infernos. The remnants of shattered structures litter the landscape, and the air is filled with the anguished cries of the suffering, ignited by the explosions that have set ablaze the surroundings. Destroy all ports, and permit not a single trader to set sail. I shall exact a severe punishment upon them, leading them to the gallows. The mere thought of his nephew, Yalmas, in such a dire state, contorted Cain Moss's face with rage. He struck his enslaved companion with his cane, bellowing in fury. Fire! Fire! Meanwhile, Lynn, Zephyr, and Tiger found themselves in the southern Grand Port, which was similarly subjected to fierce bombardment. Numerous residents, unable to evacuate in time, sought refuge in the corners of their rooms, fervently praying that the shells would not strike their homes. Yet, in the face of such relentless carpet bombing, it was merely a matter of time before the entire port was reduced to rubble. Zephyr, having just arrived at the Shambadi archipelago and drawn attention from Lynn, now felt a surge of rage at the Navy's actions. Indiscriminate shelling of civilians? What do those ruffians think of their own attire? Youngster, the duel is over. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. With a grim expression, Zephyr extracted a communication device from his pocket. In my capacity as former Admiral Zephyr, I command you to cease fire immediately. His fury reached a boiling point as he bellowed, "You are bringing shame upon the Navy." Admiral Zephyr, the naval rear admiral on the other end of the device, saw a glimmer of hope. He could no longer bear witnessing shells raining down upon the very civilians he had vowed to protect, and he swiftly gestured to the artillerymen. "Stop the bombardment. Do not cease." Another voice interjected, "Saint Chimas of the Celestial Dragons. Do you dare defy the command of the Celestial Dragons?" Chimas, gripping the communication device, coldly addressed Zephyr. "You were once an admiral? If so, why not apprehend the traitor who harmed my nephew? The Navy will handle the capture, so you, an insignificant wretch, need not insult the Navy further." Gazing at the bombarded port, Zephyr commanded, "All Navy personnel, our primary objective is to rescue the civilians. Your primary task is to uphold the dignity of the Celestial Dragons." Chimas shouted into the device, "Admirals are directly subordinate to the Celestial Dragons and must obey their orders." Zephyr, infuriated, felt the veins on his forehead throb, ultimately erupting in a bitter laugh. No wonder Garp refuses promotion to Admiral. Zephyr was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, admirals are agents of the Celestial Dragons, and thus even Zephyr could not defy their commands. The naval soldiers on the island could only grit their teeth and continue the absurd bombardment, their hearts bleeding. Boom. Shells exploded near the trio at the port, demolishing much of a nearby building. In a corner of that structure, a mother and daughter huddled, trembling in fear. They were grateful that the shells had not fallen directly upon them, yet the so-called indiscriminate carpet bombing left no room for hope. Whoosh! Another shell soared, slightly altering its trajectory, poised to land where the mother and daughter sheltered. In that instant, all three present reacted. However, Lynn, gravely injured, was unable to move. Zephyr, hampered by his position, was too slow to provide timely aid. Only Tiger, closest to the pair, acted without hesitation. This towering, crimson-skinned fishman dashed forward, leaping to shield the mother and daughter. With a tremendous force, he struck the shell with a powerful blow. Boom! The shell exploded, inflicting minor injuries upon Tiger. He turned to the mother and daughter, assuring them, "It's all right now." Yet, upon seeing that their savior was a fishman with sharp teeth, particularly the insignia of the celestial dragon upon his chest, the mother's expression shifted dramatically. As Tiger reached out to assist them, the mother instinctively screamed. Lynn clutched his chest and remarked, "Humans are this way, the fishmen are this way, and everything in this world is thus." Zephyr chuckled a few times, yet it was evident that he was in a rather poor mood. "Well done, fishman. Now, I too shall go teach a lesson to that scoundrel who repeatedly insults the Navy." With that, Zephyr prepared to depart, but Lynn reached out to stop him. "Zephyr-sensei, are you going to confront the Celestial Dragons?" Zephyr nodded in affirmation. "If I do not capture him, he shall not cease his bombardment," Lynn stated calmly. Zephyr clenched his fist and grinned. "In that case, let us ensure he is temporarily unable to issue commands." What Zephyr meant was a physical inability to give orders. Attacking the celestial dragons is a grave sin, Lynn remarked. To me, the true sin lies in the insult to this Navy uniform, Zephyr retorted. Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Teacher Zephyr, may I borrow your telephone bug for a while? Zephyr, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless retrieved the device and handed it to Lynn. Lynn activated the communication device and cleared his throat. Hello? Can you hear me? After a brief moment, Cain Ma Saint's voice responded from the other end. Is that the former general? Your voice seems unfamiliar. Who are you? Me? Lynn chuckled. I am the one who injured Yal Ma Saint and just seized this communication device. It's you. Cain Ma Saint's fury erupted. I shall imprison you in the deepest abyss of the ocean, making you regret ever being born into this world. Lynn flashed a grin. Is that so? Then let's put it to the test. A frigid tone descended upon Cain Ma Saint's voice as he inquired, Do you comprehend the ramifications of your declaration? Perfectly, I retorted. Lynn took a deep breath, disregarding the injuries that plagued his body, and roared into the phone. I am the boss, Lynn Barrick. Lynn's voice reverberated throughout the entirety of Sidi Archipelago number 3 via the transmission of the Den Den Mushi. I hereby declare war against the celestial dragons. I am the boss, Lynn Barrick. I challenge the celestial dragons to come and capture me at the southern port if they dare. You scoundrels. With a decisive click, the Den Den Mushi fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire archipelago number 3, leaving even Cain Mason, the principal party involved, utterly stunned. Did that young man named Lynn truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Declaring war against the celestial dragons? How audacious for a mere slave to confront the representatives of the world government. Lynn Barrick has declared war on the world government. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Cain Moss, his face flushed with rage, bellowed at the nearby naval officers. What are you doing? Hurry and capture him. Go and seize him. Yes, sir, responded the officers promptly. The naval rear admiral present, quick-witted, realized that with a clear perpetrator identified, there was no need for further indiscriminate bombardment. Moreover, it was a direct order from that insufferable celestial dragon to apprehend the individual. All hands, heed my command. The rear admiral seized the Den Den Mushi and shouted to the surrounding navy. All naval personnel, on island number 3. Proceed immediately to the southern port to apprehend the criminal. A rather dim-witted recruit suddenly inquired, Sir, shouldn't someone stay to guard the cannons? The admiral swiftly smacked the recruit on the head, commanding, Obey the orders. Yes, sir. Under the admiral's directive, all Navy personnel on Shambadi Island number 3 ceased their bombardment, arming themselves and hastening toward the southern port. Urged on by Cain Moss's incessant prodding, the rear admiral likewise armed himself and made his way to the southern port, all the while silently expressing gratitude towards the man named Lynn Barrick. It was he who, by declaring war, had provoked the celestial dragons, prompting them to issue a command for his capture, thereby indirectly bringing an end to the indiscriminate shelling. Whether by intention or by happenstance, I must thank you. It is truly a relief to halt that absurd bombardment. Meanwhile, at the southern port, after Lynn declared war on the celestial dragons, he promptly crushed the receiver of the snail phone. The receiver, affixed to the body of the snail, was destroyed without harming the creature itself, thereby annihilating its communication capabilities. Consequently, we found ourselves temporarily cut off from contact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn expended his energy points, gradually recovering from his injuries. Energy points. 100. 1500. As his energy dwindled to a mere 100 points, he ceased his self-healing, for he and Tiger were soon to embark on a maritime venture, necessitating a reserve of energy for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the formidable mountain looming before them, Black Arm Zephyr. However, before Lynn could utter a word, Zephyr suddenly clutched his wounded abdomen, a pained expression crossing his face. Alas, such a powerful blow. How careless of me. A standard display of gravitas. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, Teacher Zephyr, I don't believe the Navy offers performance classes. This is a token of my gratitude, little one. Zephyr replied earnestly as a member of the Navy. There are certain lines that, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. For instance, the absurd, indiscriminate shelling that just occurred. It was you who halted that bombardment, thus saving my students. Thank you. Zephyr inclined his head slightly in appreciation towards Lynn. He then gestured towards the warship behind him, saying, This is a training vessel for recruits. It is currently unoccupied. Once you set sail, maintain a low profile, and you will not attract attention along the way. Lynn paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. Take care of yourself, Teacher Zephyr. I do not require the concern of a mere child, Zephyr replied, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly recalling something, he warned, By the way, young hero, should you ever choose the path of a pirate, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Of course, for I am a hero, Lynn exclaimed, patting his chest, only to be seized by a fit of coughs. Then, allow me to present your promised reward in advance, Zephyr declared, retrieving a key from his pocket and tossing it to Lynn. Go and explore my captain's quarters. Therein lies my favorite drink. It is the most formidable beverage upon these seas, fit for your farewell, young hero. Thank you very much, Teacher Zephyr. With Tiger's assistance, Lynn turned and gradually made his way towards the warship. The sunlight bathed both Lynn and Tiger in a warm glow, and the sea breeze was just right. It was indeed a splendid day for setting sail. Tiger helped Lynn aboard the warship, ensuring he was comfortably seated on the deck. Before employing his unique strength to hoist the anchor and unfurl the sails, deftly maneuvering the vessel away from the harbor. A few moments later, the Navy arrived at the port under the command of a rear admiral, but all they found was Zephyr sitting cross-legged and the warship slowly departing in the distance. With no swift boats nearby, pursuing the warship was out of the question. The rear admiral approached Zephyr and saluted him. Teacher Zephyr, what has transpired? Zephyr looked at the admiral and sheepishly scratched his head. Just recently, two young individuals, one in his teens and the other in his 30s, attempted to ambush me. I truly feel my age, having let my guard down and allowing them to steal my sole warship. Youth these days must truly be cautious. The rear admiral, a former student of Zephyr, understood his meaning and could only respond with a wry smile. Teacher Zephyr, doesn't that explanation seem a bit dismissive? Zephyr acknowledged the rear admiral's point with a nod. As for the report concerning the celestial dragons, fret not. I shall ensure it is addressed. Understood. The admiral replied. Zephyr gazed at the warship fading into the distance, letting out a resigned sigh. Although he was not as oblivious to reports as Carp, the matter did involve the celestial dragons and had far-reaching implications, rendering him ill-suited to take the forefront. It seemed he would have to trouble little Crane once more. On board the warship, Tiger rummaged through the captain's quarters and discovered a stash of medical supplies and bandages, tending to Lynn's injuries. Once bandaged, Lynn instructed Tiger to search the ship's food storage for provisions. The hero fruit endowed Lynn with remarkable self-healing abilities, allowing him to recover from even the gravest of injuries as long as his internal energy reserves were sufficient. The most effective way to replenish this energy was through sustenance. The more exquisite the ingredients, the greater the replenishment. Fortunately, this warship was initially intended to retrieve new Navy recruits for a training exercise, and thus had provisions prepared for nearly 200 individuals. After accounting for what needed to be processed, approximately 100 servings remained. Consequently, after witnessing the aftermath of the celestial dragon's assault, Tiger once again beheld an unforgettable spectacle. An overwhelming quantity of food, akin to a small mountain, was vanishing before Lynn at an astonishing pace, layer by layer. In no time, Lynn devoured every morsel laid before him, unable to stifle a burp as he exclaimed, "Wow, the Navy's rations are truly exceptional." To this, Tiger could only widen his eyes in astonishment. That was 100 servings of food, after all. Lynn was inspecting his own body. Energy levels, 700, 1500. 3 ribs were fractured. Both hands and wrists were mildly inflamed, and there were numerous instances of internal and subcutaneous bleeding. Such injuries, both new and old, numbered over 100. Given the severity of his condition, even with the assistance of the hero fruit's ability, a substantial amount of time would be required for complete recovery. However, at present, Lynn was not lacking in time. Exhaling deeply, he leaned against the mast, feeling an indescribable sense of relief within. The warship had already sailed far from the Sidi archipelago. Tiger confirmed the course and approached Lynn. "I found this while searching for medicine in the captain's quarters." Tiger handed over a bottle of deep green liquor. The label inscribed with 5 letters, Herace. Tiger scratched his head. "I don't quite understand human beverages." "This is the most formidable liquor on the sea, Tiger." Lynn's gaze turned towards the sea. Herace, sherry wine. Lynn uncorked the bottle of sherry with a soft pop. Tiger retrieved 2 glasses, placing them before himself and Lynn as they sat cross-legged on the deck. In the distance, the Chandela Islands gradually faded into a mere speck. The tranquil sea stretched endlessly before them, devoid of pursuing warships. This signified that Lynn and Tiger were momentarily safe. Lynn filled the glasses before her and Tiger, the aroma of the grape spirits wafting across the deck. "Where do you intend to go next?" Lynn inquired. Tiger pondered for a moment before responding, "Home." He had been away from Fishman Island for far too long and genuinely missed those rascally lads from Fishman Street, though he wondered how they were faring. However, Lynn chuckled and shook her head. The boss of Fishman Street, like Zephyr, does not lie. Taken aback by her words, Tiger covered his face and offered a wry smile. "I nearly forgot. You single-handedly orchestrated the riot at the Coliseum of Sidi. How could you possibly not see through it?" Lynn listened intently, awaiting Tiger's continuation. Taking a deep breath, Tiger slowly articulated, "Upon returning home, I aspire to liberate the slaves." "Where to?" Lynn inquired. "To Mary Geoise." Tiger's fist struck the deck with resolute force as he fixed his determined gaze upon Lynn. "I can no longer tolerate this. Those slaves exist in a veritable hell. They have never been regarded as human beings, and that remains unchanged. Lynn, do not attempt to dissuade me, for my resolve is unwavering. I shall assault that so-called Holy Land, Mary Geoise." Tiger's vehement declaration reverberated across the deck. Such words were potent enough to shock the world. However, Lynn's expression remained unperturbed. After all, in terms of shocking revelations, his own declaration of war against the celestial dragons was of equal magnitude. On the deck, the sea breeze danced around them, one a human, the other a fishman. The former had just declared war on the celestial dragons. while the latter had firmly resolved to challenge the world government. Tiger, do you remember what I once said? Lynn gazed toward the distant horizon where the sea embodied freedom, unimpeded by any barriers. Thus, act in accordance with your convictions, Fisher Tiger. Lynn was acutely aware that years of servitude had kindled an inexhaustible reservoir of resentment within Tiger's heart, an incandescent fury that defied all attempts at suppression. Lynn leaned against the mast, bursting into hearty laughter. As her mirth gradually subsided, she abruptly shifted her tone and continued, however, I hope you remember this day. Tiger, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what does that mean? Lynn did not respond, instead continuing to speak to herself. I remember vividly, at the port. You stepped forward to save a human mother and daughter, who were on the verge of being struck by artillery fire from their own kind. In the days that followed, when I recounted today's events to others, I would proclaim that I had witnessed the noblest of mermen, as well as the most despicable of humans. Her calm words were swept away by the sea breeze. Tiger remained silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, Tiger nodded. Thank you, Lynn. You're welcome, leader of the mermen. Lynn raised his glass in homage to the vast ocean. Tiger likewise lifted his cup, honoring the boundless sea. At this moment, Lynn regained his former demeanor and cheerfully remarked, it has indeed been a long time since I last indulged in wine. Tiger, intrigued, inquired whether the gladiators in this arena were prohibited from partaking in alcohol. Lynn shook his head. In truth, the provisions prepared for him by the Saint of Yarmouth included a copious quantity of fine wine. I vaguely recall having partaken in it long ago, but thereafter, the denizens of the arena consistently cautioned me against indulging in alcohol, though I could not fathom the reason. Tiger pondered for a moment, concluding that it was likely due to a fear of the potential repercussions of intoxication, especially considering how perilous your plans truly were. Lynn found Tiger's words to be quite reasonable and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, so we shall indulge ourselves today. With that, the two raised their glasses. The clink of their cups resonated with a bright, crisp sound. Tiger downed a shot of strong liquor, feeling a rush of warmth surge through his throat. An indescribable sense of exhilaration enveloping him. He gazed at Lynn, who was also savoring his drink, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lynn Barrick, a human. And also my dear friend. Lynn remained silent. Lynn, are you listening? Suddenly, Tiger sensed that something was amiss. He noticed that Lynn's glass was only half empty, yet his face had turned a deep shade of crimson, his eyelids drooping, and he swayed unsteadily. Tiger shook his head with a wry smile. Lynn, please don't jest. Surely, no one can become inebriated after just half a glass of wine? Lynn lowered her gaze, staring at Tiger for quite some time. Oh, Tiger. When did you consume the split fruit? How have you transformed into four? Tiger replied, well, I am quite inebriated, to the extent of being utterly oblivious. It is only now that Tiger comprehends why the group in the arena had attempted to prevent Lynn from indulging in alcohol. Lynn Barak, a voracious eater, possesses an astounding capacity for food yet is remarkably intolerant to alcohol, becoming inebriated after merely half a glass. Goodness. Lynn abruptly rose to her feet and staggered unsteadily to the side. Hey, Lynn, that's the ocean over there. Don't jump. Ugh, please don't vomit on the deck. Aim for the sea. Before Tiger could finish his warning, Lynn swiftly sidestepped him, leaping over the railing of the deck with nimble grace. Splash. With a resounding plop, she vanished into the waters below. Lynn has fallen into the water. Tiger, gather your belongings. Tiger is preparing to dive in to rescue. The year 1508, October 16th. At 3:16 in the afternoon, Tiger is preoccupied with the troublesome predicament of the inebriated Lynn. Meanwhile, the uprising occurring on Chambord Island has been reported by various journalists and has spread across the globe. Equally disseminated throughout the world is the name of the man who declared war against the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrick, St. Mary Geoise. A photograph of Lynn adorns the table of the five elders. A fruit of heroism, perhaps? An intriguing ability indeed. How shall we deal with him? It matters not. I shall leave it to others, merely a bold brigand. Our purpose is to uphold the peace beneath the aegis of the world government. In the Sidi archipelago, within the exclusive VIP lounge of the Celestial Dragons, St. Chimus gazes upon the incident report pinned by Tsuru and submitted by Zephyr, his countenance contorted with rage. What do they mean by chaos caused by bombardment leading to the escape of criminals? Are they insinuating that I have erred? With a crash, he upends the fruit bowl before him, recalling his nephew still languishing in the hospital, and shouts, bring me someone. Yes. A few government officials enter the room. Issue a bounty for Lynn Barrick, commands St. Chimus. In addition to the standard reward, I shall personally add a substantial sum of gold, a noble title, a map of the Grand Line, and a favor from the Celestial Dragons. The fate of the criminal is inconsequential. I demand the head of Lynn Barrick. The government officials stand in stunned silence. Setting aside the considerable gold and noble title, a map of the Grand Line, a favor from the Celestial Dragons? Should a pirate acquire these, who knows what nefarious deeds they might undertake? Yet, with a fierce glare, St. Chimus declares, what, do you dare defy me? And no, understood. The officials quickly nod in agreement and turn to fulfill his orders. In the room, St. Chimus grinds his teeth in fury. Lynn Barrick, I shall ensure your life is fraught with turmoil. Wherever you go, Relentless pursuers shall haunt you, and your remaining days will be devoid of peace. To dare declare war against the celestial dragons? I shall ensure you find no refuge in death. On the 16th of October, in the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bounty notice for Lynn has officially been issued. Boss Lynn Barrack. With a reward of 100 million berries, the name Lynn Barrack swiftly spread across the globe. At the same time, Lynn remained intoxicated. In a certain stronghold belonging to the Don Quixote family in the North Sea, the flamboyant leader, Don Quixote da Flamingo, donned in a pink feather cloak and red sunglasses, sipped his coffee while perusing the day's freshly delivered newspaper. The contents of the paper elicited hearty laughter from da Flamingo. Ha ha, in this day and age, there are indeed fools daring enough to declare war on the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrack. After a moment of contemplation, da Flamingo called out. Toripole, a figure, leaning on a cane, draped in a blue cloak, and with a runny nose, entered. Young master, you called for me? Da Flamingo handed Lynn's bounty notice to Toripole, instructing. Keep a close watch on his movements. Such a fool is a rarity in this world. Ha ha. Yes, Toripole nodded slightly. In the first half of the Grand Line. In paradise, on a certain island, within the temporary office of the Baroque Works, Crocodile, nicknamed Sand Crocodile, puffed on a cigar, his expression one of disdain. So it's the first time being on a bounty, and the reward is a staggering 100 million berries? Lynn Barrack, quite an impressive individual. But that's probably just because he injured a celestial dragon. Crocodile set aside Lynn's bounty notice and began to sift through his collected documents. Ah, this is it. If I obtain this, the world government would likely not even dare to set a bounty on me. Ancient weapon, Pluton. Alabasta Kingdom? How intriguing, ha ha ha. After a brief fit of laughter, Crocodile fell into deep thought. It seems I need to find someone capable of translating ancient texts. In the East Sea. In Windmill Village, outside the village's forest, Carp still had a full head of black hair, although his temples were beginning to show signs of gray. He held a purple-haired snail phone, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, Zephyr, the way you had Tsuru write that report is truly amusing. On the other end, Zephyr sounded somewhat resigned. Did Tsuru tell you? No, I guessed it myself. Carp chuckled. But seriously, Zephyr, how could you let that kid Lynn slip through the cracks? What on earth happened? At this, Zephyr fell silent. The events of that day had been labeled by the world government as the Sidi archipelago riot. A gladiator named Lynn Barrack, nicknamed Boss, dissatisfied with the rewards from the Sidi arena, allied with a fishman named Fisher Tiger and numerous other gladiators to incite a riot. During this chaos, the rioters even opened fire on innocent civilians. Although former Marine Admiral Zephyr arrived just in time, the rioters held the lives of the populace hostage, seizing port vessels and ultimately fleeing the Sidi archipelago. The Navy is currently pursuing the fleeing criminals. This, in its entirety, was the world government's report on the incident. Carp, being a seasoned veteran of the Navy, naturally did not believe the government's fabrications. After all, any report involving the celestial dragons is 1 part truth and 9 parts falsehood. After a prolonged silence, Zephyr remained quiet. Carp, unable to contain himself, chuckled while cleaning his ears. Forget it, I want to ask. You're still the same old stubborn man. In any case, I suspect this has something to do with your students. Finally, Zephyr nodded in agreement. Yes. If given the chance, I would like to properly thank him. At that moment, Carp was interrupted by a child's voice on the other end. Grandpa, why'd I have to fight those monkeys? Zephyr laughed. Is that your grandson? Ah, just over 3 years old, quite the troublesome little rascal, Carp replied. But he will surely become an excellent Marine in the future. No, I want to be a pirate. You little rascal. Bam. Grandpa's punch hurts the most. Listening to the commotion on the phone, Zephyr smiled faintly. If his own child were alive, he would likely be the older brother of Carp's grandson by now. Had it not been for those vile pirates. Wait a moment. Did Carp's grandson just say he wants to be a pirate? Zephyr grabbed the phone again. Hello, Carp. Your little brat. Click. Carp decisively hung up, muttering to himself in exasperation. That stubborn man is such a hassle. Meanwhile, the black-haired child was still causing a ruckus. Carp, scratching his head in resignation, gazed at the newspaper and wanted poster in his hands. Lynn Barrack, Fisher Tiger, 2 extraordinary men have emerged in these waters. Just then, the black-haired child's head popped into Carp's embrace, catching sight of the wanted poster. Wow, a wanted poster. So cool. You little rascal. Are you looking to taste my fists? You can't say that wanted criminals are cool. Bam. Wow. As the name Lynn Barrack echoed throughout the world, in the dark underbelly teeming with villains, his wanted poster was further embellished with an additional reward, a substantial bounty personally issued by the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrack. Overnight. This name became known among rogues worldwide. On a pirate ship. Listen up, lads. If we capture Lynn Barrack's head, we shall be recognized as nobles by the world government. An assassination group. A favor from the celestial dragons? Such an enticing reward indeed. A branch of the Revolutionary Army. Understood, Mr. Dragon. We will maintain our vigilance regarding Lynn Barrack and attempt to make contact. A circus, Captain. This fellow named Lynn is worth a fortune in gold. Should we not silence? He is the one who dares to challenge the celestial dragons. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. Amidst the brewing undercurrents, at the eye of the storm, Lynn lay peacefully asleep on the deck. Beside him, Tiger was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath as he leaned against the mast. All he wished for was tranquility. Who could have imagined that the man audacious enough to confront the celestial dragons, capable of consuming 100 portions in a single meal, would become inebriated after merely half a cup of wine? Moreover, the most crucial detail was that Lynn, in his drunken state, harbored a peculiar penchant for jumping into the sea continuously, no less. Tiger could only be grateful for being a fishman. His movements in the water were unimpeded. Nevertheless, the endeavor of retrieving Lynn from the depths was utterly exhausting. Fortunately, it seemed that after expending his energy, Lynn finally ceased his antics and began to snore on the deck. As dusk approached, mealtime drew near. Lynn's stomach growled. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling a parched sensation in his mouth. In a daze, Lynn noticed a glass bottle not far away. He picked it up and gave it a shake. It seemed to contain about half a bottle of water. Thus, he tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining water in one swift motion. Tiger witnessed the entire scene and wished to intervene, but it was already too late. Splash. 3 days after the chaos at the Chambord archipelago, a solitary Navy ship drifted leisurely across the boundless blue sea. Tiger spent half the day ensuring that there was no alcohol on board the vessel before finally feeling at ease. If you are alone, you must never consume alcohol at sea. It could lead to dire consequences. He gathered his belongings and, accompanied by Lynn, ascended to the deck. Are you not staying a few more days? Lynn inquired. No, I must take advantage of the world government's diverted attention and commence my plans as swiftly as possible. Tiger replied with a smile. What he referred to was, of course, the scheme to assault Mary Geoise. Safe travels, Lynn nodded. If anything arises, remember to seek me out. Where will you go next? Tiger asked. I intend to train and perhaps wander across the globe, Lynn yawned, turning his gaze towards the sea. This Navy ship had subscriptions to newspapers, and therefore, the day after the incident, both Lynn and Tiger discovered reports of the riot in the newspapers delivered by the newsbirds. Tiger was incensed by the falsehoods presented in the articles, while Lynn could not contain his laughter. Surely, there cannot be anyone who genuinely believes the reports regarding the celestial dragons. However, after the jesting, Lynn's expression grew grave. He fully understood the implications of declaring war on the celestial dragons. The so-called celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. Thus, they not only represent the world government but are also superior to it. Therefore, the charge of formally declaring war against the celestial dragons eclipses even that of opposing the world government as a revolutionary army. Is the first bounty really set at 100 million berries? Ha ha ha, the world government certainly knows how to spend. Lynn gazed at his wanted poster, a grin spreading across his face. One can only imagine, my head must be fetching an astronomical bounty on the black market by now. Tiger had grown somewhat accustomed to such sentiments. The man before him seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. However, the absence of fear did not imply that Lynn was devoid of awareness. The battle with Zephyr had profoundly illuminated the vast chasm between his strength and that of the formidable beings inhabiting this world. One of the most decisive factors contributing to this disparity was hockey, specifically the 3 forms of it. Setting aside the unique conqueror's hockey for the moment, mastery of both armament and observation hockey was essential for confronting the monsters of the Grand Line and the underworld. Unfortunately, to prevent uncontrollable riots within the coliseum, the Shambody Coliseum strictly forbade gladiators from learning or utilizing hockey. Any violators would be met with immediate execution by the guards. Consequently, despite Lynn's 4 years of intense combat training in the Coliseum, honing his battle instincts to a remarkable degree, he remained entirely in the dark regarding the 3 forms of hockey, without a mentor to guide him. The prospect of even beginning to learn hockey was akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, Lynn found himself in urgent need of a teacher well-versed in hockey. Although the legendary Rayleigh resided in the Sidi archipelago, Lynn had just escaped from there, and returning would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Perhaps I shall wander the world. I might just encounter a master of hockey, Lynn declared. Upon hearing Lynn's optimistic plan, Tiger could only offer him a resigned blessing. After conducting a final check, Tiger bid farewell to Lynn on the deck of the warship. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Lynn too. Lynn Barrick. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Bang. The fist of the human and the fishman collided, and both erupted into hearty laughter. Their mirth gradually subsided. With a splash, Tiger leaped from the deck into the ocean, while Lynn watched him depart. Now, the deck was left with Lynn alone. I wonder how everyone in the arena is faring. Lynn leaned against the mast, gazing up at the sky. The original plan was to exert every effort to disperse and break through. Thus no rendezvous point had been agreed upon, leaving Lynn unaware of the gladiator's subsequent circumstances. However, according to the news in the newspapers, everyone should still be safe. Surely, they would meet again upon the vast ocean. Lynn rose and approached the bow of the ship. Raising her arms high as she declared to the boundless sea, "Now, let us set sail." Silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the sound of the waves. Lynn suddenly sensed that something was amiss. A realization dawned upon him. Could he navigate a ship? It seemed he could not, with this thought racing through his mind. Lynn dashed to the edge of the railing and shouted into the sea, "Tiger, come back. Teach me how to sail." The echoes of his cries lingered for quite some time, but Tiger had already swum far away. Ultimately, Lynn resigned himself to sitting helplessly on the deck, continuing to gaze skyward. It was over. Surely, he would not be the first notorious fugitive, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, to perish adrift at sea. Suddenly, the warship began to sway violently, and Lynn leaned against the railing for support, unable to suppress the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. This was the Grand Line. Even the most seasoned navigators could not afford to be complacent on this perilous route. What right did he, a complete novice in sailing, have to command a vessel here? As expected, the surrounding sky darkened rapidly, the clouds looming ominously, casting a shadow over the heavens. A storm was approaching. The towering waves relentlessly battered the hull, and had this not been a formidable warship, it would surely have been splintered into pieces by now. Lynn stumbled into the cabin and discovered a bookshelf within the captain's quarters. After rummaging for quite some time, she finally spotted a book nestled in the corner, Fundamentals of Navigation for Naval Recruits. This was it. Lynn opened the pages of the book. And the first line read, "One must never underestimate the vastness of the ocean. Without adequate experience and skill, an individual cannot hope to survive upon its waters." Lynn, what a profound statement. It is not until the second page that the text begins to introduce some fundamental knowledge about navigation, including how to maneuver a vessel. Following the instructions in the book, Lynn furled the sails to reduce the vessel's resistance against the fierce winds, then turned the bow to face the towering waves crashing towards him. Although it was his inaugural experience at sea, Lynn had observed Tiger's maneuvers numerous times over the past few days, and with the book's guidance in the ship's remarkable quality, he managed to maintain his footing amidst the tempest. The monstrous waves lifted Lynn's warship into the air, compelling him to grip the helm tightly as he navigated through the ferocious storm. Occasionally, sea beasts lurking within the waves would launch surprise attacks, but Lynn dispatched them with decisive strikes, leaving their carcasses on the deck to serve as provisions. The storm raged for nearly a day and night. By the following morning, the sea finally settled into tranquility, and Lynn collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. Who could have anticipated that in just a mere day and night, Lynn would transform from a novice sailor into a captain capable of braving the storms of the Grand Line? Indeed, pressure fosters growth. Now, Lynn yearned for a moment of respite, to feast upon the sea creatures he had captured during the storm and replenish his energy. The weather was splendid, with not a hint of wind in the air. Lynn smiled, but as her laughter echoed, that smile suddenly froze. No wind? In an instant, a chilling term flashed through Lynn's mind, the doldrums. This is a belt-like region flanking the Grand Line, where the absence of wind renders ordinary sailing vessels incapable of navigating its waters. However, the true reason the doldrums have become synonymous with terror lies beneath the surface. It is here that the lairs of colossal sea kings reside. Lynn dashed to the edge of the fence and leaned forward. Beneath the deep azure sea, a colossal eye suddenly opened, making the warship appear as insignificant as a bean on a porcelain plate in comparison. However, the owner of that gigantic eye did not assault the vessel. Instead, it circled its gaze and then silently sank into the profound depths of the ocean. Lynn perused the fundamentals of navigation, instantly feeling a wave of relief. Certain naval vessels, in a bid to safely traverse the doldrums, had been fitted with sea stone, a unique mineral that emanated the ocean's power, granting ships a degree of invisibility in the eyes of aquatic creatures. Fortuitously, the warship Lynn was aboard was equipped with this very sea stone. Thus, under the protection of the sea stone, Lynn consulted the manual and activated the special oars located beneath the hull, guiding the vessel to sail gently through the windless expanse. Within the captain's quarters, Lynn discovered 3 recorded pointers, each indicating a different location: the naval headquarters, the Sidi archipelago, and Logtown in the East Blue. Logtown, the birthplace of the pirate king Gold, Roger, was where he was born and ultimately executed. Just before his execution, Roger famously proclaimed, "Do you wish for my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it. I have left everything there." Thus began the era of great piracy. Even after many years, the memory of that execution still evokes complex emotions among those who recall the scene. What thoughts occupied Roger's mind at that moment? Fast forward to the present. 5 weeks after the chaos at the Sidi Coliseum, the fishermen of Fisherman Street were enjoying their holiday. At this time, Logtown was in the midst of its annual fishing moratorium. This moratorium differed significantly from the conventional understanding of closed fishing seasons, which are typically instituted to protect fish populations from overfishing and to allow them a period for rest and reproduction. In Logtown, however, the moratorium was established to safeguard the fishermen themselves. The annual spectacle of ferocious creatures roaming Logtown saw countless small to medium-sized sea kings traversing the nearby waters. Any vessel that ventured too close would be met with catastrophic consequences. In such perilous conditions, merely setting out to sea posed a grave risk to life, let alone the act of fishing. This period of feral prowling lasted approximately a month. During this time, the fishermen of Logtown could only remain at home, tending to their gear and basking in the sun, a rare opportunity for leisure. However, today, the tranquility of Fisherman Street was abruptly shattered by a commotion. A rotund fisherman with a brown, exaggerated mustache was kicked and sent crashing into a neatly arranged row of fishing gear. The scene erupted into chaos. The assailant, a lanky thug wielding a spiked club, was accompanied by a jovial, stout accomplice. Upon witnessing the altercation, the other fishermen hastily retreated indoors, aware that the thug's affiliations were beyond their capacity to confront. The stout thug, brandishing a dagger, inquired with a sharp voice, "Hee, old man. How long until you repay our boss's money?" The fisherman wiped the blood from his mouth and retorted, "I have already repaid more than double the principal. As for the interest, I was unaware it would be so exorbitant when I borrowed the money. You are committing fraud." "Oh, old man, we are legitimate businessmen." The stout thug produced a contract, proclaiming, "It is all clearly written here in black and white, and your name is signed." Furious, the fisherman exclaimed, "You scoundrels tricked me into signing this while I was intoxicated. Enough with the excuses, old man." The stout thug gestured towards his lanky partner, declaring, "My companion's club does not discriminate." Just as he finished speaking, the seemingly dim-witted lanky thug swung his spiked club, shattering a nearby stone wall. "Yes, boss. Right away, boss." As the club fell, the anticipated bloodshed did not ensue. An arm reached out from the side, catching the descending club with bare hands. Following that arm, a robust young man appeared before the crowd. Lynn, the fisherman, seeing this, quickly implored, "Don't be rash. You cannot provoke the people backing them." The one who intervened to save the fisherman was none other than Lynn, who had navigated through the windless expanse with great difficulty, following the recorded pointers. 2 weeks prior, Lynn had consumed the last of the supplies aboard the warship and, through sheer will, managed to navigate for another week, finally escaping the doldrums. However, the warship had been rendered utterly unserviceable due to the ravages of storms and calm waters, disintegrating shortly after. At that moment, Lynn was so famished that he had no strength left, clinging desperately to a wooden barrel as he drifted at sea. It was the fisherman, during his final excursion before the fishing moratorium, who discovered him and brought him back home. That night, the fisherman's household provisions were entirely consumed by Lynn. In gratitude and to repay his debt for the meals, Lynn temporarily took up work at the fisherman's shop. Yet, during the period of feral prowling, business was nearly non-existent, prompting Lynn to request a day off early that morning, the purpose of which remained unknown. The stout thug, observing the sudden appearance of this man, narrowed his eyes. His streetwise instincts warned him not to provoke someone whose background was unclear. Thus, the stout thug ordered his partner to cease hostilities and remarked coolly, "Debts must be repaid. That is the law." However, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Following Lynn's other hand, he spotted a glimmering small sea king being dragged along. Surely, it was unmistakable, a rare golden salmon, a small sea king valued at 1,000,000 berries. Could it be that this young man intended to settle his debt with that creature? Though the fish shop may elude them, acquiring a rare sea king worth 1,000,000 berries would be a lucrative deal indeed. With this thought in mind, the stout thug rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "You have shown wisdom. If you use that rare sea king to settle your debt, we shall consider the matter closed." Lynn, unbeknownst to the fisherman, had risked venturing out during the season of ferocious prowling to catch fish for him, leaving the fisherman profoundly grateful. "Thank you." Upon witnessing this scene, Lynn tilted his head in confusion and inquired, "What are you all talking about?" "I simply wanted to eat fish, so I went out to catch one. Do you wish to have some as well?" The others, upon hearing Lynn's words, were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Venturing out to sea during the season of ferocious beasts merely for the sake of fish? "Hey, do you even know what kind of fish that is?" bellowed the stout short thug. "That is a rare golden salmon worth a staggering 1,000,000 berries." "Is that so? It must be delicious," Lynn replied, swallowing hard. The stout thug gritted his teeth, his frustration reaching its zenith. Yet, the mysterious man before him, who had the audacity to fish during this perilous season, could not be underestimated. Thus, retreating temporarily to report this matter to their leader seemed the most prudent course of action. However, the tall, lanky thug, who had been seized by Lynn, suddenly howled, "You will not stop me. Let me smash that, you bastard." At this, the stout thug felt a jolt of alarm. The imbecile partner had gone mad. Yet, it was also an opportunity to gauge this man's prowess. Just as he pondered this, the stout thug sensed something was amiss. Why were his feet dangling in midair? Looking down, he realized that Lynn had grasped his head firmly in his hand. Simultaneously, the lanky thug's weapon had yet to be swung, as it too had been seized by Lynn. Lynn glanced down at the scattered papers on the ground and suddenly understood, breaking into a grin as she exclaimed, "So, they are moneylenders." 2 ruffians were firmly grasped by Lynn, one on each side, struggling futilely in her grip. Their attempts to escape were in vain. She possessed remarkable strength. Lynn turned to the fisherman and inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" "It's not about being fine." The fisherman quickly interjected, "Do not act rashly. The mastermind behind them is a formidable individual." However, the warning had come too late, as Lynn consumed the energy within him. His arms bulged with veins in response to the fisherman uncle's reply. "Heroic skill, cranium splitter. This is the proper application of this technique, seizing 2 individuals and violently colliding them together." Bang! The 2 ruffians crashed into one another, producing a muffled thud. Subsequently, Lynn released his grip, causing them to tumble to the ground. Our boss will not let you off, the short and stout thug gasped with his last breath, pulling out a wanted poster from his pocket and delivering a menacing proclamation. He is, after all, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Lynn casually remarked. He attempted to snatch my fish on the road earlier, and I gave him a thrashing. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lynn forcefully stomped beside the stout thug. With a resounding crash, the once smooth ground was instantaneously transformed into a deep crater. Lynn exhaled a breath of warmth from the corners of her mouth, embodying an unyielding war chariot. Now, shall we discuss the matter of interest? The short, stout thug felt the chilling breath of death looming beside him, rendering him speechless. He soon rolled his eyes back and fainted. Upon witnessing this scene, the townsfolk of Fisherman's Street emerged from their homes, and after a brief silence, erupted into fervent cheers. How remarkable, Lynn. You have just defeated the notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Thank you. Thank you for saving us, the people of Fisherman's Street. Lynn gazed upon the scene before her, her mind consumed by a singular desire, to savor fish soup this evening. In the East Sea, in the town of Rogue, a wanted criminal and his 2 accomplices were securely bound and imprisoned, awaiting their transfer to the Navy the following day. Meanwhile, the fishing street, which was typically quiet during the fishing moratorium, was graced by an unexpected feast. The fishermen of the street divided the resplendent salmon that Lynn had captured, reserving one half for a savory soup for themselves, while selling the other half to procure an abundance of meat and fine wine. In the heart of the street, a bonfire was kindled, and as night fell, the fishermen commenced their revelry. The clinking of wine glasses resonated with a crisp and melodious sound. Lynn had consumed 3 large bowls of fish soup. Ha ha ha, the golden salmon is an exquisite delicacy only the nobility can afford. The jovial fisherman chuckled. Addressing the others, thanks to Lynn, we are able to indulge in such culinary delights. Oh, long live Lynn. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere of Fisherman's Street began to grow increasingly lively. Hey Lynn, at your young age, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Have you considered my daughter? Come now. Do I really need to remind you that your daughter chased a suitor with a knife for 3 streets? Ha ha ha. You too. Lynn, why not consider my sister? She is renowned for her beauty in Rogue Town. As for Lynn, he remained silent, not out of reluctance to respond, but because his mouth was stuffed with barbecued meat and fish, rendering him unable to speak. The food from the outside world is truly delectable. Lynn was nearly moved to tears. He had not been deprived of exquisite cuisine. During his time in the Coliseum, Yarmouth Saint had presented him with an abundance of delicacies from every corner of the world, yet those dishes always seemed to lack a certain essence. That essence was derived from the warmth of human existence. The fisherman placed skewers of marbled meat upon the grill, with a sizzling sound. The fat within the skewers was rendered by the intense heat, cascading onto the charcoal below. Suddenly, flames leapt up with a crackle. After sprinkling on the spices, the savory aroma of the grilled meat wafted through Fisherman's Street. Ha ha ha, this grilling technique is something I learned from our chef during my voyages on the high seas. The fisherman beamed, sharing the perfectly cooked skewers with everyone. Lynn consumed half of all the meat skewers by herself. Ha ha ha, Lynn. You must definitely participate in the next eating contest in Rogertown. Lynn savored the skewered meat, nodding in acknowledgement. The fisherman approached Lynn's side. Behind them stood the fish shop, fiercely defended by the fishermen during the day. With a wistful sigh, the old man remarked, "This establishment is where I watched my son grow up. If that boy were still here, he would surely be as old as you are now." Upon hearing this, Lynn felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere, tinged with melancholy, and tentatively inquired, "Has he passed away?" To her surprise, the fisherman shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Passed away? No, no, absolutely not. He has simply gone to another street to sell fruits." Lynn, huh? The fisherman uncle, upon mentioning his son, became infuriated. That rascal claimed that fishmongers always have an unpleasant odor and expressed a desire to pursue his own fruit business. He truly lacks discernment. Lynn, let us pretend we did not hear that. Let us indulge in the feast. After expressing his grievances about his son, the elder gentleman rose and proclaimed to the assembly, in summary, "Let us extend our gratitude to Lynn for eliminating the scoundrel pirates that have long threatened our Fisherman's Street." Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers, raising their goblets in celebration. The elder fisherman, holding his cup, embraced Lynn's shoulders. "Come now, Lynn, a banquet devoid of wine is hardly worth attending." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the enigmatic man named Lynn, after consuming half a glass of beer, succumbed to an uncontrollable frenzy. In the dead of night, he insisted on taking to the sea at breakneck speed. The fishermen, exerting every ounce of strength, were unable to restrain Lynn, helplessly watching as he dashed towards the harbor. Along his tumultuous path, he overturned numerous stalls. Upon reaching the port, he collided with a band of pirates who had just plundered a small village near Rogue Town, preparing to set sail under the cover of darkness. In a startling turn of events, they witnessed a frenzied man crash into their ship's hull. creating a gaping hole several meters in diameter. The wooden vessel, unable to withstand such chaos, sank significantly at once. Remarkably, the man nonchalantly leaped back to the harbor from the wreckage. The pirates, infuriated by the damage inflicted upon their ship, surged forward to exact retribution from the man responsible. Consequently, the holding cell for wanted criminals in Fisherman Street found itself housing an additional group of pirates. The following morning, Lynn awoke amidst a jumble of debris. Draped in tattered cloth of unknown origin, he rose to wash his face. Lynn discovered that every individual on Fisherman Street greeted him with the same admonition: Lynn, please never drink again. At that moment, Lynn finally grasped the essence of Tiger's words. The terror unleashed by his inebriation was indeed formidable. Was it truly frightening? Yes. It was quite alarming. Fortunately, the pirate captain Lynn apprehended the previous night was also a wanted criminal, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Together with the previous pirate, Fisherman Street was now in possession of a staggering total bounty of 15 million berries. Ample enough to completely renovate the street and rectify the damage Lynn had caused. After a brief respite, Uncle Fisherman approached Lynn. I have news regarding the two matters you entrusted to me. Lynn expressed his gratitude to the fisherman uncle, and under the uncle's guidance, he arrived at a tattoo parlor located on a back street in Logtown. The proprietor of the establishment was a bald, white-bearded elder who had long been a friend of the fisherman. Thus, it was agreed that he would not delve into Lynn's background. However, upon glimpsing the brand on Lynn's right arm, the seasoned tattoo artist was momentarily taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. The mark of the celestial dragon's hoof. It was the unmistakable insignia of a celestial dragon slave. What could this young man possibly be? Yet, due to their prior arrangement, the elder suppressed his shock and curiosity. Inquiring, what would you like me to do? Cover this brand with another design, Lynn replied. The elder then handed Lynn paper and a pen, stating, you must create the design yourself, otherwise, I shall be complicit. Lynn nodded. 4 hours later, on Lynn's right arm, 4 letters have emerged. B-O-S-S. Boss. This designation served as Lynn's codename in the arena, and it is also the moniker under which he is featured on the wanted posters. The letters B and O obscure the original mark of the heavenly soaring dragon's hoof, while the remaining 2 S's flow gracefully, extending from his shoulder down to his forearm. The sleek design formed by these 4 letters was intricately tattooed on Lynn's right arm by the elderly tattoo artist, who, after a lifetime in the trade, could not help but exclaim in admiration, beautiful. This was the first task Lynn entrusted to the fisherman uncle. As for the second, Lynn arrived at the port, where a fisherman introduced her to an individual, a kind-looking, somewhat short elderly woman dressed in simple clothing. This is the wine merchant, Granny Sia, whom I mentioned to you before. And she is also an old friend of mine. Lynn exchanged a handshake with the elderly woman. Grandma Sia intended to venture to the place you mentioned to sell her wine, and you may accompany her along the way. Uncle Fisherman patted Lynn on the shoulder, saying, regardless of your identity, you have saved the people of Fisherman Street. Wishing you a safe journey, Lynn. Lynn smiled and nodded, then followed Grandma Sia onto the ship. The sailors of the merchant vessel were diligently occupied, and soon the time for departure arrived. Lynn waved farewell to the fisherman on the deck and turned her gaze towards the sea. Young man, what purpose do you have there? Grandma Sia inquired, somewhat puzzled. It's merely a small village. Do you have acquaintances there? Lynn replied, I would consider them acquaintances. Our destination is the East China Sea, specifically Windmill Village. Lynn discovered 3 navigational pointers aboard the warship, each directing towards the Navy headquarters, the Shambadi Archipelago, and Logtown in the East Sea. The first 2 destinations were utterly unattainable, rendering Logtown as Lynn's sole option. Upon his arrival in Logtown, he did not remain idle. After all, due to a series of incidents in the Shambadi Archipelago, his bounty had soared to an astounding 100 million berries. Furthermore, his declaration of war against the celestial dragons had led him to believe that his head had been marked with a staggering price in the underworld. The sum offered by the celestial dragons was sufficient to incite powerful monsters to take action against him, to prepare for the threats posed by those who sought his demise. Mastering the skill of hockey became Lynn's immediate priority. Consequently, he set his sights on the idyllic Windmill Village, also situated in the East Sea. This location was particularly favorable, as both Garp and the soon-to-arrive Shanks were unparalleled masters of hockey. No one in the East Sea possessed a deeper understanding of this formidable skill. As the sea breeze caressed the air, Grandma Sia's small merchant ship glided across the waves, with several sailors busily attending to their tasks. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from Logtown, and in 2 days they would reach Windmill Village. Sipping her hot tea, Grandma Sia remarked to Lynn, youth is truly a blessing. You are not old yourself, Grandma, Lynn replied with a smile. Through their days together, Lynn had learned some of Grandma Sia's past. This seemingly kind and gentle woman had once been the most beautiful maiden in Logtown's tavern, pursued by countless suitors, including wealthy merchants and even nobles. Yet, her heart belonged solely to a shipwright. In a romantic gesture, the shipwright crafted a vessel as a token of their love, but tragically, the day after its completions, he fell victim to a stray bullet amidst a skirmish between pirates and the Navy. Heartbroken, Grandma Sia transformed that ship into a merchant vessel, dedicating it to the sale of her beloved's favorite drink, morning romance. Decades have swiftly passed, and Grandma Sia has transitioned from a renowned beauty to a kind-hearted elder. Upon hearing Lynn's words, she chuckled with delight. Just then, the lookout on the ship suddenly shouted, "Grandma, a vessel approaches from the 9 o'clock direction." Lynn and Grandma Zia rose to behold a black pirate flag, adorned with the visage of a skull and crossbones. Lynn's mind wandered back to the name, the Black Cap Pirates. Captain Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries. This Captain Kuro was unlike any ordinary pirate. His forte lay in cunning schemes. One fateful day, weary of the nomadic life of a pirate, he orchestrated his own fake demise and stealthily infiltrated Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. Subsequently, Kuro spent 3 years gaining the trust of the wealthy young lady, Kaya, under the guise of the butler, Clabotter, with the intent of seizing her fortune. Only to be ultimately vanquished by Luffy. Calculating the time, Kuro should still be the captain of the Black Cap Pirates. However, what intrigued Lynn the most was Kuro's renowned technique, the silent step. It resembled the swift, feline-like movements of an assassin. One wonders how it compares in speed to one of the Marine's 6 powers, the Sarer. Lynn's eyes radiated with excitement. However, Aunt Xia regarded Lynn as merely an ordinary young person and hastily cautioned, "Their captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Do not speak. I shall handle everything." Subsequently, the ship of the Black Cap pirate crew, the Baiji Blaku, drew near to Aunt Xia's merchant vessel, casting several ropes to tether the 2 ships together. 2 figures leaped from the Baiji Blaku. One was stout, the other slender, both adorned with clawed gloves. They were the combatants of the Black Cap pirate crew, the feline brothers with a combined bounty of 7 million berries, the spotted cat, Bougie, and the Siamese cat, Sam. Sam surveyed his surroundings and spotted Aunt Xia, greeting her with familiarity. "Hey, old lady, you know our rules, right?" Of course, Aunt Xia nodded promptly. Retrieving a pouch of berries from her bosom and handing it to Sam, Lynn felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the situation at hand. A nearby sailor whispered an explanation. Unlike those brigands who would resort to robbery upon the first encounter, the Black Cap pirates would refrain from attacking vessels as long as a sufficient toll was paid. Another individual interjected. However, if the payment falls short or resistance is shown, the entire crew would meet a grim fate at their hands. Sam glanced at the meager sum in his pouch and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Is this all there is?" Granny Xia offered a wry smile, stating that business had been poor of late, with significantly fewer orders for alcohol. And the money at hand was merely enough to cover the toll. As per Mr. Klo's regulations, this was solely compensation for Captain Klo. Sam pointed to himself and Butch, grinning broadly. "Surely, there is no remuneration for our toil?" This left Granny Xia in a quandary. All the funds on board were allocated for this shipment of wine. "No need to wait for the next time, old woman." Sam tapped the nearby crate filled with liquor, asserting that he and Butch were eager to partake. So they would claim half of the cargo. Upon hearing this, Granny Xia's expression darkened. "You cannot do that." Meanwhile, Sam continued to press Granny Xia for favors. Concealed within the crowd, Lynn disguised himself as a sailor, silently observing the myriad schemes of the Black Cap pirates aboard the vessel, the Braku. On the deck, the Black Cap pirates were engrossed in the spectacle, yet 2 pivotal figures were conspicuously absent, the first mate, the hypnotist Zanga, and the captain himself, the cunning Klo. Lynn is now entirely capable of delivering a thorough beating to both Boozy and Sam, along with the other members of the Black Cap pirates. However, such an action would undoubtedly result in chaos, posing great danger to Grandma Xia and the other sailors. Among the myriad threats, the most perilous is Klo's ultimate technique, the Scythe of Death. This attack employs the silent step to unleash indiscriminate assaults, utilizing swift movements and the razor-sharp claws of his hands to annihilate numerous foes. Yet, this technique harbors a terrifying flaw. It is executed with such speed that even Klo himself may remain oblivious to what he has struck, whether ally or adversary. Anyone within its radius becomes a target of Klo's onslaught. The space on the deck is exceedingly confined, leaving no room for evasion. Should Klo resort to the Scythe of Death, it would inevitably result in widespread casualties. Lynn was determined to prevent Grandma Xia and her sailors from becoming embroiled in battle, thus avoiding a tragic repetition of her beloved's fate. Therefore, before locating CLO and ensuring a decisive strike against the enemy, Lynn could not afford to take action. She must not allow CLO the opportunity to wield the deadly harpoon. Yet, no matter how diligently Lynn searched, there was no sign of CLO on the deck of the Bounty Blaku. Was he not aboard the ship, or was he concealed within the cabin? Meanwhile, Sam was relentless, insisting on seizing half of Grandma Xia as cargo. Despite her continued pleas, Sam had lost all patience. With a sharp sound, his claws left 5 deep scratches upon the merchant vessel's deck. "Old woman, do you wish to suffer?" The beloved ship had been damaged, and Grandma Xia's expression darkened immediately. "Do you care for the ship so much?" Sam noticed her distress and raised his claws once more. "In that case, I shall not hold back." With a swift motion, his claws aimed at the nearby mast. In that fleeting moment, a figure surged through the crowd, seizing Sam's face and forcing it down upon the deck. Bougie hesitated for an instant, intending to assist, but was caught by the other hand of that figure. People like you are unworthy of drinking the wine aboard this ship. Lynn's countenance darkened, and his vigilance reached its zenith. He contemplated that even if he could not locate CLO, he must at least shift the battlefield to the ship, Baiji Balaku. Thus, at that very moment, the heroic skill, awe-inspiring, was primed for action. Awe-inspiring was a formidable ability that could forcibly hurl opponents to a designated location, with the user also being swept along in the movement. According to Lynn's strategy, he intended to utilize the power of awe-inspiring to launch Sam and Bougie onto the deck of Baiji Balaku, and then seize the opportunity to untie the ropes connecting the pirate ship to the merchant vessel, allowing Granny Shia and her companions to depart unscathed. In doing so, the battlefield would shift to the pirate ship, and Granny Shia and her group would be free from peril, no longer threatened by the looming danger of being drowned. After that, it would be Lynn's time to unleash chaos without restraint. However, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes, just as Lynn was about to make his move. A voice intercepted him. "Oh dear friend, do not be hasty." The voice emanated from Baiji Balaku, and as Lynn turned to look, he beheld the speaker clad in flamboyant dance attire, sporting heart-shaped sunglasses, and seemingly adorned with some unidentifiable plan upon his chin. It was none other than the deputy captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hypnotist Zhang Yao. Lynn cautiously surveyed the surroundings of Zhang Yao and inquired, "Where is your captain?" "Captain Klo is not present. Today, it is only us who have set sail," Zhang Yao replied. "Dear friend, might I request you to release our crew?" Lynn broke into a smile and asked for a reason. Because they had transgressed the rules set forth by Captain Crow, he would personally administer their punishment. Zhang pressed down the brim of his hat and suggested, as a gesture of goodwill, "We shall forego the toll this time, shall we?" Lynn pondered for a moment, then rose to release Sam and Bougie. He wished to spare Aunt Shia and the sailors from being unwillingly drawn into the fray, for such an outcome would only spell death and suffering for them, mirroring the tragedies of Aunt Shia's youth. The Cat brothers, having extricated themselves, retreated a few paces and assumed a combative stance towards Lynn. "You scoundrel, dare you lay a hand on us? Do you wish for death?" they shouted. In the distance, Zango slowly interjected, "Do you intend to defy Captain Kuro's established rules?" Upon hearing this, Sam and Bougie suddenly tensed, cold sweat trickling down their backs, paralyzed with fear. Within the Black Cat Pirates, Captain Kuro's orders were absolute. Those who defied him had been mercilessly torn to shreds by his fearsome 10 blades. As the first mate, "I command you to return to the ship." Zango's decree compelled the Cat brothers to leap back to their vessel with remarkable speed. Subsequently, the grappling hooks connecting the two ships were unfastened by the crew of the Black Cat Pirates. As they parted ways, Zango expressed his apologies to the merchant ship's crew. "I am sorry, Captain Kuro's rules are non-negotiable. You have paid your dues and should pass unhindered. As for the Cat brothers, Captain Kuro will ensure they receive their due punishment." And Shia hurriedly expressed her gratitude, watching the Black Cat Pirates ship depart. Meanwhile, Lynn silently observed the scene, a sense of doubt brewing within him. Was the cunning and treacherous Kuro truly a man who adhered to rules? Moreover, if that were the case, how did the Cat brothers dare to demand extra benefits from the outset? Something felt amiss. However, considering the presence of Aunt Shia and the sailors, engaging in direct confrontation with the Black Cat Pirates was undoubtedly a last resort. It was best to avoid conflict entirely. As for future matters, Lynn genuinely desired to challenge Kuro in a contest of speed, to discern whether his silent steps were swifter than his own fists. After the Black Cat Pirates had sailed into the distance, the sailors of the merchant ship finally exhaled in relief. Some marveled at Lynn's prowess, while others busied themselves with repairs. Regardless, they were, at last, safe. On the other side, within the captain's quarters of the Black Cat Pirates aboard the ship Baji Kuro, the Cat brothers Sam and Bougie knelt trembling before a man. He sported a slick-back hairstyle, donned a suit, and wore glasses with gloved hands that concealed 10 glistening blades. This seemingly refined gentleman was none other than Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Contrary to Zango's assertion, Kuro was indeed present on the ship. In fact, he had witnessed the entire preceding exchange through the captain's quarters window, including Lynn's intervention. Zango, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, why did you suddenly summon the Cat brothers back? In the past, we have always tacitly allowed their demands for extra benefits." Due to the 10 blades, Kuro adjusted his glasses and replied in a hushed tone, "Have I not frequently instructed you to keep an eye on external developments? Do you not recall?" The Cat brothers shook their heads in unison. "Incompetent fools," Kuro chastised, then turned to Zango. After a moment of contemplation, Zango's eyes widened in realization, and he rushed to rummage through the latest newspapers. "Found it," Zango exclaimed, presenting a newspaper alongside a wanted poster. "It's him, Boss Lynn Barrick, the instigator of the Sidi archipelago riot." Zango recalled the young man from earlier. Unable to suppress his astonishment, it was said that he had declared war against the celestial dragons with a bounty of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. The Cat brothers, upon hearing this, were drenched in cold sweat. They knew Captain Kuro was the strongest among them, with a bounty of merely 16 million berries. 100 million berries signified an immensely formidable foe. "Captain, should we not flee?" Sam stammered, a monster with a bounty of 100 million berries before he could finish. A flash of steel sliced through the air, leaving a gash on Sam's chest, blood gushing forth. Fool, refrain from speaking recklessly. Should you err again, I shall sever your tongue. Kuro flicked the blood from his tin blades, adjusting his glasses once more. The world government's bounty is determined by the level of threat posed to them. That young man declaring war against the celestial dragons and receiving a bounty of 100 million berries is not unreasonable. Zango queried. Are you suggesting that the bounty on him is inflated, and we may have the opportunity to eliminate him? No, Kuro shook his head, even if it is somewhat exaggerated. The fact that he could instigate such a large-scale event and subsequently escape to the East Blue indicates he possesses genuine skill. He is not someone we can handle. Which is precisely why I ordered your retreat. Zango remained perplexed. If that is the case, why did he not engage us then? He wished to protect those aboard the merchant vessel, Kuro responded. He feared I would employ the shaku. At this, the three others present could not help but swallow hard. They too feared such a merciless and indiscriminate assault. Zango covered his hat, saying, as expected of the captain, that young man is not a target we should confront. To their surprise, Kuro sneered. No, we shall engage. What? Immediately, Kuro produced a list. This is the bounty on Lynn Barrack's head in the black market, reportedly set by the celestial dragons. Zango leaned in to examine the list, gasping in astonishment. The reward was so substantial, it surpassed the entire fortune of the Black Cat pirates by hundreds of times. Most importantly, Kuro pointed to the list, the noble title. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Zango shook his head. It means we shall no longer live as hiding, fugitive pirates. Kuro exclaimed with fervor. If we claim Lynn Barrack's head, we will be recognized as nobles by the world government. No one shall dare to dispute our status. Zango was momentarily taken aback. Captain, do you no longer wish to be a pirate? I have grown weary of the pirate life. Kuro adjusted his glasses. Thus, we must take Lynn Barrack's head. By ourselves? That seems unrealistic. Zango still harbored concerns regarding the exorbitant bounty of 100 million berries. Of course, we shan't do it alone, Kuro retorted with a smirk. There are many ruffians in the East Blue. Among them, some will undoubtedly covet Lynn's head. Furthermore, Kuro continued, you must realize that since the Sidi archipelago riot, that young man has been missing. The celestial dragons must be desperate to eliminate him. If we inform the world government that we have located Lynn Barrack and are capable of eliminating him, merely seeking a little support, what do you think will happen? Kuro spread his arms wide, laughing exaggeratedly. Then we shall have the mightiest backing in the world government. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Crow's plan, Zong lowered his hat brim, bowing his head in silence. Should one say that he truly lives up to his reputation as the cunning Crow? Or should one conclude that the man before him has lost his mind? This mere pirate, with a bounty of just 16 million berries, dares to conspire against the world government. While Crow secretly concocts his audacious scheme, Grandma Xia's merchant ship has sailed for another 2 days, arriving at its destination, Windmill Village. This idyllic hamlet resembles a hidden paradise. Although it lies within the territory of the Goya Kingdom, it remains largely isolated from the kingdom, far removed from the chaotic politics and nobility, allowing its inhabitants to lead lives of tranquility and happiness. Windmill Village, the port. Lynn assisted Grandma Xia in disembarking from the vessel and helped transport a portion of the cargo from the hold to the port. While taking a respite, a group of villagers arrived, eager to lend a hand in moving the wine. At the forefront was a young girl with deep green hair, adorned with a headscarf. Good morning, Marquino. Grandma Xia greeted the girl with a warm smile and then introduced her to Lynn, saying, This is the buyer of this batch of wine and the proprietor of the tavern in Windmill Village, Marquino. Lynn was certainly familiar with her. This young woman had been running the tavern in Windmill Village since her childhood. In the future, whenever the red-haired Shanks lingered in Windmill Village, he would often indulge in drinks at Makino's tavern, where Luffy also consumed the devil fruit. Subsequently, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo resided together in the home of the mountain bandit Daden, and it was she who frequently brought the three brothers new clothes and food, occasionally imparting lessons in etiquette. Thus, in a sense, Makino could be regarded as the elder sister to Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. At this time, Makino was only around 20 years old, a delightful age brimming with youthful vigor. She brought hot tea to Granny Sia and served some chilled beer to the sailors. However, just as Makino was about to hand the beer to Lynn, she was vehemently stopped by a boatload of people. They had certainly heard about the drunken rampage from the residents of Fisherman Street. Makino, whatever you do, you must not let him drink, warned Granny Sia. Absolutely not. Not a single drop. At this moment, Makino was utterly baffled. But she could discern from the expressions of the sailors and Granny Sia that this matter was indeed very serious. Consequently, Lynn ended up, like Granny Sia, sipping hot tea. After everyone had transported the crates filled with alcohol to Windmill Village, Granny Sia bid farewell to Makino. Lynn waved his hand from the side. Yet he showed no intention of departing. Makino gazed at the man before her, who appeared to be of similar age, robust in stature, yet somewhat intimidating, and curiously inquired, Aren't you a crew member of Grandma Zia? Lynn shook his head, stating, I am merely a traveler, hitching a ride on a fortunate vessel. Do you intend to remain in Windmill Village, or shall you journey to the kingdom of Goa? Makino continued to inquire. I wish to stay here, awaiting someone. Lynn replied with a smile. It would be preferable to secure a job as well. I certainly do not wish to endure hunger. With Annie Zybeo's recommendation, it should pose no problem. After a moment's contemplation, Marquino replied, my tavern occasionally requires assistance with goods, and others in the village sometimes seek help with their tasks. Very well, Lynn nodded in agreement. He aimed to cultivate his mastery of hockey here, concurrently in search of a mentor in this discipline. Lynn awaited the arrival of either Garp or Shanks. Based on his estimations, it was most likely that he would encounter the red-haired Shanks. After all, Garp's whereabouts were unpredictable, predominantly occupied with naval duties and rigorously educating Luffy. While Shanks had lingered in Windmill Village for an extended period, one of the crewmates of the Pirate King from the New World, Lynn harbored a sense of anticipation. Long before crossing paths with Luffy, Shanks possessed a formidable strength, rivaling that of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. To witness the red-haired Shanks before his arm was severed would indeed be a thrilling experience. Thus, under the introduction of Makino, Lynn temporarily became a member of Windmill Village. Although the village chief, Yupa Slap, a stubborn man donned in a striped hat, harbored doubts regarding Lynn's origins, he could only begrudgingly welcome him. Thanks to the endorsement of Granny Shia, how proud he was. In the days that followed, Lynn settled into Makino's tavern. He assisted her in transporting goods and occasionally lent his strength to the villagers for various tasks. If one were to ascertain the impact of Lynn's arrival upon Windmill Village, it would be the increase in festive gatherings. Due to the nature of his fruit abilities, Lynn's appetite was several dozen times that of an average person. He felt rather embarrassed about consuming all the village's provisions daily, which would remind him of a certain prominent character from a classic literary work. Consequently, every couple of days, Lynn ventured into the depths of the forest to hunt, where colossal beasts became his primary sustenance. Each time he returned laden with his catches, Windmill Village would host a grand barbecue feast, allowing the villagers to indulge in delightful cuisine. However, Lynn felt a tinge of disappointment as he had yet to encounter Ace, who resided with the Dayton family, nor Luffy, who was undergoing rigorous training under Garp's Spartan regiment. 2 weeks had elapsed since Lynn's arrival in Windmill Village. Deep within the forest adjacent to the village, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Lynn. He positioned his hands in a combat stance, one forward and one back, his bare torso displaying an array of scars, a testament to numerous battles fought. Before him stood a colossal wild boar, towering approximately 3 meters high and stretching over 10 meters in length, its sharp tusks radiating an air of danger. Are you the king who frequently ambushes passersby in this forest? Lynn adjusted her breathing, and as her breath became steadier, her muscles gradually warmed, a fine sheen of sweat emerging upon her skin. Suddenly, the colossal wild boar kicked back its hind legs, charging towards Lynn like a relentless war chariot, trampling everything in its path. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn felt a tingling sensation in his fists. The skull of the monstrous creature before him was undeniably formidable. However, this did slightly hinder the giant boar's speed. At the very moment of impending collision with the boar, Lynn spread his arms wide, grasping the 2 formidable tusks with his hands. Come, O king, let us engage in a contest of strength. Lynn grinned, hot breath seeping through the gaps in his teeth, while a sinister golden glow pulsated beneath his pupils. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. A staggering 450 points of energy were instantly expended. This immense drain on energy elevated Lynn's physical capabilities to a terrifying level. Bang! Lynn grasped the wild boar's tusks with both hands and took a step forward. The ground beneath him yielded to create a large pit. Then came another step, and yet another. The colossal wild boar was forcibly pushed backwards by Lynn, its forehooves leaving deep gouges in the earth. It could hardly fathom how this diminutive human possessed such immense strength. Lynn propelled the wild boar forward for several dozen meters, then suddenly exerted force through her core, lifting the beast that weighed several tons with astonishing strength. Lynn, in a sudden burst of energy, leaped into action, shouting, "Smash it!" with a resounding crash. The colossal wild boar was forcefully brought to the ground by Lynn, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to its final breath. Lynn, after descending, leaned against the massive carcass of the wild boar, gasping for breath. The exertion was still insufficient. Lynn furrowed his brow. Compared to the intensely fierce battles of the arena, Windmill Village felt remarkably tranquil, offering little opportunity for Lynn to enhance his prowess. He engaged in relentless combat with the monsters of the forest, striving to grasp the threshold of dominance. However, after 2 weeks, his gains were meager. What, then, is the essence of dominance? Lynn let out a weary sigh, yet his spirits lifted upon gazing at the colossal wild boar beside him. Tonight, a delightful feast of pork chops awaited. After resting for a moment, Lynn donned his jacket and dragged the enormous boar back to Windmill Village. The villagers immediately recognized the impending celebration, handing over the boar to the local butcher. Lynn returned to Marquino's tavern and ordered a glass of chilled orange juice. As he took a sip, all traces of fatigue vanished. Just then, the tavern door swung open. A man entered and seated himself at the bar. "Ha ha ha, Marquino, bring me a cold beer," he bellowed. "Coming right up." Marquino's voice echoed from the kitchen. Meanwhile, the newcomer, while waiting, retrieved a wanted poster from his naval uniform's pocket. Is it true, Boss Lynn Barrick? He inquired, turning to Lynn with a grin. A bounty of 100 million berries on your head, the notorious criminal who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. What brings you to the East Blue? Lynn had to concede that the current situation diverged somewhat from his expectations. Instead of the crimson-haired Shanks, he was greeted at the tavern in Magino by the naval hero known as Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp. At this moment, Garp still sported a full head of black hair, though his temples had begun to show traces of gray. Dressed in his naval uniform, he sat at the bar of the tavern, holding Lynn's wanted poster in his hand. What could Garp possibly intend to do? A multitude of possibilities swiftly flickered through Lynn's mind. First and foremost, she dismissed the notion that it was an order from the celestial dragons. After all, during the World Conference years later, Garp was bold enough to unabashedly declare the celestial dragons to be fools. Could it be a mere coincidence? That too seemed implausible. For Garp held Lynn's bounty notice in his hand, clearly indicating that he had come prepared. Lynn finished the last sip of orange juice and smiled, saying, "What an honor it is that a naval hero knows my name. There was little choice, for Zephyr, that stubborn fool, had incessantly spoken of you." Garp dug into his ear, wearing a look of exasperation. Yet, suddenly, Garp's demeanor shifted, and the surrounding air seemed to come to a standstill. He cast a sidelong glance at Lynn and slowly inquired, "So, you have yet to answer my question. Boss Lynn Barek, what is your purpose for coming to the East Sea?" Faced with Garp's pressing inquiry, Lynn candidly replied, "To learn hockey." Garp's expression turned somewhat astonished upon hearing Lynn's response. He had anticipated Lynn would offer reasons akin to seeking seclusion or hiding, but to learn hockey? Garp's countenance darkened. "So, it appears you are yet another ambitious soul fixated on this era. A wanted criminal dares to proclaim such audacious claims before me. Is it confidence or mere ignorance?" Upon hearing this, Lynn suddenly burst into laughter and retorted, "Mr. Garp, are you here to capture me?" In an instant, before his words could fully escape his lips, Garp's fist, enveloped in a terrifying gust of wind, swept towards Lynn. The speed of the strike was astonishingly swift. Lynn was unable to evade and could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to block it. Bang! Garp's fist collided with Lynn's forearm, sending him and the bar stool flying backwards. Crash! In that fleeting moment, Lynn felt as though he had been struck head-on by a cannon, his arms throbbing with pain while his head spun in disorientation. When Lynn regained his senses and opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the azure sky. Astonishingly, he had been propelled outside the tavern by that singular blow. Raising his gaze, Lynn saw Garp stepping through the shattered entrance of the tavern, advancing towards him with deliberate strides. That arrogant little brat thinks I can be as easily swayed as that stubborn Zephyr. As Garp approached, he lifted his fist and brought it down with formidable force. Boom. The ground was cratered by Garp's fist, yet Lynn's figure was nowhere to be seen. In that split second before the punch landed, Lynn pressed his hands against the ground and leapt into the air in an exaggerated pose, parallel to the earth. In midair, Lynn replenished his energy to soothe his swollen and numb arms, inwardly marveling at the sheer might of Garp's iron fist. After all, he was the man who had relentlessly pursued the Pirate King, Roger, across the globe. It was also he who had reduced the old era's denizens to mere remnants. Just as Lynn was lost in his thoughts, Garp suddenly leaped beside him. Lynn widened her eyes in astonishment. Just as she began to utter the word wait, Garp had already brought his hands together, launching yet another powerful strike towards Lynn suspended in midair. Boom. Lynn was abruptly struck from midair by Garp, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the kitchen, Marquino, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out only to be met with a scene that left her wide-eyed and bewildered. The front door of the tavern lay in ruins, while outside, a haze of smoke and dust enveloped the area, with dozens of naval officers surrounding the tumult. To her surprise, the expressions on the faces of the Navy personnel mirrored her own confusion, as if they too were pondering the unfolding events. As the dust settled, Marquino recognized her old acquaintance, Mr. Garp, standing there, while Lynn lay on his back before him, the ground beneath him cratered from the impact. Before Marquino and the other naval officers could utter a word, Lynn, who had been motionless, suddenly performed a backward somersault, swiftly regaining his footing and retreating a few steps to create distance between himself and Garp. It was only then that Lynn had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. What had transpired? Why were there so many Navy personnel around? Had Garp truly come to apprehend him? Yet, he soon realized that the expressions of the surrounding naval officers were equally perplexed. Their murmurs reached Lynn's ears. "Hey, didn't Vice Admiral Garp say he was thirsty and went for a drink? Why is he fighting now? Who is that kid? Never mind who that kid is. But is there really someone who can withstand Vice Admiral Garp's punches? He must be a monster. Perhaps Vice Admiral Garp didn't he use his full strength? Are you blind? That crater in the ground is no joke." The chorus of speculation only deepened Lynn's bewilderment. If the accompanying Navy officers were unaware of his presence, what exactly did Garp mean by this confrontation? Lynn, perplexed by the situation, nevertheless summoned his energy to restore his body. He then half-clenched his fists, striking a familiar combat stance, a reflex born from instinct. Upon witnessing this, Garp could no longer maintain his previously stern demeanor. He erupted into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. "Ha! Just as Zephyr said, what a mad little rascal you are. Lynn was momentarily taken aback by this display. Meanwhile, Carp laughed until tears streamed down his face, recalling how Zephyr had mentioned a little brat who dared to engage him in a brawl without even understanding hockey. Initially skeptical, Carp was astounded to find such a child indeed existed. At these remarks, Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as though he were merely a plaything in Carp's hands. Yet, to his relief, it seemed Carp had no intention of capturing him. After all, while Zephyr could be considered a somewhat administrative figure, Carp was entirely a martial artist. With just a couple of casual punches, Lynn found himself struggling to maintain his footing. Perhaps it was best to catch his breath before inquiring about Carp's intentions. Just as he prepared to lower his stance, Carp unexpectedly struck his palm with a fist, producing a resounding clap. Hey, you little rascal. Why are you retracting your stance? Don't you wish to learn hockey? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. However, Carp continued. That fellow Zephyr claims he owes you a considerable favor. Allow me to repay it on his behalf. Nevertheless, mastering hockey is no easy feat. I lack the patience that Zephyr possesses. Carp twisted his wrist, producing a series of crackling sounds, and broke into a hearty laugh. So, you little rascal. As your entrance examination, let us engage in a spar. Lynn truly wanted to exclaim, you truly are something, Carp. In contrast to the earnest teaching methods of Zephyr, Carp's instructional style is nothing short of a Spartan regimen. An entrance examination consisting of a brawl, one could hardly consider those 2 punches a fight, were it not for the heroic fruit bestowing upon Lynn a monstrous regenerative ability. Those mere 2 blows would have been sufficient to confine Lynn to bed for the better part of a month. To make matters worse, Carp was there, heartlessly laughing. Ha ha ha. No wonder Zephyr holds this little rascal in such high regard. His physique is indeed robust. How frustrating. Lynn is currently experiencing an intense dissatisfaction. However, following this fleeting discontent, another thought emerges. In a certain sense, Cap's teaching approach appears to be more suited to her. Throughout her time in Windmill Village, Lynn has been reflecting on why her rate of improvement has stagnated. Upon careful consideration, she surmises that it may be due to the absence of the intensely rigorous combat environment found in the arena. Windmill Village is exceedingly tranquil. Even the beasts of the forest are merely seen as provisions in Lynn's eyes, failing to qualify as worthy adversaries. Lynn could not help but acknowledge that he was indeed an ardent fanatic, fervently craving and relishing the thrill of battle. I exist, therefore I fight. It was precisely for this reason that Carp's emphasis on experiential Spartan teaching was exactly what Lynn desperately needed. To have a man capable of repeatedly cornering the pirate king willingly take on the role of his opponent was an unparalleled stroke of fortune. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lynn suddenly propelled herself forward by pushing off the ground with her back foot, unleashing a left straight punch at Cap with astonishing speed. In response to the impending blow, Cap swiftly leaned to the side and seized Lynn's forearm. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Lynn intended to strike with her right fist to escape, only to be met head-on by another of Cap's powerful punches. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Lynn felt a sharp pang in his nose as he was once again sent sprawling through the air. This spectacle left all the surrounding Navy personnel utterly astonished. It was astonishingly swift. Whether it was Lynn's punch or Carp's movement, both men exhibited a velocity that was nothing short of extraordinary. They were, after all, elite members selected from various divisions of the Navy, trained under Carp in the art of the 6 styles, yet they had to concede that, in the face of Lynn's blows, escaping unscathed was utterly impossible, and any prospect of victory was non-existent. Who exactly was this young man? Why did he seem to have a connection with the infamous Black Arm Zephyr? And how could he possess such terrifying strength? Before long, some of the more observant sailors recognized Lynn. He was none other than the notorious criminal, Boss Lynn Barrick, who had instigated the riot at the Sidi archipelago, with a bounty of a staggering 100 million berries. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel could not help but engage in fervent discussions. The infamous outlaw, who had dared to declare war on the celestial dragons, and whose name resonated throughout the world, had arrived in the East Blue. Meanwhile, not far away, Machino overheard the Navy's chatter. How could it be? Lynn was a wanted criminal. Was Mr. Carp truly going to apprehend him? Machino reminisced about the time Lynn had spent in Windmill Village, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. She wished for the safety of both Mr. Carp and Lynn. She hoped neither would come to harm. While Machino silently prayed for their well-being, on the other side, Lynn, having been struck and sent tumbling by Carp's punch, was filled with a different sentiment, exhilaration. Soon, it would be time to find what he had been searching for. Lynn could not help but repeatedly recall the scene that had just unfolded. He had merely been struck on the nose, resulting in a slight soreness and discomfort, while his head had sustained minimal injury. This was because, at the moment when Carp had seized his forearm, Lynn had faintly sensed the impending rise of Carp's other fist. Consequently, he had promptly leaned back, alleviating some of the force and diminishing the impact of the blow. Was that the sensation of observation hockey? Lynn felt a sense of uncertainty, for a portion of the elite combatants possessed the ability to predict their adversaries' movements to a certain extent. He could not ascertain whether it was his own battle instincts at play, or if he had genuinely just grazed the threshold of observation hockey. You little rascal. How long will you remain sprawled out, unable to even let me take a single step? Carp's voice echoed once more. Meanwhile, a thought flickered in Lynn's mind. Let me give it another try. Lynn forcefully struck the ground with both hands, leveraging the recoil to propel himself upward. The strength of Carp was undoubtedly monstrous, thus Lynn refrained from any preliminary tests and directly unleashed his most formidable technique, heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Previously, in the Sidi archipelago. Faced with the obstruction posed by Zephyr and cornered into a desperate situation, Lynn had contemplated employing this move as a last-ditch effort, only to be interrupted by the indiscriminate cannon fire of the celestial dragons. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lynn had never executed this technique against a true powerhouse. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Lynn was certainly not going to let it slip away. The energy within him rapidly diminished. Energy level, 900, 1500, 800, 700, 400. 10 points of energy equated to what an ordinary human possesses. 500 points, a colossal influx of energy equivalent to that of 50 individuals, surged into Lynn's body, unleashing an incredibly fierce and savage strength that coursed through his limbs. This represented the greatest energy output Lynn had ever been able to summon in a single breath. Lynn marched steadily towards Carp, each step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Lynn's strides grew increasingly swift, a deep golden light flowing within his eyes, tracing a straight line through the air. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnesses to this spectacle, found themselves involuntarily retreating half a step, despite Lynn's intentions not being directed towards them. It was reminiscent of the audience's sentiments in the arena. In light of the terrifying momentum of this move, the surrounding environment felt rather constricted. Yet, Lynn's true target, Carp, remained firmly planted in place, a smile gracing his lips, unwavering in his stance. In fact, from the onset of the battle until now, Carp had not moved an inch. In an instant, Lynn surged forward, standing before Carp. His right hand extended, pressed against Carp's chest, his momentum unwavering as he continued his advance. At last, Carp's expression shifted. Such immense strength. Carp composed himself, attempting to halt Lynn's forward momentum with his own body, yet he was unexpectedly propelled backward by Lynn's sudden might, leaving marks akin to ruts on the ground beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. At the moment of raising his foot for the 3rd step, Lynn's advance came to a halt, for he discovered he could move no further. His palm still rested against Carp's chest, but as he attempted to push Carp onward, an epiphany struck him. It felt as though he were trying to budge a mountain. Astounding, under normal circumstances, one could advance their opponent several paces forward. However, facing Carp, even with Lynn exerting all his strength, he had only managed to push him back 2.5 steps. Yet, Lynn's assault was not yet concluded. The astounding maneuver unfolded in 2 phases. The first phase, bearing the opponent forward. The second phase, a strike. Lynn let out a growl. His muscles tensed to their utmost limit as his hand forcefully pressed down upon the chest of Carp. Yet, it was in vain. No matter how fiercely Lynn exerted himself, Carp stood unwavering like an immovable mountain, resolute and unyielding. Lynn clenched his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. He summoned the last remnants of his energy, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. In that fleeting moment, even Lynn himself failed to notice that the surrounding air had suddenly dropped a few degrees. Something was changing. However, Carp was acutely aware of the shift. He seized Lynn's arm, his grin wide with satisfaction. That's enough, you little rascal. You've passed the entrance examination. Carp grasped Lynn's forearm, his expression still one of approval. Yet, upon hearing those words, Lynn did not halt his advance. He was tantalizingly close to grasping the essence of a new skill. But Carp suddenly exerted force, hurling Lynn away, causing him to crash to the ground. Before the dust could settle, Lynn sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly. Again, ha! Carp could not help but laugh heartily. Don't rush, you little rascal. There is plenty of time for your antics. After his laughter subsided, Carp waved his hand, and the surrounding Navy personnel quickly formed ranks, preparing to depart. Lynn quickly intervened, saying, wait a moment. Oh, right. Suddenly, Carp slapped his forehead, retrieved something from his pocket, and tossed it to Lynn. Lynn took a look and discovered it was a recording pointer. Take good care of your injuries. Otherwise, in your current state, you won't be able to keep up with my training, Carp remarked with a grin. Given your resilience, a few days of rest should suffice. Once you have recuperated, follow that pointer to find me. Subsequently, under Carp's guidance, the Navy personnel formed a line and departed from Windmill Village. On the other side, upon hearing Carp's words, Lynn's tense body and nerves instantly relaxed, causing him to fall back onto the ground, gasping for breath. The sudden expenditure of 500 energy points had indeed placed a tremendous burden on his physique. Not far away, Marquino rushed over upon witnessing this scene. Lynn, are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, Lynn replied, shaking his head. Carp's intervention had been measured, inflicting no severe harm upon Lynn. However, the 2 punches had left him feeling as though his body were in disarray. The fatigue and soreness resulting from the substantial energy consumption coursed through Lynn's entire being as he lay on the ground, raising his right hand to observe the pointer in his grasp. Carp's training, is it? Lynn smiled broadly and turned to ask Marquino beside her. Are there any boats in Windmill Village that can set sail? I have a small one docked at the harbor, sufficient for a voyage, Marquino replied with a nod. She had overheard the conversation between Cap and Lynn, sensing that they were not adversaries, which eased her concerns. As for the agreement between Cap and Lynn, Marquino understood that she had no grounds to impede them, so she could only assist in ways within her capacity. Gently wiping Lynn's face with a handkerchief, Marquino inquired, "When do you plan to set sail? I would like to prepare in advance." Lynn hesitated not for a moment, proclaiming, "Now?" The sun shone brilliantly, casting a shimmering glow upon the surface of the sea. A warship glided gracefully forward, its bow resembling the enormous head of a dog clutching a bone. Any naval aficionado would instantly recognize this vessel as belonging to the celebrated naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At this juncture, Garp's ship likely carried around 50 elite naval soldiers, each meticulously selected from various branches of the Navy, their combat experience and prowess far surpassing that of their contemporaries. Their mission was to embark upon a deserted isle for rigorous training in the 6 forms of naval techniques. Sara, Tekai, Jeppo, Shirgan, Rankyaku, and the like represent the pinnacle of naval martial arts, capable of propelling practitioners beyond the limits of human physicality. Yet, an eerie atmosphere permeated the warship. Aside from the personnel navigating the vessel, the remaining sailors stood in orderly formation upon the deck, their expressions peculiar, eyes furtively glancing backward. Garp stood before them, gazing out at the ocean, extracting a piece of sunbae from a bag and consuming it with great relish. His aide-de-camp could no longer restrain himself, urging Garp, "Sir, do you truly believe he is all right?" The naval officer he referred to was situated at the rear of the warship, aboard a small boat a few meters in length. On that small craft, a mound of food was immediately visible. A hand emerged from the heap, seizing a bone and roast, which was then quickly devoured in a single gulp. Lynn Barrick, at this moment, was aboard Machino's small vessel, pursuing Captain Carp's warship. A few days of rest to recuperate? That was simply inconceivable. The opportunity to be personally mentored by Carp was one that Lynn could not afford to wait a single day for. He resolved to set sail immediately, in order to restore his strength and replenish his energy as much as possible during the journey. Lynn exchanged a substantial amount of food in Windmill Village for the giant wild boar he had just hunted, loading it all onto Machino's small boat. Thus, a peculiar yet reasonable scene unfolded behind the naval warship. Before Lynn lay the log pointer that Carp had given him. With his right hand, he incessantly stuffed food into his mouth, while his left hand held a book. In between rowing, Lynn continued to peruse its pages. The sailors aboard the warship observed this spectacle and began to speculate about Lynn's identity and the deeper significance behind his peculiar behavior. Is that lad truly human? Having sustained such grave injuries, how is he now so lively? He consumes an enormous amount of food. Does he intend to devour the entire cargo? Why does he keep reading that book? I've heard tales of a notorious pirate known as the Tyrant, who enjoyed reading while sailing. Could Lynn Barrick be connected to the Tyrant? What could that book possibly contain? The mysterious book in Lynn's hands sparked boundless curiosity among the sailors aboard the warship. However, due to the distance, they could not discern the title on its cover. Thus, only Lynn possessed knowledge of the book's name. It was indeed a significant tome, a guide to navigating small manually powered vessels. She took a few bites of meat, glanced at the book, and then set it aside, focusing on the recording pointer and the warship ahead, rowing the boat with measured strokes. Lynn harbored no desire for such a predicament. However, he was utterly ignorant of nautical knowledge. Although navigating a small boat may seem similar whether on a lake or at sea, the two experiences were fundamentally different. Mastering the art of sailing on the ocean was undeniably a skillful endeavor, even with a clear destination ahead. A lack of sailing expertise could easily result in being swept away by the currents to unforeseen locations. Lynn had previously struggled to master the navigation of a warship, yet he remained incapable of maneuvering a small boat. In an act of desperation, he borrowed a book from Magino, diligently studying its contents while attempting to row. A true instance of learning and applying knowledge in real-time. On the warship, Carp erupted into hearty laughter as he responded to his officer's inquiry. Aha! What a vivacious little rascal. No need to concern ourselves with him. Gazing out at the vast ocean ahead, Carp's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, he had come specifically to seek out Lynn. Earlier, through the transponder snail, Zephyr had informed Carp that Lynn and Tiger had set sail aboard his warship. For the fishmen, the ocean represented their homeland, yet Lynn, being a capable individual, could only rely on that warship to journey to the next island. However, that warship possessed merely 3 log pointers. Lynn is unlikely to venture to the Sidi archipelago or the Navy headquarters. Thus, the only place he is most likely to go is Logtown, located in the East Sea. Carp initially intended to seek out Lynn in Logtown, but upon his arrival, he learned that Lynn had already departed for Windmill Village. How dare that little rascal visit my home? Without further contemplation, Carp, accompanied by a ship full of elite Navy personnel, made his way to Windmill Village, where he finally encountered the infamous Lynn Barrick. His aide, after some hesitation, mustered the courage to address Carp, stating, "Vice Admiral Carp, that individual is the most notorious criminal named by the Celestial Dragons." Are you truly? The aide's words remained unfinished, clearly referring to Carp's intention to teach Lynn the art of hockey. The notion of the naval hero imparting such skills to a criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries was utterly unprecedented. Indeed, Karp nodded. This is a promise I made to an old friend, and I must uphold it. The aide wished to inquire further, but was silenced by Karp's fierce gaze. With the aide no longer by his side, Karp seized the rare moment of tranquility to reflect on recent memories. Over a month ago, through a din mushy, Karp had heard about Lynn from Zephyr. At that time, Zephyr spoke with a long-lost excitement, exclaiming, "Karp, do you know? In this era, there is a young lad whose dream is to be a hero." Haha. Karp could still recall Zephyr's laughter, a sound that had become rare since the tragic loss of his wife and child to pirates. In this era, there existed a youth whose aspiration was to be a hero. Haha. Through the din mushy, Karp discerned Zephyr's emotions, a genuine joy. If only I had encountered him sooner. Karp mused. After the laughter subsided, Zephyr reflected, if we can reach him before they do, that boy will undoubtedly become an exceptional Navy officer. They referred, of course, to the celestial dragons, who had enslaved Lynn, ensuring that their property could never join the Navy. Thus, the name Lynn Barrack was fated to be absent from the Navy's roster. Regarding the events at the Sidi archipelago, Karp felt he owed that boy a significant debt of gratitude. Zephyr, grinning widely, added, "Should you cross paths with him on these seas, do not forget to convey my thanks." Returning to the present aboard the warship, Karp sighed deeply. This is why I say Zephyr is so obstinate. Neglecting to repay a debt of gratitude will only lead to restless nights. Since Lynn Barrack is not a pirate, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Once it is accomplished, Zephyr, you must treat me to a drink. Karp thought to himself. Lynn was enjoying a meal. Within just a few short hours, the once abundant provisions on the small boat had been nearly depleted. Lynn let out a satisfied burp and called out to the warship ahead. "Hey, is there any water?" "Yes." The sailors aboard the warship were momentarily stunned, yet, since Rear Admiral Karp did not object, they naturally would not refuse such a minor gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, one of the sailors tossed a bottle of water to Lynn. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn possesses the remarkable ability to heal himself to a certain extent by consuming his internal energy reserves. The severity of his injuries directly correlates with the efficacy of this self-healing process. The greater the harm endured, the more pronounced the restorative effects. The advantages and disadvantages of this technique are starkly apparent. On the one hand, Lynn can attain an astonishing regenerative capacity even when on the brink of death, endowing him with a physique akin to that of a monster, enabling him to engage in direct combat with top-tier powerhouses such as Zephyr and Karp. On the other hand, the drawbacks are equally evident. When Lynn's injuries are relatively minor, his self-healing ability diminishes, rendering it only slightly superior to that of an ordinary individual. Consequently, while he can utilize vast amounts of energy to mend his grievous wounds, he finds it challenging to swiftly return to his true peak condition. Always falling just short, Lynn assessed her current physical condition. Energy level, 900-1500. Numerous minor bruises adorned her body, and her limbs ached with swelling and discomfort. However, aside from that, the severe injuries inflicted by Karp had nearly healed. With a resounding thud, Lynn's fists collided with anticipation. He could hardly wait to experience the teachings of Karp. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Lynn found himself lost in contemplation while seated in the small boat. In the final moment of his duel with Karp, he felt as though he had touched upon something profound. Was it hockey? No, that wasn't it. Lynn shook his head. He had devoted himself entirely to the development of his fruit abilities, and thus Lynn was acutely aware of what that sensation truly signified. A new heroic skill, perhaps? As Lynn rowed his boat, he began to delve into his memories and combat experiences in search of answers. After approximately an hour, a small island emerged in the sight of the group. It was a vast, uninhabited isle, half shrouded in dense forest, while the other half boasted a smooth expanse of grassland. Such an improbable environmental composition did not ignite discussions among the crew, for the peculiarities of this ocean were far too numerous. Anchoring the boat, the team disembarked and set up camp in the grassy area near the shoreline. Resolutely avoiding the forest edge, the lieutenant methodically organized everything. He possessed ample experience in such matters, particularly due to the unreliability of his superior. Meanwhile, Karp lay snoring on the grass. After some time, Lynn secured his small boat and reclined on the grass as well. The sunlight and the fragrance of the grass were potent lullabies. Consequently, it wasn't long before Lynn's eyes fluttered shut and he succumbed to slumber. Observing this scene, the lieutenant couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. In a certain sense, this man named Lynn Barrack bore quite a resemblance to Admiral Karp. Evening soon descended. The Navy personnel erected tents on the grasslands and kindled bonfires around them. Upon completing these tasks, the lieutenant decisively disrupted Karp's delightful dreams. Have I fallen asleep? Oh dear, I must assist in setting up the tents. The lieutenant, suppressing the urge to spit blood, remarked, Admiral Karp, all preparations have been completed. Oh, I truly appreciate your help. Karp chuckled heartily, scratching his head, only to suddenly notice that Lynn was still asleep nearby. You rude little rascal, wake up! Karp bellowed, lifting his foot and sending Lynn flying. Lynn opened her eyes groggily in midair, and upon catching sight of Carp, she instinctively grasped the situation. Was a battle about to commence? A spark of excitement flickered in Lynn's eyes as he pivoted midair, landing on his feet and surging towards Carp. However, Carp merely scratched his ear and deftly sidestepped, causing Lynn to miss his target entirely. The impetuous young lad truly had a hasty disposition. Carp gestured for Lynn to come closer, signaling that it was time to elucidate the training regulations. Speaking, Carp approached the assembly of naval officers. The 6 styles transcend the limits of human capability. To master the 6 styles, one must first push their physical endurance to the utmost limit. Only upon reaching this pinnacle can one aspire to surpass it. This island is remarkably unique, divided into 2 distinct zones, the grassy plains and the forest. The plains are an utterly safe haven, while the forest teems with ferocious beasts, including exceptionally savage monsters. Your task is to rest in the plains and then venture into the forest, where you shall exhaust your physical capabilities to their limits and thereby grasp the essence of the 6 styles. Do you understand? The 50 elite naval officers present snapped to attention. Yes, Rear Admiral Carp. Subsequently, the training regimen for the 6 styles commenced under the guidance of the first officer. Yet, Lynn remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon Carp. With a raised eyebrow, Carp remarked, "You impudent brat, if you wish to comprehend hockey, you must join them in confronting the monsters of the forest." Indeed, I am determined to face the monsters. Lynn clashed his fists together, his gaze fixed intently on Carp, grinning with excitement as he exclaimed, "But the strongest monster is right before us." Carp chuckled helplessly, then slowly moved, tracing a large circle of about 10 meters in diameter on the ground with the tip of his foot. "Little brat, pay attention to this circle," Carp instructed. "With all your might, when I am knocked out of this circle, it will mark the moment your hockey awakens." Bang! Whoosh! Before Carp's words had fully settled, Lynn had already planted his foot on the ground and launched himself towards Carp with astonishing speed. Let us battle. Later that day, on another deserted island in the East Sea, 3 pirate ships lay anchored by the shore. The vessel swayed gently with the waves, and whispers floated up from aboard. At this very moment, the 3 most notorious pirates of the East Sea were convening on this island: Click, the Jester, and the Admiral. As darkness descended, tension simmered beneath the night sky. The 3 pirate crews, each bearing distinct banners, were anchored nearby. "Hey, are you really pirates?" One pirate sneered, grinning mockingly at the others. "You look like a circus. It's hilarious. Want to try our deadly tricks, you bunch of cat-eared freaks?" The crew on one ship erupted in laughter. "Silence, you fools." A pirate from the 3rd ship sharpened his knife, the glint of the blade reflecting on his face. He couldn't fathom why their captain had agreed to meet with these lowly scum. "Do you want to die, you bastard? Are you ready to fight? Don't wet your pants now." The 3 crews exchanged fierce taunts. At that moment, the captains and key officers of the 3 pirate crews were gathered on the deserted island for a specific purpose. Meanwhile, within a long-abandoned naval outpost on the remote island, a group of uninvited guests stood before a tattered naval flag, weathered by time. They stood at 3 different angles, each wary of the others. Click's pirate crew, Captain Admiral Click, with a bounty of 17 million berries, the Phantom Akin, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Black Cap pirate crew, Captain Clo, with a bounty of 16 million berries, Hypnotist Zango, with a bounty of 9 million berries, and the Buggy pirate crew, Captain Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries. The notorious villains of the East Sea had gathered here, total bounties amounting to 69 million berries. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being a devil fruit user. Daring to come here alone to meet us, Click remarked, his lavender hair and heavy armor contrasting sharply as he grinned at Buggy. "Is it the chop fruit? It suits your clownish demeanor. What, do you have an issue with me?" Buggy retorted with a sneer. "That armor looks heavy. Want me to help you remove a few pieces?" In an instant, the tension in the room escalated as Click and Buggy prepared for a confrontation, with Buggy brandishing a dagger and Akin revealing his twin canes, ready for battle. "Please, remain calm," Clo interjected, pushing up his glasses with a smile. "We are all here for a singular purpose, after all." "Ha ha, let's not forget we were all invited here by you, Clo," Click warned, turning to Clo. "If your topics bore me, you know the consequences. If you want me to intervene, it won't come cheap." Buggy licked his dagger, asking, "What about the great treasure you mentioned, Clo? And my Grand Line navigational chart?" Click added, "Yes, what about that?" Clo adjusted his glasses and explained, "Gentlemen, please don't rush. We are still waiting for one more guest." At this, both Click and Buggy exchanged puzzled glances. "Who could it be?" Click inquired. Clo smiled enigmatically. "A few days ago, I contacted the world government." Swish. Before Clo could finish, Buggy turned sharply and strode towards the exit. Clo was taken aback. "Are you leaving already?" Buggy nodded, frowning. "Apologies, but if the world government is involved, I do not wish to participate." Without waiting for Clo to press further, Buggy exited the room and made his way swiftly back to his ship. "Captain Buggy." The members of the Buggy pirate crew rushed to greet him. "What did Clo invite you for?" However, Buggy had no time to respond. He was busy directing his crew to leave the island as quickly as possible. After all, he was once a crew member of the Pirate King Gold. Roger, having traversed the Grand Line with him, and his perspective far surpassed that of Chloe and Click. Thus, upon hearing the mention of the world government, Buggy made a firm resolution to distance himself from this affair as much as possible. Cooperation? What a joke. In the face of the colossal world government, mere bounties of several million berries are insignificant as ants. If you seek death, I shall not accompany you. Crew. Set sail at full speed. Buggy departed, but Click remained, intrigued by Chloe's words. Waiting for another guest? Contacted the world government? Just then, footsteps echoed outside. Tap, tap, tap. A peculiar figure pushed the door open. Tall and lean, he donned a white suit and a cloak, with an exaggerated red mask adorning his face, truly a bizarre sight. Is everyone here? The odd figure's voice was deep, unmistakably masculine. Upon hearing this, Click felt an urge to assert dominance over the newcomer. But Chloe's next words left him and akin stunned. Yes, everyone is present. Chloe nodded slightly. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual from the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP5. Had Lynn been present, he would have immediately recognized that the figure's attire was not characteristic of the well-known CP5, but rather belonged to the upper echelons of CP19. A high-ranking official from the Supreme Intelligence Agency, CP0. Yet, the pirates present were oblivious to these distinctions. They had only heard the words World Government's Intelligence Agency. In an instant, Click prepared to flee. Chloe, are you trying to have the Navy capture us all? However, Chloe shook his head, remaining calm. Admiral, the world government is not the same as the Navy. For them, as long as there is value, even pirates can be partners. Click furrowed his brow. He had always found Kuro to be rather unsettling, and now that feeling was amplified. How dare a mere pirate propose a collaboration with the world government? Click pondered for a moment before inquiring. What exactly are you scheming, Kuro? Did you not clarify matters with them? The strange man, upon hearing this, spoke with a hint of displeasure in his voice. My apologies, sir. I was just about to explain. Kuro slightly nodded to convey his regret and then addressed Click. I summoned you here to unite our strengths against a common foe. Click was even more perplexed. What manner of individual could necessitate an alliance between pirates and the world government? At that moment, the strange man retrieved a wanted poster from his pocket and said slowly, Boss Lynn Barrack, the instigator of the Sidi archipelago riot, with a bounty of 100 million berry. He is a globally notorious criminal. And should anyone assist us in eliminating him, we shall offer a substantial reward. After finishing his statement, the strange man placed a list on the table before them. This is merely a preliminary reward. Should our endeavor succeed, I am confident that those who bid will be more than willing to offer additional gratuities. Click gazed at the list presented by the strange man, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The rewards were extravagant. He could hardly fathom what kind of person could afford such a lofty price. However, Kuro interjected, and I happen to be aware of Lynn Barrack's whereabouts. Are you out of your mind? Click retorted abruptly. I have heard of that incident. He is a monster capable of escaping the Navy's tight encirclement. With a bounty as high as 100 million berry, how dare you contemplate such a reckless course of action? Calm yourself, Admiral. Kuro adjusted his glasses. Let us not forget who stands before us. Click's gaze shifted to the strange man, more precisely, to the significant figure from the world government. The expression on Click's face transitioned from shock to a smile. As he examined the reward list further, he discovered what he had hoped to see, a grand line nautical chart. To dare to pursue a monster with a bounty of 100 million berry, Kuro. You truly are a madman, Click exclaimed. He then turned his attention back to Kuro. It seems we are indeed destined to form a pirate alliance. On the vast ocean at midnight, the buggy pirate ship surged forward at full speed. They had been sailing at an accelerated pace for nearly an hour. The lookout reported. Captain Buggy, no naval vessels or pirate ships spotted in the vicinity. Good, maintain vigilance. Buggy nodded, instructing his crew to remain alert. He sat atop a crate, his back drenched in cold sweat. Some thoughts always grew more terrifying the more one dwelled upon them. If that man named Kuro had not been lying, and he truly made contact with the world government, then regardless of his intentions, there would be no favorable outcome for him. Schemes, merely a joke. In these waters, cunning requires strength as its foundation. No matter how intricate your plots, if you lack the might, to the world government, you are but a clever little ant. Thankfully, they were moving swiftly. Buggy took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. If the government's representatives arrived and he wished to withdraw, having learned of the collaboration between pirates and the government, his fate would be sealed, death. A chill coursed through Buggy's heart. At that moment, the beast tamer Machi and the acrobat Kabeji approached Buggy, accompanied by Machi's enormous pet lion, Ricky. Hey, Captain, why are we sailing so quickly? Didn't Kuro mention treasure? Awoof. Ricky chimed in. Hey, Captain, you can't hoard the treasure for yourself. Awoof. Captain, speak to us, Captain. Awoof. Awoof. Enough. You fools are deafening. Buggy erupted, rising and delivering a punch to each of their heads, including Ricky's. I am currently rejoicing in my miraculous survival, and you lot are too noisy. Machi and Kabeji covered their heads, bowing their heads in submission. We were wrong, Captain. Awoof. Honestly, Buggy sighed and slumped back down. It was already frightful enough. With your incessant chatter, I feel utterly drained. Since that is the case, Captain Buggy, why not take a vacation? Machi suggested suddenly. A vacation? Buggy raised an eyebrow, then began to laugh. What a splendid idea, Machi. Kiki. Machi scratched his head. I heard there's an uninhabited island with beautiful scenery. Shall we go there? Uninhabited island? The mere mention of those three words made Buggy feel uneasy, fearing that some monstrous beings might be congregating there. Thus, he shook his head. No. I have a better choice. The crew inquired. Where? Rogue Town. Buggy stroked his chin and smiled. I have long been informed that it is quite lively there. Let us go drink and soak in hot springs. Crew, set sail. Oh. The pirates cheered in response. Buggy joined in their jubilant exclamations, striving to forget the recent events. His choice of Rogue Town as a vacation spot was motivated by a reason known only to him. Whenever he thought of the scoundrels from the world government, he could not help but think of his captain. Rogue Town held special significance for the members of the Roger Pirates, having narrowly escaped disaster. He sought to pay his respects to his captain. Captain Roger, grant me, Buggy, your good fortune. Inside a room, Kuro had devised a plan. He pointed to a location on the map and addressed Click and the strange man. We shall execute Lynn Barrack right here. The designated site was none other than Rogue Town. The grand performance is about to commence. Kuro could not contain his laughter, then turned to the strange man. I hope you from CP5 will honor your promise. Of course, no problem, the strange man nodded. As long as we can eliminate Lynn, the eccentric individual let out a cold snort, remaining noncommittal. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded. Kuro and Click departed the deserted island, each accompanied by their respective crews. The one who claimed to be from CP5, but was in fact a member of CP0, lingered until the end. He retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and contacted someone. BRR. Click. A familiar voice emerged from the other end of the line. Are you aware of Lynn Barrack's whereabouts? The speaker was none other than the celestial dragon, Saint Kindmas, situated in Mary Geoise. The CP0 member responded, no. That man named Kuro is tight-lipped and maintains excellent confidentiality. Until we ascertain Lynn Barrack's location or ensure his demise, that insignificant insect's life must be preserved. Kindmas's voice was frigid. You know what to do thereafter, right? Indeed, the eccentric nodded. I shall eliminate all those in the know. How dare such a mere insect negotiate with me? This matter must not be allowed to circulate. Kindmas was exceedingly enraged. Yet he could not act against Kuro and his companions just yet. He needed to utilize them to confront Lynn Barrack. The Navy was certainly not the personal army of the celestial dragons, a fact Kindmas begrudgingly acknowledged. Nevertheless, the troublesome facade had to be maintained. The Navy could not deploy a considerable force solely for Kindmas to scour the seas for Lynn. Therefore, Kindmas required a seemingly impartial third party for assistance. At that moment, Kuro, that insignificant insect, managed to contact him through a convoluted series of governmental telephone transfers, unaware he was communicating with a celestial dragon. Kuro expressed that he was aware of Lynn Barrack's location and was more than willing to procure the head of Lynn for the promised reward. However, he insisted that due to Lynn Barrack's formidable strength, he required the assistance of the world government. Kindmas acquiesced and dispatched a CP0 member, who falsely claimed to belong to CP5, to engage with Kuro's faction. Once the task was accomplished, Kindmas's plan was straightforward. Eliminate all those privy to the information. Understood, the eccentric continued, but Kuro's side demands a substantial supply of seastone weaponry. Fulfill all his requests. After all, they will be dead soon. And we can retrieve the items afterward. Indeed. Remember this. As long as we can eliminate Lynn Barrack, the celestial dragons can afford any price. Click. Kindmas ended the call. In Rogue Town, a small town in the East Blue, an unimaginable storm was brewing. Meanwhile, Buggy had donned his beach attire, ready to relish his vacation in Rogue Town. Rogue Town. Here I come. Smoker, a 22-year-old Marine lieutenant and smoke fruit user, was under the tutelage of the legendary former Admiral Zephyr. As a rare Logia-type devil fruit user, Smoker was undoubtedly among the elite of the younger generation within the Navy. With a serious demeanor and a diligent training regimen, aside from being a heavy smoker, he was nearly the perfect newcomer to the Navy. Thus, when the Navy headquarters ordered Carp to assemble an elite rookie squad for training in the 6 forms, Smoker was naturally recommended by Zephyr. The prospect of being personally trained by a Marine hero filled Smoker with excitement and anticipation, at least for a while. After more than 10 days of training, upon landing on the deserted island, he found himself engulfed in existential doubts. He witnessed a notorious criminal, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, casually roaming the island while undergoing special training with Carp alongside them. The purpose seemed quite clear from the outset, to cultivate hockey. This latent power within one's body was a true testament to a formidable warrior. Even among their elite group of Marine recruits, they were far from reaching the level required to cultivate hockey. Yet now, the Marine hero intended to impart hockey to a wanted criminal with such a high bounty? What was more perplexing was that this criminal appeared to be nearly the same age as him. Such youth, and yet he was deemed worthy of cultivating hockey? Smoker found this utterly baffling, resorting to sitting cross-legged on the ground, puffing one cigar after another. It was dusk, and the Marines were taking a break to eat. A nearby Marine coughed several times from the cigar smoke, waving his hand. Hey, Smoker, Why do I feel like your smoking habit has intensified? Frowning. Smoker chose not to respond. Another Marine chimed in, of course. He's the smoke man. Humph. Smoker ignored them, rising to pick up a special weapon known as the shikishido, designed specifically to counter blades. Utilizing his smoke fruit abilities in conjunction with the shikishido, Smoker developed his unique combat style. Where are you headed, Smoker? A nearby Marine inquired. To the forest, Smoker replied. Wait, really? I recall you spent the entire day battling those beasts in the forest. Aren't you tired? Captain Carp wants us to push our physical limits. Only then can we transcend them, Smoker stated seriously, fixating on the shikishido in his hands. My training is insufficient. The mere thought of that criminal with a bounty over 100 million unsettled Smoker. He must surpass him. Just as Smoker prepared to return to the forest for further training, a wave of excitement surged among the Marines. It's starting. Oh, it's here. It's early today. Amidst the chatter of the Marines, Smoker felt even more irritated. What do you fools take the Navy for? Cheering for a wanted criminal. Don't be so serious. My friend Smoker, another Marine chuckled, throwing an arm around Smoker's shoulders. You may not like that criminal, but this is a rare opportunity to witness Captain Carp in battle. After some contemplation, Smoker realized the truth in their words. He could only suppress his displeasure and gaze into the distance. There, a figure stood clad in a Marine uniform. Robust and imposing, none other than the Marine hero Carp. Beside Carp was a massive circle, roughly 10 meters in diameter, drawn with his toe. Over 10 days prior, Carp had made a promise to Lynn. Youngster, keep your eyes on this circle. With all your might, when I am forced out of this circle by you, it will be the moment your hockey awakens. Since then, Lynn's challenge to Carp has officially commenced. Initially, the early encounters ended in Lynn's utter defeat. Carp had not even shifted an inch, let alone been pushed out of the ring. In the beginning, the Navy personnel on the island were quite wary of Lynn, for he was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. However, as time progressed, their attitude towards Lynn gradually transformed from caution to sheer astonishment. It was impossible not to be astonished. Over the course of more than 10 days, Lynn would charge into the forest each morning to hunt ferocious beasts, prepare sumptuous meals from his catches by noon, and indulge himself in a hearty feast. Once satiated, he would plunge back into the forest to commence his training. This rigorous training would persist until dusk, at which point the day's main event would finally begin. Lynn would challenge Carp. A pivotal moment that marked a shift in the Navy's attitude towards him. This is due to the striking similarity in their combat styles, both favoring a straightforward and brutal exchange of blows. Each encounter, each clash, resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the very air around them to tremble. The grassy expanse they occupied should have been a sanctuary on the island, yet during their fierce exchanges, even the formidable forest nearby seemed a safer haven. It was akin to two colossal beasts locked in combat. The Navy personnel had never witnessed such a raw and unrefined display of battle. It could even be deemed savage. Although they were certain that Rear Admiral Carp had yet to reveal his true prowess, Lynn's progress was undeniably evident. Without resorting to any breathtaking maneuvers, just 3 days into training, Lynn had forced Carp back by half a step. After 7 days, he had pushed him back a full step. 11 days in, Carp had retreated 2 steps consecutively. Now, on the 15th day, as dusk descended, Carp stood with his arms crossed over his chest, patiently waiting within the circle he had drawn for Lynn's arrival. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel sipped their freshly brewed hot soup, discussing the potential outcomes of today's confrontation. Could this individual named Lynn truly compel Rear Admiral Carp to step outside his circle? How could that be possible? After all, Carp was a hero of the Navy. Yet, who among them possessed the confidence to defeat this Lynn? The sailors, after much deliberation, ultimately shook their heads in uncertainty. Lynn's displayed prowess has far surpassed that of his peers. His strength may well be on par with that of a Rear Admiral from headquarters, a naval officer suddenly remarked. Fool. Smoker interjected. He is a wanted criminal. Your duty is to apprehend him, not to praise him. Another naval officer attempted to mediate. Come now, Smoker. Acknowledging the strength of others is essential for personal growth. Humph. Smoker clenched his fists, a surge of urgency welling within him. Not enough. I am still not strong enough. Meanwhile, Carp, awaiting his turn, was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, curious noises emanated from the forest. A rustling sound echoed, as if something was dragging along the ground. Carp opened his eyes, grinning widely. Is it here, you little rascal? From the direction of the forest, trees began to topple, and a massive maw adorned with sharp teeth emerged before the crowd. The naval officers, who had been dining, immediately braced themselves for battle upon seeing the owner of that enormous mouth. It was one of the kings of this forest, a colossal crocodile weighing several tons. Its speed and strength reached a terrifying echelon, and its tough hide was impervious even to cannon fire. In recent days, many naval officers had fallen to this beast, nearly losing their lives. Smoker too furrowed his brow. Even with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, he found himself at a loss against the crocodile's rough and resilient exterior. The giant crocodile has emerged? Wasn't it said that the beasts of this island do not tread upon the grassy plains? But soon, the naval officers noticed something amiss. The crocodile was hanging its tongue out, rolling its eyes, evidently lifeless. Beneath the crocodile's massive form, a figure was dragging it forward at a steady pace. The person was bare-chested, their muscular frame adorned with numerous scars of varying sizes. Lynn emerged from the forest, her powerful arms effortlessly casting the enormous crocodile aside onto the adjacent clearing. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled beneath the feet of the sailors. "Gentlemen of the Navy," she declared, "let us indulge in some barbecued delicacies tonight." Lynn twisted her neck and lightly hopped before fixing her gaze upon Carp. Carp couldn't help but chuckle. "You little rascal, aren't you going to take a break?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn Barrack. Indeed, the 15th challenge against Monkey D. Garp commences. Lynn spread his arms wide, his body slightly leaning forward. He approached Carp step by step. His pace was not hurried, yet each footfall was remarkably steady. Meanwhile, the naval officers in the distance hastily found comfortable positions, savoring the freshly brewed hot soup. Watching the battle between Carp and Lynn while having dinner had become their daily routine. This was not merely a meal, rather. Time was exceedingly scarce, and after dinner, they would return to the forest to continue their training. However, the naval officers were reluctant to miss the duel between Carp and Lynn, prompting them to adjust their dinner schedule to the present moment. On the other side, Lynn had leisurely stepped into the circle, now merely a step away from Carp. Observing this, Carp chuckled. "You little rascal, it seems you've minimized your unnecessary movements." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement. What Carp referred to as Lynn's habitual sprinting motion. For a master adept in the use of observation hockey, Lynn's intention to attack was exceedingly apparent. Particularly when facing an opponent like Carp. Lynn has faced numerous setbacks in this regard. Thus, she has distilled her own experiences. The actions of an offense are dictated by its objectives, with the purpose taking precedence over the actions themselves. Lynn gently remarked, "If an action is superfluous to the objective, then it should be discarded." This principle is, in fact, quite simple. The purpose of Lynn's combat is to compel Carp to vacate the circle beneath his feet. Regardless of the method Lynn employs for his initial assault, Carp must remain within this designated space. Therefore, rather than executing a predictable dash, it would be more prudent to leisurely stroll into the circle and launch an attack on Carp from the closest distance. Carp nodded, astonished by the speed at which Lynn grasped this concept, far exceeding his expectations. Was it the result of the experience amassed from countless battles? Carp gazed down at Lynn, a smirk spreading across his face. "Are we about to commence, you little rascal?" "What a jest, old man." Lynn lifted his head and gazed at Carp, responding with a smile. "Hasn't it already begun?" A suffocating sense of pressure enveloped the space between Carp and Lynn. "Am I seeing things?" A naval officer rubbed his eyes in confusion, observing, "It seems the air between Vice Admiral Carp and Lynn is distorting." The other officers turned to look, and from varied perspectives, they confirmed the phenomenon. The two were locked in a gaze, and the aura they emanated had indeed begun to warp the very air around them. "What are they doing?" one naval officer inquired, puzzled. "They are waiting," Smoker replied, lighting a cigar and frowning as he continued. "Do you know about drawing guns?" The officers nodded. It was a method of duel among marksmen. Two gunmen stand opposite each other, each gauging the moment the other will draw and fire. In that fleeting instant when one draws, the other must react swiftly to draw first, achieving victory and glory. "They are preparing to draw guns," Smoker stated slowly. Some officers did not grasp the meaning of his words. Admiral Lynn and Admiral Carp are both masters of hand-to-hand combat. What relevance does firearms hold in this context? Yet, it did not take long for them to grasp the truth. Within that circle, they observed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn clenched his left fist, his core suddenly tensing as he delivered an uppercut aimed directly at Carp's chin. Simultaneously, Carp raised his left hand to shield his jaw, successfully intercepting Lynn's punch. Bang. Lynn's left fist was intercepted. However, almost immediately, his right hand formed a fist, launching a swifter and more powerful straight punch towards Carp's chest. The might of his blow was formidable. Yet, Carp suddenly twisted his left arm, using the strength of his forearm to deflect Lynn's heavy strike. Whoosh. The punch missed its target, causing Lynn's body to momentarily lose its balance. His pupils dilated sharply as he hastily adjusted his movements, but it was already too late. Carp's fist had surged forward in that fleeting instant, reaching Lynn without delay. Bang. The punch landed, and Lynn was sent flying backward with a muffled thud. Though the event seemed lengthy, to the distant Navy officers, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Within less than 3 seconds, Lynn and Carp had exchanged blows several times. The Navy personnel finally comprehended Smoker's intent. For both Lynn and Carp, drawing a gun was unnecessary. Their fists sufficed. Witnessing this spectacle, the Navy soldiers introspected, questioning whether they could withstand Lynn's recent assault. Apart from Smoker, who possessed the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, the consensus among the others was a resounding no. As for Smoker, while he harbored confidence in enduring Lynn's 2 punches, he could only barely evade. Replicating Carp's counterattack was utterly beyond his capabilities. Lynn Balak, with a bounty of 100 million berries, was indeed a man bold enough to declare war against the celestial dragons. Smoker sighed, pondering the multitude of monsters still lurking in this era. On the other side, despite being knocked away by Carp, Lynn sustained minimal damage and quickly rose to his feet. He stretched his neck and mused, "This is outrageous. Possessing observation haki is almost unfair." Ha 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 ha. Carp chuckled heartily, responding, "Thus, if you can make me step out of this circle, it signifies you have mastered haki." Bang! Before Carp's words had fully faded, Lynn propelled himself off the ground, diving towards Carp with fervor. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Lynn's most formidable move had previously forced Carp to retreat a considerable distance of 2.5 steps. However, this time, Carp had no intention of bracing himself against the attack. With a graceful leap, Carp soared into the air, effortlessly evading Lynn's imminent assault. Lynn missed his target, and soon heard Carp's voice resonating from directly above him. "You little rascal, this move of yours is simply too sluggish for a master capable of utilizing observation haki." With a swift motion, Carp descended from the sky, feet together, forcefully driving Lynn into the ground. The impact created a sizable crater beneath him. Standing at the edge of the pit, Carp admonished, "Youngster, do not forget your combat experience. It is through experience that one discovers the methods to comprehend haki." Lynn silently emerged from the pit, as clumps of earth cascaded from his shoulders. He gazed at Carp and slowly remarked, "Old man Carp, the concept of haki is indeed quite troublesome." Carp raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What I have learned from these brief days of training is that the more one forces oneself to comprehend haki, the more likely one is to forget where their true strength lies, unless one forgets about haki's existence altogether." Carp's brow furrowed in confusion. "What exactly are you trying to say, kid?" In an instant, Lynn felt a significant depletion of energy within him, causing the air around to drop several degrees. "I won't practice haki anymore, Carp. Heroic skills, ready." Even with his unwavering confidence, Lynn had to concede that Carp's training was indeed arduous. Within the forest of this uninhabited island resided countless ferocious beasts, some of which posed a genuine threat to Lynn's life. Carp's decision to have the Navy and Lynn train in such an environment was undeniably perilous. Yet, alongside danger came opportunity. Under the intense practical training, both the Navy and Lynn experienced rapid enhancement in their abilities, with a select few gifted Navy members even grasping the fundamentals of the 6 styles. However, Lynn found himself at a bottleneck in his haki training. No matter how hard he swung his fists, he could not manifest the armament haki akin to Zephy's prowess. Furthermore, the ability to predict an opponent's attack trajectory stemmed entirely from extensive combat experience, bearing no relation to observation haki. As for Conqueror's haki, that was an entirely distant concept. Finally, after being defeated by Carp for the 7th time, Lynn did not rush back into the forest to continue fighting. Instead, he sought a tranquil spot on the meadow, seated himself, and began to meditate. Observing this scene, Carp nodded in satisfaction. "You were too hasty before, brat. The cultivation of haki is not something one can achieve overnight. Even the most exceptional geniuses require prolonged and diligent practice." At the onset of his training, Lynn was virtually oblivious to haki, making it nearly impossible for him to master such a skill in a short span of time. Carp had long prepared himself for a lengthy training period for Lynn. How many years could he dedicate? 1 year? 2 years? At most, no more than 3. Carp mused silently. After 3 years, surely there would be another top-tier master of haki upon these seas. Yet, Carp could never have anticipated that after 3 days of meditation, Lynn would present a completely different conclusion. The cultivation of haki was indeed exceedingly difficult. It would be more beneficial to delve deeper into developing his fruit abilities. After all, Lynn had only 2 objectives for mastering haki: to enhance his overall strength and to acquire the means to contend against users of Logia-type devil fruits. If his fruit abilities could satisfy these 2 criteria, then perhaps haki would become inconsequential. Thus, with Carp's astonished gaze upon him, Lynn ventured once more into the forest. This time, his target was set on the kings of the forest. Only by battling truly formidable beasts could he expedite the development of his fruit abilities. At last, on the 15th day of dawn, Lynn once again stood before the colossal crocodile. This gigantic creature had, with its astonishing strength and indomitable hide, defeated Lynn numerous times, even inflicting a fatal wound upon him on one occasion. Upon seeing the little one challenging him yet again, the crocodile was filled with rage. Today, it was determined to devour that little pest. After an entire day of fierce combat, this time, Lynn Barrick emerged victorious. Amidst the frost-covered ground, he concluded the battle with a powerful punch. He hoisted the crocodile's lifeless body and began his march towards the edge of the forest. Along the way, no beast dared to obstruct Lynn's progress, for they had all witnessed the recent spectacle. One of the kings of the forest had fallen. The frost spread beneath Lynn's feet, just as it does now. In Carp's mildly astonished gaze, Lynn's internal energy began to deplete steadily and rapidly. The surroundings of Lynn began to grow cold. Frost spread from beneath his feet, gradually forming a large circle approximately 20 meters in diameter, centered around Lynn. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource-exhausted Lynn Barrick, what exactly has he done? This question perhaps finds its answer in the insights of Carp. As a seasoned veteran, Carp possesses a unique perceptiveness. He feels the chill surrounding him and cannot help but recall the young boy named Kazan, a frozen man endowed with the terrifying ability to freeze anything, thanks to his consumption of the ice fruit. However, the coldness enveloping Lynn is fundamentally different from that of Kazan. This level of chill cannot inflict harm, Carp remarked. He had long been informed by Zephyr about the type of devil fruit Lynn had consumed, a Zoan type, mythical beast, human fruit, heroic form. That particular devil fruit is exceedingly rare. Perhaps only the celestial dragons could afford the luxury of using a devil fruit for amusement, allowing Lynn, who was then a slave, to consume it. Moreover, Lynn's abilities bear no resemblance to those of a Logia type. Rather, they are strikingly similar to those of his old friend, Sangoku the Buddha. Both belong to the human fruit series, both are mythical beasts, and both are of the Zoan type. Even the rarest of mythical beasts cannot alter the fundamental characteristics of an animal-type devil fruit user. Animal-type users are incapable of elementification and lack bizarre abilities. Their sole capability lies in the transformation of their own forms. Carp grinned and said, "The coldness is merely an accessory. The true essence of this technique must lie within yourself, you cheeky little rascal." Lynn's lips exhaled a frosty mist, remaining silent. "What an unexpectedly clever little imp," Carp exclaimed, astonished that one could develop the devil fruit to such an extent. "What is this technique called?" "The frozen domain." Lynn merely uttered these 4 words slowly. It was not that he was unwilling to respond to Carp's words, but rather that in his current state, any unnecessary movement would exacerbate the depletion of his internal energy. The true full name of this technique should be Heroic Form, King Troll Trundle. Heroic Skill, Frozen Domain. Lynn continuously depletes the energy within his body, utilizing the resultant low temperatures to conjure a frozen domain within a certain radius. Based on this, when Lynn engages in combat within this icy realm, he can significantly enhance his speed of movement, rate of attack, and regenerative abilities. This technique was devised by Lynn during his battle today against the colossal crocodile, having yet to be tested in human combat. However, the most formidable opponent is now within reach. Suddenly, Lynn propels himself off the ground, charging towards Carp in a manner he knows all too well. Upon witnessing Lynn employ this tactic once more, Carp's expression shifts to one of mild disappointment. Is this little brat merely bluffing? Yet, almost instantly, Carp's demeanor alters. Something is amiss. The brat's speed has increased dramatically. Indeed, even the distant Navy personnel can distinctly perceive that Lynn's current charge is unlike any previous attempt. Both his speed and strength appear magnified severalfold, reaching a level nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, under the observation of Kinbuncha Kahaki, Carp is still able to easily discern Lynn's movements. "Found you, you little rascal." Carp unleashes a punch, prepared to send Lynn flying once again. However, this time, Carp finds himself outmaneuvered. Lynn, possessing an exceptionally keen combat awareness, anticipated the trajectory of Carp's strike. With remarkable agility, he sidestepped and evaded the attack, swiftly countering with a powerful punch. The speed of this blow was beyond imagination. Caught off guard, Carp could only bring his arms together in a futile attempt to absorb the impact. The force of the strike was so tremendous that Carp was propelled backward, sliding approximately 3 steps along the ground. This marked the greatest distance he had retreated since the commencement of training. The outcome was indeed impressive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn fought with unwavering determination for a duration of 180 seconds, 3 minutes. It was a vast circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter. Frost clung to the ground, and a delicate layer of ice enveloped the grass. Lynn Barek, during his 15th challenge against Cap, finally unleashed a brand new heroic skill, the Frozen Domain. As long as Lynn fought within the area shrouded in frost, he could significantly enhance his speed, attack rate, and self-healing abilities. However, this formidable technique required a continuous consumption of Lynn's internal energy, thus limiting his full combat time within the Frozen Domain to a maximum of 180 seconds, 3 minutes. A chilling white mist continuously emanated from Lynn's mouth, and his battle with Cap escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Bolstered by the Frozen Domain, Lynn's speed became astonishingly swift. He circled around Cap, searching for vulnerabilities, aiming to strike him out of the designated area. In a fleeting moment, a tempest of frost seemed to envelop Cap. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval soldiers set aside their bowls and chopsticks, unable to resist the urge to rise and draw nearer for a closer look. At this moment, Lynn's speed had reached, or even surpassed, that of the Navy's 6th style technique, the shave. The Navy personnel were filled with curiosity, pondering how the esteemed Vice Admiral Garp would respond to such an astonishing velocity. However, as they drew closer, they were astonished to find Garp with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes shut tight, and the sound of snoring emanating from his mouth. He was, incredibly, asleep while standing. The sailors could not help but rub their foreheads in disbelief. Only a legendary hero of the Navy could manage to slumber in such an environment. Suddenly, Garp jolted awake from his dream, extending his right hand. At that very moment, Lynn appeared beside him and swiftly unleashed a punch. only to have it caught squarely by Garp's right hand. Garp yawned widely and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I had fallen asleep waiting for you." Before his words could fade, Garp's left hand formed a fist, enveloped in a dark hue of armament haki, and he struck toward Lynn with a powerful blow. "Do not underestimate haki, you little rascal." Bam! Lynn was once again sent flying by a single punch, yet this time he did not crash to the ground. Instead, he regained his composure midair, swiftly pivoted, and launched himself back into the fray. Bang! Bang! With two powerful blows from his fists, he struck Kapu, who merely grinned widely and retaliated with his own fists. Enveloped in the formidable aura of armament haki, the sound that ensued was akin to the resonant thud of a drum. Lynn felt a constricting sensation in his chest, waves of suffocation washing over him, yet he showed no signs of halting his assault. With his feet firmly planted on the ground and his knees slightly bent to stabilize his form, he clenched his fists tightly. Empowered by the icy realm, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Karp. This was a complete abandonment of defense, representing Lynn's swiftest and most ferocious series of strikes to date. The rain-like punches rained down upon Karp's robust physique. However, instead of yielding even an inch, Karp's face lit up with an exhilarated grin. Truly, the young prodigy who had caught Zephyr's eye possessed exceptional talent. "You little brat, should I emerge victorious today, you shall obediently spend a few years honing your haki." Gradually, under the onslaught of Lynn's ferocity, Karp began to raise his arms, his fists tightening, enveloped in a dark hue of haki. Then, with a swift motion, his right fist descended, crashing into Lynn's face. Bang! Lynn's face was struck to the side, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently on Karp. White mist escaped his lips. "I have my own path, old man Karp." This utterance instantly reminded Karp of his own troublesome offspring. One had joined the Revolutionary Army, while two others insisted on becoming pirates. Their words echoed similarly, each proclaiming their intention to forge their own destinies. A peculiar feeling surged within Karp's heart. Was it a sense of kinship, a poignant sentiment akin to that for family? No, it was decidedly the opposite, frustration. Karp was thoroughly exasperated. "Ugh, this is infuriating." Karp suddenly bellowed. "Why do you all refuse to heed my words?" The surrounding Marines felt a chill run down their spines. "You all?" They pondered. Aside from Lynn and them, there seems to be no one else on this island. Panic ensued. "Oh no, Karp is angry with us. It must be because we haven't trained hard enough." With this thought, the Marines hastily devoured their dinner, eager to retreat into the forest for further training, though they were reluctant to miss the confrontation between Karp and Lynn. Meanwhile, Karp's irritation reached its zenith. "When I say to be a Marine, be a Marine. When I say to train in haki, train in haki. Do I intend to harm you?" Karp glared at Lynn, veins bulging on his forehead. "You little brat. If you refuse to comply, I shall beat you until you do." As he spoke, Karp's fist, enveloped in haki, came crashing down upon Lynn. "You will willingly go train in haki." Boom. Another powerful punch struck Lynn's abdomen. Yet, Lynn's onslaught did not falter. There was no sign of even the slightest slowdown. Karp's iron fist rained down upon Lynn. In contrast, for every punch Karp threw, Lynn retaliated with 5 or 6 strikes of his own, utilizing sheer speed. The Marines halted their advance toward the forest, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle before them. In terms of sheer volume of punches thrown, Lynn was undeniably victorious. However, each of Karp's heavy blows could easily counter several of Lynn's attacks. From the Marines' perspective, both Lynn's speed and Karp's strength transcended their comprehension. Could Lynn truly be on par with Vice Admiral Karp? One Marine gasped in astonishment. "Fool, can you not see?" Smoker shook his head, lighting a cigar. For Karp, this was merely a pre-dinner exercise. The Marines turned their gaze back to the duel. Indeed, though both combatants exhibited strengths and weaknesses, Lynn was clearly at his limit. Blood trickling from his lips and his body marred with bruises. In stark contrast, Karp had yet to take a single step back, even breaking into a broad grin. He began to understand Zephyr. It had been ages since he encountered someone willing to engage him in such a spirited brawl. What an amusing little brat. However, now, obediently train in haki, kid. Karp roared, preparing to conclude the bout. He could sense the surrounding frost thinning, while Lynn's speed was visibly diminishing. Approaching his limit, I see. Karp calculated silently. Such astonishing velocity could likely be maintained for no more than 3 minutes. A remarkable feat indeed. This ends now. Karp suddenly retracted his right fist to his waist and launched a direct punch, intent on utterly defeating Lynn. Yet, Lynn had been waiting for precisely this moment. "This ends now." Lynn echoed the same words. Suddenly, he pivoted, leveraging the final moments of the frozen domain to evade Karp's frontal punch, and then unleashed a powerful kick. Heroic form, blind monk Lee Sin. Heroic skill, dragon's rage. Bang! That unexpected kick took Karp by surprise. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself from the forceful blow akin to a cannon strike. However, by the time he regained his composure, he realized that his foot had already crossed half of the circle he had drawn. After a prolonged silence, Karp gazed at the fallen Lynn, uttering 2 words, "Well done." With a resounding thud, Lynn's sudden kick sent Karp sprawling out of the arena. The onlooking Navy personnel stood in stunned silence. Gulp. It was unclear who was the first to swallow hard. In an instant, the stagnant atmosphere shattered. Karp, the Vice Admiral, had been knocked out of the circle? The Navy began to murmur among themselves. Just days prior, they had all heard Karp establish the rule that when Lynn possessed the ability to expel him from the circle, it would signify the moment of his hockey awakening. Yet, the current situation was evidently quite different. Lynn managed to knock Karp out of the ring. Yet it was not through sheer willpower, but rather by virtue of a newly developed fruit ability. Has he compensated for the absence of willpower with this fruit ability? Not far away, Smoker furrowed his brows and murmured, but in that case, the drawbacks are quite apparent, aren't they? Returning our gaze to Karp. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking down at Lynn, who lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Lynn was gasping for breath. The intense exchange of blows had inflicted considerable injury upon him, rendering him almost immobile. Yet, surprisingly, Lynn's spirits remained high. He grinned widely, laughing heartily. I did it. Observing this, Karp could only shake his head in resignation. What a hot-headed little brat. With Karp's seasoned insight, he could easily discern what Lynn had truly accomplished. Lynn Barek, through the power of his unique devil fruit abilities, discovered a substitute for hockey that was exclusively his own. In terms of observation hockey, Lynn combined his combat experience with superhuman reflexes, enhanced by the acceleration provided by his freezing domain, thus bestowing upon him a perception ability that rivals that of observation hockey. As for armament hockey, Karp still required further validation. He inquired of Lynn, "Hey, you little rascal, can you still execute that move?" Lynn comprehended Karp's intent and reluctantly nodded. Feeling sufficiently rested, perhaps for a fleeting few seconds, Karp then called out to the nearby Navy personnel, "Smoker, come here." Although puzzled, Smoker extinguished his cigar and approached Karp and Lynn, saluting Karp with military respect. The paramount aspect of armament hockey is its capacity to allow the user to grasp the corporeal form of those possessing Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Karp addressed Lynn. "He is Smoker, the man who consumed the smoke fruit. If you can capture him, show me what you can do." It was then that Smoker realized Karp's purpose in summoning him. As he had previously surmised, substituting formidable devil fruit capabilities for hockey was not inconceivable. However, it bore a critical flaw, an absence of means to combat Logia-type devil fruit users. Without the aid of armament hockey, ordinary attacks would prove utterly futile against an elementalized body. Could there truly exist a devil fruit ability that could supplant armament hockey? In response to Smoker's astonished gaze, Lynn nodded and, with great effort, sat up, stating, "Let us begin." Smoker immediately elementalized his arm, and wisps of white smoke began to rise. His pride as a Logia-type user made it difficult for him to believe this was possible. "Lynn Barek, if you can accomplish this, then show me." Suddenly, as if in reply to Smoker's words, the surrounding air plummeted in temperature, and frost began to spread anew. This maneuver required an immense exertion of effort. Lynn smiled weakly, then reached out and grasped Smoker's elemental arm. Smoker's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment as he distinctly felt Lynn's touch upon his very essence. In other words, Lynn's maneuver had, to some extent, supplanted the effects of hockey. But why was this so? Smoker pondered in confusion. Perhaps it is the unique nature of the fruit's power. Karp elucidated. The mythical Zoan-type fruits are exceedingly rare, and our understanding of this particular series of devil fruits remains woefully inadequate. At that moment, Karp could not foresee that years later, the dark fruit, which would cause upheavals in the world, would not only possess the ability to ensnare the physical forms of Logia users, but also wield terrifying powers that rivaled those of Sea Prism Stone. However, one thing was certain. Karp looked at Lynn and grinned, saying, "You little rascal, you have graduated." Upon hearing this, Lynn finally relaxed his spirit and collapsed onto the ground. Waves of laughter erupted around him. After a span of 15 days, he, Lynn Barek, had finally attained a power on this uninhabited island that could rival the abilities of observation hockey and armament hockey. Thus, to commemorate my graduation, Lynn grinned widely and exclaimed, "Let us host a barbecue party on the prairie tonight." A moment of silence ensued. The sailors gazed at Karp, and only after he nodded in agreement did a fervent cheer erupt. "Oh, indeed. Lynn is an exuberant and remarkably affable individual." Initially, the Navy held a considerable wariness towards this notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. However, as time passed and particularly after Lynn repeatedly intervened to rescue several Navy personnel from ferocious beasts, their apprehension gradually dissipated. Moreover, upon witnessing Lynn's battle against Karp, their respect for him as a formidable force deepened significantly. Consequently, the banquet that evening was filled with lively merriment. Lynn devoured the roasted crocodile meat, replenishing the energy that had nearly been exhausted within him. Although some wished to indulge in alcohol, it was, after all, still a training period. Thus, everyone raised their glasses of water in celebration of Lynn's newly crafted technique. Observing this scene, Smoker could only puff on his cigars, grumbling, "TSK. Do these people forget he is still a wanted criminal?" Karp erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Smoke Boy, your stubbornness truly mirrors that of your mentor Zephyr." The festivities continued until midnight. After a brief respite, the morning sun rose, heralding the commencement of another day of grueling training for the Navy. The previous night's revelry was but a minor interlude. For these elite recruits, the paramount objective remained the pursuit of greater strength. The only two who appeared to linger in slumber were Karp and Lynn. The latter was still reeling from the severity of his injuries sustained the previous day. Despite his monstrous regenerative abilities, the fatigue of his body lingered, necessitating further rest. As for Carp, he had his own reasons. An aide dashed over to Carp's side, whispering, "Vice Admiral Carp, you have lingered too long on this island. An overwhelming backlog of documents awaits your approval, and Admiral Tsuru is pressing for your attention." Snoring echoed from Carp, his eyes tightly shut. "Vice Admiral Carp, the ship dispatched by the headquarters is awaiting you. Please accompany me to attend to your duties." Carp merely turned over. "Vice Admiral Carp, there are numerous matters that require your attention. You cannot afford to rest just yet." Carp scratched his belly. "Vice Admiral Carp, are you pretending to sleep?" At last, Carp could no longer maintain the facade. Rubbing his head, he slowly rose from the ground, letting out a tremendous yawn. "Oh, I sustained injuries yesterday. I require several days of rest." "Vice Admiral, you merely sustained a minor abrasion yesterday." Carp was left speechless. Truly, this aide arranged by little Tsuru had been thorough in his duties. With no other option, Carp pinned a note to continue training, then followed his aide aboard the vessel that had been sent to escort him. Thus, the training on the deserted island continued, albeit without Carp and his aide. Carp's warship, along with the small boat Lynn had borrowed from Aquino, remained anchored in the island's makeshift harbor, gently bobbing with the waves. Soon enough, 3 days passed. Lynn grew weary. In the absence of Carp, he found himself wandering the forest, hunting ferocious beasts. However, having mastered the frozen domain and the dragon tail technique, the island's formidable creatures no longer posed a threat to him. Day after day, he engaged in the monotony of hunting and grilling meat. Soon becoming fatigued by the repetitive routine, he longed for Windmill Village and reminisced about Machino's culinary skills. At that moment, a Navy officer informed Lynn that Carp's warship possessed a record pointer directed towards Windmill Village, as well as a transponder snail connected to Machino's tavern. Lynn excitedly dashed over, intending to call Marquino and request a sumptuous feast, while he himself would row back to Windmill Village to indulge in a change of flavors. Blurp, 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 blurp. Click. Soon, the phone connection was established. "Hello, Marquino, have you missed me? I've brought back some local delicacies from the island. Make sure to prepare something delicious for me." However, a man's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Is this Lynn Barek? We've been waiting for you for quite some time." Lynn's expression instantly darkened. "Who are you?" The Windmill Village, nestled within the kingdom of Goa, had always been a tranquil hamlet. Neither affluent nor impoverished, its inhabitants led simple yet contented lives. Occasionally, amusing events would transpire, such as the recent arrival of a mysterious man who, remarkably, had engaged in a skirmish with Vice Admiral Carp. Following this incident, the man accompanied Carp to sea, claiming to embark on a journey of self-discovery, and has yet to return. Marcy often pondered what Lynn and Mr. Carp could be up to. On that particular day, a dilapidated vessel unexpectedly appeared at the harbor of Windmill Village. Disembarking from the ship were a dozen individuals, each clad in tattered garments, gaunt and haggard, as if they had narrowly escaped a shipwreck. Kind-hearted villagers promptly took them back to the village, where Upu Slap, the village chief, graciously welcomed them. He ushered them into a room and offered them bowls of hot soup to warm their bodies. After a brief respite, the group eagerly inquired, "Have you heard of a man named Lynn Barek?" Upon hearing this, the chief's demeanor shifted to one of caution, and he queried, "Who are you?" To his surprise, the group erupted into tears, exclaiming, "We are the crew of Captain Lynn. Our pirate crew encountered a calamity at sea, and we became separated from our captain. We have been searching for him for quite some time." Marcy, taken aback, interjected, "Wait, Mr. Lynn is the captain?" "Indeed," replied the leader, a small bearded man, with a smile. "He is a renowned pirate of considerable repute." "But Mr. Lynn never mentioned this," Marcy remarked in confusion. "Perhaps he concealed his identity out of fear of exposure," the small bearded man suggested. "And how did you become separated?" Marcy inquired. Upon hearing this, the small bearded man began to weep profusely as he recounted a tear-jerking tale of maritime adventure. The benevolent villagers nodded in agreement, affirming their acquaintance with the man named Lynn, who had resided in Windmill Village for a considerable time but had recently set sail, leaving his whereabouts unknown. The group continued to inquire about Lynn Barek, detailing how he had arrived at Windmill Village aboard Old Lady Shia's ship and had worked at Marcy's tavern for a while. However, Upu Slap, the village chief, sensed something amiss. As someone who harbored a strong aversion to pirates, he could usually discern their identities at a glance. The man named Lynn Barek exhibited none of the hallmarks of a pirate. Could he be concealing his true identity? No. The chief furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lynn Barek, indeed a notorious fugitive with a bounty of 100 million berries, has never claimed to be a pirate. The man is not one to deliberately conceal his identity, nor would he resort to deceit. Thus, there can be but one conclusion. That group is lying. Alarmed by this realization, the village chief, Ubu Slap, narrowed his eyes and discreetly sought to distance himself from the group, intending to find a moment to inform Mr. Carp. Once Mr. Carp arrives, no matter what schemes those individuals are concocting, there will be no cause for fear. However, the small bearded leader discerned the chief's intentions. He exchanged glances with his companions, and the previously weary pirates suddenly sprang to life, swiftly securing the doors. Chief Ubu Slap, Makino, and several villagers who had come to assist were trapped inside the dwelling. With furrowed brows, the chief shielded the villagers behind him, demanding, "What do you intend to do? You were planning to call the Navy, weren't you?" The small bearded man stepped forward, kicking the chief aside and relentlessly stomping on him. "What are you scheming? Just tell us the whereabouts of Lynn Barrack." Upon witnessing this scene, the villagers within the room grasped the reality. These individuals were not Lynn's crew, but rather ruthless pirates searching for him for ulterior motives. After enduring several kicks, the chief stood up, gritting his teeth, and replied to the small bearded man, "Lynn Barrack indeed stayed in our village for a time, but after he set sail, he has had no further contact with us." "Are you jesting with us, you old fool?" scoffed the small bearded man, sneering. He escaped from the Sidi archipelago of the Grand Line and made his way to Logtown. If he had no acquaintances here, how could he possibly reach such a remote village? His gaze then swept across the room, finally resting on Makino. "Miss, you mentioned earlier that Lynn Barrack worked at your tavern for a while, correct? What exactly do you intend to do?" The chief positioned himself protectively in front of Makino, shouting, "Whatever you want, come at me, but do not lay a hand on my villagers." Bang! Another kick sent the chief flying. "Do you wish to die, old man?" "Cease this." Makino interjected, "Do not harm the chief any further. I know Mr. Lynn. What do you want from me?" The small bearded man chuckled. "We merely wish to establish contact with Lynn Barrack." "That is impossible," Makino replied. "Mr. Lynn simply rowed out to sea. He did not specify his destination." "Ah, truly troublesome." The small bearded man sighed, rubbing his neck. "It seems we will have to resort to Captain Kuro's second plan." He then ordered 2 men to bind Makino, grinning as he said, "In that case, miss, we must unfortunately take you with us. Release Makino." The chief charged forward, ready to confront them. Bang! Another kick sent the chief tumbling, crashing against nearby debris. The small bearded man drew his knife and struck it against a wooden table. "Old fool, do you wish for the villagers to perish alongside you?" Realizing the true malice of these pirates, the chief grew increasingly concerned for Makino's safety. "Rest assured, miss, you will not be in danger for the time being. Our target is solely Lynn Barrack." The small bearded man waved his hand, and 2 pirates led the bound Makino away. Gritting his teeth, the chief demanded, "Where are you taking her?" The small bearded man sipped from a bowl of soup and replied, "To Logtown." The chief's expression tightened. Conversely, the small bearded man and his fellow pirates showed no intention of leaving. "I find the scenery of this village quite pleasant. It is ideal for a respite." He continued to the chief, "Hey, bring forth the fine liquor. This village is temporarily under our control. If you wish to avoid casualties, do not alert the Navy. The time it takes for their ships to dock will be ample for us to take many lives." Subsequently, the small bearded man settled into a comfortable chair. "We shall remain here, resting while awaiting news of Lynn Barrack." Approximately a week later, the telephone bug in Makino's tavern rang. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Click. "Hello, Makino. Have you missed me? I brought you some local specialties from the island. Prepare some delicious food for me." Upon hearing the voice from the other end, the small bearded man realized that Captain Kuro's plan had indeed been successful. He burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lynn Barrack, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a deep voice asking, "Who are you? Who are you?" Lynn, clutching the telephone bug, returned from the warship to the grassy expanse of the deserted island. The resting sailors, upon noticing her, gathered around, eager to speak. But Lynn silenced them with a wave of her hand. Lynn pointed at the telephone insect, forming several shapes with her lips. "Be quiet. Listen." The sailors gathered silently around her. "You are not from Windmill Village, are you? Why did you answer this telephone insect?" Meanwhile, the little mustached figure on the other end of the line did not respond to Lynn's inquiry. Instead, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, Boss Lynn Barrack. Our Captain Clo sends his regards." "That cunning Clo?" Lynn furrowed his brow as he recalled his previous voyage aboard Grandma Zio's merchant ship, during which he had a fleeting encounter with Crow's Black Cat pirate crew. However, at that time, according to Zhang, Crow was not present on the vessel, and thus Lynn did not give it much thought. After all, apart from the intriguing concept of the silent step that piqued his curiosity, Crow was merely a minor character, unworthy of his concern. Yet, it now appeared that the circumstances were far more significant than they had seemed. "What business do you have in Windmill Village?" Lynn inquired, his brow furrowing deeper. "We're merely guests," replied the bearded man with a chuckle. "Captain Crow anticipated that you would reach out to Windmill Village again, so he dispatched us to await your arrival and convey a message." "What message?" "You are familiar with a woman named Machino, correct?" Upon the utterance of this name, a chill swept through the Navy personnel surrounding Lynn, not due to a drop in temperature, but rather from an overwhelming psychological pressure. They had never witnessed the normally boisterous Lynn Barrack display such a countenance, a face that was a tempest of rage, which ultimately transformed into a calm resolve. "Speak. What is your demand?" Lynn commanded. The bearded man erupted into laughter. "It seems you truly do know her. That woman did not deceive us. I warn you." Lynn's expression was chillingly terrifying. "If anyone I know is harmed because of you, I swear I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." "Why the rush, boss?" The phone bug revealed the smug face of the little mustached man. That woman is now in Logtown, and Captain Crow wishes for you to meet him. But you must go alone. Otherwise, Captain Crow will not hesitate to tear up the ticket. Lynn scoffed. A mere 16 million berries. And they dare to set their sights on me? Ha ha ha, Captain Crow anticipated you would inquire thus. Little Beard exclaimed with excitement. He instructed me to convey a message to you. What is it? Lynn asked. Utilize everything at your disposal. Even an ant can shake a tree. Do you truly wish to be crushed? Lynn replied slowly. Ha ha ha. Little Beard laughed heartily. Lynn Barrack, the esteemed town of Rog awaits your grand arrival. By the way, the ale in this village is splendid. Click. Before he could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. Simultaneously, a profound silence enveloped the deserted island. All the Navy personnel quietly absorbed the news they had just received. At that moment, Lynn rose and began to stride towards the harbor. Smoker called out, "Hey, where are you headed?" "Is that even a question?" Lynn clenched his fists and replied, "To Rog Town." Meanwhile, some Navy officers had already unearthed Chloe's wanted poster and dossier. Chloe, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Known by the alias 100 Tricks, wielding the weapon 10 Blades Cat Claw, is a master of cunning schemes and has frequently evaded capture by the Navy. Smoker lit a cigar and remarked, "If Chloe intends to threaten you through abduction, a more suitable rendezvous point would be an uninhabited island, ideal for laying ambushes or organizing personnel, rather than Rog Town." He flicked the ash from his cigar, convinced that Chloe had a hidden agenda. Lynn understood this all too well. The choice of Rog Town, bustling with people and well-connected. As the meeting place was indeed peculiar. However, it held little significance for Lynn. He tightened his fists, veins bulging, and grinned at Smoker. "Who do you think I am?" "I am the boss, Lynn Barrack. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile." Smoker was taken aback by the man's unwavering confidence, but took another puff of his cigar before asking, "What about the villagers of Windmill Village?" This question indeed rendered Lynn momentarily silent. The current situation was as follows. A faction of pirates had abducted Makino to Rog Town, while another group remained in Windmill Village. In other words, both Makino and the villagers of Windmill Village were hostages in Chloe's hands. Even if Lynn vanquished the enemies in one location, the hostages in the other could still fall victim to a desperate ploy. Alternatively, if Lynn ventured alone to Rog Town, he could be threatened by Chloe using the villagers of Windmill Village as leverage, rendering Lynn utterly powerless. Stay calm. Even the mightiest individual cannot manage both sides. Lynn furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you propose we do?" "We shall rely on ourselves," Smog replied. With a wave of his power, he summoned a table from a distance. A naval officer then laid out a map depicting the vicinity of Rogertown and Windmill Village upon the table. Subsequently, without any direct communication, the assembled Navy personnel swiftly inscribed their known information and data onto the map. Lynn gazed at the scene before him, rendered momentarily speechless by the spectacle. The Navy operatives coordinated with an uncanny precision, as if they had prearranged their actions. "Hey, I've heard your division consists of individuals solely adept at combat. Surely you can comprehend the markings I've made, can't you? Are you underestimating me? How foolish. Rather, it would be wise not to misjudge my combat prowess. I have no desire for my battles to be mundane." "Silence, please. I am currently devising a course of action. I had determined it long ago. You are simply too slow. This plan is inadequate. Mine is tenfold superior. There is no authority dictating our actions. These naval officers have astonishingly formulated multiple rescue strategies for Windmill Village at an alarming pace. Are you truly willing to assist me?" Lynn inquired, astonished. "Aid a fugitive? What sort of jest is this?" Smoker scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. With a derisive snort, he remarked, "This is a heinous incident of pirates abducting civilians. As members of the Navy, we cannot turn a blind eye." One of the Navy personnel patted Smoker on the shoulder and turned to Lynn with a grin. "Pay no mind to him. He is perpetually in a foul mood. However, when it comes to dealing with pirates, there exists no one more suited than us. Indeed, indeed. We must evaluate the fruits of our training during our time on the island." Another chimed in. "I suspect you've been neglecting your training. Fool. If you have the audacity, wait until this is over for a one-on-one duel. Bring it on. Who fears you?" The Navy personnel engaged in lively banter. All converging on a singular resolution, they decided to suspend their training and instead embark on a mission to rescue the hostages kidnapped by the pirates. This was indeed splendid news. With sufficient manpower, the safety of the hostages would be assured. Contemplating this, Lynn stepped forward to analyze. The warships cannot approach Windmill Village directly. Otherwise, the pirates will detect them prematurely. An extended silence ensued, yet no response emanated from the Navy personnel. Lynn, somewhat perplexed, looked up at them, only to find the expressions of the Navy personnel had turned exceedingly displeased, completely disinterested in engaging with him. Had he spoken out of turn? At that moment, Smoker let out a cold snort, retorting with Lynn's own words. "Lynn Barrack, who do you think we are?" At this moment, Lynn recalled that the naval officers before him were elite recruits meticulously selected from various branches, training under the tutelage of Garp to master the 6 forms. In other words, they represented the pinnacle of talent within the new generation of the Navy. Each individual on this island, including Lynn, possessed a pride that demanded respect and could not be provoked. Ultimately, Through an astonishing level of synergy, these naval officers devised a comprehensive plan in under 10 minutes. Although protocol dictated that they should first consult Vice Admiral Garp, the urgency of ensuring the hostages' safety took precedence, leaving no room for delay. The cigar in Smoker's mouth billowed with thick smoke as he utilized 2 maps from the table to elucidate the Navy's strategy to Lynn. Excluding Lynn himself, there were precisely 50 naval personnel on the island, and the few who sustained minor injuries during training did not hinder their combat readiness. The Kuro faction insisted that Lynn must venture alone to Logtown. This condition was non-negotiable, as any refusal would jeopardize the safety of the hostage. Considering Lynn's formidable strength, the Navy resolved to designate Windmill Village as the primary attack location. Lynn set forth to Logtown to rescue Magino, while the Navy hastened to Windmill Village to save the remaining villagers. However, the obscured intentions of Claw's faction rendered it unwise for Lynn to venture alone into Logtown. Presently, there were merely 2 vessels on the island, the Navy warship commanded by Karp and the small boat Lynn had borrowed from Magino. While the warship could accommodate a considerable number of people, Magino's small craft could only carry a maximum of 2. Taking these factors into account, the Navy resolved to dispatch their most formidable individual to accompany Lynn in the small boat. He would disembark at a considerable distance from the port, stealthily infiltrating Logtown to provide support to Lynn as circumstances permitted. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, the smoke user Smoker accepted this mission. I merely do not trust allowing a notorious fugitive to wreak havoc in town. Smoker frowned and declared, Lynn Barrick. Should I discover even the slightest action from you that jeopardizes civilian safety, I will, in defense of my dignity as a Navy officer, apprehend you without hesitation. Lynn had long grown accustomed to this, merely shrugging it off. However, it is worth noting that very few individuals in the East Sea possess the ability to wield hockey, rendering Smoker's natural abilities nearly insurmountable in this region. As an ally, he is indeed remarkably reliable. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 Navy personnel boarded Karp's warship, hastening towards Windmill Village to swiftly eliminate the pirates there, after which they would set sail at full speed to Logtown to support Lynn and Smoker. The uninhabited island they currently occupied was situated approximately half a day's journey from Windmill Village, allowing the warship to arrive ahead of Lynn and Smoker. However, considering the potential communication between the pirates of Windmill Village and those in Logtown, they would have to wait for Lynn and Smoker to reach Logtown before launching a simultaneous assault. The precise timing of their operation would depend on when Lynn and Smoker arrived in Logtown. Initially, Granny Shia's merchant ship took a full 5 days to travel from Logtown to Windmill Village, including stops for supplies and various trivial matters. Excluding those delays, with the Navy's high-performance warship, the journey could be accomplished in just a few hours. In other words, should Lynn and Smoker find themselves in peril in Logtown, assistance would arrive within a matter of hours. However, one must consider peril. One is a monster capable of trading blows with Vice Admiral Karp and earning his acknowledgement. The other is an elite Navy recruit possessing the powers of a natural-type devil fruit. For Lynn and Smoker, danger may very well be the 2 words furthest from their reality. The battle plan was already established. All that remained was execution. The Navy personnel training in the forest were called out by their comrades, and after a brief respite to absorb the situation, they joined the combat team. These sailors, having endured grueling training over the past several days, were eager to showcase their capabilities. They rolled up their sleeves, donned their gear, and boarded the warship. On the other side, Lynn and Smoker also prepared themselves, bringing provisions and water, and pushed the small boat at the port into the sea. The Navy personnel aboard the warship handed Lynn the log pointer marked for Logtown and provided Smoker with a transponder snail for communication. Once the 2 reached Logtown, Smoker would use the transponder to inform the Navy stationed at Windmill Village, enabling both sides to launch a surprise attack on the pirates simultaneously. Suddenly, Lynn seemed to recall something. He returned to the island, and upon his return, he held a book in his hand. It was that mysterious tome Lynn had been perusing during his maritime journey. Although the Navy personnel were quite curious about the contents of the book, time was of the essence, and they could only suppress their questions, hoping that Smoker might later enlighten them regarding its significance. Lynn, Smoker, if you find yourselves in a bind, remember to hold out until we arrive. Are you still dreaming? Smoker frowned but nonetheless said, in any case, be cautious. Haha. The Navy personnel laughed and waved as they maneuvered the warship away from the port. On the deck of the warship, a sailor grinned. If we sneak away from training, Vice Admiral Karp is likely to give us a severe reprimand. I doubt it will be just a reprimand. Training will probably double, remarked a tall sailor with a grin. Having witnessed the battles of Vice Admiral Karp and Lynn over these past few days, I've come to realize that this vast sea is teeming with formidable beings. If we don't put in the effort, we won't be able to keep up with them. As for the present, another sailor tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, laughing heartily. The innocent civilians we must protect are currently threatened by vicious pirates. The Navy's duty cannot be usurped by that wanted criminal. Brothers, our target, Windmill Village, full speed ahead. Oh, approximately 10 minutes earlier, in Windmill Village. With a click, the little mustache pirate hung up the transponder snail, concluding his conversation with Lynn. He and a few fellow pirates were presently situated in Makino's tavern, indulging in the fine liquor pilfered from the storeroom. The pirates had confined the villagers of Windmill Village to several rooms, taking turns to guard them. Meanwhile, those without guard duty congregated in Makino's tavern, reveling in the spirits. Ha ha ha, conversing with a notorious criminal with a bounty over 100 million is exhilarating. Little Mustache boasted to a nearby companion, Lynn. Now there's a man bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons. Does this mean I can also consider myself a living legend? Oh, absolutely, boss. His surroundings echoed in agreement, just as Little Mustache was basking in his own glory. A robust figure pushed open the door to Makino's tavern. Dealing with work is such a hassle. I might even get scolded by the little crane. It's far more comfortable to change clothes and secretly take a small boat out to laze about. The man's voice carried through. Hey, Makino, bring me a cold beer. No one in the tavern responded, as Makino had already been taken to Logtown. The man, appearing somewhat groggy, rubbed his eyes and finally grasped the situation at hand. He mused, oh, there are so many people in the tavern. Where's Makino? The little mustache pirate, heavily intoxicated, felt his fun being spoiled by the newcomer and became irate. Drawing his sword from his waist. Hey, old man, can't you see? This tavern is ours today. The surrounding pirates, sensing the tension, also drew their weapons. Oh, is that so? The old man scratched his head and laughed heartily. Come on, don't be stingy. Let us drink together. You're asking for trouble, old man. With a single command from Little Mustache, the pirates surged forward, prepared to teach this arrogant elder a painful lesson. Observing the unfolding scene, Carp merely dug at his ear. After the warship departed, Smoker and Lynn were also ready, boarding the small boat to set sail for Logtown. Smoker regarded Lynn, who appeared somewhat flustered, and furrowed his brow. Hey, just to be sure, you do know how to operate a boat, right? What are you joking about? Of course I do. Lynn responded with considerable confidence. I have been rowing alongside the warship all the way here. Did you not see? Smoker pondered for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case, which eased his concerns. After all, the conditions at sea are intricate and tumultuous. Navigating a small vessel is considerably more challenging than steering a steady warship. Even he himself was not particularly adept in such matters. With an experienced mariner capable of handling a small boat at the helm, the journey would undoubtedly be much safer. Lynn positioned the recording pointer at the bow of the boat and gently pushed off from the shore, allowing the small vessel to depart from the harbor. He then picked up the oars, spread his book open upon his lap, and navigated while immersed in reading. Seizing the opportunity, Smog's curiosity was piqued. He had long desired to uncover the title of the book Lynn was perusing during their voyage. However, after only a fleeting glance, his expression shifted to one of discomfort. The text read, Introduction, Chapter 3, How to Control the Direction of a Boat on the Sea. Hey, Smog recognized the content and called out to Lynn, inquiring, Isn't that book a guide to sailing small manual boats? Lynn nodded. Smog's expression grew increasingly grim. Was that book not intended for novice sailors unfamiliar with the art of navigation? Lynn nodded, expressing her admiration. This is indeed an excellent book, with its content elaborated in great detail. Smog remained silent for a considerable time before finally inquiring cautiously. Hey, you possess abilities, don't you? Lynn nodded. You are aware that I, too, possess abilities, correct? Smoker inquired once more. Lynn nodded once more. Then you are aware that individuals with abilities are incapable of swimming, correct? Lynn gazed at Smoker with an expression of disbelief, as if he were observing a fool. He cleared his ears, pondering whether the Navy neglected to impart such basic knowledge. Smoker fell into silence once more, grappling with an urge to erupt. Yet, the receding islands incessantly reminded him, no, you must not. Should this small vessel capsize, he would undoubtedly become the most tragically defeated user of a Logia-type devil fruit in existence. Furthermore, the very culprit responsible for his potential demise would likely perish alongside him. There could be no more humiliating fate than this. Thus, Smoker maintained a stoic demeanor, choosing silence as he sat at the stern of the boat. As he stared at the islands fading into the distance, he silently prayed, I hope that book proves to be genuinely useful. Paddling the small boat from the deserted island to Logtown would typically require over 20 hours of human effort. However, Lynn's astonishing stamina allowed him to reduce this duration to merely a handful of hours, with scarcely any need for rest. Fortunately, neither storms nor tumultuous waves beset them on their journey. Consequently, after what Smoker deemed an exhilarating expedition, the two finally beheld land, in accordance with their plan. Lynn did not proceed directly to the port of Logtown. Instead, he anchored the small boat at a secluded stretch of coastline. Smog leaped from the vessel, rubbing his shoulders, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Next time you think about causing trouble, I want to be around to assist. With that customary fierce remark, Smog turned away. He sought a place to change his attire, intending to infiltrate Logtown disguised as an ordinary citizen, biding his time for the right moment. On the other side, Lynn bid farewell to Smog and rowed his small boat in a wide arc, feigning a direct approach to Logtown. Landing at the port with apparent nonchalance, the moment Lynn's foot touched the dock, a surveillance snail nearby transmitted the scene to a certain location in Logtown. In a dimly lit room, Chloe gazed intently at the monitor displaying the image, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he had arrived. If he could eliminate that man, his plan would come to fruition, allowing him to completely shed his identity as a pirate and escape the constant dread of his former life. With this thought, Chloe could not help but burst into laughter, savoring a carefully selected fine wine. However, when he looked up at the screen again, he noticed that the perspective of the surveillance had changed. The view from the monitoring snail was shifting up and down, as if someone had taken it away. Realizing this, Chloe hastily picked up a nearby ordinary snail and dialed a number, to avoid any surprises. He had already arranged for surveillance personnel near the port and carried another snail for communication. Bloop, 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 click. What is happening over at the port? Chloe inquired. However, an unexpected voice came through the other end. Is this Chloe? This is our first conversation, isn't it? In an instant, Chloe recognized the voice belonging to their target. The notorious bounty of 100 million berries, boss Lynn Balek. Chloe's brow furrowed. Lynn Balek? How did you acquire this snail? I took it from someone. Lynn candidly responded, only to be met with an utterly inopportune sound emanating from the communication device. Yes, boss, 50 skewers, and make sure to add plenty of spice. CLO paused momentarily, perplexed, and inquired, what are you talking about? Oh, it's nothing. Both rowing and fighting are exhausting, so I need to eat something beforehand, Lynn articulated through the device. Subsequently, as he spoke, Lynn began to fumble with the surveillance communicator that he had acquired. How does this thing work again? Oh right. After a bit of shaking, Lynn's visage appeared on the monitor. At that moment, he was heartily devouring skewers while still holding the communicator that was connected to CLO. Hello? You can see me, right? CLO adjusted his glasses with a hand and replied with a sardonic smile. Truly, one cannot judge the actions of a figure who has stirred chaos in the chambered archipelago and declared war on the celestial dragons by conventional standards. Oh dear. You flatter me, Lynn replied. Lynn devoured the skewers with astonishing speed, simultaneously inquiring, what about Magino? Is she all right? Of course, came the reply. I need to hear her voice. With a wave of his hand, Chloe summoned his subordinate, who brought Magino forward and swiftly removed the tape from her mouth. Upon seeing Lynn on the screen, Magino urgently exclaimed, Lynn, don't come any closer. However, before she could utter more than a few words, Chloe ordered his man to silence her once again. We are both individuals of our word, Lynn Barrick, Chloe remarked with a smile. Now, can you enlighten me on how you discovered my operative stationed at the port, as well as this surveillance bug? Who do you think I am, Chloe? There should be limits to underestimating others. Having devoured the final skewer, Lynn smacked his lips. In an instant, a suffocating rage contorted his features, threatening to erupt. Know this. He seethed. You have antagonized the one entity you should not have. At the harbor, the 3 Black Cat pirates tasked with surveillance were discovered, inverted and forcibly embedded in the brick ground. A sickening crunch echoed as the Din Din Mushy's monitor and transmitter were crushed, severing the signal. The last image captured was Lynn's wrathful visage. Never had Makino witnessed such fury in Lynn, a tranquil demeanor laced with unbridled rage. Nearby, a pirate trembled, his legs quaking at Lynn's pronouncement. He stammered to Kuro, Captain, he's the one with a bounty of 100 million berries. Before the pirate could finish, 5 glints of steel flashed, and his chest was rent asunder by a sudden, brutal assault. Blood splattered as his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Kuro, now adorned with his tin-blade cat claws, stood over the corpse, the sharp blades dripping crimson. Makino watched in horror, realizing the man's utter ruthlessness, even towards his own crew. Useless trash, Kuro spat. Gazing at Lynn's image on the monitor, he erupted in maniacal laughter after a moment of silence. Intriguing, Lynn Barek. Do try not to bore me. He, Kuro of 100 plans, had meticulously prepared for this endeavor. Even against a monster with a 100 million berry bounty, Kuro was confident in his victory. In a corner of the room, Krieg, captain of the Krieg pirates and Kuro's cohort, frowned at the scene. He was unsurprised by Kuro's lethal action against his own men. Having heard tales of his cold-blooded nature, Krieg's concern was for himself. I still don't understand, Krieg muttered. Why set the stage in Logtown? And why reveal the location in front of those world government dogs? Krieg, while not the sharpest tool in the shed, had quickly realized the danger after his initial excitement. Once this was over, the world government would never honor their promise. They would eliminate all witnesses. Ha ha ha, you're not entirely dense, are you, Krieg? Kuro guffawed. Krieg, increasingly agitated, rose and warned, I swear, if you keep playing coy, I'm taking my crew and leaving. He desired the gold and the Grand Line's nautical chart, but not at the cost of blindly serving Kuro. Kuro chuckled, pulling up a chair. Krieg, it's not that I don't want to tell you. The entire scheme must be executed in absolute secrecy. Any leak could spell our doom. Now that it's underway, can you enlighten me? Krieg scoffed. Of course. Kuro nodded. Then inquired, Krieg, what do you think the world government sees us as? Insects. Though loath to admit it, Krieg's response was immediate. To the behemoth that was the world government, pirates with bounties in the mere millions were nothing more than insignificant pests. Yet Kuro smiled. Precisely. And insects cannot negotiate with the world government. Thus, we must rely on another behemoth. Krieg, meet my second associate. As the words left his lips, Krieg felt a presence locking onto him. He whirled around to see a man in a marine uniform standing in the corner, seemingly out of thin air. The man sported a shiny mushroom haircut, and a grilled skewer seemed to be stuck to his cheek. A Marine? Here? Krieg questioned, bewildered. If the world government had a reason to exploit pirates, the Marines and pirates were diametrically opposed. There was no way Kuro could have brokered such an alliance. And indeed, that was the case. Krieg, this friend doesn't represent the Marines. He represents a powerful figure from the North Blue, Kuro explained. A man known in the underworld as Joker. Joker? Krieg had only heard the name whispered among other criminals, a legend, the undisputed Emperor of Darkness. Such a figure might indeed have the power to challenge the world government. But why would Joker collaborate with Kuro? As if reading Krieg's mind, Kuro answered. Even if they're using us, the alliance between pirates and the world government is an indelible scandal, a potent means of coercion. Joker requires leverage against the world government, and we are willing to be that leverage, provided our safety is guaranteed. Kuro burst into laughter. In fact, Joker contacted me the moment I informed the world government. Krieg finally understood. From the moment Kuro summoned them to that deserted island, every action had been orchestrated by Joker. Kuro was merely Joker's puppet on the stage. So, even insects have their ways of surviving, Krieg chuckled wryly. Turning to the strange man with the skewer stuck to his face. What should I call you, friend? The man nodded curtly. Virgo. Meanwhile, in the North Blue. At the Don Quixote family's stronghold, sunlight streamed onto Doflamingo. The rising king of the underworld basked in the warmth. Behind him, Treble, a cadre of the family and the possessor of the Beta Nomi, bowed. Young master, Virgo has made contact with Kuro. Fufufufu. I initially dismissed the information Virgo intercepted from the Marines as mere boasts from some unknown pirate. Doflamingo roared with laughter. It seems we've indeed hooked a big fish. With Lynn dead, the scandal of the world government's collaboration with pirates will be undeniable. Then, all we need to do is safeguard Kuro. And we'll have the world government by the leash. Treble chuckled in his usual slimy manner. But young master, why do you need leverage against the world government? Doflamingo handed Treble the documents he held. After a quick glance, Treble's eyes widened. Young master, are you aiming for the Shichibukai? If we can get our hands on evidence against the world government, those fools will have no choice but to let me join. The world government has made something interesting. Fufufufu. Doflamingo laughed heartily, remarking on the irony of a pirate gaining recognition from the world government. His iconic laughter resonated throughout the stronghold. Concurrently, commotion arose outside the room. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and grinned. Is it law? Torpole nodded, expressing concern for the young man who, suffering from a terminal illness, had been recklessly causing chaos. Oh, but that is precisely what makes it entertaining. Doflamingo rose, exclaiming, let us go and meet the new member of our family. Virgo. The highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and a master of hockey, had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent years ago at Doflamingo's behest. In due course, he would become one of the reasons for the demise of the Navy undercover agent Don Quixote Rosanandi. After spending over a decade ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral, he earned the Navy's trust and became the commander of the G5 branch. Ultimately, he was defeated by Smoker and Law at Punk Hazard. His body dismembered by the powers of the surgical fruit and presumed dead in the ensuing laboratory explosion. Presently, Virgo was diligently executing the undercover mission assigned by Doflamingo. Having achieved the rank of Commodore, a few days prior, he intercepted a call from Crocodile, who claimed to have discovered the whereabouts of boss Lynn and wished to negotiate a transaction with the world government under safe conditions. As the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo was privy to certain insider information. He knew that the bounty on Lynn was not issued by the world government, but rather by the celestial dragons behind it. Doflamingo had always been particularly attentive to matters concerning the celestial dragons. Hence, with keen insight, Virgo disregarded the stake stuck to his face and immediately contacted his master. Upon receiving the news, Doflamingo swiftly devised a plan. For reasons unknown, he needed to join the Seven Warlords, becoming a legitimate pirate recognized by the world government. To achieve this goal, he required a compelling reason that the world government could not refuse him entry, or rather, a leverage involving the celestial dragons and pirates' collaboration. Should he solidify this scandal, Doflamingo would possess sufficient bargaining chips to compel the world government to acquiesce to his request to join the Seven Warlords. Given the significance of this matter to his future plans, Doflamingo directly ordered Virgo to execute this scheme. He instructed Virgo, under the guise of the Joker agent, to engage with Crocodile's faction. Subsequently, he directed Crocodile's group to establish contact with the world government's CP0 to confirm an assassination plot targeting Lynn. Throughout this process, Virgo diligently gathered evidence of collaboration between the celestial dragons and pirates, waiting for Lynn's demise to protect Crocodile's group, thereby solidifying the evidence as leverage against the world government. To ensure the plan's smooth execution, Virgo personally traveled to Logtown to meet Crocodile and his pirate ally, Click. Observing the two bounty hunters with a meager reward of 2 million berries, Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses flickered slightly. He recalled his master's last directive. Virgo, you may choose to be an observer or a participant. The situation is yours to judge, and I trust your judgment. Virgo comprehended that his master intended for him to assess how to handle the circumstances at hand. Thus, this meticulous man had already made his decision. If Crocodile's group successfully claimed Lynn head, everything would proceed according to his master's plan, discreetly transporting Crocodile's group to the North Sea. If they failed, however, anyone who had witnessed his true identity, including Lynn would be executed. Virgo remained silent. Click, perceiving his demeanor, shook his head in resignation, declaring him a peculiar individual. Be cautious, my friend, Crocodile smiled. Perhaps Lord Virgo is contemplating executing us all if our plan fails. Virgo continued to maintain his silence, neither confirming nor denying. Failure? Huh. Click laughed heartily. While I might worry about other matters, I am entirely confident in our ability to take Lynn head. After all, the world government has provided us with a plethora of interesting resources. As he spoke, Click rose, the armor clanking around him. Suddenly, Virgo noticed something amiss. According to intelligence, Admiral Click was known to don a golden armor concealing various weapons. Yet, at that moment, while Crocodile wore armor, it was black. The twilight light streaming through the curtain's gap reflected off Crocodile's armor, imparting a metallic sheen. Virgo's gaze sharpened. Was that sheen sea prism stone? Click was clad in specially forged armor intermingled with sea prism stone. It appeared they had requisitioned numerous items from the world government to combat Lynn a user of powerful abilities. Virgo contemplated silently. Special armor made from sea prism stone must be worth a fortune, likely. Only the celestial dragons possess the means to forge such a material. Wait, that's not all. Virgo's attention shifted to the claw weapon in Crocodile's hand, as well as the sword lying discarded on the floor. These weapons also emanated the essence of sea prism stone. In that moment, Virgo's expression shifted. He furrowed his brow. Unable to suppress his astonishment, the celestial dragons have indeed spent a fortune. Click, having warmed up, hefted a massive gun and declared, I will wait in ambush outside. With that, he exited the room. Virgo, witnessing this, abruptly turned to leave as well. Mr. Virgo, where are you going? Crocodile inquired, perplexed. It is of no concern to you, Virgo replied succinctly, vanishing without a trace. Cold sweat beaded on Crocodile's forehead. Truly, as the agent of Joker, his speed surpassed even Crocodile's silent steps. Meanwhile, on the streets of Logtown, Lynn placed the two phone bugs, which he had crushed in his grasp, beside the street, and then a figure strode purposefully into the heart of the town. As a place where beginnings and endings converge, Logtown thrived. Its myriad streets weaving a complex tapestry. Lynn found himself amidst the throng, realizing that locating Chloe's group through a single individual was nearly an insurmountable task. He felt a growing unease, pondering whether the three unfortunate souls he had ensnared in the port's cobblestones were deliberately dispatched by Chloe to establish contact with him. The crowd was truly overwhelming. Lynn scratched his head. It was now evening, the time when the streets of Rogertown were most bustling with people. Lynn stood in the middle of the street, suddenly feeling akin to a country dweller who had just arrived in the city. It seemed that some others shared this sentiment. A jovial young man grasped Lynn's shoulder, grinning widely as he remarked, I see this young fellow is visiting Rogertown for the first time. Would you like a guide? For just 100 berries, I can ensure you a delightful exploration of Rogertown. Lynn gazed at the young man and calmly remarked, the scent of blood from the dagger at your waist has already permeated the air. In an instant, the youth, who had just moments ago worn a face of benevolence, suddenly exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes as he retracted his right hand, intent on unsheathing the blade at his side. However, when he attempted to grasp it, it felt as though he had seized nothing but emptiness. What? The young man looked down only to discover that his wrist had been inexplicably fractured, rendering his entire right arm uselessly dangling. Who summoned you here, Chloe? Lynn furrowed his brow and rolled up the sleeve of the young man, revealing a tattoo emblazoned with the emblem of a skull and crossbones. It was not the Black Cat. The Click pirate crew? Lynn raised an eyebrow and chuckled. So? Chloe has allied himself with pirates. Subsequently, Lynn reached towards the young man's waist and drew forth a dagger concealed there. His fingertips lightly grazed the blade, a wave of lethargy washing over him. Lynn has now finally comprehended the source of Crow's unwavering confidence. It is derived from the sea prism stone weaponry. Lynn toyed with the sea stone dagger. The sea stone, a mysterious gem imbued with the power of the ocean, has the capacity to render those who come into contact with it utterly defenseless, much like sinking into the depths of the sea. It is typically employed to subjugate those with abilities. However, this stone is exceedingly rare and its processing is remarkably challenging, allowing only colossal entities like the world government and the Navy to manipulate it, let alone forge it into weaponry. Yet now, this precious weapon crafted from sea stone has found its way into the hands of an inconspicuous foot soldier. It appears that Chloe has made contact with a formidable power indeed. Lynn pondered silently. It was likely the world government, or perhaps even the celestial dragons. It was improbable that there existed only a single sea prism stone weapon. Otherwise, Kuro would not have dispatched a nameless minion to carry out the deed against him. The only plausible explanation was that the Black Cat pirates and the Clique pirates had infiltrated Logtown, and nearly everyone among them wielded weapons infused with sea prism stone, lurking in the shadows with malevolent intent. Were they plotting to assassinate me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn embraced the young man's shoulders and inquired with a smile. Where is your base of operations? The young man furrowed his brow defiantly and retorted, do you think I would reveal that? Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Lynn exerting brute strength to drive the sea stone dagger deep into the ground, ultimately leaving not even a trace of its hilt. Lynn smiled kindly and inquired, do you wish to be buried in the ground as well? The young man paused for a moment in silence before responding, number 5 on Backstreet. The captain mentioned he would be waiting for you there. Thank you for your cooperation. Lynn continued to embrace the young man when, without warning, he delivered a punch to his abdomen. The young man let out a muffled groan, followed by a rolling of his eyes, before he was abruptly rendered unconscious by the searing pain. Lynn, akin to supporting a drunken friend, gently placed the young man upon a nearby bench before hastily departing. The multitude of commoners in Logtown was overwhelming. Lynn wished to avoid inciting further chaos and aimed solely to swiftly address the mastermind behind it all, Chloe. Additionally, there was now the matter of the Admiral, Click. Most pirates of the East Sea were of a cowardly sort, lacking in audacity. Thus, once those two were dealt with, the remaining rabble would surely collapse without a fight. With this thought in mind, Lynn quickened his pace toward the rear street number 5 at the opposite end of Logtown. Lynn had encountered that location on the naval map. It was a rather remote district. The port of Logtown lay at the far western edge, while the backstreets were situated at the extreme east, representing two entirely divergent directions. Should Chloe truly establish his headquarters there, his scheme would be laid bare, transforming it into a blatant conspiracy. To traverse from the port to the backstreets, Lynn would have to navigate through numerous intricate alleys. Chloe was evidently intent on using the townsfolk of Logtown as a cover along this route to eliminate Lynn. After crossing one street, the appearance of two individuals behind Lynn further corroborated his suspicions. You have been following for quite some time, haven't you? Lynn turned his head and beheld two familiar faces, those of the Catfolk brothers, the spotted cat, Butch, and the Siamese cat, Sam. How did you find us? Lynn inquired. Intuition, he replied. He could hardly disclose to these two creatures, who had lived in a well, that his ability to sense presence had reached a level comparable to the renowned observation hockey. Meanwhile, the brothers, clad in common attire, appeared astonished yet swiftly donned their hockey-infused claws, preparing for battle. Sam, the Siamese, chuckled, I truly appreciate your previous assistance. That swipe of yours caused me a headache that lingered for 3 whole days. To his surprise, Lynn queried once more. Chloe mentioned he would wait for me at No. 5 on Backstreet. Sam nodded, then licked his claws with a sinister grin. I have discerned the vulnerabilities of those with abilities. This weapon is infused with hockey stones. Should it pierce your flesh, you will find yourself utterly defenseless, all alone. According to the scheme devised by Butch and Sam, they intended to exploit the hockey weapon's superiority over those with abilities to eliminate Lynn. However, suddenly, Sam felt an itch upon his skin. So cold, he instinctively looked up, only to witness a ground covered in frost, while Lynn had vanished without a trace. Sam. Butch's voice echoed, and just as Sam turned to look, a familiar hand once again grasped his head. Lynn found himself amidst the Catman brothers before he even realized it. A chilling breath escaped his lips, and a deep voice resonated. I have no time to play with cats. Heroic skill, skull crusher. Bang. Sam and Butch's heads collided instantaneously, causing both to roll their eyes and faint simultaneously. Subsequently, Lynn exhaled one final breath of frost, dissipating the icy domain in less than 3 seconds. This unexpected scene was undeniably witnessed by the residents of Logtown. However, before their cries could erupt, Lynn had already departed the scene at breakneck speed. Throughout this ordeal, his vigilance never wavered for a moment, for he clearly sensed that, aside from the Catman brothers, mere pawns, there was another presence honing in on him. This aura emanated a singular feeling, extreme danger. Who could it be? The only force Lynn could conceive of, capable of producing a significant quantity of sea prism stone weapons, was the one behind Chloe and his companions, a rarity even in the New World. The most likely candidates, of course, were the world government or the celestial dragons who stood behind them. If they had indeed dispatched individuals to Logtown, it would pose the gravest threat to Lynn. One could only wonder about Smoker's whereabouts. Lynn, ever vigilant of his surroundings, continued his advance towards number 5 Backstreet. Along the way, he encountered several lackeys wielding weapons forged from sea prism stone, attempting to impede his progress, yet he dispatched each one with a single, powerful blow. Even armed with such precious weaponry, their insufficient strength posed no threat to a true powerhouse. However, an ominous aura, one that even Lynn found profoundly perilous, lingered closely, unwaveringly fixated upon him. Lynn discreetly surveyed her surroundings, yet remained empty-handed. After traversing approximately half the distance, she arrived at an abandoned street devoid of any presence. At that moment, a figure clad in a brown robe suddenly obstructed her path. Lynn broke into a smile, no longer concealing her intentions. Yet, before she could launch her swift and determined assault against her opponent, a single utterance halted her advance. Hold on, Mr. Lynn, I come on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army. Lynn's initial thought was not why the Revolutionary Army sought him out, but rather whether the ominous aura emanated from the very Revolutionary Army before him. The answer was negative, for the Revolutionary Army displayed no hint of hostility towards Lynn. So who could it be? At the corner of the alley, Virgo adeptly concealed his presence. Observing the scene unfolding on the street, he found the entire situation increasingly intriguing. The Revolutionary Army was indeed attempting to make contact with Lynn. This formidable anti-government organization, led by Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy, aimed to overthrow the oppressive rule of the world government. If pirates were merely a band of outlaws beyond the reach of the world government, then the Revolutionary Army was actively orchestrating the downfall of that very institution. Consequently, the Revolutionary Army was perceived by the world government as the greatest threat to global stability. Lynn once declared war against the celestial dragons in the Sidi archipelago, an act akin to that of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he had anticipated that he would inevitably encounter the Revolutionary Army upon these vast seas. In his mind, such a scenario was most likely to unfold along the Grand Line. Yet, unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army has sent individuals to make contact with him in Fasha village. It is far too premature and simultaneously rather unfortunate. Lynn gazed at the unfamiliar man who had suddenly appeared before her, a face that was not known to her, likely just an ordinary liaison or official. She approached him and whispered, "Step aside. Regardless of whether your identity is genuine or not, I have more pressing matters to attend to. It concerns the residents of Windmill Village being kidnapped by pirates." The revolutionary pressed down on his cloak and replied, "Time is of the essence, so I shall speak plainly. The rescue operation is under the purview of our revolutionary forces. For your safety, please refrain from involving yourself in this matter and leave Rogue Town at once." Lynn remained unfazed and responded, "I shall say this one last time. Step aside." TSK, the leader was indeed correct. He was truly a man difficult to engage with. The Revolutionary Army furrowed their brows and murmured, "Mr. Lynn, are you aware of who is involved behind this matter?" "Who?" "The world government." "Oh." Lynn nodded and continued forward, only to be halted once again by the revolutionary soldier. "Perhaps you are not yet aware, Mr. Lynn, but your bounty in the underworld has escalated to a terrifying degree, and it is the celestial dragons, the puppeteers behind the government, who have placed this price upon your head." Lynn arched an eyebrow as he gazed at the revolutionary soldier, slowly articulating, "Who instilled in you the delusion of my ignorance?" Upon hearing these words, the soldier was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lynn was aware of the world government's involvement behind the entire kidnapping incident? If that were the case, how could this man dare to venture alone into Rock Town? "Mr. Lynn, please wait a moment." As Lynn turned to leave, the revolutionary soldier grasped his shoulder, only to find Lynn's hand swiftly capturing his wrist in return. How swift! The soldier's pupils dilated in shock. Despite being one of the operational cadres of the Revolutionary Army, possessing skills far superior to that of an ordinary Navy officer, he found himself ensnared by Lynn's grip, which felt like iron, firmly securing him in place. On the other hand, Lynn had grown weary of the soldier's cryptic demeanor. At this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast, with frost emanating from his mouth as a chilling mist. His voice resonated with gravity, whether you are a revolutionary or an agent of the world government. Your next words will determine whether you leave this street on your own 2 feet. At these words, the soldier could not help but swallow hard. He had no doubt that if his forthcoming words lacked sufficient value, this man would not hesitate to eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, the soldier retrieved a document from his pocket. "This is the information obtained by our leader." Lynn took the documents and glanced through them, immediately furrowing his brows. The information contained therein indeed compelled his attention. According to the intelligence gathered by the Revolutionary Army, the Clo faction had secured not one, but 2 significant patrons. One was the world government, with speculation suggesting the involvement of the celestial dragons. The other patron, however, was a revelation Lynn had never anticipated: Joker. Lynn was certainly familiar with that name. Don Quixote da Flamingo? What business did he have wading into these murky waters? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn released the revolutionary soldier and offered a gentle pat on his shoulder as a gesture of apology. "Thank you." With that, Lynn intended to press onward. However, the revolutionary soldier, on the brink of despair, recalled the words of their leader, Dragon, from a few days prior regarding Lynn, a madman bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons single-handedly, a creature unacquainted with fear. Initially, the soldier had thought the leader's assessment of Lynn somewhat exaggerated, but now it seemed the leader's words were utterly accurate. Here, he stood resolutely before the world government and the enigmatic Joker of the underworld, advancing without hesitation. The revolutionary soldier hastened to catch up, remembering the instructions given to him by the leader. If that man's progress could not be halted, then he must be made aware of the entire truth, allowing him to choose his own destiny. Thus, the revolutionary addressed Lynn. "This is an order from our leader, Mr. Dragon. As revolutionaries, we must ensure your safety." At last, curiosity compelled Lynn to pause. He was genuinely intrigued. Why was it that even the revolutionaries had set their sights on him, alongside Doflamingo? Taking a deep breath, the revolutionary explained, "You liberated a multitude of slaves in Sidi archipelago and declared war on the celestial dragons. Consequently, for the oppressed people suffering under government tyranny worldwide, Aside from the hidden revolutionaries, you are the first to openly challenge the authority of the world government. You may not realize it, but in several corners of this world, there are those influenced by your actions, choosing to resist oppression actively. The name BOSS Lynn Barrack has begun to resonate with power, although it may currently be but a flicker. As long as you live, it will inevitably ignite into a sweeping blaze, which is why we must protect you, even if it costs us our lives. The revolutionary's eyes were fixed intently on Lynn. In that moment, Lynn discerned from the soldier's gaze that every word he spoke, including the last, was indeed the truth. Lynn pondered for a moment and inquired, "How many troops does the Revolutionary Army have in Logtown?" The Revolutionary Army did not provide a specific figure, merely responding, "Sufficient numbers. Then, you shall be responsible for the protection of the civilians." Lynn patted him on the shoulder and then continued toward the back street. The revolutionary forces seemed poised to speak further, but Lynn suddenly spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Tell Long that no call to arms is necessary. For those slaves have walked out of the arena on their own 2 feet." Lynn could not help but reminisce about the imposing figure of Fisher Tiger, who was poised to create a tumultuous upheaval in Mary Geoise, liberating countless enslaved souls. He was indeed the one brave enough to stand alone against the might of the world government. Once the affairs here concluded, Lynn silently yearned to join Tiger in wreaking havoc in that so-called Holy Land. As for the present moment, Lynn turned his head, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the revolutionary forces to momentarily doubt whether they stood before a formidable beast. That beast spoke slowly, cautioning, "Be wary not to be drawn into my battlefield." Subsequently, Lynn's figure vanished around the corner. He was now not far from number 5 Backstreet. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Virgo observed the scene unfold. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, ultimately disregarding the revolutionary soldier and turning toward the direction Lynn had taken. Since the young master had entrusted him with assessing the situation, he would dutifully execute the young master's directives. In comparison to the revolutionary forces, the man named Lynn Barrack commanded his attention far more. Approximately 10 minutes later, having dealt with a dozen obstructive pirates, Lynn finally arrived at the entrance of number 5 Backstreet. The last rays of dusk illuminated the area. To Lynn's surprise, it turned out to be a bustling marketplace, teeming with people. As night fell, the residents of Logtown engaged in vibrant nocturnal activities, with various stalls aglow along the streets. This harmonious and stable atmosphere resembled the calm before a storm. Among the crowd, some members of the Revolutionary Army employed various strategies to subtly divert the townspeople away from the back streets of Logtown. The revolutionary soldier who had interacted with Lynn gazed toward the back street, feeling a twinge of concern. Lynn has arrived at number 5 Backstreet. Yet the reality here deviates significantly from his expectations. Rather than a desolate thoroughfare, it is a bustling marketplace. As night falls, the lights of various stalls illuminate the scene, and the calls of vendors resonate incessantly. To discern the whereabouts of Chloe and his gang amidst this chaotic bazaar is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, Lynn has now encountered an even more pressing issue. He finds himself somewhat hungry. Since landing in Logtown, he has engaged in over a dozen skirmishes, all of which were, without exception, one-sided triumphs. Yet, the constant vigilance against that ominous presence has resulted in a more rapid depletion of his energy reserves than he had anticipated. As Lynn chewed on the jerky brought from the deserted island, he stepped into number 5 Backstreet. While observing the movements of Chloe's gang, he sought to procure some additional provisions at the market for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Lynn's nose twitched. It was a familiar scent. Lynn approached a grilled fish stall, where the proprietor, a young man sporting a headscarf and bearing slight dark circles under his eyes, greeted her with a warm smile. "Hey there, my friend. Would you care for some grilled fish?" Lynn gazed at the grilled fish on the stall and smiled broadly. "Is that golden salmon?" The young proprietor nodded, adding a few pieces of charcoal to the stove before replying. "Indeed, it was just caught this afternoon, exceptionally fresh. I'll have 2 skewers of grilled fish, please." Lynn chuckled, yet her gaze remained fixated on the proprietor of the grilled fish stall. The resplendent golden salmon was a rare delicacy, typically reserved for the nobility. "Indeed." The young vendor nodded in agreement. "How long have you been operating this stall?" Lynn inquired suddenly. The proprietor paused momentarily before responding. "I have been selling grilled fish in Logtown alongside my father since childhood. I have been managing the stall for nearly a decade, and all my grilling techniques were imparted by him." "What a coincidence. I am acquainted with a fisherman who has been casting nets for over 20 years, and his grilling skills are unparalleled," Lynn remarked, observing the young vendor's technique. She watched as he deftly placed the fish upon the grill, cooking each side for a brief interval before brushing on sauce. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. However, when the vendor presented the grilled fish to Lynn, she refrained from taking it. Instead, she smiled broadly and said, "That fisherman once told me that golden salmon is an exceptionally delicate ingredient. Only the side with the skin should be grilled, lest it compromise the inherent flavor of the flesh. This is a fundamental principle known to any fishmonger, yet it appears you are unaware." The young vendor's eyes flickered before he replied, "I apologize. I may lack some finesse in my craft." Indeed, his skills were lacking, and his focus was clearly not on the art of grilling fish. Lynn suddenly leaned in a step closer. observing the muscles on your arms and the calluses on your hands, suggesting that you seldom utilize fishing nets, am I right? The boss quietly bent down and murmured. What exactly are you trying to say? Lynn gazed at his boss's actions, a grin spreading across his face. Who are you? The young boss's expression became utterly serene. My friend, you ought not to inquire in such a manner. He retrieved two elegantly designed canes with spherical ends from beneath the stall, his demeanor composed as he continued. You should rather ask, who are you all? Upon hearing this, Lynn's pupils suddenly constricted. Around him, the once vibrant street fell into an eerie silence. Everyone in the market, be they vendors or visitors, turned their attention toward Lynn, their gazes collectively fixed upon him. So it was. At this moment, Lynn finally comprehended why the back street, which ought to be a desolate and secluded locale, was bustling with activity, particularly on 5th Street. It turned out that the individuals present were all members of a pirate crew. Lynn found himself at the entrance of 5th Street, where an endless expanse of the road stretched before him, teeming with thousands of pirates wielding weapons forged from sea prism stone, their eyes glinting with menace. Moreover, on either side of the street, numerous pirates brandished their blades from within the dilapidated houses. A young man, adept with dual crutches, emerged from a stall and approached Lynn. With 2 pirate crews combined, there are a staggering 4,000 of us. You wouldn't want to flee, would you, my friend Lynn? He remarked with a composed smile. After all, the person you seek lies at the very end of the street. Lynn gazed at the young man and smiled broadly. Thank you, Akin. Akin was taken aback. Do you know me? Lynn replied, I've seen you on the wanted poster. At this time, Akin had not yet been swayed by Sanji's meal and remained a complete puppet of clique. Thus, Lynn did not intend to persuade him with words. Moreover, the murderous intent emanating from the street surged towards them like a tidal wave. In such a situation, there was nothing left to do but confront it head-on. Lynn's fists collided with a resounding thud. Boom. The muffled sound echoed through the quiet street like a summons to battle. Akin, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief. Do you intend to challenge all 4,000 of us single-handedly? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn slightly raised her chin. Do you comprehend the true essence of the boss? Bang. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck Akin squarely in the chest. He barely managed to react in time, using his crutches to block the blow. Yet he felt the force of the punch penetrate through the crutches, impacting him directly. Ugh. Akin let out a pained wail, and before he could fully process the situation, a flicker of frost caught his peripheral vision. Immediately after, an uppercut struck Akin's jaw, sending him soaring through the air. Heroic skill. Intimidation of the opponent. Following 2 consecutive heavy punches, frost began to spread beneath Lynn's feet. Heroic skill. Frozen domain. Lynn's speed and perceptual abilities have been significantly enhanced. Before Akin had a chance to fall, Lynn's fist collided once more with a resounding thud. A mist of frost enveloped Lynn, and with a broad grin, he addressed the 4,000 pirates on the street. Come, let the battle commence. He then surged forward, stepping boldly into the fray. The 5th alleyway stretched long, yet its sides were constricted. Consequently, the pirates positioned at the rear could not discern the situation ahead. Some even clamored for their comrades to hold back, hoping to engage with the notorious criminal boasting a bounty of 100 million berries. Suddenly, the pirates at the back beheld an incomprehensible spectacle. People were flying. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they confirmed that their companions were indeed soaring into the air in various postures. What was even more bewildering and terrifying was that those airborne figures seemed to be gradually approaching deeper into the alleyway. What was happening? Perhaps only Akin, who had fallen to the ground and was barely clinging to consciousness through sheer physical endurance, could provide an answer to this perplexity. As he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, Akin's mind replayed Lynn's earlier words. Do you understand the true meaning of boss? The so-called boss is the ultimate objective of a game. Thus, the boss is always the one being challenged. Therefore, you have uttered a grave error. Lynn's eyes shimmered with a dark golden glow as he exclaimed with unparalleled excitement, It is not I who shall challenge your 4,000. But rather it is you who should dare to confront me, the boss. On this day, in the town of Rog, at number 5 Back Street, wherever boss Lynn Barak tread, people soared through the air. An astonishing spectacle unfolded in Rog Town, at number 5 Back Street. If the 4,000 pirates gathered there resembled ferocious wolves, then Lynn, bursting through the entrance and into the street, was akin to a savage beast plunging into a den of wolves. Among those at the forefront of the street, including Akin, the few dozen pirates merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lynn before they were abruptly launched into the sky. As they lost consciousness upon landing, the pirates gazed at Lynn, who continued his advance on the ground, and were suddenly struck by the surreal nature of the entire event. After crashing heavily to the ground, Akin stared at Lynn's retreating figure, unable to contain his astonishment. Is the disparity truly this vast? Upon entering the state of the frozen domain, Lynn swiftly dispatched the dozen or so pirates before him. Subsequently, he exhaled a few puffs of white vapor, thereby relinquishing the state. After all, the frozen domain represents his most formidable sustained offensive tactic. In this state, the maximum duration of Lynn's full combat capabilities is a mere 3 minutes, not accounting for the energy expended through the use of other techniques. faced with this horde of lowly pirates. Lynn saw no necessity to maintain the frozen domain at all times. Why wield a cleaver to slay a chicken? What Lynn truly needs to be wary of is the terrifying aura of death that has persistently shadowed him. Furthermore, Lynn has already achieved his objective. With a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he sent dozens of adversaries soaring into the sky. This spectacle instilled a profound sense of dread within the hearts of the pirates observing from behind. Their sole assessment of Lynn can be encapsulated in just 2 words: monster. Even though they clutched their precious seastone weapons, an indescribable fear permeated among them as they confronted an opponent who seemed untouchable. Fear not, boomed a bolder, bearded figure at the forefront of the crowd. We number 4,000. Let us assail him with our seastone weapons. After all, abilities are most vulnerable to seastone. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lynn erupted into hearty laughter, then swiftly spread his arms wide, bending forward as if he were a formidable war chariot charging ahead. The moment he collided with the pirates, an immense force propelled the front line back, causing the multitude of pirates on the bustling street to collide into one another, creating a chaotic throng. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn grasped the outermost pirates on either side with both hands, then exerted his strength to draw them together, simultaneously compressing the 6 or 7 individuals in the center. Shortly thereafter, the pirates witnessed a scene beyond their comprehension. In the event of unsatisfactory food at an establishment, they might resort to causing a ruckus, perhaps even overturning tables. However, at this very moment, they were confronted with the unimaginable. Lynn, with his arms outstretched, displayed astonishing strength as he embraced the 6 or 7 pirates. With a powerful thrust of his waist and abdomen, he propelled himself backward, sending those pirates, along with a dozen others behind them, soaring into the air. The pirates who found themselves airborne were left dizzy and disoriented, unable to suppress their cacophony of bewildered cries. As they began to realize they were unharmed and were preparing to adjust their bodies for a return to solid ground, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn grasped a handcart typically used for street vending. With a simultaneous exertion of his core and waist, he began to spin, propelling both himself and the 2 handcarts into a whirlwind. After completing 2 or 3 revolutions, reaching an astonishing velocity, Lynn aimed at the airborne pirates and hurled the wooden carts with all his might. Bang! Bang! Upon striking 2 unfortunate pirates directly, the carts shattered, sending splintered fragments cascading onto the others in the sky. As the debris rained down, it created chaos among the pirates on the ground, with the shards and pirates falling almost in unison. Lynn stood resolutely in the middle of the street, advancing step by step. Anyone who entered his striking range was sent flying by his powerful blows, soaring into the air or crashing violently against the walls flanking the street. Behind him, no pirate remained standing. Before him, every pirate was in retreat. After covering approximately 1/10 of the distance, hundreds of pirates had already succumbed to the force of his fists. Gradually, Lynn began to sense something amiss. Baccarat Crow was a remarkably astute individual, and given that Lynn had been compelled to arrive in Logtown, Crow should have had ample time to select a suitable battleground for their confrontation. Clearly, employing a tactic of sheer numbers against Lynn and Backstreet No. 5 was an unwise choice. As Lynn had observed earlier, the length of Backstreet No. 5 was substantial, yet the sides were not expansive. Thus, only a handful of pirates could confront him at once. Any more would render the street too congested for maneuverability. Lynn entered through the street entrance once more. Thus, regardless of the number of pirates, they could never encircle Lynn from all directions. Such a tactic is a grave error in the art of warfare. Lynn did not believe that Clock would make such a fundamental mistake. The only plausible explanation was that this crafty adversary had some secret means to contend with Lynn. After all, we were in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows, and Lynn had to remain vigilant. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. A towering figure pushed aside the pirates, standing prominently before Lynn. This behemoth stood at least 4 meters tall, his muscular frame resembling an explosive inverted triangle. It was the formidable Balth. The sight of this giant instilled courage in the pirates. Take down that little runt, Balth. Let him feel your iron fist that can pierce through 5 layers of steel. The giant known as Balth cracked his neck and, amidst the cheers of the pirates, looked down at Lynn with a slight, disdainful smirk. I heard from Captain Click that you also fight with your fists. Lynn glanced back at him, cracking his fingers with a few crisp sounds. Very well, let us engage in a game, he proposed. Balth spoke slowly. We shall stand still, taking turns to strike each other with a punch, until one of us is utterly defeated. What do you say? The pirates immediately buzzed with excitement. Oh, it is the infamous Balth's game, they exclaimed. Haha, no one has ever withstood a punch from Balth before. Lynn cast a glance at the pirates behind Bart, contemplated briefly, and agreed. Very well. Bart produced a coin, grinning widely. In that case, let us decide who attacks first by flipping a coin. The pirates exchanged cold smirks. Bart's coin was a specially crafted cheating coin, ensuring that no matter how it was tossed, the outcome would always favor him. In other words, Lynn was compelled to accept that Bart would strike first. However, Lynn's subsequent words took everyone by surprise. There's no need for that. I am pressed for time. So you may go ahead. Humph. Bart detected the slight against him and let out a cold snort. his right arm tensing with bulging veins. Dare to underestimate me? You shall pay. Bam! A fist, larger than that of an average person, struck Lynn squarely in the face. It landed directly. Lynn's hands hung limply by her sides, rendering her punch a perfect strike from any angle. The pirates couldn't help but revel in their excitement. For that was a fist capable of penetrating 5 layers of steel. However, in the next moment, Lynn's calm voice resonated. Is that all? Something felt amiss. The burly Balter thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, something was definitely wrong. His fist had undeniably struck the diminutive figure before him, a blow capable of puncturing 5 layers of steel. Yet, why did the little one not flinch at all? After some contemplation, Balter suddenly arrived at a conclusion. Of course, he must have used the power of a devil fruit to defend himself. Balter reassured himself. Otherwise, my fist, landing squarely on his head, surely would have claimed his life. However, as Balter scrutinized the situation before him, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. There stood Lynn, hands tucked in his pockets, showing no sign of utilizing any fruit abilities, nor did he employ even the slightest defense, having taken Balter's punch squarely on his forehead. At that moment, in a shock, Balter realized with horror that his own knuckles had fractured, jagged bone shards piercing through his skin, leaving his hand drenched in blood. The searing pain surged like a tidal wave, forcing Balter to clutch his injured hand and wail in agony. He could not comprehend how it was that he, the one who had thrown the punch, was left with a shattered fist. Could it be that Lynn's head was harder than his own fist? Lynn gazed at the wailing Bart, his hands gradually emerging from his pockets as he murmured, "It's my turn for the second round." In an instant, Lynn surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Bart's abdomen. Bang! Bart felt his insides churning violently, as if his very form had been distorted by the blow, propelling him backward. This flight was no trivial matter. His massive physique created considerable chaos among the pirates behind him, as hundreds were jostled together, unable to extricate themselves. How peculiar. Lynn furrowed his brow. The current situation further corroborated his speculation that Chloe's choice of this location as their base was indeed a significant blunder. In this terrain, not only did the pirates' numerical superiority fail to manifest, but it even became a constraint for them. Rather, it could be said that this confined landscape was more conducive to Lynn's individual combat prowess. Regardless of Chloe's machinations, the gift presented to him on a silver platter could not be refused. Lynn raised her right hand, fingers splayed, and then charged towards Bart, who was still clutching his injured right hand in anguish. To his astonishment, he found himself effortlessly lifted by Lynn with a single hand and hoisted onto her shoulder. Heroic skill, breathtaking. Lynn executed this maneuver with minimal effort, for the insignificant foes before him paled in comparison to Zephyr and Garp. He hoisted the massive form of Bart toward the heavens, taking 2 decisive steps forward before launching himself into the air. Strike! He bellowed, and in an instant, Bart's formidable bulk was sent crashing to the ground. The impact created a colossal crater, shattering not only the earth but also obliterating portions of the dilapidated structures in the vicinity. The pirates near Bart's landing zone were caught unawares by this formidable assault, plunging the scene into utter chaos. After Lynn landed, he casually discarded 2 pirates and took advantage of the chaos among them to press onward. He was not here to engage in a battle of annihilation. For the sake of Machino's safety, he needed to locate Chloe as swiftly as possible. Only after that would Lynn have the energy to confront the greatest challenge of his journey, the source of that ominous presence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn seized a hapless pirate with one hand and, employing a powerful strike, crashed them together, dispatching them without breaking his stride. He had grown weary of indulging close games. Chloe, click, come forth at once. Lynn's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire street, leaving the surrounding pirates with ringing ears. He then seized one by the collar. Where's your captain? The man, intent on retorting defiantly, was taken aback when his refusal barely escaped his lips before Lynn hurled him away with force. With a resounding crash, the pirate was slammed into the wall, becoming utterly stuck, unable to extricate himself. Lynn apprehended another individual and inquired, "Where is your captain?" This time, the pirate dared not respond recklessly. He could only muster the courage to stammer, "I have no idea." They left immediately after issuing orders. However, before the pirate could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past, and in an instant, 5 wounds appeared on his back. Swish. The wounds burned intensely. The pirate clutched Lynn's arm, struggled a few times, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn gazed around and noticed that the surrounding pirates had begun to flee recklessly. Thus, the answer to the question was clear. Apart from that man, there would be no others. After all, it was only he who left such a terrifying impression in the hearts of his subordinates. Captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Plow. His ultimate technique, Shovel of Death, is an indiscriminate attack unleashed through silent steps, utilizing swift movements and the razor-sharp claws of his hands to eliminate vast numbers of foes. The flaw of this technique lies in its speed. It is so rapid that even Clow himself may not be aware of what he has struck down. Whether ally or enemy, anyone within its range becomes a target of Clow's assault. When Clow faced Lynn, he was so cautious that he did not reveal himself and directly executed Shovel of Death. This was also the reason the surrounding pirates were fleeing, after all. They had no desire to be caught in the wake of Captain Clow's terrifying onslaught. Is that so? Lynn felt the rush of air swirling around her as she raised an eyebrow in intrigue. You were well aware that those insignificant adversaries could not vanquish me, thus intending to send them forth to deplete my strength, only to subsequently exploit the narrow confines of the streets. Employing the deadly combination of the shaku and sea prism stone weaponry to eliminate me. Lynn flashed a grin and inquired, "Is this your plan, Clo?" "Indeed." Clo's voice echoed from all directions. The speed of his movement was astonishing, rendering him invisible, even the source of his voice indistinguishable. "With the addition of the sea prism stone infused into my 10 blades cat claw, Lynn, you shall meet your demise." Clo, in the midst of his rapid approach, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Lynn. However, an icy heel abruptly manifested before Clo's eyes. Huh? In that fleeting moment, Clo was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, Lynn's heel forcefully collided with his face. Bang! Clo was propelled backward from the impact, crashing into the ground only to rebound. Akin to a stone skipping across water, repeatedly rising and falling until he finally slammed against the wall and came to a complete halt. A look of astonishment lingered on Clo's face. Without granting him a moment to react, Lynn suddenly dashed to Clo's side. Seizing his collar with his left hand while his right clenched into a fist, delivering blow after blow to Clo's face. Bang! 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 Lynn, while engaging in combat, remarked, "Tiger, Zephyr, and Carp, those who can exchange a few blows with me are either remnants of the old era or legends of the new. And you? Which little kitten do you think you are?" Each punctuation mark signifies a moment of pause, and each pause embodies a powerful strike. It's quite unsatisfactory. Lynn is currently in a state of extreme displeasure. The reasons for his initial reluctance to confront the Black Cat pirate crew aboard Grandma Sia's merchant ship were threefold. Firstly, he was concerned that a skirmish might endanger Grandma Sia and the crew, as she is of advanced age, and the crew members each have their own families to consider. Secondly, there are certain unwritten rules of the sea. Although Lynn possesses the capability to drive away the Black Cat pirate crew, he cannot remain perpetually at Grandma Sia's side. Should a stray member seek vengeance against her, Lynn would be unable to intervene. Thus, avoiding conflict was the wisest course of action. Thirdly, it was entirely due to the fact that Kuro is merely a minor character. Lynn's sole interest in him lay in his remarkable ability to move with the stealth akin to the sixth form of the Rokushiki, known as Saru. Lynn had initially planned to find a suitable time to confront them alone, under his own identity. However, he never anticipated that Kuro would audaciously ally with Clique to attack the people of Windmill Village. Did he truly believe himself to be so easily trifled with? Kidnapping, threats, weapons forged from sea prism stone, schemes, and support from behind the scenes. Kuro orchestrated a chaotic web that made it seem as though he were the puppet master controlling the entire affair. Lynn now finds himself ensnared, step by step, in his plot. This, above all, is the source of Lynn's genuine ire. Engaging in such frivolous antics, he is determined to convey one important lesson to Kuro. Lynn is affectionately known as boss, and thus he is perpetually the one to be challenged. He has never sought to challenge others. Instead, it is always others who rise to challenge him. Lynn seized Clo by the collar, his fists as large as sandbags, poised to strike Clo's face with relentless force. As he delivered each blow, he taunted, "You count. Bang. Which bang? Little kitty. Huh. Bang. 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 Bang." Each powerful punch landed mercilessly upon Clo's visage. Clo's glasses shattered under the assault, leaving only the frame precariously dangling from his ear. Once meticulously styled hair now lay disheveled, with strands matted to his forehead by the blood that oozed forth. At this moment, Clo was consumed by a singular thought, or rather, the sole notion that emerged in his mind. What on earth is happening? The notorious pirate, renowned for his cunning schemes across the East Sea, now found himself utterly bewildered. Although he had long heard tales of the man before him, a madman with a bounty of 100 million berries, Clo had been confident in his ability to outwit him. After all, he had the backing of the world government and that enigmatic joker. Yet now, Lynn's relentless punches shattered Clo's illusions. The excruciating pain seemed to convey a stark message. Enough of the fanciful tricks. They are of no use. Clo felt his consciousness fading, his mind becoming increasingly hazy as he struggled to maintain his composure. With every ounce of strength left, he finally cried out, "Stop." Lynn's fist astonishingly halted midair. At that moment, Kuro finally found a moment to catch his breath. After a brief pause, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to unleash his Shichibukai claw towards Lynn. His claw was similarly equipped with sea stone, which meant that if it struck Lynn, regardless of the previous devastation he had endured, victory would undoubtedly belong to Kuro. However, in the next instant, Kuro was met with the soul of Lynn's shield. Just as Kuro's claw was about to make contact, Lynn raised his leg and delivered another swift kick aimed at Kuro's face. Bang! Kuro was once again sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. The Shichibukai claw he wore slipped off, clattering to the ground on either side of the street. Accompanied by the resounding clang of blades hitting the pavement, an atmosphere of suffocating tension enveloped the street. The pirates gazed at the scene before them, rendered utterly speechless. The infamous Kuro, known for his ruthless cruelty throughout the East Blue, had been effortlessly propelled by the man named Lynn, embedding him into the wall. Lynn massaged her shoulders and stepped forward, extricating Chloe from the pile of rubble. She seized his collar once more, lifting him up. Release him, or else. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn drew Crow's face closer, his gaze fixed intently upon him, and continued to inquire slowly. Are you still going to fight? Crow gasped for breath, as if he had yet to recover from the blows he had just endured. When he finally regained his composure, his eyes locked onto Lynn's. And he gritted his teeth, declaring, I can still. Before the last word could escape his lips, Lynn's fist struck Crow's face once more. This time. After enduring the blow, Crow suddenly grasped Lynn's arm, swiftly locking his legs around Lynn's right arm, and tensed his entire body. Even Lynn was taken aback. The infamous pirate Crow, known for his assassination techniques and cunning in the East Sea, had adeptly employed a modified crosslock in midair, utilizing his agile physique. This maneuver proved exceedingly effective in close combat, as the attacker would press the defender's arms against their chest while forcefully advancing, compelling submission or risking the incapacitation of the defender's arm. The principle of the silent step resembled that of the shave, both relying on rapid footfalls to facilitate swift movement. Thus Crow's leg strength was undoubtedly superhuman. In other words, Lynn was now contending with a modified crosslock executed through that extraordinary leg power. The posture of the crosslock had been established, rendering it nearly impossible for any ordinary individual to escape its confines. However, Lynn was anything but ordinary. With veins bulging in his right arm, he lunged forward into a leftward stance, lowering his center of gravity and unleashing a fierce roar from his throat. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. Lynn astonishingly lifted Chloe entirely with the strength of his right arm, only to bring him crashing down onto the ground. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, fracturing the earth and causing cracks to extend several meters, while dust was violently propelled into the air by the tremor. As the dust settled, Lynn was taken aback to discover that Chloe had shielded the back of his head with both hands, his eyes tightly shut, barely enduring the blow without losing consciousness. His legs remained tightly curled around Lynn's right arm, forcing Lynn to expend considerable effort to counteract him. However, just as Lynn prepared to slam Chloe into the ground once more, Chloe suddenly opened his eyes. Lynn's monstrous strength indeed surpassed Crow's expectations by a wide margin. However, Crow, ever cunning, still possessed one final trump card. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Crow roared from a distance, "Brother Click, fire!" In that fleeting moment, Lynn's head spun swiftly. He certainly did not believe that Crow thought a mere ordinary gun could resolve their confrontation. However, the pirates present wielded weapons imbued with sea prism stone, which meant that the gun Crow referred to would undoubtedly fire sea prism bullets. In the past, Zephyr had once defeated a self-assured Luffy with a surprise attack using sea prism bullets, an act facilitated by Chopper who had extracted the sea prism bullets for Luffy. Lynn now finds herself utterly alone. Should she be struck, she would instantaneously lose all capacity for resistance. It is imperative that she evade the attack. Sea prism stone bullets are notoriously challenging to manufacture. Thus, the ammunition crafted from this material is scarce. Otherwise, Crocodile would not regard it as his ultimate trump card. Lynn, while holding up Chloe, directed his attention to the surroundings. As soon as Click fired the first shot, he was confident he could pinpoint Click's location and subsequently rush forward to eliminate him. Evading that initial gunfire would signify victory for Lynn. However, a loud crash echoed through the air. To label it a gunshot would be a gross understatement. The sound resembled the impact of Lynn smashing pirates against the wall. At that moment, a series of muffled thuds emanated from behind him, akin to someone persistently striking the wall, with the source of the noise drawing ever closer. Ultimately, the sound resonated just a wall's breadth away from Backstreet number 5. With a thunderous crash, bricks flew, and 3 figures emerged amidst the dust before the crowd. One was an admiral clad in heavy sea stone armor. Another was a white hunter, cigar in mouth and dressed in formal attire. The last was a strikingly handsome individual with blue hair, draped in a bath towel. Who could they be? Approximately an hour prior, a man entered the town of Rogue from the northern entrance. He sported a mane of silver hair, donned a tourist's beach shirt, and wore sunglasses. Most conspicuously, every pocket on his person was stuffed with cigars, the total number amounting to several dozen. Moreover, he was currently puffing on 2 freshly lit cigars. As a user of the smoke smile fruit, Smoker had a significant craving for tobacco. Yet today marked the first time he felt an overwhelming urge to smoke. Perhaps it was due to that man, Lynn Balek. The mere mention of that name provoked an unsettling sensation within Smoker. It was the Navy's duty to rescue individuals from the clutches of pirates. What right did a wanted criminal have to interfere? With a cigar clenched between his teeth and his brow furrowed, Smoker surveyed the familiar surroundings of Logtown. Returning to this place stirred memories of the past. Years ago, he had witnessed the execution of a certain man here. a man who had single-handedly ushered in a new era. As the festivities of that epoch commenced, Smoker had gazed upon the frenzied crowd, enveloped in a profound sense of dread. Subsequently, to combat that fear, he had joined the Navy. Perhaps it was due to that incident. Or perhaps it was his inherent duty as a Navy officer, but regardless, he harbored a palpable discontent towards the man named Lynn. This discontent was not born of animosity or hatred, but rather a fundamental disagreement with Balek's actions and character. Though his fellow Navy officers remarked that Smoker was far too serious in his demeanor, he had no intention of altering his disposition, for it was simply his nature. Consequently, from the very beginning, Smoker had not anticipated any collaboration with Lynn. He was already mentally prepared to undertake the rescue of the hostages in Windmill Village alone. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he possessed the confidence to do so. He would not allow the Navy to be underestimated. With a puff of smoke escaping his lips, Smoker directed his gaze towards the bustling streets of Logtown. Protecting the tranquility of these waters was the Navy's responsibility. He would not permit the current idyllic scene to be trampled upon by pirates. His first task was to locate the pirates' hideout. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Smoker began to search the streets discreetly. The pirates had not designated a meeting point with Lynn, so it was likely they had stationed observers throughout Logtown to prepare for his arrival. Smoker's immediate objective was to uncover their whereabouts and ascertain the location of the pirates' main base. However, after several minutes of fruitless searching, he found himself at a crossroads. Just as he was about to change his course, a loud commotion caught his attention. Hey! It seems there's a fireworks display at the western port. Hurry, or you'll miss it. Guided by these shouts, the crowd began to shift towards the western port. Smoker sensed something amiss upon closer inspection. He noted that the individuals making the announcements were dressed in civilian clothing, yet wore hats and cloaks to conceal their identities. After issuing their cries, they swiftly melted into the throngs of people, disappearing without a trace. Pirates? Smoker pondered, feeling that something was not quite right. The manner in which these mysterious figures directed the crowd indicated a level of training comparable to that of a well-coordinated naval unit. It appeared that trouble was brewing in Logtown once more. Smoker kept his eyes on the shadowy figures guiding the crowd, contemplating their motives. Suddenly, he noticed a few individuals moving against the tide of the crowd, heading towards the eastern side of Logtown. Their appearances were somewhat menacing, and they made no effort to disguise themselves, clearly not aligned with the mysterious figures. Who were they? Smoker's curiosity piqued, and he resolved to follow them. Given that Lynn was expected to land at the western port and that he had delayed himself with changing clothes and patrolling, it was likely that Lynn had already departed from the port by now. Moreover, the throngs heading towards the port had not raised any alarms or cries, suggesting that all remained calm there. Smoker seized a passerby to inquire, "Where does the eastern road lead?" "The back street," the passerby replied, "but you shouldn't go there. It's chaotic, filled with thugs and ruffians." That was it. Smoker's eyes narrowed. He was uncertain of what the pirate named Kuro was plotting. Yet the signs indicated that something significant was unfolding in the east. Considering Lynn's character, it was possible he had orchestrated the diversion of the crowd towards the west to prevent them from being caught up in a brawl. Smoker mused. But who were those people? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Smoker was a man of action. He did not linger in indecision and began sprinting towards the back street of Logtown. Along the way, he encountered several disturbances. Rumors of fights where the injured lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. The direction was correct. Smoker's heart leaped with joy. To hasten his pace, he leapt onto a rooftop and utilized his devil fruit powers, transforming into smoke and gliding swiftly towards the back street. As he drew nearer, the cacophony of shouts and the sound of shattering objects reached his ears. Had combat already commenced? Smoker furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. At that moment, a shadow on the rooftop captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he initially thought it was merely a pile of debris, but soon discerned a figure concealed among the clutter. The night had fallen, and visibility was poor. He approached stealthily, finally able to discern more clearly. There lay a man clad in black heavy armor, with purple hair. Hidden among the refuse, gripping a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed towards the back street. Who was he? Friend or foe? Smoker moved closer, finally recognizing the man's identity. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries, Admiral Cleek. Smoker had seen Cleek's wanted poster while reviewing case files. In the East Blue, this man was infamous. Though Smoker often felt irked by Lynn, he firmly believed that Lynn would not ally himself with such a disreputable pirate. Thus, Cleek was undoubtedly an enemy. Concealed with a sniper rifle, he was likely lying in wait for Lynn. Smoker crouched down, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Just as Cleek adjusted his stance to aim, Smoker's right arm transformed into smoke, his fist clenched, and he struck decisively. White fist. This elemental punch was one that Smoker had practiced countless times. Capable of overwhelming even beasts on uninhabited islands, aimed at delivering a swift and decisive blow. However, the moment Smoker's fist impacted Cleek's armor, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him. Ugh! Smoker's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the material of the armor, sea prism stone. After consuming the natural-type devil fruit, Smoker's mentor, Zephyr, had expressly warned him not to overly rely on the fruit's powers. Zephyr also elucidated a myriad of weaknesses and limitations that an ability user might encounter, among which was the unique stone known as Sea Prism Stone. This stone harbors the strength of the ocean, and upon contact, it renders the ability user as if they were submerged in the sea. While they would not drown, they would instantaneously lose their combat capabilities. Smoker had once touched the Sea Prism Stone himself and had experienced that sensation. Therefore, when his fist struck against Click, the familiar feeling allowed him to immediately discern that the black armor worn by that man was laced with Sea Prism Stone. Was this their trump card against Lynn Barrack? Smoker retracted his fist, unable to suppress the frown that creased his brow. Both he and Lynn were ability users, and from the very beginning, they found themselves at a disadvantage against an enemy clad in Sea Prism Stone armor. The commotion on the distant street continued unabated. Meanwhile, although the effect of the Sea Prism Stone armor prevented Smoker from delivering a full punch, Click was still staggered by the unexpected blow. Turning his head, he spotted a silver-haired man standing atop a nearby rooftop, his mouth holding 2 cigars, frowning as he gazed at him. Who is that? Click bellowed in fury. Could he be an accomplice of Lynn? Wasn't that fellow crocodile saying that Lynn had come to Logtown alone? This was not in line with the plan. Unlike the adaptable crocodile, Click was oblivious to the intricacies of scheming. Nonetheless, he held considerable confidence in his combat prowess. Thus, he sought only to eliminate any distractions and continue with the original plan. Click hefted a nearby massive black war gun, casting a disdainful glance at Smoker. Hey, this doesn't concern you. If you don't want to die, get lost. Upon hearing this, Smoker cracked his knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds. Admiral Click, I hereby arrest you in the name of the Navy. The mention of the Navy caused Click to instinctively take a step back. However, upon realizing that Smoker was dressed as a mere civilian and that there were no others around, he scoffed. Oh, what have we here? You must be a Navy officer on vacation in Logtown, stumbling upon me by chance, right? Smoker retorted. Does that concern you? Of course. Click laughed heartily, his fears stemming from being surrounded by a multitude of Navy officers. Yet, in a one-on-one confrontation, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Smoker's gaze remained fixed on Click as he pondered how to dismantle the troublesome Sea Prism Stone armor. Click had yet to realize that Smoker was an ability user, so he needed to attack Click's unprotected head before he became aware of this fact. One decisive blow to incapacitate him. With this thought, Smoker leaped into action, drawing his jit from behind and diving towards Click. To avoid revealing his abilities, Smoker refrained from elemental transformation, opting instead to approach Click using pure martial arts. However, he was met with Click's massive war gun, weighing a ton. Click laughed boisterously, swinging his war gun with one hand, aiming for Smoker's head. Under normal circumstances, such a heavy weapon could be easily countered by Smoker's elemental transformation. Yet now, due to the constraints imposed by the Sea Prism Stone, he had no choice but to absorb the blow with his jit. The jit, designed to counter blades, was at a disadvantage against such a heavy polearm. Smoker absorbed the impact, feeling his right hand tingle as if it might shatter. Nevertheless, he managed to close the distance between himself and Click. If he could just get a few steps closer, Click's head, exposed beyond his helmet, would fall within the range of his elemental attack. Without hesitation, Smoker lunged forward again. Click, noticing the relentless charge, sensed something amiss. He couldn't allow Smoker to get any closer. Swiftly, Click swung his war gun, the tip slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Navy, I have no time to play with you today. Nor do I intend to stir up trouble in Logtown. Let's both take a step back, and I'll act as if I never saw you. Click bellowed. The silver-haired man before him was no ordinary Navy officer. He possessed the strength to contend with Click, and defeating him would require time. Yet, Click had to keep an eye on the situation down the back street. His life was at stake, and he could not afford any delays. However, Click was destined to miscalculate. Setting aside the fact that Smoker had come to Logtown specifically for them, even if Smoker were indeed on vacation, his relentless nature would not allow him to overlook a pirate he had discovered. Ugh, what a nuisance. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar and suddenly hurled his jit at the swinging war gun. The impact of the jit against the gun's tip caused Click's arm to momentarily lose balance, exposing a gap in his previously impenetrable defense. Seizing this opportunity, Smoker instantaneously transformed his right arm into smoke and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Click's head. Yet, in the very next moment, Click unexpectedly ducked his head, bringing his shoulder guards together to shield his head. This unforeseen maneuver took Smoker by surprise, his pupils constricted as he prepared to retract his hand. But Click had already seized his fist. The contact with the Sea Prism Stone sapped Smoker's strength, compelling him to kneel and struggle to maintain his balance. Aha! This armor is truly remarkable. It has no weak points. Click cackled, turning to regard the half-kneeling Smoker. Navy, so you're also a devil fruit user? No wonder you're so confident. But now, Click raised his war gun, aiming for Smoker's head. It's futile. Before his words could fully escape, the massive war gun, weighing a ton, descended upon Smoker's head. At that very moment, a figure soared into the air. In the distance, Lynn hoisted the large man named Bart and leaped, slamming him harshly into the ground. The tremendous roar and vibrations beneath their feet caused Click to momentarily falter, his focus disrupted. In that brief instant of distraction, Smoker mustered all his strength to break free from Click's grasp, roaring as he directed his elemental fist once more at Click's head. White fist. Bang. The fist collided with Click's face, and the elemental smoke began to envelop Click's head, seeking to encompass him entirely. Just as victory seemed imminent, a second sound rang out, bang. It was not the sound of a fist striking flesh, but rather the sharp crack of a gunshot. It was the firearm in Click's grasp. The dark muzzle emitted smoke, which slowly dissipated around Click's head. The elemental transformation was forcibly undone, and a sense of helplessness spread throughout Smoker's body. He touched his right shoulder and discovered that blood had begun to flow. In stark contrast, Click had risen from the ground, shouldering his formidable weapon. His expression dark and brooding. He must eliminate the Navy officer before him. Because of this encounter, the last remaining sea stone bullet, his only insurance against Lynn, had been expended. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Click's face contorted with fury. Once, he had thrived in the East Blue, commanding a fleet of thousands, with plans to venture into the Grand Line. Yet, not long ago, he had been summoned by Crocodile to form a pirate alliance with the intent of confronting a notorious criminal with a bounty exceeding 100 million. As if that were not enough, the madman Crocodile sought the backing of the world government and the underground world's Joker, even attempting to profit from their conflict. Had he known the situation would escalate to such proportions, he would have preferred to remain the undisputed ruler of the East Blue. Now, he found himself with no opportunity for escape. He must fulfill the tasks assigned by the world government and Joker, or face certain death. The sea stone bullet he had just fired was originally intended as a last resort against Lynn, no matter how formidable a power user might be. If struck by a sea stone bullet lodged within their body, they would be rendered powerless without external assistance to remove the bullet. This was precisely why Crocodile insisted that Lynn come to Logtown alone. Yet now, this invaluable sea stone bullet had been squandered on an unknown naval officer. If Crocodile, that madman, failed to eliminate Lynn, Click would ensure he paid the price as well. Consumed by rage, Click directed his distorted glare towards Smoker, who was in a precarious state. Hit by the sea stone bullet in his right shoulder, though not a fatal wound, the bullet remained embedded within him, effectively shackling him with the weight of the sea stone. Waves of weakness washed over him, and Smoker found it increasingly difficult to maintain a half-kneeling position. He attempted to rise, but was abruptly sent flying by a brutal strike from Click's weapon. With a resounding crash, Smoker's body collided with a pile of debris, coming to a begrudging halt. Click dragged his weapon across the ground, the metal scraping against the surface with a grating sound. Approaching Smoker, he hoisted the weapon once more. The blade aimed menacingly at Smoker's head. There would be no inexplicable tremors to save you now. Once I sever your head, I shall turn my attention back to Lynn. Lynn. It is him once again. Upon hearing this name, an inexplicable fury erupted within Smoker. During his training on the deserted island, Lynn had once defeated a ferocious beast before him over a mere roasted meat. And just moments ago, the cause of that baffling earthquake was crystal clear to Smoker. It was indeed Lynn. He had just been indirectly saved by Lynn due to his own carelessness and lack of strength. Should he now wait for someone else to come to his rescue? What kind of Navy officer would he be if he relied on others for protection? Lynn, I acknowledge the favor you bestowed upon me earlier, but now I do not require your assistance. Smoker muttered to himself as he rose from the cluttered pile. The feeling of helplessness caused by the sea stone bullets still lingered, but Smoker chose to set aside those thoughts, or perhaps he forced himself not to dwell on them. After all, his mentor Zephyr had repeatedly cautioned him against becoming overly reliant on the powers of the devil fruit. Once again, I have learned from you today, Zephyr-sensei. Smoker gritted his teeth, his gaze firmly fixed on Clicky as he raised his voice softly. Do you believe that without the powers of the fruit, I cannot serve as a marine? With that, Smoker clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm. A thunderous roar erupted from the rooftop as Smoker poured every ounce of his strength into it. How could that be possible? Huh, are you spouting nonsense? Clicky paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Don't put on a brave face. The sea stone bullets are still lodged within your body, right? Without that troublesome devil fruit ability, you are nothing more than a powerless ordinary person. Ordinary person? For the first time since the battle began, Smoker broke into a wide, sinister grin. If his fellow Marines were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. That poker face, capable of more than just frowning, could indeed display such a fearsome expression. Looking at Clicky, Smoker spoke. Do you know? After consuming the devil fruit, others began to call me Smoker or White Hunter. He picked up a cigar that had just fallen from the ground, took a deep puff, and exhaled white smoke as if reminiscing about the past. Seeing this, Clicky's anger flared. He raised the sea stone battle spear high and aimed it at Smoker's head before bringing it down with all his might. Die. Suddenly, a hand grasped the shaft of the battle spear tightly. Smoker leaped into the air, seizing the weapon before it could descend. With his body already constrained by the sea stone bullets, any further contact with other sea stone weapons would not pose a significant threat. Using the spear as leverage, Smoker vaulted upward, positioning himself directly above Clicky. In that instant, Smoker's roar echoed across the rooftop. Before being called White Hunter, I was known as the Marine Mad Dog. Bang. Smoker's fist slammed into Clique's face with tremendous force. This strike, devoid of any fruit abilities, was pure, unadulterated physical strength. Clique was instantly engulfed in darkness. Followed by a blinding light, his mind felt as though it had short-circuited. All he could hear was Smoker's furious roar ringing in his ears. Sea stone? Ah. Bullets? Ah. Armor? Ah. With every ounce of strength he possessed, Smoker battled against the debilitating effects of the sea stone while continuing to rain blows upon Clique's face. Finally, Baki was momentarily taken aback, promptly leaping from the hot spring, a towel draped around him. Almost instantaneously, he activated the powers of the chop-chop fruit, splitting off a hand to retrieve his trusty dagger from the nearby changing room. With a weapon in hand, he felt a slight sense of reassurance and focused his gaze toward the direction where two figures had landed. There stood two men, one with silver hair clad in beach attire, and the other, a purple-haired man, donned in heavy black armor, wielding a massive battle gun. Both appeared disheveled and caked in dust, obscuring Baki's view of their faces. It seemed they were engaged in a fierce brawl, the intensity of which had escalated dramatically. The silver-haired man suddenly surged to his feet, gripping the purple-haired man's throat with one hand while lifting him by the face with the other, hurling him against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall cracked, threatening to collapse with another blow. Is there some deep-seated grudge between them? Baki mused, momentarily speechless. Glancing at the now muddied hot spring, his irritation grew. His rare moment of relaxation had been shattered by these inexplicable intruders. It appeared that Baki was indeed underestimated. Observing the two, he noted that the armored purple-haired man was on the brink of unconsciousness, while the silver-haired man was panting heavily, clearly at his limit. With this in mind, Baki swiftly resolved to bind both men and pre-API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lynn was certainly aware of Smoker's temperament, thus, based on the current plight of Clique, he had surmised the general sequence of events. Smoker must have discovered the concealed Clique, only to be caught off guard by his hockey-infused weapon, ultimately relying on his steadfast resolve to deliver a near-fatal blow to Clique, who was clad in hockey armor. However, according to Crocodile, Clique should have possessed firearms loaded with hockey bullets. Indeed, Lynn observed a gunshot wound on Smoker's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the injury was quite severe. And to prevent any lingering complications, it required specialized medical equipment for extraction, which was simply not feasible under the present circumstances. Your presence has been immensely helpful. Lynn approached Smoker and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You've been hit. Take a breather. Leave the rest to me." Smoker, exhaling a cloud of cigar smoke, surveyed the surrounding pirates with a furrowed brow. "It's merely a matter of being unable to utilize my powers. Dealing with these insipid fools, my fist will suffice." He tore his shirt into strips, fashioning a makeshift bandage for his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. Seizing the moment, a recovering crocodile suddenly dashed deeper into the street. Noticing this, Smoker tightened the cloth with his teeth and urged, "If you intend to save someone, hurry and pursue. I'll handle things here." Lynn gazed at the receding figure of Crow, feeling the energy within her begin to deplete, yet her spirit surged dramatically. Just 3 minutes would suffice. 3 hours would pose no challenge. Smoker ignited the last cigar from his pocket, placing it alongside the unfinished one already between his lips. Lynn did not hesitate and immediately chased after Crow. The entire street was left with only Smoker, who was smoking, the fallen Clique, and over 2,000 pirates wielding weapons made of sea prism stone. Wait, is anyone else missing? It was at this moment that Smoker noticed that a person seemed to be hanging from Clique's massive gun. A civilian? Smoker's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly calmed down upon seeing the individual holding a dagger. Were they among the mysterious figures directing the crowd away from the backstreets? Or perhaps they were another ally of Lynn's. In any case, as long as they were not someone unwittingly drawn into the fray, that was all that mattered. But why were they only clad in a towel? At that moment, Buggy took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and finally freed himself from the barbs of the massive gun, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. "Click, was it? I'll remember you, and that fellow Crow too. I will settle the score with you eventually," Buggy muttered fiercely to himself. Hearing this, Smoker became even more convinced that this red-nosed individual was indeed an ally brought by Lynn to deal with Crow's gang. Smoker then addressed Buggy. "Hey, are you looking for Crow?" Buggy's eyes widened. "Huh? Who are you?" "I'm also someone seeking to settle the score with Crow." Smoker picked up a handy iron rod from the ground and twisted his neck. "If you're going to fight, then get up and help." It was then that Buggy noticed the surrounding environment. Countless pirates had surrounded them, and the weapons they wielded emanated a faint yet ominous aura of sea prism stone. Wait, what? Is Crow planning to kill us? Buggy was thoroughly bewildered by the scene before him and could only conjure a barely acceptable explanation that the world government had learned of Buggy's knowledge of the inside information and, seeing that he was unwilling to cooperate, had sent Crow's gang to eliminate him. This silver-haired man before him was likely in the same predicament. Ensnared by Crow and unwilling to ally, now trapped here. Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed quite formidable, having single-handedly taken down Clique. Well then, facing so many pirates is certainly preferable to the inevitable demise of negotiating with the world government. I shall break through with you. Buggy rose and bumped fists with Smoker. "Oh, brother, I leave my back to you." Smoker gazed at this man, who was only clad in a towel, and found it difficult to maintain a serious demeanor. The two stood back to back, adopting a defensive stance, each alert to the pirates before them. "By the way, brother," Buggy recalled and casually inquired, "I don't think I've seen you before. Which crew are you part of?" Smoker replied coolly, "The Navy." Buggy responded, "Huh?" Regardless of Buggy's thoughts, the situation in Logtown was gradually becoming clearer. Backstreet number 5. Smoker and Buggy stood back to back, facing nearly 2,000 pirates armed with sea prism stone weapons. The pivotal combatant, Admiral Click, had been rendered unconscious by Smoker and laid to the side. Meanwhile, the injured Crow, having escaped Lynn's grasp amidst the chaos, fled deeper into the street. Simultaneously, Lynn pursued closely behind. Crow caught a glimpse of the clown Buggy and felt his anger surge. This scoundrel had rejected his alliance proposal, claiming he did not wish to cooperate with the world government. Now it seemed likely that he had turned to ally with Lynn instead. The silver-haired man beside him was probably one of Lynn's subordinates. "Clown, do you dare plot against me?" Crow bellowed to the surrounding pirates. "Kill those 3. Otherwise, none of us will have a good ending." The pirates, still reeling from Click's defeat, quickly reacted to Crow's command. Although they were unsure who their captain had allied with, acquiring such valuable sea prism stone weapons undoubtedly meant they were dealing with a formidable figure. Having spent years mingling in the lower strata, the pirates understood that partnering with someone of that caliber could lead to success, but if they failed, none among them would escape unscathed. They had to eliminate those 3 without delay. However, the psychological shadow Lynn had cast on the pirates was too great. They dared not lay a hand on him and instinctively shifted their focus to the suddenly appearing Smoker and Buggy. Wait, your Navy?" Buggy's eyes widened, his mind swirling in confusion. What kind of troublesome mess had those 2 scoundrels, Crow and Click, dragged him into? Yet, regardless, the 2,000 pirates, with their sea prism stone weapons in hand, had already encircled them. "Take them down, charge." With a command, the pirates surged forward. Buggy and Smoker, one utilizing the abilities of the chop fruit, while the other swung his iron rod, stood back to back, fighting together, just managing to evade the sharp blades of sea prism stone. Buggy was already on the verge of tears. All I wanted was a bath deeper within street number 5. Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, dispelling the pirates who had mustered the courage to stand in his way, and charged towards Kuro. Clock had already been defeated. As long as he vanquished Kuro and located the hidden Machino, the remaining rabble would undoubtedly succumb without a fight. At that moment, while those insignificant pirates would be preoccupied with their escape, Lynn would have the opportunity to confront the master of that ominous killing intent. Kuro, at this juncture, had pushed the silent steps to their utmost limit, yet he could not shake off Lynn, who was relentlessly drawing closer. Suddenly, Kuro made a sharp turn and darted into an alleyway at the street corner. Lynn, unwilling to decelerate, forcefully slammed his foot down onto the ground, utilizing the recoil to adjust his trajectory and continue his relentless pursuit. Hearing the resounding noise behind him, Kuro felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He absolutely could not allow himself to be caught. He was Kuro, a master strategist, and he still possessed his final trump card. If only he could reach that location. Bursting through a door, Kuro bellowed inside, "Zangao, bring that woman out and contact the people from Windmill Village. We need those villagers as hostages." Inside, Zangao, tasked with guarding Machino, felt a sinking sensation at Kuro's words. The arrival of Captain Kuro signified that the situation at the front lines was dire. Otherwise, he would not resort to such a desperate tactic as taking hostages. Had the alliance of 4,000 pirates been defeated? Adjusting the brim of his hat, Zangao turned and entered the room, bringing out the bound Machino along with a din mushi. Kuro, his expression grim, was in a state of utter despair. Threatening Lynn with hostages was undoubtedly the most foolish and precarious strategy. After all, Kuro had little understanding of Lynn's character. He was oblivious to whether Lynn would choose to compromise or respond with a more brutal approach when faced with the threat of hostages. Yet, the current circumstances left no room for hesitation, especially with that monstrous man right behind him. If there was even a glimmer of hope, he had to seize it. However, just as Zangao was about to hand over Machino and the din mushi to Kuro, a fist, encased in frost, suddenly appeared before him. Lynn, immersed in the frozen domain, leaped forward, preempting Kuro and storming into the room. With a resounding crash, Zangao was struck squarely by the blow and sent flying. Lynn effortlessly led Majinu away, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the wall before them, guiding her into the adjacent abandoned street. Upon witnessing Lynn, the pent-up emotions within Majinu erupted. She was not only engulfed by fear, but also deeply concerned for the residents of Windmill Village. As tears streamed down her face, she exclaimed, "Lynn, I am so frightened. There are still people in Windmill Village." After unbinding Majinu, Lynn affectionately ruffled the young lady's hair and offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not worry. A remarkably reliable group is managing the situation in Windmill Village." At that moment, Crocodile happened to pick up the snail phone, intending to contact the pirates from Windmill Village, hoping they would use the villagers as leverage against Lynn to ensure his safety. However, The snail phone rang for an extended period without a single response. Swift action, indeed, Lynn mused. Truly, the new generation of Navy elites is commendable. Zango? Zango. What is happening? Answer me. Crocodile gritted his teeth, realizing that Zango had been knocked into the wall by one of Lynn's punches, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Utterly incapable of responding. Witnessing this scene, Crocodile, stripped of all his trump cards, finally succumbed to despair. With a pirate alliance numbering over 4,000, Lynn Barrick had single-handedly dispatched nearly 2,000 of them. The remaining pirates, even without the sudden intervention of Buggy and his crew, stood no chance against Lynn. The sea stone weaponry procured from the world government proved futile. The crucial sea stone bullet had inexplicably been squandered by that fool, Cleek, on an unknown target. In terms of hostages, Maginot had been rescued, and the inability to establish contact with those in Windmill Village suggested further complications. Have I lost? Crocodile gazed at Lynn, a frenzied expression crossing his face. Impossible. I shall not be defeated. I can manipulate both the world government and Joker. Can others achieve such feats? Lynn gazed in the direction of Crow and slowly remarked, at last, you are willing to reveal your true self? Subsequently, Lynn instructed Maginot to depart first, urging her to flee towards the western port of Logtown, where she could seek assistance from the crowd in case of danger. For there were members of the Revolutionary Army nearby, ensuring greater safety. Crow paid no heed to Maginot's departure. Instead, he picked up a knife from the ground and pushed his glasses up with his palm, attempting to dispel his inner turmoil with a shout. Lynn Barrick. As long as I can kill you, I shall not be defeated. Lynn continued to gaze in Crow's direction and spoke. What? Do you wish to engage in combat with me as well? At that moment, Crow realized something was amiss. Lynn's words were directed at someone else. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind Crow. Do not misunderstand, the voice slowly articulated. I merely intend to end your life. Who? Before Crow could turn around, a black bamboo stick swept towards him with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, Crow was struck and sent flying, crashing against a distant wall with a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Lynn's gaze remained fixed upon the wielder of the black bamboo. The source of the menacing aura had finally revealed itself, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Ghost Bamboo Virgo. In the desolate streets of the back alleys of Logtown, Maginot, having sprinted a short distance, heard the sound of someone being violently thrown. A wave of concern for Lynn washed over her, prompting her to consider looking back. Just then, she heard Lynn's booming voice. Maginot, do not look back. Keep moving. Understood. Though Maginot did not turn to see the unfolding events and remained unaware of the dangers, she mustered her courage and exclaimed, Mr. Lynn, please be careful. With that, she dashed towards the harbor, reassured by the urgency in his command. Lynn rubbed her neck, her gaze fixed intently upon the towering figure before her. With a mushroom haircut, sunglasses, and remnants of a hamburger patty clinging to his face, he was none other than Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, a master of both the formidable armament hockey and martial arts. Observing the Navy uniform he donned, it was evident that he had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent. It was truly unexpected that Don Quixote da Flamingo would send him personally to Logtown. Virgo, casting his eyes towards the departing Maginot, remarked with a smile, I had thought she would be too frightened to stand. She is indeed a remarkably courageous young woman. Lynn smiled broadly. Indeed, the influential figures she had encountered might surpass even you. I apologize. I find it difficult to comprehend. Virgo shook his head, gently swaying the bamboo stick in his hand. But could you please ensure she does not flee? It would be quite troublesome to locate her later. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression darkened instantly. He was acutely aware that Virgo, in an effort to protect his identity, would undoubtedly eliminate any witnesses who had seen his true form. She did not turn around. She did not see your face. Lynn furrowed his brow, unwilling to involve Marquino in deeper troubles. Yet, Virgo shrugged. Really? I find that hard to believe. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression became utterly tranquil. He pointed to his own cheek, gesturing toward Virgo. You just had a hamburger, didn't you? Yes, that's my favorite. The hamburgers in Logtown are delightful, albeit somewhat small in portion. It was only then that Virgo noticed the hamburger patty on his cheek, and upon removing it, he found it covered in quite a bit of dust, rendering it inedible. He could only let out a gentle sigh. What a pity. Subsequently, Virgo shifted his gaze back to Lynn. Shall we exchange introductions? Lynn nodded. Lynn Barrick Virgo. Lynn scratched his head and addressed Virgo. So, Virgo. Suddenly, Virgo furrowed his brow and coldly replied, It should be Mr. Virgo. In truth, it mattered little to Lynn. He then inquired, By the way, haven't you had enough to eat? Virgo, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. Observing this, Lynn erupted into hearty laughter, cracking his knuckles to produce a series of sharp, resounding pops. However, his expression swiftly darkened. If you haven't had your fill, then allow me to serve you a few punches. Bang! Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the frozen domain was activated, and a thin layer of frost blanketed the ground around them. In that instant, Lynn stomped forward, raising his fists and directing them towards Virgo's head. Heroic skill, suppression of the weak. 2 powerful blows landed on Virgo's cheek and jaw, echoing through the deserted street with 2 dull thuds. Bang! Bang! This was soon followed by a stifled cry of agony. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn could not help but exclaim. Not far away. Virgo stood steadfast, his entire head enveloped in the dark, metallic sheen of armament hockey. The young master was indeed correct. He was a man of audacious arrogance. Lynn twisted his neck and exhaled softly, reflecting on the absurdity of someone who had yet to master hockey, daring to prance upon the grand stage of the world. Do not underestimate others. With a furious roar, Virgo's black armament hockey surged forth, enveloping his entire body and tearing through the fabric of his upper garment. His form along with the bamboo staff in his grasp transforming into a gleaming black, reflecting metallic light. This was the pinnacle technique of Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, the complete body hardening of armament hockey. In the face of such a transformation, ordinary blades and firearms would prove utterly ineffective against Virgo. His thoughts were straightforward: to execute the contingency plan. The individual named Kuro had already failed, and thus there was no longer any necessity to secretly transport them out to sea aboard a warship. As for Lynn, Virgo deemed that his demise would ultimately benefit his young master. The primary objective of acquiring leverage over the world government had already faltered. Therefore, how to maximize the advantages for Don Quixote da Flamingo became Virgo's foremost concern. Consequently, he set his sights squarely on Lynn. After eliminating Lynn, Virgo intended to eradicate Kuro, Click, and all those pirate cadre who might possess insights into the affair, ultimately apprehending the pirates of Logtown in the guise of the Navy. This would serve as a catalyst for elevating his standing within the Navy, smoothing his path to promotion. Only by ascending to greater heights could he provide more substantial benefits to Doflamingo. However, this intricate scheme hinged upon one critical premise: Lynn, who had made contact with the Revolutionary Army and potentially knew of Doflamingo's involvement in the Logtown incident, must perish. There could be no lingering threats to his undercover operations. Not coming any closer? Virgo gazed at Lynn, who had assumed a poised stance, and shook his head slightly, realizing that the awareness of their power disparity had rendered him hesitant. Whoosh! Suddenly, Virgo crouched down, aiming his bamboo staff at Lynn's throat and thrusting it forward with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Lynn abruptly leaped up, evading the strike, while the bamboo pole pierced the ground with force. A resounding boom echoed as the black bamboo pole created a substantial crater in the earth. Upon witnessing this, Lynn could not help but narrow his eyes. Under the enhancement of armament hockey, the bamboo stick had transformed into a formidable weapon, its hardness far surpassing that of an ordinary iron rod. Virgo, having missed his strike, lifted his gaze towards Lynn, already envisioning the fear etched upon his opponent's face. However, Lynn's reaction was utterly unexpected for Virgo. With a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with excitement, he bellowed, "Come again." Humph. Virgo snorted coldly, gripping the bamboo stick tightly as he swung it vigorously through the air. Caught off guard, Lynn could only brace himself with crossed arms in defense. Bang! Lynn was struck by a bamboo stick, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Virgo looked at Lynn, who was slowly rising from the billowing dust, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The young master is absolutely right. You, Lynn, are indeed a born warrior, yet simultaneously the unluckiest one. The Coliseum of Sidi strictly forbade gladiators from learning or using hockey. Thus, after 4 years of combat there, you had not even grazed the threshold of hockey, nor had you ever faced someone capable of wielding it. Holding the bamboo stick, Virgo continued, "Lynn, you have indeed endured 4 wasted years." Amidst the rising smoke, Lynn wore a solemn expression, silent and unyielding. Just as Virgo was about to speak, he suddenly felt a thin layer of frost creeping beneath his feet. In that instant, Lynn clenched his fist and charged towards him. Virgo smiled slightly, positioning the bamboo stick horizontally in front of him, intending to block Lynn's punch. However, unexpectedly, at the moment Lynn reached him, he suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, using it as a pivot, and with the force of his sprint, executed a sweeping kick. Heroic skill, Raging Dragon's Tail. Bang! Empowered by the frozen domain, the kick, imbued with terrifying force, struck Virgo's bamboo stick. The bamboo, enveloped in hockey and as tough as reinforced steel, was instantaneously splintered in two. With a crack, Lynn's foot shattered the stick, subsequently landing a solid blow to Virgo's chest. Despite having fully hardened with hockey the moment the kick connected, Virgo was still shaken by the overwhelming power. Ugh! Virgo grunted, crouching slightly to steady himself, yet still found himself staggering backward. Suddenly, Lynn struck the ground again with his fist, adjusting his stance without ever touching the ground, and delivered another kick to Virgo's chest. Bang! The heroic skill, Raging Dragon's Tail, was Lynn's most potent single-target attack thus far. Even Carp would be pushed back several steps if caught off guard. Although Virgo was formidable, he was still youthful, and in comparison to Carp, he was notably less seasoned. Lynn executed 2 powerful tail whips in a manner unattainable by ordinary individuals. The first strike was significantly diminished in force by a bamboo stick clad in armored hues, yet the second kick landed squarely against Virgo's chest. Ack! Virgo let out a ferocious roar, veins bulging on his forehead, attempting to withstand the blow with sheer brute strength. However, his body ultimately succumbed to the terrifying force contained within the kick. With a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder, Virgo was sent sprawling, crashing violently into the wall behind him. Huff, huff. Lynn rose from the ground, gasping for breath, as the chilling frost that enveloped him swiftly receded. Energy level, 1,400-1,800. Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, proved to be far more formidable than Lynn had ever imagined, compelling him to conserve his energy. Although the chaotic skirmish at Backstreet number 5 was indeed astonishing, it did not significantly deplete his energy reserves. The occasional use of the icebound domain was merely momentary. It was only in the face of the formidable opponent, Virgo, that Lynn began to exhaust a considerable amount of energy. It is no exaggeration to say that Virgo was the most challenging adversary Lynn had encountered throughout his years of combat. In comparison to the opponents in the gladiatorial arena, Virgo's strength was unparalleled, with his hockey and physical prowess being of the highest caliber. Unlike Tiger, Zephyr, and Carp, Virgo harbored an intense murderous intent towards Lynn. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Lynn had no choice but to feign vulnerability, leaping into the air to entice Virgo into underestimating him and making a move. As anticipated, when Virgo's staff struck him, he did not pursue further, which provided Lynn the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Thus, under the icebound domain, his most powerful technique, the dragon's tail, struck Virgo squarely in the chest. Twice, Virgo was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall, embedding half his body within it. Lynn gazed at the fallen Virgo, gritting his teeth while clutching his swollen arm, and once again lamented, armament hockey, truly formidable. Nevertheless, Lynn remained confident in his fruit abilities. Having endured 2 powerful tail whips head-on, it was inconceivable that a body enveloped in armament hockey could emerge unscathed. As expected, the incapacitated Virgo suddenly began to cough, clearly suffering from internal injuries to his lungs. Yet, after a fit of coughing, Virgo erupted into laughter. This trip to Logtown has been fortuitous indeed. Ha ha, Lynn. Is there anyone in this world more tragic than you? For years, you fought in the Sidi coliseum for a full 4 years. Your strength has been grotesquely augmenting. Despite being a genius in combat, able to make me spit blood solely through your fruit abilities, you squandered the best opportunity to grasp hockey during your 4 years of enslavement to the celestial dragons. If I am not mistaken, you are now striving to develop your fruit abilities to compensate for your inability to comprehend hockey. Virgo laughed heartily as he rose from the rubble, spitting out blood and wiping his mouth. He continued addressing Lynn. If a person possesses sufficient talent, they will exhibit a certain potential for hockey from the outset of their training. You should have had such potential. Yet the environment of the Sidi coliseum rendered you incapable of cultivating hockey, utterly wasting your potential. The cultivation of hockey should progress in tandem with the enhancement of one's strength. But you have instead elevated your power to a terrifying level while remaining a complete novice in hockey. 1 leg long, 1 leg short. This disparity renders your journey to awaken hockey utterly stagnant. Do you truly believe it will take you years? 20 years? 50 years to master hockey? Ha 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 ha. Virgo had not laughed so heartily in ages, finding the irony of the situation before him profoundly amusing. Lynn, you are a man ruined by the celestial dragons. Virgo's laughter resonated in Lynn's ears, yet the latter remained stoic, silent. Once Virgo's laughter subsided, Lynn raised an eyebrow and inquired, have you finished speaking? You ought to address me as Mr. Virgo. Virgo's body once again enveloped itself in black armament hockey. What? Do you presume that breaking my bamboo staff means I am left defenseless? It is merely an ordinary bamboo stick. Virgo clenched his fists, his muscles brimming with explosive power. The true weapon is I myself. With a thud, Virgo stomped his foot and charged toward Lynn with ferocity. Under the enhancement of armament hockey, Virgo's body had attained a hardness that far surpassed that of ordinary iron cannonballs. In essence, Virgo now resembled a 100-kilogram siege cannon, aimed squarely at Lynn. He tightened his fists, his gaze hidden behind sunglasses, keenly observing Lynn's movements. Whether dodging upward, backward, or sideways, Virgo had a counter for each maneuver. He intended to conclude the existence of this tragic man with one decisive blow. However, contrary to Virgo's expectations, Lynn exhibited no intention of evasion. Rather, he assumed a combat stance, his right fist pulled back, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Virgo growled, if you wish to take this head-on, brace yourself for shattered bones. Whoosh. At the same moment, Lynn and Virgo unleashed their right fists. Heroic skill, intentional strike. Bang. As their fists collided, a visible shockwave rippled through the air. When they retracted their fists, one of them could no longer maintain its tension, causing the fingers to tremble uncontrollably. The owner of that trembling fist, Virgo, finally exhibited a change in expression. He gazed at Lynn's tightly clenched right fist, astonished within. Was that the power of hockey? Lynn exhaled the white smoke from his clenched fist. What did you say? He inquired. You spoke too much. I couldn't hear you clearly. In the desolate alleyway, remnants of a forgotten street lingered. Lynn exhaled a breath of white mist from his clenched fist. What did you say? He inquired, his voice tinged with incredulity. You spoke too much. I couldn't catch that. Virgil's right hand, still trembling from the recent punch, turned toward Lynn's fist. which continued to emit a chilling white vapor. In astonishment, he murmured, "Armament hockey?" Yet, almost instantly, Virgil shook his head, engaging in a dialogue with himself. "No, it bears a resemblance, but there is a distinct difference. Could it be a fruit ability?" Lynn flicked his wrist and turned his gaze towards Virgo. "Virgo, you have indeed spoken truths on two matters. Firstly, my 4 years as a gladiator have endowed me with remarkable combat skills, yet they have also rendered my understanding of hockey somewhat deficient. This realization dawned upon me during my solitary meditations on the prairie while training with Carp on that deserted island. Carp, with his audacious heart, remained oblivious to the peculiar rules of the Sidi archipelago's coliseum. Otherwise, he would not have employed conventional training methods for my development. As you aptly pointed out, the aberrant training regimen of the Sidi coliseum equipped me with extraordinary fighting prowess, but left me a complete novice in hockey. It was akin to having one leg longer than the other, a fatal flaw on my path of cultivation, preventing me from reaching the threshold of hockey despite my clear vision of it. The only remedy for this deficiency lies in the passage of time, through extensive and prolonged training to amend the damage of those 4 years. However, that is the solution for an ordinary individual. As for me, I have discovered a path more suited to my nature. Just as in those 4 years at the Sidi Coliseum, it is solely about combat, accumulating experience through relentless battles, seeking answers, and thus breaking through the bottleneck caused by my shortcomings. The accumulation of combat experience and awareness has granted me a reaction speed comparable to that of observation hockey. The ferocious beasts on the deserted island and Carp have enabled me to develop my devil fruit abilities to a level that rivals that of armament hockey. Each successive battle brings me closer to the true essence of hockey. Until this moment, in the backstreets of Logtown, under Virgo's relentless assault fortified with armament hockey, my comprehension of armament hockey ascended to new heights. I grasped that fleeting sensation and combined it with my devil fruit abilities, ultimately resulting in an extraordinary phenomenon. Typically, armament hockey manifests as an enhancement upon the body or weapon, augmenting one's defensive capabilities akin to an invisible armor, while simultaneously transforming into offensive power against foes. However, the variant armament hockey I now wield, intertwined with my devil fruit abilities, resembles mist, swirling around me in an unceasing dance with my breath. This is not an external manifestation of armament hockey. Rather, it is as if the hockey has been dispersed in the air from the very beginning. Virgo gazed at Lynn, whose form became slightly blurred due to the dispersal of hockey. After a brief moment of astonishment, Virgo erupted into laughter. "Unsteady breath, erratic hockey. And you cannot even maintain it upon yourself. Your armament hockey is utterly incomplete." Virgo furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Lynn Barrick, are you jesting with me?" Lynn shook his head, extending his arms wide, allowing the tumultuous and unstable armament hockey to surge around him. With a grin, he spoke, "Virgo, would you care to hear your second correct point?" At his words, veins began to throb on Virgo's forehead, and he suddenly lunged forward, raising his fist with the intention of concluding the battle. Bang, bang. 2 successive punches landed on Lynn, yet the impact was far less than Virgo had anticipated. The chaos enveloping Lynn was merely an immature manifestation of armament hockey, lacking any defensive capability whatsoever. However, Lynn merely cracked his neck, fixing his gaze on Virgo and marveling. "Oh, truly, this is armament hockey. It feels neither painful nor bothersome." At that moment, Virgo could only roar in frustration. If it cannot even adhere to the surface of the body, lacking any defensive function, it cannot be deemed armament hockey. Yet, almost immediately, Virgo sensed something amiss. The chaotic, dissipating armament hockey surrounding Lynn, along with the chilling frost in the vicinity, began to converge towards him. As Lynn broke into a wide grin, Virgo's astonishment grew. "The second point you were correct about. I am indeed a genius." The frost generated by the frozen domain rapidly contracted, shrinking from a span of several meters to merely around 1 meter around Lynn. A tempest of swirling frost, infused with the dissipating armament hockey, erupted around him. By forcefully compressing the immature armament hockey within the confines of the frozen domain, Lynn entirely forsook its defensive properties, thereby significantly enhancing his speed and strength. Amidst the swirling white frost and black armament hockey, Lynn stood as a tempestuous human storm. The fusion of his fruit ability and armament hockey led Lynn's techniques toward an entirely new form. Heroic skill, frozen domain armament form. Lynn could not contain his laughter, erupting joyfully. "Let the second round commence, Virgo. You must address me as Mr. Virgo." Virgo furrowed his brow, having grown weary of the arrogant man before him. Yet, more critically, he sensed the deadly peril emanating from the storm of frost and the onslaught of armed hockey. With a swing of his ebony fist, Virgo delivered a powerful strike to Lynn's face. Bang! Lynn did not evade. Instead, he met the strike head-on with his forehead, immediately countering with a powerful punch. Heroic skill, subduing the opponent's might. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy blows landed on Virgo, who gritted his teeth in pain but could not suppress a cold smile. At this moment, Lynn was indeed in a perilous situation, yet this danger was still in its infancy. To be more precise, Lynn's technique had only just been conceived and was far from fully realized. Alas, what a pity! Virgo erupted in laughter, believing that with such an immature new maneuver, Lynn could shatter his hockey. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lynn pressed his fingers against his nose, expelling the clotted blood from within, and then wiped the stains from the corner of his mouth. With a deep breath, he mused that this technique still required refinement. He grinned widely, erupting into hearty laughter. So, Virgo, will you be the one to reduce me to a pulp, or shall I be the one to bring you down first? Let our fists collide. Come now. Let us see. The surroundings were strewn with scattered fragments of stone and brick. Lynn and Virgo stood in opposition, both unarmed and enveloped in a stifling sense of oppression. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that their oppressive auras were strikingly dissimilar. Virgo was entirely shrouded in a cloak of black hockey, leaving no space for light to penetrate. His demeanor was calm and stable, resembling an unassuming balm, seemingly mundane, yet concealing unimaginable terror within. In stark contrast, Lynn was surrounded by a swirling frost, interwoven with the imposing presence of black hockey, leaving behind streaks of black and white in the air. His aura was wild and fierce, unabashedly flamboyant in its display. The collision of these two utterly different sensations of oppression seemed to distort the very fabric of the space around them. Boring, Virgo remarked, observing Lynn engulfed in a tempest of black and white. If you were a Paramecia-type user, I might exercise some caution, for Paramecia abilities can be quite peculiar. But you are a Zoan type. Even if you possess a mythical beast form, you remain fundamentally a Zoan devil fruit user. Virgo continued. The only thing a Zoan can alter is itself. No matter how ferocious the storm surrounding you may be, it cannot inflict substantial harm, much like your previous chill, which at most raised goosebumps on my skin. You are merely putting on a show. Virgo's gaze pierced through Lynn, seeming to seek evidence of his trepidation. Pre-battle declarations are truly tiresome, Virgo. Lynn laughed heartily a few times. Do you know? In the arena, this certainly cannot invigorate the atmosphere. You ought to approach it this way. Lynn extended his fist, raised a thumb, and then directed it downward towards Virgo with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, in 60 seconds, I'll bring you to your knees. Energy level, 10001800. Heroic skill, frozen domain, armed color form, completely relinquishing the defensive characteristics of armed color hockey, significantly enhancing one's speed and strength with a consumption of 10 energy points per second. As Lynn uttered his battle declaration, the deserted street was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a fragment of stone fell to the ground with a soft thud. In that instant, it seemed as though both Lynn and Virgo received the signal to commence their clash, launching an assault aimed at each other's vital points. Lynn unleashed a fist enveloped in frost and armed hockey. In stark contrast, Virgo merely extended a single finger. The 6 Styles finger gun. This was Virgo's secret weapon, which he believed unnecessary to employ against a novice who could not even wield armed hockey. However, the reality before him exceeded all expectations. He yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. The so-called finger gun consolidates the entirety of one's strength into the index finger, then thrusts the hardened digit at supersonic speed, delivering the force of a bullet capable of effortlessly penetrating flesh and even steel. Aiming his hockey-imbued finger at Lynn's throat, he launched the strike. Yet, Lynn awaited precisely this moment. He was all too familiar with Virgo's signature technique, having remained vigilant against it throughout their previous encounters, and now, he had finally seized his opportunity. As Lynn's fist and Virgo's finger gun intersected, Lynn's hand suddenly opened, deftly seizing Virgo's finger. He then pivoted, hoisting Virgo's arm onto his shoulder and slamming him into the ground. Virgo, caught off guard, could only brace himself with the iron block technique. Boom. Lynn's forceful throw sent Virgo crashing to the earth, yet this impact inflicted little harm upon him. Instead, it provided Virgo with a chance. He pushed himself up with one hand and aimed a kick at Lynn's neck. In comparison to his punch, Virgo's kick was swifter and more perilous. Yet Lynn harbored no intention of evading. In sheer raw power, Virgo, enveloped in his full armed hockey state, undoubtedly surpassed Lynn by an entire echelon. Lynn's sole advantage against Virgo lies within the realm of the frozen domain, where her mastery of the advanced form of armament hockey reaches unparalleled heights. Lynn abruptly stomped his right foot, causing half of his calf to sink into the ground. Simultaneously, he raised his left forearm and gripped his left wrist with his right hand, forcefully using his left forearm to block Virgo's kick. Following this, Lynn's right hand formed a fist and descended powerfully toward Virgo's face. Bang! Virgo gritted his teeth, continuing to defend against Lynn's assault with his hardened armament. He initially intended to create distance between himself and Lynn with his kick, but instead, he found himself unwillingly drawn into a close-quarters struggle that was decidedly unfavorable for him. All of this unfolded precisely as Lynn had orchestrated. In this intimate combat scenario, Virgo primarily employed 3 types of techniques: punches, jabs, and kicks. In response to the jabs, Lynn opted for a counter-throw, utilizing Virgo's momentum. Against the kicks, Lynn chose to absorb the impact before retaliating with a punch. As for the punches, with mounting pressure, Virgo roared in frustration, using one hand to propel himself off the ground, while his other hand clenched tightly, aiming a punch directly at Lynn's chest. Bang! Lynn gritted his teeth, blood seeping through the gaps of his clenched jaw. He could not afford to give him a moment of respite. Virgo, resolute in his determination, clenched his fists, enveloped in the dark, armed hockey, unleashing blow after blow upon Lynn's form. In stark contrast, Lynn had entirely forsaken defense. His fist shrouded in frost and armed hockey, retaliating against Virgo with relentless punches. In the realm where he excelled, Lynn unhesitatingly opted for a direct confrontation. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. Their fists intertwined in a flurry so swift that they created afterimages. Both combatants endured the weighty blows of the other, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Straining to maintain their balance, low growls erupted from their throats. Virgo, Lynn Barrick, bang, bang. Each landed a heavy punch upon the other's visage. Yet their gazes remained locked in fierce determination. What formidable fists. Both harbored the same thought. Although Virgo's realization ran deeper, this fellow's punches can harm me even in my armed state. There is no time to waste. The battle must come to a swift conclusion. Perish before me. Virgo extended his index finger, his thrust once again poised to strike. Lynn once again transformed his fist into a palm and, with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, seized Virgo's finger, subsequently leveraging this grip to execute a throw. In midair, Virgo's expression twisted with rage as he suddenly propelled his legs, utilizing one of the 6 forms, the moonwalk, to slightly alter the direction of Lynn's force, thereby freeing himself and delivering a powerful kick aimed at the nape of Lynn's neck. The speed of this strike was astonishing, yet Lynn, with his superhuman reflexes, managed to respond in time. Following the preordained strategy kick, block, counter, bang, he deflected the kick with his already bruised and numb left arm, and immediately followed up with an uppercut that landed squarely in Virgo's abdomen amidst Lynn's furious roar. This was precisely what Virgo had been anticipating. In terms of ground combat, it was now impossible to create distance between himself and Lynn. No matter what technique he employed, Lynn would always close in for close quarters. However, the world is three-dimensional. If ground combat proved disadvantageous, there remained the option of the sky. The moonwalk, one of the Marine's 6 forms, allowed a person to traverse the air as if ascending a staircase. With the aid of Lynn's uppercut, Virgo swiftly executed the moonwalk, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he leaped several steps into the air, soaring upwards. Ah, this is better. Virgo inhaled deeply. He knew this maneuver could not be sustained for long, and once his stamina waned, victory would be his. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly loomed above Virgo, obscuring the light overhead. If you seek my head, Lynn Barrick, then come and claim it yourself. Does Joker relish meddling in others' affairs from the shadows? Sitting high above, watching the spectacle unfold? What do you consider the fate of ordinary lives? Virgo looked up and beheld a foot, enshrouded in a swirling black and white tempest, descending toward him with tremendous force. The thought crossed his mind, how could it have come to this? Before he could ponder further, Lynn, having leaped into the air, delivered a kick that sent him plummeting toward the ground. From the sky came Lynn's furious roar. Both you and Joker shall be cast down. Heroic skill, Dragon's Tail, bang. On Backstreet number 5, facing over 2,000 pirates armed with sea prism stone weaponry, Buggy and Smoker found themselves in a desperate struggle. They stood back to back, ever vigilant against the onslaught of surrounding attacks. A pirate swung a blade at them, but Smoker swiftly seized the pirate's wrist and, employing a precise Navy grappling technique, delivered a knee strike to the pirate's face. With a resounding thud, blood gushed forth from the pirate's visage, and Smoker casually discarded him aside. The debilitating sensation from the sea prism stone bullets still clung to him, yet there was no trace of fatigue on Smoker's countenance, only a terrifying ferocity. Come on. Smoker bellowed at the surrounding pirates. Their spirits quailed under his imposing presence, rendering them hesitant to advance. Observing this scene, Buggy swallowed hard, internally lamenting. Hey. Does this guy really need to go all out? We only need to cooperate to break free. However, as he watched Smoker swing his iron staff, toppling one pirate after another, the realization struck him. This man truly intended to single-handedly vanquish the 2,000 pirates before them. What a madman of the Navy. I shan't partake in this. Buggy resolved to make his escape. Just then, a roar echoed from above. Both you and Joker shall be cast down. Bang. With a thunderous boom, a figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing toward the ground of Backstreet number 5. Boom. With a tremendous impact, the figure struck the earth, creating a massive crater as dust erupted in all directions, sending the pirates into disarray. What just happened? Who fell? Is it Captain Kuro? No. That's not him. It seems to be a large figure. Whoosh. The pirates closest to the impact point, barely able to discern the figure's true identity, had yet to finish their exclamations when a black finger sliced through their vision. PFF. Ah. In an instant, the innermost circle of pirates clutched their eyes, shrieking in horror. Meanwhile, the fallen Virgo pressed his hand against his chest, blood oozing from his mouth as he scanned his surroundings, swiftly devising an escape route. Damn it. My ribs are broken. Lynn Barrick's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Continuing to clash would only result in mutual destruction, or perhaps even his own defeat. Thus, It became evident that the plan to eliminate the informants and subsequently apprehend the pirates under the guise of the Navy had already faltered. Virgo found no advantage in the entire affair, and consequently, his objective shifted to minimizing losses as much as possible, such as ensuring his continued infiltration within the Navy. The crowd was overwhelmingly dense, and he could not afford to reveal his undercover identity. He had meticulously prepared an alibi prior to the operation. And given that Lynn was a wanted criminal, his words would not be believed by the Navy. Therefore, as long as no one else caught sight of his visage, he still retained the possibility of remaining undercover. With this thought, Virgo stamped his foot, raising a cloud of dust around him to obscure his form. He then retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and placed it on the ground before executing one of the 6 powers, shave, swiftly darting into a nearby alley. As a senior officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo's series of actions was executed with remarkable speed, completed in mere seconds. Shortly thereafter, a figure enveloped in a black and white tempest descended from above, delivering a punch that struck the very spot where Virgo had just stood. With a thunderous roar, the crater in the ground expanded and deepened significantly. The pirates felt the tremors beneath their feet, a familiar and terrifying sensation flooding their hearts. Had that man returned? Lynn Barrick, has he indeed vanquished Captain Cielo? As the smoke dissipated, Lynn's figure emerged in the street. What instilled even greater dread among the pirates was the tempest of black and white swirling around his form, rendering him akin to a fearsome and monstrous beast. The chilling aura emanating from him caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop perceptibly. Lynn twisted his neck and surveyed his surroundings, yet he found no trace of Virgo. Only the phone bug lying on the ground. It runs fast, he mused. Was this phone bug left for me? After picking it up and stowing it away, Lynn shifted his gaze towards the pirates, who were exchanging apprehensive glances. Then, with a grin, he asked, "Are you still intent on fighting me?" At this, the pirates erupted into chaos, memories of their comrades who had been sent flying by Lynn flooding their minds, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. Wait, is he really coming for us again? I certainly don't wish to soar into the sky. Did you see that punch he slammed into the ground? Surviving that would be a miracle. I became a pirate to enjoy life, not to meet my demise. Suddenly, a keen-eyed pirate noticed something amiss. The black and white storm surrounding Lynn was gradually dissipating, and his aura visibly waned. Was he injured? Observing this, Smoker approached Lynn and whispered, "Hey, what happened? Don't tell me it was that crocodile who did this to you." Lynn gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply by his sides, trembling uncontrollably. Virgo had indeed inflicted significant damage upon him. To be frank, Lynn was exerting every ounce of strength just to remain upright, desperately maintaining the armored form of his frozen domain, merely to intimidate the surrounding pirates. Lynn was well aware of Smoker's condition. Having been hit by a sea stone bullet in the shoulder, his continued resilience was solely due to sheer willpower. As for Buggy, Lynn surmised he was likely contemplating an escape. Wait, why was Buggy here? Did he have a connection to this matter? Why was he not in makeup? Wearing only a towel? Why did he appear to be at odds with Crocodile's crew? What on earth was happening? Lynn gazed at Buggy, her mind awash with questions. However, the movements of the surrounding pirates interrupted her thoughts. Upon noticing Lynn's precarious state, they mustered a semblance of courage and brandished their blades, encircling the trio. They were oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded, yet they believed that eliminating these 3 individuals would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles. TSK, mere pirates. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, took a deep breath and frowned at Lynn. "Do you really need me to look after you?" Lynn broke into a broad grin, his fists colliding as he proclaimed loudly to the surrounding pirates, "I am the boss." Before his words could settle, a pirate suddenly shouted, "He's done for. Kill him. Charge." Instantly, dozens of pirates surged forward. Just as Lynn and Smoker prepared for a desperate fight, and Buggy contemplated a hasty retreat, a fist struck with a resounding thud, sending one pirate flying. A familiar, hearty laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, what a lively scene. Allow me to be your opponent." An elderly gentleman, clad in beach attire and sporting a robust beard, unexpectedly appeared before the pirates. "Ha ha ha, what a lively scene. Allow me to be your opponent." The old man rubbed his wrists, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing his tourist garb, they soon began to jeer. "Hey, old man, don't think just because you have muscles, you can play the hero. This is none of your business. Go drink your tea, you smelly old man. Your grandson is calling you home for dinner." In stark contrast, Smoker and Lynn relaxed completely after the old man's appearance. Smoker knelt on the ground, while Lynn settled cross-legged, swaying back and forth, ready to enjoy the show. After all, the current situation no longer required their concern. "Grandson?" A few veins bulged on Garp's forehead. That little brat. He had intended to return to Windmill Village for a beer and a bit of relaxation, only to encounter a group of pirates there. After delivering a thorough beating to them, Garp learned that someone had kidnapped Makino and taken her to Rogue Town. He wished to rush to her aid immediately, but when he heard that the pirates had already contacted Lynn, his tense demeanor relaxed. The participants in the 6 Powers training on Sidi archipelago were the Navy's new elite. If they couldn't handle such a minor kidnapping, they might as well retire. With this thought, Garp set his mind at ease, drinking while awaiting good news from Logtown. After a while, the warship tasked with rescuing the villagers from Windmill Village arrived at the port. Upon seeing Garp, the Navy personnel aboard understood that their presence was no longer required. So they briefed him on their operational plan before heading to Logtown for support. During this time, Garp intended to contact Luffy to show him the Navy's valiant efforts in rescuing civilians. However, that little brat declared that those pirates who kidnapped civilians were bad pirates, and he did not wish to become like them. Garp was infuriated. What does good pirate and bad pirate even mean? Any pirate deserves to feel the force of my iron fist. Bang, 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 bang. Garp unleashed a flurry of punches, sending several pirates tumbling. The remaining pirates suddenly realized that this seemingly formidable old man was indeed formidable. No way, another monster has arrived. He has just one man. If we all attack together, we can wear him out. Exactly. In response, Garp grinned. It's almost time for a midnight snack. A little pre-dinner exercise wouldn't hurt. However, a chorus of orderly footsteps interrupted Garp and the pirates just as they were about to engage. A group of well-trained Navy personnel had appeared in the various corners of Backstreet number 5, nearly 50 strong, surrounding the pirates from different angles with overwhelming numbers. Some pirates, realizing the peril, attempted to flee, only to be met with gunfire warnings. Pirates present, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons. Garp roared with laughter. For those who still wish to fight, allow me to be your opponent. The pirates looked at their comrades who had been sent flying by Garp, all of whom lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The strength of that old man's fist was even more terrifying than Lynn Barak's. Without a moment's hesitation, they dropped their weapons and raised their hands high, declaring, "We surrender." What followed was a lengthy and tedious process of detention. Aside from the over 2,000 incapacitated, over 1,000 others surrendered. Fortunately, Garp had anticipated the need for many pirates to be detained before arriving at Logtown. Thus he contacted his overworked subordinate at the branch, who was flustered by Garp's disappearance, to send assistance promptly. The subordinate eagerly agreed and hurried off to report to Admiral Zephyr. All in all, with the branch's personnel dispatched, the detention process proceeded much more swiftly. Garp's subordinate also arrived in Logtown with the branch's team. After expressing his grievances to Garp, he returned to his usual serious demeanor, presenting a pirate-esque weapon to Garp while whispering, "This is a sea prism stone weapon. Oh, a high-grade item only the world government can afford." Garp nonchalantly dug at his ear, dismissing it. Regardless, even if we take these weapons back, they'll find a way to forcibly reclaim them. Might as well leave them here for them to collect, saving us the paperwork. The subordinate felt a wave of exasperation, muttering, "Vice Admiral Garp. Involving the Navy in this matter seems somewhat inappropriate." Huh? Garp raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. "We merely happened to respond to a civilian-esque call for help during our training and caught a band of pirates in the process." The subordinate wore a serious expression, contemplating for a moment before replying, "I understand." Garp nodded. "If anyone gives you trouble, just reach out to little Tsuru." "Understood." The subordinate nodded slightly and hurried off. Captain Kuro, Admiral Click, and nearly 4,000 pirates, though they may be minor characters, collectively posed a considerable challenge for documentation. "Am I going to have to work overtime again tonight?" The subordinate sighed deeply, rubbing his temples in resignation. Meanwhile, Garp approached Lynn and Smoker. Smoker was puffing on a cigar while a Navy doctor extracted a sea prism stone bullet from his arm. "Mr. Smoker, you mustn't be reckless if you sustain such injuries again," the young lady tending to him admonished. "If you move any more vigorously, you might never be able to use that arm again." "Uh-huh," Smoker nodded, lighting a second cigar for himself. "And no smoking for the injured." "Uh-huh." Smoker lit his third cigar. The doctor, cheeks puffed in frustration, bandaged Smoker's wounds while Lynn savored the Navy's special box meal. "This is absolutely delicious." As the food entered her system, Lynn's energy levels gradually began to rise, simultaneously depleting as it worked to heal her wounds. The heroic ability, battlefield valor. The most noticeable change was the bruises on Lynn's body, which were visibly fading. However, the recovery of the few contusions and fractures was a much slower process. Garp observed the two individuals before him. He first approached Smoker, clapping him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Huh? I thought Zephyr's student would be more cautious in the face of sea stone weaponry. It seems I can tease him for a while." "Mr. Garp, be gentle. He is still a patient," the young doctor interjected. "Oh, my apologies." Garp scratched his head sheepishly. Meanwhile, Smoker lit a fourth cigar. The young doctor watched this scene with her face flushed in anger, forcefully adjusting the bandages to tend to Smoker's wounds before gathering her things and storming off in a huff. Smoker furrowed his brow, although he felt disgruntled. He could not deny the fact that he had underestimated his opponent. Had he been more cautious, Click's sea stone bullet would never have had the opportunity to strike him. After admonishing Smoker, Garp turned to Lynn, grinning widely. Hey. It seems you have finally stepped into the realm of hockey." Lynn grinned and nodded. "Haha. You really thought I would say that?" Cap delivered a punch to Lynn's head, roaring, "Immature training will only lead to your demise on the battlefield. Do not deceive yourself into thinking you will always have such good fortune." Lynn grimaced, clutching her smoking scalp, finally understanding Luffy's pain. Ouch. Eventually, Garp stood before the third party. Seems like there's someone with considerable strength here, managing to remain mostly unscathed. But why was he only wearing a bath towel? And why did he have a large red nose? Carp gazed at Buggy, who reciprocated the stare. Their eyes met, blinking a few times. Carp tilted his head. Who are you? He scrutinized the young man before him. Red nose, blue hair, armed with a dagger. Gradually, Carp appeared to recall something. A face began to merge with the figure before him. Oh, Carp clapped his hands. I thought I recognized you. You're that little rascal with the red nose from Roger's crew. Buggy blinked at the bearded old man, suddenly clapping his hands in realization. Oh, you're that Navy officer who's been chasing us. Their laughter filled the air simultaneously. However, Buggy soon contemplated escape, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Carp's fist. Hey, I've heard that after your crew disbanded, you returned to piracy. Carp seized Buggy by his bath towel, lifting him up. What? Planning to atone for your sins by turning yourself in, you little red-nosed brat? Who are you calling a red nose? Buggy retorted, gripping his dagger and lunging at Carp. With a resounding crack, the dagger shattered. Carp remained unperturbed. Buggy gasped, nearly forgetting that this muscular old man was a formidable adversary who had caused his captain considerable distress. Unable to fight back or flee, Buggy resolved to concede. Hey, Navy comrades over there. Buggy, in tears, called out to Smoker. We were just fighting side by side. You can't just abandon me. Carp raised an eyebrow, turning to Smoker. Isn't he a pirate attacking you? Smoker, puffing on 4 cigars, replied, it seems he was inadvertently caught up in the battle. Exactly. Buggy quickly added, I was just swept into it. Even helping the Navy out of a jam. You can't repay kindness with malice. Carp pondered for a moment, then called over a busy aide, pointing at Buggy. Check this little red-nosed rascal's criminal record for me. The aide, grinning, retrieved a file from a mountain of documents and handed it to Carp. Carp flipped through the pages. Buggy the Clown, a user of the chop fruit, recently formed a pirate crew. His primary offenses include ambushing several small pirate crews, leading to minor disturbances. And he has a record of purchasing treasure maps at high prices. Currently, there are no reports of civilian casualties caused by Buggy's pirate crew. Upon comparing Buggy's record with that of his crew, Carp concluded they were merely a group of young adventurers, relying on Buggy's fruit abilities to pillage from fellow pirates. Almost in a playful manner. Ah, what a hassle, Carp scratched his head, then casually stated in Buggy's horrified gaze, since they're all pirates. We might as well capture them together. Wait a minute. Lynn suddenly waved his hand. He was the reinforcements I had summoned. Carp was taken aback, exclaiming, how do you little rascal, know him? We happened to cross paths on the way. Lynn shrugged nonchalantly. This was, of course, a fabrication, but Lynn's reasoning was rather straightforward. At this juncture, Buggy had likely just recently established his pirate crew, engaging in a nefarious blend of underhanded dealings and treasure hunting, without having committed any heinous acts. Additionally, Carp's records indicated that there were no reports of civilian casualties resulting from Buggy's pirate crew. Given this, Lynn saw no need to have Buggy, who had only recently formed his crew, imprisoned and impelled down. After all, more allies on the vast ocean meant more opportunities. As for Buggy's presence in Logtown and his involvement in the current incident, Lynn speculated it might be akin to his reasons for participating in the Marineford War. Oh, since he is your friend, then there is no issue, Carp remarked, releasing Buggy's collar and heartily patting him on the shoulder. Well, you've done well. You red-nosed rascal. Try saying red nose again, I dare you, Buggy retorted, adjusting the towel draped over him as he crouched obediently to the side. Subsequently, Buggy discreetly elbowed Lynn and chuckled. Hey, brother, thanks a lot. What should I call you? Lynn replied with a smile. Lynn Barek, he added. Oh, that name sounds quite familiar. Buggy laughed heartily. It resonates with that madman who declared war on the celestial dragons not long ago. Lynn nodded. That's me. Buck, can I not be your friend? Buck responded. Of course. Carp interjected. So, do you wish to spend time in prison? After a moment of contemplation, Buck, tears streaming down his face, embraced Lynn, exclaiming, oh, good brother. With the assistance of the branch personnel, the pirates were swiftly apprehended, and before midnight, they were all boarded onto the military ship. As for Makino, she had encountered Carp and his companions at the port, informing them of the incident at Backstreet number 5. Following preliminary treatment, she was escorted by the Navy onto a ship, returning to Windmill Village to recuperate. Subsequently, the branch personnel departed, leaving only Carp, his lieutenant, Lynn, and 50 naval officers engaged in training at Logtown. Their military ship remained docked at the port. At that moment, the lieutenant was overwhelmed, buried under a pile of documents. After all, the Navy involved in the rescue operations at Windmill Village and Logtown were under his and Carp's command, thus necessitating the documentation of damages incurred during the battle and a detailed report of the entire skirmish, which they were responsible for compiling and submitting. Given the circumstances, their accuracy was questionable. For Carp, work was an impossibility, and the task was better left to his lieutenant. After completing the report on Windmill Village, the lieutenant gathered Lynn, Smoker, and Buck, inquiring about the details of the battle at Logtown. Occasionally, Carp would interject with sardonic remarks. The lieutenant silently noted Carp's comments, preparing to relay them verbatim to Admiral Zephyr. The summarization of events proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, atop a distant rooftop, 3 shadowy figures observed the scene through binoculars. More precisely, it was 2 individuals accompanied by a lion. They were Kabaji, the acrobat from the Buggy Pirates, and Machi, the animal trainer, along with his pet lion, Ricky. Hey, what on earth is happening? Let me see. Machi shouted, attempting to snatch the binoculars from Kabaji. Have we located Captain Buggy? We were supposed to celebrate once he finished his bath. Be quiet. Kabaji grinned. I'm starting to suspect there's something wrong with my eyesight. What? Machi raised an eyebrow, seizing the binoculars and gazing in the direction Kabaji had been observing. He too was taken aback, for he distinctly saw their captain surrounded by a throng of Navy personnel, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation with several high-ranking officials. Wait, didn't the captain say he was going for a bath? How did he end up among the Navy? Kabaji speculated. Could he be having a secret meeting with them? Impossible. He must have been captured by the Navy, Machi replied, but observing Buggy's demeanor, he added. But he doesn't seem to mind, he laughing and chatting. Give me the binoculars, let me take another look. Ultimately, both arrived at the astonishing conclusion. Their Captain Buggy was conversing merrily with the Navy. In Logtown, the Navy clarified the cause of the disturbance on Backstreet, attributing it to a group of pirates causing a ruckus, all of whom had been apprehended. The personnel from the Navy branch escorted the captured pirates, including Clyke and Kuro, back to the Navy headquarters. The remaining naval officers in Logtown were solely the 50 involved in the special training on the uninhabited island. They belonged to different naval divisions, yet until the training concluded, their only direct superior was Carp, necessitating compliance with his directives. On Backstreet number 5. After tallying the damages from the battle and ensuring no civilians were caught in the fray, the lieutenant instructed the 50 naval officers to line up, awaiting Carp's address. Meanwhile, Buggy had donned his clown costume and was busy applying makeup, while Lynn was devouring the Navy's specially prepared box meal, his 20th. Neither of them being Navy personnel. They squatted in a corner. Ahem. Carp cleared his throat, taking the stack of damage reports from the lieutenant. We formed this team for special training in the East Sea. Even in the event of civilian abductions, according to Navy regulations, it should have been reported immediately, allowing the local branch to conduct a rescue. That is the rule. Carp declared sternly. You acted without orders from your superiors and unilaterally devised plans. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage caused? He shook the documents in his hand, reprimanding the Navy personnel. Have you considered the consequences of reporting this to Navy headquarters? At his words, the assembled Navy officers instinctively lowered their hats and gritted their teeth, bracing for reprimand. Just as Carp articulated, they had assembled this unit for the 6 forms training. Without obtaining authorization, their unauthorized actions could lead to severe repercussions from Navy headquarters. Even Lynn sensed that Carp's words were rather severe. He seemed angrier than ever. You disregarded the Navy headquarters regulations. Carp's face darkened, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, suddenly, Carp raised his hand, scattering the documents all over, much to the lieutenant's dismay, and burst into laughter. Let the Navy headquarters regulations be damned, he proclaimed. The Navy exists to protect every individual upon these seas. Regardless of time or place, you must uphold the essence of Navy injustice. Those who merely adhere to rules but fail to protect the populace are unworthy of the title Navy. There is no need to fear those fools at Navy headquarters. Thanks to your efforts, there are no civilian casualties reported in this battle, so take pride in it, you little rascals. You are all commendable Navy officers. Amidst the fluttering papers, Lynn's laughter rang out first. Ha! Soon, other Navy officers joined in, laughter echoing one after another until all 50 could no longer contain their mirth. Truly, Carp was still the same Carp. Only the lieutenant maintained a serious demeanor, whispering to Carp, Admiral Carp, please pick up each paper you just scattered, or you'll have to rewrite them all yourself. Carp scratched his ear. Oh, I'm hungry. Upon hearing this, Lynn set aside his 25th empty lunchbox and proposed enthusiastically. Let us all go for a midnight snack. A cheer erupted from the Navy personnel under Carp's guidance. The adjutant continued to jot down notes in his little notebook, preparing to report everything to Admiral He. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps echoed from a distance down the street. The crowd turned to see a group of pirates rushing toward them. The Navy, mistaking them for stragglers, immediately readied themselves for battle. In the instant of contact, the pirates were swiftly subdued by the Navy, none escaping. However, upon seeing the faces of the pirates, Buggy felt a surge of emotion within. These were his own crew members, who had mistakenly believed that their captain had been captured by the Navy and had bravely come to his rescue. Yet, the leading figures, Kabaji and Machi, simultaneously exclaimed, I am willing to surrender, repent, and earn redemption through merit. Buggy replied in bewilderment. Huh? Kabaji, spotting Buggy, quickly added, Captain, this is not our fault. You were captured by the Navy, and we had no means of escape, so we can only strive for leniency through confession. Machi chimed in. Exactly. We certainly do not wish to be imprisoned. I've heard that the Navy's dungeons are utterly terrifying. Kabaji further elaborated, we possess substantial intelligence regarding many East Blue pirates. and divulging this should alleviate our sentences considerably. Machi insisted, Captain, you cannot monopolize the opportunity for redemption. Buggy retorted, what is this nonsensical chatter? Suddenly, he realized, you must be trying to divert the Navy's attention so you can rescue yourselves. With this thought, Buggy waved his hand with a smile, reassuring his crew. It's all fine, lads. These Navy gentlemen are not here to apprehend us. Just this once, you little red-nosed imp, Carp interjected. It's fortunate your crew directed the civilians of Logtown to the port. Otherwise, many would have been caught in the fray and placed in peril, which could also be seen as a form of atonement. Lynn heard Carp's words and initially intended to mention that it was the Revolutionary Army responsible for the diversion. However, realizing that such an explanation would be cumbersome and that the Revolutionary Army was indifferent to it, he chose to continue savoring his boxed meal. As for Buggy, although his mind was filled with questions, he felt compelled by the present circumstances to reluctantly accept the situation. After all, whether he acknowledged it or not made little difference. Of course, my preparations are thoroughly comprehensive. Upon hearing this, Kabeji nudged Machi with his elbow and quietly inquired, what exactly does the captain mean by preparations? After a moment of contemplation, Machi speculated, it must be a barbecue feast. Indeed, that seemed plausible. Subsequently, Kabeji laughed heartily at the surrounding Navy personnel, proclaiming, the barbecue feast is ready. Let us all head over. Huh? Buggy was taken aback. What on earth? How could the barbecue feast be ready? Yet, it was too late to voice a rebuttal now. Lynn possessed remarkable hearing, and with a light pat on Buggy's shoulder, exclaimed, oh, you are quite well prepared. He then called out to the surrounding Navy personnel, come on, let us go for a midnight snack. Behind him lay the 33rd box meal he had just consumed. Thus, amidst Buggy's puzzled gaze, a banquet, jointly hosted by pirates and Navy, commenced in a courtyard. The members of Buggy's pirate crew believed their captain had struck an agreement with this group of Navy, considering them all as allies. Conversely, the Navy assumed that these pirates were merely friends Lynn had summoned for assistance, and since they were merely a band of inexperienced novices fresh from their maiden voyage, they bore no criminal record. Consequently, two factions that should have been at odds with one another found themselves coexisting in harmony due to various circumstances. During the banquet, while Lynn indulged in a substantial serving of meat on the bone, feeling somewhat satiated, an individual approached him. Lynn glanced up, only to discover that the individual before him was a familiar face, one he had encountered not long ago. He did not belong to either the Navy or the pirates, but rather to a third-party faction, the Revolutionary Army. After surveying his surroundings to ensure they were unobserved, Lynn inquired, is there something you need? The Revolutionary Army member nodded and handed Lynn a transponder snail. We have been entrusted by a merman named Fisher Tiger to urgently contact you. Upon receiving the red transponder snail, Lynn was taken aback. Tiger? Why would he reach out to you? Our comrade, a fisherman karate master named Haku, facilitated Mr. Tiger's connection with us, the Revolutionary Army member explained in hushed tones. Mr. Tiger wishes to speak with you before undertaking a certain endeavor. At those words, Lynn felt a jolt of apprehension. That endeavor? What else could it pertain to but the assault on Mary Geoise? The Revolutionary Army continued, as for the specifics of what Mr. Tiger intends, we are not privy to that information, but he believes you will understand. We intercepted intelligence indicating you are currently in the East Blue, and that the world government and Joker plan to take action against you in Logtown. Thus, we hastened here. They added, you are aware of the subsequent events. We could not prevent you, and could only strive to guide civilians away from the backstreets to avert casualties. The situation was exceedingly urgent, and we regret not detailing Mr. Tiger's situation to you earlier. Understood, Lynn nodded, carefully storing the red transponder snail. There is another message from Mr. Dragon that I must convey, the Revolutionary Army member said. Inclining slightly. If we were to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army directly, we surmise you would decline. Destiny, after all, is shaped by one's own choices. Others cannot alter it. However, when you find yourself in need of support, please remember us, for your actions have earned you the respect of the entire Revolutionary Army. Subsequently, the Revolutionary Army handed Lynn a second transponder snail, symbolizing their trust. Thus, esteemed Mr. Lynn Barrack, we wish you safe travels. Farewell. With that, the Revolutionary member surveyed the area to ensure they remained unnoticed before hastily departing. However, as he reached the gate of the courtyard, a deep voice called out to him. Halt. Instantly, the Revolutionary member recognized the owner of the voice, Navy hero, Garp. Cold sweat drenched his back as he contemplated a hasty escape. But Garp's hand swiftly landed on his shoulder. Do not move. Just listen to me, then nod or shake your head, Garp commanded. The Revolutionary member swallowed hard. Is your leader, Dragon, well? The Revolutionary member nodded. Does he wish for Lynn to join the Revolutionary Army? Garp inquired, to which the Revolutionary member nodded again. Has he joined? Garp asked, and the Revolutionary member shook his head. I see, Garp smiled broadly. No worries, kid. Remember to tell Dragon not to let me cross paths with him, or I might just crack his skull open. The Revolutionary member nodded. Garp then released his grip on the Revolutionary member's shoulder, watching him leave. Honestly, that brat can't seem to settle down. Garp muttered as he chewed on a piece of grilled meat, letting out a resigned sigh. My son forms the Revolutionary Army, while my grandson and Ace are constantly clamoring to become pirates. Here I am, a Navy man. What kind of minds do these kids have? He sighed again. What I worry about is, no. What nonsense. Garp rubbed his face and turned away to enjoy a drink. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lynn stealthily took a basket of barbecued meat and ventured alone to a secluded corner of the backyard. After ensuring that no Navy personnel or pirates were in sight, he retrieved 3 transponder snails from his pocket. One was pink, another red, and the last one green. The first, a pink one, was secretly left by Virgo. Lynn speculated that it was a directive from the enigmatic Joker, namely Don Quixote Doflamingo, and it appeared to have the capability to connect him directly to Doflamingo himself. The second transponder snail was intended for contacting Tiger, though it was certainly not the one Tiger had given to the Revolutionary Army. Rather, it was likely a connection established through the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, routing Lynn's call from the headquarters to Tiger. The third snail was a special transponder entrusted to Lynn by the Revolutionary Army, enabling him to communicate directly with their ranks. Lynn first carefully stored away the third transponder snail, then gazed at the remaining 2. Without the slightest hesitation, he nonchalantly set aside Doflamingo's transponder snail. He was not in the mood to concern himself with that elusive pirate madman. Fortage had mentioned when requesting the Revolutionary Army to contact Lynn that he wished to speak with him before undertaking that particular matter. He picked up the receiver of the red transponder snail. Bloop, 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 bloop. Lynn quietly awaited in solitude. In stark contrast to the lively festivities in the front yard, the backyard remained devoid of any presence, thus enveloped in tranquility. On this silent night, the only sound that pierced the stillness was that of the red telephone bug. Bloop, 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 bloop. After a considerable interval, Lynn could no longer suppress a gentle shake of her head, contemplating that perhaps Tiger had succumbed to slumber, especially given the late hour. It might be wiser to reach out to him tomorrow. Yet, just as Lynn was poised to disconnect the call, the telephone bug suddenly connected. Click. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, and then swallowed hard as an inexplicable sense of worry surged within her. Tiger? A familiar voice resonated from the other end of the line. Ha ha ha. Lynn, I knew it was you. It seems that the revolutionary forces of humanity are indeed reliable. Lynn finally felt relieved and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I must admit, I was genuinely startled. Given your character, I never expected you would seek the assistance of the Revolutionary Army comprised of humans. This incident certainly deserves to be featured in the newspapers. Speaking of newspapers, do you know why I reached out to you? Tiger inquired. To speak candidly, I truly have no idea why you insisted on contacting me before embarking on that endeavor, Lynn replied with a grin, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. I suspect it is to extend an invitation for me to join you. Am I correct? Just as Lynn had anticipated. He genuinely wished to create a ruckus alongside Tiger and Mary Geoise. However, to his surprise, Tiger erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You have miscalculated, Lynn. Oh? Lynn raised an eyebrow. You surely do not expect me to cheer you on, do you? Unexpectedly, Tiger replied, close enough. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Lynn suddenly shivered. What on earth was that fellow Tiger up to? However, moments later, Tiger exclaimed loudly, Lynn Barrick. You are the only human being who has ever gained my recognition throughout my existence. Upon hearing this, Lynn burst into hearty laughter, as it was indeed an obvious sentiment. Yet, almost immediately, the smile on Lynn's face began to fade. Crackling sounds filled the air, accompanied by the distant roar of flames and the ominous sound of something collapsing from the direction of the telephone bug. Lynn's smile completely froze, and his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Instead, Tig's voice resonated from the other end of the phone. I sincerely apologize, Lynn, but I cannot join you in wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise. Tig spoke slowly, because I am already here. At that moment, a vivid crimson engulfed Tig's surroundings. It symbolized the resplendent palaces of the celestial dragons and the world's aristocracy, collapsing amidst the roaring flames. Crackle, crash, boom. From the other end of the phone, the sounds of fierce flames engulfing everything could be heard, soon followed by the sound of something collapsing. Lynn listened intently to the voice on the other end of the line, her emotions surging with excitement. Hello, hello, hello? Tiger, where are you right now? With a deep sigh, Tiger replied with a smile, the Holy Land, Mary Geoise. In terms of grandeur, it far surpasses our Ryugu Palace and Fishman Island. However, Tiger's expression turned serious as he continued. This place is a veritable hell on earth. Lynn clenched the phone tightly and said in a low voice, why not wait until you contact me before taking action? It seems too fortuitous to simply drift along with the tide. Tiger chuckled, moreover. I have no idea when the Revolutionary Army will manage to reach you. What if you vanish into thin air? Lynn's forehead was adorned with prominent veins, while his other hand crushed the nearby bricks in a fit of rage as he coldly demanded, speak the truth, Tiger. After a moment of silence, Tiger burst into laughter. Forget it, you are certainly not like those dull brats from Fishman Street. If we were to compare, your intuition seems to surpass that of Princess Vivi. Tell me the truth, Tiger. Lynn growled. Tiger scratched his head, contemplating, and ultimately offered a resigned smile. Mary Geoise is situated in a peculiar area of the Red Earth continent. Even as a fisherman, I barely escape the treacherous undercurrents while attempting to approach by sea. It is utterly impossible for humans to enter from the outside without permission, let alone you, being a power user and a landlubber. Therefore, after much deliberation, I decided it would be best to come alone. Tiger's candor, however, was met with Lynn's silence. Hey, Lynn, are you still listening? Tiger casually dispatched a celestial dragon's guard. Came Lynn's voice through the transponder snail, followed immediately by his furious shout. Fisher Tiger, did you protect me, Lynn Barrett? Taken aback, Tiger chuckled. I suppose so. Hey, you're not angry with me, are you? Tiger shook his head in exasperation, realizing that Lynn Barrett's peculiar nature remained unchanged. In the brief silence, Lynn took several deep breaths. He was well aware of Tiger's impending fate. After single-handedly causing a commotion in Mary Geoise and liberating countless slaves, Tiger returned to Fishman Island, gathering a crew that included Jinbi, Arlong, and Hachan to form the Sun Pirates, marked by the emblem of the Red Sun. Tiger explicitly told his crew that the essence of the Sun Pirates was liberation and freedom, emphasizing that they would not take a single life. Driven by this philosophy, the Sun Pirates roamed the seas, utilizing their innate advantages as fishmen to repel wave after wave of both Navy and pirate attacks. On a fateful day, Tiger assisted the residents of an island by escorting a girl named Clara, who had once been a slave, back to her homeland. During the journey, the fishmen on board forged deep bonds with Clara. However, when Tiger returned Clara to her home on Fushard Island, he was betrayed by the island's inhabitants and ambushed by the Navy, who had been lying in wait. After seizing a warship and breaking through the encirclement, Tiger was gravely injured and lost significant blood. As the human warship only had human blood reserves, Tiger refused their blood, leading to his demise. To conceal Tiger's past as a slave, Arlong and the others claimed he died due to humans' refusal to transfuse blood. Thus, this became one of the reasons for the fishman's animosity towards humans. This was the extraordinary life of the legendary fishman. Lynn is a person who lives in the moment. He is indifferent to fate and reluctant to contemplate any predetermined truths that may exist. He is acutely aware of one thing: Fisher Tiger is his friend, and he cannot simply stand by as Tiger approaches a tragic end. At the very least, he must make an effort. However, it is now too late. Tiger is already in Mary Geoise, while Lynn is in the East Sea, the distance between them immeasurable. After much contemplation, Lynn took a deep breath to calm his emotions and slowly said, Hey, Tiger, do you think you can make it? Tiger paused momentarily upon hearing this, then quickly responded with a grin, You're not underestimating me, are you? Ha 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 ha. Lynn joined in the laughter, the boss of Fishman Street. Let us have a drink together sometime. Spare me, I have no desire to clink glasses with you again, Tiger quickly rejected, then added. But I wouldn't mind sharing a meal. The desserts of Fishman Island are renowned worldwide. I'll be waiting for your treat, Lynn nodded. So, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Tiger replied. We shall meet again on the high seas. Until we meet again on the high seas. Click. The phone bug was turned off. Subsequently, Tiger crushed the phone bug's receiver to prevent anyone from tracking the Revolutionary Army or Lynn's location. Phew. It was fine to leave a powerful individual on the sea, but it was somewhat concerning. Fortunately, nothing went awry. Tiger exhaled deeply and picked up the battle knife that had fallen beside him. The magnificent palace collapsed with a resounding crash. Before Tiger, flames blazed fiercely. Surrounding him were the screams of celestial dragons and the hurried footsteps of guards converging. Yet, the predominant sound was that of the slaves' desperate cries. Run, run. I never want to return. The key for the collars should be nearby. Found it. Quick, unlock the shackles. Tiger observed the scene before him, his emotions complex. Among the slaves were fishmen, humans, longhands, and giants. Regardless of their race, they all shared a common emotion, an unquenchable thirst for freedom. What a ridiculous world this is. Tiger furrowed his brow, preparing to venture deeper into Mary Geoise, where many more captives were likely confined. Suddenly, he felt a jolt against his leg. Turning, he discovered 3 young human girls. Oh, I'm so sorry. The leading girl exclaimed upon seeing Tiger, quickly apologizing. Tiger looked down to see the shackles on the girl's feet. The Lynn understood that Tiger was not one to renege on his promises. Since they had agreed to meet again upon the sea, any further words would be superfluous. Perhaps, as Longqing often remarked, destiny must be shaped by one's own choices. Ultimately, others cannot alter it. Thus, Tiger, let us meet once more upon the vast ocean. Lynn held a skewer of meat in his hand, toasting to Tiger with a gesture of meat in lieu of wine. After consuming the morsel, Lynn rose and silently gazed at the wall before him. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a significant dent in the wall. Bang! A low growl emanated from Lynn's throat. He respected Tiger's choices. Yet this did not quell the emotions surging within him. Frustration. The revered land of Mary Geoise, a sanctuary in the eyes of the world, was now witnessing the spectacular collapse amidst roaring flames. It was a sight he would never behold again. With a swift motion, Lynn returned to his wooden crate, carefully stowing away Tiger's transponder snail, his gaze shifting to the last remaining pink transponder snail. This particular snail had been left behind by Virgo during his escape. Judging by its appearance, it would likely establish a direct line to Virgo's enigmatic boss, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Night Demon, Joker, a mad pirate adorned with numerous titles, was undeniably one of the most troublesome figures in these waters. Under ordinary circumstances, Lynn might have deliberated on how best to approach this call, perhaps summoning Carp for assistance, or simply retaining the transponder snail for future contingencies. However, in his current state of agitation, Lynn felt no hesitation as he grasped the receiver of the snail. He was in need of an outlet for his frustration. Bring. Click. Unlike Tiger's transponder snail, this one connected almost immediately. A distinctive laughter resonated from the receiver. Is this the boss? Greetings on our first conversation. Ah, Lynn replied with a smirk. Joker? That is merely my alias in the dark world, Da Flamingo responded. If it pleases you, I would prefer we address each other by our formal names. Lynn Barek. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Lynn nodded, inquiring. So, is there something on your mind? To which Da Flamingo chuckled. Lynn, your response is far more composed than I had anticipated. The true name of Joker is known to fewer than 5 individuals in this world. And now you must be counted among them. Lynn furrowed his brow and inquired. Is this truly significant? Indeed, Da Flamingo replied, for it signifies my sincerity. Lynn arched an eyebrow, finding a hint of intrigue in Da Flamingo's words. Sincerity? You wish to exhibit sincerity towards me? Da Flamingo's declaration genuinely caught Lynn off guard. If one were to speak of the most audacious pirates to sail these seas in the future, Don Quixote da Flamingo would undoubtedly be among them. In his youth, he took his father's life with his own hands, and in his adolescence, he similarly murdered his own brother, Rosinante. Subsequently, driven by ambition for the op fruit, he unleashed a deadly birdcage through the powers of the string fruit, indiscriminately slaughtering countless civilians. After some time, leveraging his status as a celestial dragon, Da Flamingo led his family in an assault on ships laden with tribute to the celestial dragons, coercing the world government into granting him the title of Warlord of the Sea. Following the government's acknowledgement, he arrived at the kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World, where he manipulated the king with the abilities of the string fruit to carry out massacres against the populace, all while assuming the guise of a hero to seize control of the entire kingdom. Subsequently, his subordinate Sugar transformed some residents into toys and brainwashed those who remained human, erasing their memories of those who had been turned. He also undertook a purging of those who dared to resist him, as well as the royal family of the Riku, resulting in the tragic fate of the gladiator Kairos and Princess Scarlet's family. A man so cold-blooded, ruthless, and deranged would dare to present sincerity to me? Lynn couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Pray tell, what is the true purpose behind your so-called sincerity? Da Flamingo responded. Lynn Barrick. Do you not find this world rather dull for individuals like us? Lynn responded. Do not say we are different. Different, are we? Da Flamingo retorted. For one who has once been a slave to the celestial dragons, no matter how adeptly you conceal it, deep within your heart, there must reside a semblance of hatred. Da Flamingo continued. I am unaware of the lengths you have gone to in order to suppress your animosity, yet I present you with an opportunity to unleash that resentment entirely. Lynn maintained a composed demeanor, urging, please continue. I am listening. The fact that you were able to acquire this phone bug indicates that Virgo has personally validated your capabilities. Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckled softly before declaring, Lynn Barek, I extend an invitation on behalf of the Don Quixote family for you to join us. Upon hearing this, even Lynn felt a jolt of surprise. First, the Revolutionary Army sought to recruit him, and now Da Flamingo himself desired his inclusion in his family. It seems I am indeed in high demand. Lynn could not help but erupt into laughter. Da Flamingo chimed in. Reflect on this, Lynn Barek. You harbor a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. You ought to join us in turning this world upside down. He then added, I have a heart seat here. Would you care to sit and see for yourself? Lynn nodded slightly, realizing that with the formidable support of a powerful family and the opportunity to exact revenge on the celestial dragons, there seemed to be little reason to decline. Da Flamingo grinned, eagerly awaiting Lynn's affirmation. However, I must refuse. Lynn's unexpected remark left Da Flamingo momentarily speechless. What did you say? I refuse, he stated. Lynn reiterated, by the way, your earlier assertion that I harbor hatred is incorrect. Da Flamingo furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain in his tone as he retorted, Hey, Lynn Barrick, you can't possibly mean that after 4 years as a slave, you've forgiven the celestial dragons. I don't recall conversing with a saint. You are mistaken, Da Flamingo, Lynn replied slowly. My feelings towards the celestial dragons are devoid of hatred. They are filled solely with fury. Da Flamingo appeared perplexed. Is there a distinction between hatred and fury? Indeed, there is. Lynn calmly replied. Hatred drives one towards the weak, while anger propels one towards the strong. Da Flamingo, a man compelled by hatred, ultimately directs his animosity towards those weaker than himself. Hatred transforms individuals into formidable beings. Justice invariably turns its back on the weak. Yet, anger consistently allows me to stand in opposition to the powerful. As Lynn spoke, the smile that had been perpetually gracing Da Flamingo's lips finally faltered. This man, Lynn Barrick, was far more deranged than he had ever imagined. He chuckled darkly. Is that so? Then the negotiations have indeed collapsed? From the very beginning, success was never an option. Lynn smiled broadly and said, then, allow me to utter one final remark before we part ways. Doflamingo chuckled derisively and replied, surely, you are not bidding me farewell? Almost, Lynn unexpectedly nodded. Just now, I made a pact with a friend to meet again upon these vast seas. So, shall we also rendezvous upon these waters? No, Doflamingo. Lynn laughed heartily and said, the word goodbye is only spoken among friends. What we ought to say is, Lynn's long-suppressed frustration finally erupted as he bellowed, you wait for me out at sea. Click. The phone call ended. Click. The call was terminated again. Doflamingo slowly lowered the phone insect in his hand, his other hand crushing the wine glass with a fierce grip. Boss Lynn Barrack, are you challenging me? He sneered, laughter bubbling forth. Torbol, hearing the commotion, approached and inquired, what has transpired? It's nothing, merely a lecture from someone. Doflamingo replied, shaking his head. Torbol's anger flared. You are a born ruler. No one in this world has the right to lecture you. Who is he? Let us deal with him. Spare yourself, Torbol. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair, grinning. Virgo nearly fell into his hands, unless the entire family mobilizes. Capturing him is virtually impossible. Virgo was defeated. Torbol exclaimed, incredulous, but he nodded slightly. As you command. However, the plan to leverage scandals to coerce the world government into allowing you to join the 7 warlords has failed. Doesn't this pose some difficulties? Indeed, Doflamingo mused. Then rose, there will be some complications, but they are not insurmountable. Oh, do you have a contingency plan? Rather, Lynn Barrack's matter is merely a subplot. The true plan will not encounter such risks and upheavals, Doflamingo chuckled. Truly impressive, Torbol bowed slightly. May I inquire what your actual plan entails? Doflamingo gazed out the window, smiling as he uttered 3 words, heavenly gold. The conspiracy in the North Sea was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the atmosphere of the banquet was lively. After all, they were soldiers who had spent some time under Carp, and their spirits were high. Upon learning that Buggy and his crew, although pirates, had set sail not long ago and were friends with Lynn, having committed no crimes, and even assisted in evacuating civilians in Logtown, the Navy quickly befriended them. Oh, Kabaji. Perform some juggling while grilling. A Navy officer called out. Sure, no problem. The acrobat Kabaji rode his unicycle, one hand holding skewers of meat, swiftly passing over the grills on either side, sizzling with the sound of fat cooking, the aroma wafting through the air. On the other side, the beast tamer Machi was directing his lion, Ricky, as it turned the grill, roasting an entire massive sea king. Hey, going out to sea is quite enjoyable. Machi remarked with a smile. Captain Buggy always says the Navy is fearsome. It seems they are actually good friends. Kabaji nodded in agreement. When I set sail with Captain Buggy, I thought I'd spend my days being chased, but it turns out everything was part of the captain's plan. Roar. Ricky the lion echoed his sentiments. At this moment, the Buggy pirate crew, having recently formed, consisted of young and naive members eager for treasure, lacking a clear understanding of pirates and the Navy. Due to the crew's and captain's nature, they were all fervent enthusiasts of feasting. Thus, when a banquet commenced, their allegiances mattered little. Their sole concern was enjoyment. Raising their glasses, Machi, Kabaji, and the other crew members shouted in unison, "Long live Captain Buggy." Simultaneously, the very captain they hailed sat trembling in a corner, clutching a cup of hot water, his sole thought being one of fear. Hey, what is going on? How dare these naive fools play nice with the Navy? Nearby, Smoker was puffing on a cigarette, fiddling with his jutty, his eyes fixed on Buggy. Buggy felt as though he were merely a living trophy in Smoker-esque gaze. Do not worry, Smoker noted Buggy's apprehension, frowning. Regardless, we have fought together. I do not wish to owe a debt to pirates, so I will let you go this time. Buggy breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize Smoker was gesturing with his jutty, adding, however, the next time we meet, I will certainly lock you up. Do you understand? At this, Buggy nodded vigorously. Smoker retracted his jutty, his mind replaying the day's battle. Just as Carp had indicated, relying on the abilities of his Logia fruit had indeed led him to underestimate the battlefield. In combat, any scenario could unfold. Whether it be rare sea stone weapons, or hidden guns in the crowd, or masters wielding hockey, these were situations that could not be simulated in training. While he could force himself to fight this time through sheer will, what of the next? He could not expect every opponent to play fair. Sea stone weapons, he pondered. Examining his jutty, perhaps he could make slight modifications to his trusty weapon. Pure sea stone weapons were far too precious. Given his current rank, obtaining one was impossible. But perhaps he could forge a piece of sea stone into the tip of his jutty. In the backyard, Lynn hung up the phone with Doflamingo. Subsequently, to prevent this phone bug from being equipped with some peculiar tracking device, he crushed the receiver of the bug and set it aside, intending to have someone release it back into nature. After taking a few deep breaths, Lynn turned his gaze towards the corner. Uncle Cap, you are not particularly adept at eavesdropping, are you? Cap emerged from the shadows, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. It's far more convenient to communicate with fists. Stealthy listening is simply too troublesome. So, you did hear what I said? Lynn inquired of Cap. In my old age, My hearing isn't what it used to be. I didn't catch much, Cap replied, digging into his ear. Then, he tilted his chin towards the ceiling. The dawn is approaching. Would you like to witness the sunrise? Lynn was taken aback by the unexpected invitation from the rough and tumble Carp to witness the sunrise together. Nevertheless, he nodded. For Carp's formidable strength was still a force to be reckoned with. The two leapt gracefully to the rooftop. This dwelling was nestled halfway up the mountain, allowing them a close view of the bustling festivities in the front yard, while the distant horizon revealed the meeting point of sky and sea. At that moment, a faint blush of dawn began to grace the eastern sky. Daybreak was imminent. Where shall we go next? Carp inquired. Lynn, without a trace of hesitation, grinned and said, The Grand Line. So soon? Carp exclaimed, taken aback. It's too early. I thought you would train for a few more years. The world does not wait for you. Rather than burying yourself in arduous preparation, it is better to forge ahead. Lynn sat atop the rooftop, gazing at the gradually rising dawn. The morning light caressed his face, and a gentle breeze wafted by, creating an aura of serene contentment. In that case, I shall not hinder you any longer, Carp remarked, arms crossed over his chest, a broad grin adorning his face. But do not forget the words you exchanged with Zephyr. Lynn nodded, understanding the weight of being a hero. Carp pondered for a moment before inquiring, Do you truly harbor such feelings? Which ones? Lynn responded. Anger, Carp replied. Upon hearing this, Lynn nodded again. Just as Carp was about to articulate further, Lynn abruptly gestured for him to pause. Listen, Uncle Carp. Lynn gently touched his right shoulder. Where the boss tattoo was inked, not long ago, it bore the mark of the celestial dragon, signifying his status as a slave. He spoke slowly. In the face of such a world, we ought not to harbor hatred, yet we possess the right to maintain our anger. Do you not agree? As dawn broke over Logtown, the celebration for the successful rescue of the hostages came to a bittersweet conclusion. At parting, the Navy personnel warned the young lads who had just set sail, Hey, refrain from committing crimes in the future, otherwise, we shall personally lock you up. The members of the buggy pirates were moved to tears, vowing on the spot to never harm innocent civilians again. Smoker, burdened with his weapon, stood helplessly on the deck of the warship, silently swearing that when next they met, he would strike without mercy. With a command from Garp, the warship slowly departed from the port of Logtown. The operation to rescue the residents of Windmill Village was but a minor episode. Their sole purpose in the East Blue remained to learn the Navy's 6 styles under Garp's tutelage. Thus, they were to return to that island teeming with ferocious beasts to continue their hellish training. Watching the warship gradually fade into the horizon, Captain Buggy finally exhaled in relief. It seemed he had made the right bet. Had those Navy officers truly intended to arrest them, Buggy would have had no recourse. Especially with an individual aboard who could give even Captain Roger a headache. Ha! I, Buggy, truly remain unflustered in the face of danger, Buggy proclaimed. Standing at the port, facing the rising sun, laughing heartily. Lads, let us tidy up and prepare to set sail. Beside him, Lynn inquired. Shouldn't we grab some breakfast first? Buggy scratched his head, responding, I doubt I can eat, considering we feasted all night. Did you not have your fill of barbecued meat? Lynn crossed his arms, asserting, one must eat 3 meals a day, otherwise, how will we have the strength to go to sea? Oh, indeed, Buggy nodded in agreement. Then, lads, head into town and fetch some breakfast for yourselves. At that moment, Buggy suddenly realized something, his body seemingly splitting into dozens of pieces, his remaining form hovering in the air, eyes wide in astonishment as he stared at Lynn. You are Lynn Barrick? Buggy exclaimed, eyes bulging, incredulous. Did you not leave with those Navy officers? Lynn shrugged, pondering the implications of being a fugitive amidst naval company. Oh. Wait, why are you even staying here? Buggy inquired, leaning closer to Lynn. I intend to set sail, Lynn replied. Where to? The Grand Line. Oh. So you require a vessel. There should be some for sale at the port, no? Acquiring a ship necessitates funds. Indeed, but I am devoid of money. Then lend me some, Lynn suggested. What if I refuse? Buggy retorted. I shall simply resort to theft. Lynn mimicked the stance of Carp, grinning widely. Buggy rubbed his hands together, laughing excitedly. No wonder you are a notorious fugitive with a bounty of 100 million berries. Which ship do you intend to seize? No, I aim to commandeer yours. In the end, Buggy, with tears welling in his eyes, reluctantly gifted Lynn a small hand-powered sailboat belonging to the Buggy pirates, realizing that failing to do so might jeopardize their larger vessel. Subsequently, at Lynn's gentle prompting, Buggy contributed a modest sum to equip Lynn with essential sailing supplies, including a log post, provisions, water, sails, and various necessities. Afterward, Lynn visited the bookstore in Logtown to procure several navigational guides. With preparations nearly complete, noon approached. Signaling the time for lunch, Lynn proposed to treat Buggy to lunch. Buggy glanced at Lynn's clenched fist and, with a broad smile, eagerly acquiesced. Little did he anticipate that the cost of Lynn's meal would rival that of a small vessel. As Lynn put it, one must dine well before setting sail. While Lynn indulged in his meal, Carp's warship had already been navigating at full speed for some time. Lynn Barek remained in Logtown and did not board the ship, a fact well known among all naval personnel. Through the accounts of the captured pirates and Smoker, they had come to understand the entirety of Lynn's battle in Logtown. What a formidable man he is. When shall we begin our training in hockey? If we adhere to Vice Admiral Garp's training regimen, it should not be long now. One must remain grounded. We should first master the 6 powers. With a renewed sense of determination, the Navy personnel maintained their high spirits. Garp, accompanied by his aide, stood at the bow of the ship, calculating the time, and inquired of his aide, "We should be nearing the deserted island, correct?" "Indeed," replied the aide, glancing at the log pose on his wrist, "but it is curious. We should have spotted the shadow of the island by now." Garp paused, handing the telescope to his aide. The aide took the telescope and looked in the direction indicated by the log pose, yet saw nothing. Suddenly, he glanced down at the log pose, his hair standing on end as he exclaimed, "Something is amiss." He immediately commanded the sailors aboard the warship, "All hands to alert status." "Yes, sir." The crew sprang into action, entering a state of vigilance. No anomalies at the stern, none on the port side, none on the starboard side, none in the air. Hearing this, Garp furrowed his brow and asked, "What is going on?" The aide's eyes were fixed on the log pose on his wrist, which was now oscillating wildly before finally pointing straight down toward the sea beneath the ship. "Isn't this phenomenon indicative of approaching Fishman Island?" Garp was taken aback as he approached the ship's edge, finding no abnormalities beneath the surface. The aide then produced 2 spare log poses, only to discover they pointed in precisely the same direction, straight down. "Impossible! Could that deserted island have sunk?" the aide exclaimed, astonished. "Who in the East Blue possesses the power to submerge an entire island?" As this conversation unfolded, Garp had already removed his shirt and trousers, instructing his aide, "If trouble arises, the first priority is to retreat with the ship. To safeguard the new generation of Navy personnel, do not concern yourself with me." "Yes." The aide nodded in agreement. As for worrying about Garp, the aide had never considered it. In fact, the man before him was undoubtedly one of the least concerning figures upon these seas. Garp secured a log post to his wrist, then leaped from the bow into the sea. He took a deep breath, submerging himself and activating his observation hockey to search for any potential clues. Following the direction indicated by the log pose, Garp swiftly descended into deeper waters where the light was dim, relying almost entirely on his hockey to perceive his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Not far beneath him lay a jagged cross-section of earth, resembling an ancient tree that had been forcefully severed in 2. Garp swam closer to the cross-section and touched the soil, finding it still soft and not resembling the long-term erosion typically caused by seawater. This situation led Garp to form a terrifying hypothesis. It was not that the deserted island had sunk, but rather that someone had moved or destroyed the island, causing the magnetic disturbances that misled the log pose to point downward. Upon returning to the warship, Garp dried himself with a towel as he recounted his observations to his aide. Someone has either destroyed or relocated the entire island. Destroyed or relocated an entire island. The aide's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not questioning the feasibility of such an act, for he knew that several formidable beings capable of such feats existed in the New World. However, they were currently in the East Blue. What could such terrifying entities want in these tranquil waters? This power, combined with its connection to the East Blue, led Garp to ponder. And a certain figure began to materialize in his mind. Could it be him? The aide paused. "Who? If it is indeed him, then we are in grave trouble." Garp donned his clothing, his brow furrowing in concern as he ordered the naval headquarters to report the disappearance of the deserted island and to postpone the special training. "I will patrol the East Blue for a while." "Yes," the aide affirmed, turning to contact the naval headquarters. Garp gazed skyward, reminiscing about the golden-haired man wielding twin swords, laughing maniacally atop the wreckage of countless warships in Marineford years ago. "If it's you, you certainly possess the capability to uproot an entire island. But why would you do such a thing? It was merely an ordinary deserted island, albeit teeming with ferocious beasts." Garp murmured to himself, "Shiki the Golden Lion. After a long silence, have you once again succumbed to your impulses?" Buggy believed he should feel quite pleased, as Lynn had only asked him to treat lunch, leaving dinner to his own devices. By the time lunch concluded, night had already fallen. Lynn enjoyed a restful night's sleep, as the energy within him gradually diminished, slowly rejuvenating his weary body. The following dawn arrived. As Lynn faced the rising sun, she meticulously packed her belongings and, amidst the heartfelt gazes of the group from Baki, boarded the small hand-powered sailboat they had generously gifted her. Baki rubbed his face, thinking to himself that they had finally bid farewell to the voracious eater who could have impoverished them. Yet, driven by curiosity, he inquired, "Hey, the sails on the boat are still white. Don't you have your own pirate flag?" Lynn shook his head and replied, "I am not a pirate." Buggy couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't jest. With a bounty of 100 million berries, how can you claim not to be a pirate?" "If I must define myself." Lynn scratched his head and said, "I suppose I am a hero?" "What a peculiar individual," Buggy remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. "I have no desire to be a hero. Heroes are expected to share their treasures with others, while pirates lay claim to their riches. I yearn for treasure, and thus, I have no intention of becoming a hero." "Then do your best." Lynn stood at the edge of the boat, bidding farewell to Baki and the others with a wave. Then, with a swift kick against the wooden post at the dock, the entire vessel began to glide slowly away from the harbor. Subsequently, Lynn opened the guidebook on how to operate a small hand-powered sailboat, a tome recommended by the shopkeeper, with a rather lengthy title indeed. Lynn sighed, chewing on the bread he had purchased from Logtown while embarking on his customary practice of navigation. Beneath the morning light, a small vessel, carrying but a single individual, gradually approached the entrance of the Grand Line, known as Reverse Mountain. According to the records, the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line form two interlocking rings that intersect at 2 points, the latter being the so-called Holy Land, Mary Geoise, while the former is named Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain boasts 5 waterways, with 4 flowing in and 1 flowing out. The 4 channels direct their currents towards the summit, connecting to the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, while the final waterway leads into the Grand Line. The name Reverse Mountain derives from the extraordinarily powerful ocean currents from the 4 seas, which are so formidable that they can defy gravity and flow upwards, creating this remarkable phenomenon. Such a spectacle is rare in the world. Many explorers from the 4 seas, even if they dare not venture into the Grand Line, choose to come here to catch a glimpse from afar. After all, for those fervent adventurers, witnessing the breathtaking sight of waves flowing against the current atop the red earth is worth risking their very lives. As for whether it was indeed a beautiful sight, Lynn could not say, but he now found himself in a perilous situation. For ordinary navigation, he felt confident that his knowledge would suffice. Yet he was now confronted with the first daunting obstacle to entering the Grand Line. Countless vessels had met their demise here, and only the most skilled navigators could discern a path through the turbulent waters surrounding Reverse Mountain, safeguarding their ships in the process. Unfortunately, Lynn was not among them. The chaotic currents twisted the small sailing vessel in a frenzied dance as Lynn steadied the oar with one hand, while the other frantically searched through his basic navigation guide, hoping to uncover something of value. At last, he found the passage he sought at the end of the table of contents, the author's words of guidance for those navigating Reverse Mountain. This was precisely what he needed. Lynn flipped to the marked page in the table of contents, her face alight with excitement as she gazed upon the text of the book. Wishing you peace. What a wretched tome. Lynn cast the book aside and gripped the oar tightly with one hand while maneuvering the sail with the other, struggling to steady the entire vessel amidst the chaotic and tumultuous currents of the sea, gradually making her way towards the entrance of the inverted mountain. After several minutes, Lynn finally caught sight of the path leading to the summit. However, as she approached the inverted mountain, the surrounding currents grew increasingly fierce and violent. Driven by the tumultuous waters, Lynn watched helplessly as her boat veered away from the route to the mountain's peak and hurtled directly towards the Red Earth continent. With her remarkable physical prowess, Lynn could easily leap onto the wall of the Red Earth continent and climb it barehanded, utilizing the ground route to enter the Grand Line. But would that still be considered setting sail? I had even prepared a barrel to smash. Lynn let out a mighty roar, relinquishing the oars and leaping forward to the bow of the vessel. At that moment, the ship's prow was merely a few meters away from the Crimson Land, and this distance was steadily diminishing. Lynn slightly bent her body, her right hand clenched into a fist, gathering strength. 10 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now is the moment. Lynn's veins bulged on his right arm as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike against the crimson earth below. Heroic skill, charged fist. This ability accumulates the damage he has sustained and delivers a formidable punch in a chosen direction, with the potency of the blow increasing in correlation to the damage taken within a brief period. Although Lynn was currently unscathed, Cap's rigorous training had indeed bestowed numerous advantages upon him. The force behind Lynn's punch now surpassed anything he had previously achieved. With a resounding thud, his fist connected with the red terrain, creating a substantial crater in the vibrant wall. The hand-powered sailboat that Lynn was aboard shifted direction due to the recoil of the strike, once again steering towards the waterways of the inverted mountain. Success. Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he soon realized that his previous punch had perhaps been a tad too forceful. The strength of the current was unable to alter the vessel's course, and now it was hurtling directly towards the wall on the left side of the waterway. Lynn, chewing on the jerky while gritting his teeth, once again approached the bow of the ship, clenching his right fist tightly. As he observed the imminent collision with the left wall of the waterway, he unleashed a powerful punch against it. However, he soon realized another predicament. The current in the waterway had not been as turbulent as anticipated. Thus, although his strike had altered the vessel's course, it had done so excessively. The entire ship, which was on the verge of colliding with the left wall, veered instead towards the right wall. Could it be? Again? Lyndon felt a shiver run down his spine as he once again stood at the bow of the ship, delivering a powerful punch against the right wall. This time, the sailboat altered its course once more, colliding with the left side, coupled with the relentless current pushing the vessel forward. Lyndon had no choice but to repeatedly strike with his fists to safeguard the ship from crashing into the Red Earth continent. Thus, the sailboat navigated in an odd zigzag pattern, ascending from the East China Sea to the summit of Reverse Mountain. Subsequently, it followed the sole waterway downstream, plunging like a roller coaster into the legendary route of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Line, at Twin Cape, a man resembling a flower, former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Dr. Kuroka's, had just calmed the whale laboon. Upon turning, he heard a series of booming sounds emanating from the direction of the Red Earth continent. Could it be cannon fire? Kuroka shook his head in resignation. This group of youngsters had merely entered the Grand Line and could not refrain from celebrating with gunfire. They were truly inexperienced. Taking out his telescope, Kuroka's prepared to see which brash newcomers had ventured into the Grand Line. He soon spotted a small, manually operated sailboat descending in a zigzag manner from Reverse Mountain. At the bow of the vessel, a man was using his fist to strike the rocky walls on either side, employing the reaction force to manually adjust the ship's course. Witnessing this spectacle, even the seasoned Kurokas could not help but exclaim, "Another peculiar individual has entered the Grand Line." The island known as the Ancient Island, also referred to as the Little Garden, had remained unchanged for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line. The island retained the appearance of the age of dinosaurs and was home to various large beasts, making the natural environment exceedingly perilous. However, these were merely reasons for its title as the Ancient Island. As for its nickname, the Little Garden, it was because for the residents above. The island appeared as quaint as a garden. Today, two warriors from the giant kingdom of Elbaf continued their duel as agreed. A contest that had persisted for nearly a century. At this moment, a grand ship approached the Little Garden. The vessel was adorned with luxurious decorations, flying not a pirate flag, but a pristine national flag of the Alabasta Kingdom. This superpower, located in the first half of the Grand Line, was ruled by the Nefertari family, hereditary kings. This family had been one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago. Yet they had declined the opportunity to reside in the holy land of Mary Geoise, thus not becoming celestial dragons in the eyes of the populace. Under the governance of the Nefertari family, the residents of Alabasta lived in happiness and tranquility, currently led by the 12th king, Nefertari Cobra. Cobra was also the father of Nefertari Vivi, a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, this ship bearing the flag of the Alabasta Kingdom would be warmly welcomed in any nation of the world, provided it was a human nation. In the eyes of beasts or harsh natural environments, all beings are equal. Royalty are merely ordinary humans before them. Unfortunately, the Little Garden encompassed both beasts and treacherous terrains. Minutes later, a landing craft was lowered from the ship into the sea. A petite figure with blue hair, accompanied by several guards and a curly-haired man, boarded the small vessel, preparing to set foot on the Little Garden. "Princess Vivi, are you certain you wish to proceed?" The curly-haired man inquired, his expression conflicted. "That island is far too dangerous. You should remain on the ship while we go." "That is precisely what I wish to say to you, Icolum," Vivi replied. Her head bowed. "I do not want you to be harmed because of me. You are being too modest. Protecting the princess is our duty," Icolum responded, adjusting the shotgun in his curly hair with a serious tone. "Since you are resolute, we shall continue to protect you." "Yes," echoed the remaining 4 guards in unison. Seeing this, Vivi nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Icolum, I am so worried about my father and everyone in Alabasta." "Rest assured, Princess Vivi," Icolum replied with a smile. "The pirate is willing to negotiate with his majesty, which indicates he is not a mindless killer. Things will not be that dire. But still, I want to be by my father and the people of Alabasta," she said, her gaze firm on Icolum, embodying the responsibility of being the daughter of the king of Alabasta. Icolum slightly nodded, apologizing. "I am inept." "You mustn't say that, Icolum," Vivi shook her head. "That level of power could likely even surpass the capabilities of Alabasta's guardians, Mr. Bell and Mr. Gaka. It is power that can manipulate the earth." Icolum could not help but exclaim, "Princess Vivi, do you truly believe the rumors about the Little Garden are real?" According to travelers' tales, 2 powerful giants were said to be engaged in an endless battle on the island known as the Little Garden. Vivi nodded. "At the very least, we have hope. If the legends of the giants are true, they could surely help us break through that wall and return to Alabasta." Hearing Vivi's words, Icolum could not help but reflect. This young princess before him possessed a maturity beyond her years. Is this the resolve of royalty? "I truly wish for you not to be too burdened, Princess Vivi." Icolum silently mused, yet this subtle change in expression did not go unnoticed by Vivi. Pouting slightly, she retorted, "Icolum, please do not treat me like a child. But I am soon to turn 5 according to Alabasta's customs, as my birthday is on February 2nd. Icolum sighed in exasperation, vowing silently to protect the little princess of their kingdom. Soon, the boat reached the shore. The 4 guards disembarked first, positioning Vivi safely in their midst, while Icolum stood by her side, ever vigilant against potential dangers. Indeed, the landscape bore the features of an ancient era. Perhaps our paleontologists would find this place fascinating, Icolum remarked. One guard gazed into the distance and exclaimed, "There really are dinosaurs. Then the legends of the giants must be true." Vivi could not help but call out loudly towards the island, "Hello, gentlemen of the giant clan. I need your assistance." Icolum, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He thought, although Princess Vivi was mature, she was still merely a child. How could the legendary giants be summoned so easily? However, 2 booming laughter bursts interrupted Icolum's thoughts. "Ha ha ha. Broggy, it seems someone is calling us." "Kababa-bababa. I heard it. I am not deaf yet." Dongli. Just then, the ground began to tremble. 2 enormous silhouettes pushed through the trees, presenting themselves before the people of Alabasta. They were 2 giants, each towering over 20 meters tall. One brandished a long sword and shield, sporting a lengthy beard, while the other wielded a battle axe, adorned with an exaggerated sideburn. The giants had arrived. Akalem instinctively shielded Vivi behind him and bowed slightly, saying, "Gentlemen of the giant race, I am Akalem, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard." Alabasta? Bragi scratched his head and then burst into laughter. Kabababababa, never heard of it, and frankly, I'm not interested. By the way, were you the one calling us? It was I, my apologies for the disturbance. Vivi stepped forward, standing before Dongli and Bragi. In comparison to the colossal giants, young Vivi appeared no larger than an ant. As she looked defiantly at Vivi, Bragi suddenly leaned closer and menacingly declared, "Kabababababa, I do enjoy eating children." Vivi's pupils dilated in fear as she nervously asked, "Really?" "Of course not." Kababababa. Bragi erupted into hearty laughter, joined by Dongli's chuckles. Haha, it's a giant joke from Bragi. After this brief encounter, Vivi, Akalem, and the other guards realized that these legendary giants, known for their relentless battles, seemed rather different from the rumors. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from afar. "A volcano has erupted," one guard cautioned, "but it's far enough away that it won't affect us." Upon hearing this, Vivi sighed in relief and turned to the giants, saying, "Gentlemen, on behalf of the Alabasta Kingdom, I, as the princess, seek your assistance." Kabababababa. Let's hold that thought. The volcano has erupted, and we have more pressing matters. Bragi suddenly raised his battle axe. Meanwhile, Dongli swung his greatsword. Haha, come on. Boom. The clash of sword and axe generated a shockwave that nearly toppled the people of Alabasta. Kabababababa. If you seek assistance, there are more suitable individuals on this island than us. Bragi grunted as he exerted force to try and overpower Dongli. Haha. Additionally, he mentioned something about taking too long to record pointers, and we should keep an eye on passing merchant ships. I just remembered. My apologies. Dongli grinned, sidestepping to deflect Bragi's strength. After a brief separation, the two resumed their fierce duel with renewed vigor. Such a person exists? Vivi gasped upon hearing their words and quickly inquired, "Where is he?" Dongli and Bragi continued their battle with one hand while simultaneously pointing towards the volcano with the other. "We will duel when the volcano erupts," Bragi stated. "And he will be feasting on hot pot at the volcano's mouth," Dongli added. The people of Alabasta were taken aback, and even Vivi couldn't help but rub her ears in disbelief. "Excuse me?" "Yes, you heard correctly," Bragi grinned, repeating, "that man will be at the volcano's mouth, enjoying hot pot." Dongli the Blue Demon, one of the captains of the giant pirate crew, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Bragi the Red Demon, also one of the captains of the giant pirate crew, with a bounty of 100 million berries. These two warriors, along with the giant pirate crew they once led, were legends of the sea. 100 years ago, Dongli and Bragi each captured a sea king. After a little girl questioned who had caught the larger prey, they began to argue, ultimately deciding to settle the matter through a duel, which led to a century-long contest. They agreed to fight whenever the central volcano on the island erupted, allowing only the victor to return home. As time passed, they even forgot the reason for their battle. The single driving force behind their ongoing duel was the honor of being warriors, a conviction known only to the giants of Elbaf, which ordinary humans struggle to comprehend. As for Vivi and her companions, who had just landed on the little garden without understanding the backstory, they were even more astonished by the unfolding events. They watched as the two giants, who had seemed so friendly just moments ago, now fiercely attacked each other with their weapons. "Ha ha ha, Bragi. You drank too much fish soup last night. Your movements are sluggish." "Kabababababa. What can I say? That man's cooking is simply exquisite." "And you, Dongli. I remember you indulged in quite a bit of roasted meat too. Are you too stuffed to move?" The two giants charged at each other, weapons raised. Seeing this, Vivi hurriedly called out, "Gentlemen of the giant race, I have something I wish to ask of you. Please listen to me." "Kabababababa. Little girl, you aren't afraid of us?" "I quite like you." Bragi laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall help you." Dongli chimed in, "I too will assist." However, both raised their weapons and unleashed powerful strikes towards each other, simultaneously roaring, "Let me defeat this guy first." Clang. The clash of the great sword and battle axe produced a gust that swayed the surrounding trees. The deafening sound of metal colliding resonated painfully in Vivi's ears. Instead of covering her ears, she bore through the pain, determined to stop the giants' fight. "Gentlemen, aren't you friends? Please stop." In unison, Dongli and Bragi responded, "This is for the honor of Elbaf warriors." Vivi shook her head in confusion. "But that's not the reason. Why are you truly fighting? Why are we fighting?" Kababababa. Bragi and Dongli burst into laughter again. "Haha. Every human who sees us and doesn't flee seems to ask that question." Once more, the two giants resumed their fierce exchange, the thunderous sounds echoing across the island. They shouted together, "That sort of thing we've long forgotten." Clang. The fierce combat created a whirlwind of air that swept towards them, prompting Akalem to protect Vivi behind him. "Your Highness, it is too dangerous here." Akalem shielded her from the wind with his robe and shook his head. "This cannot continue. According to the legends of the giants, these warriors will not leave until a victor is determined." Vivi lowered her head, feeling a sense of despair, as help appeared so close, yet seemed unattainable. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, recalling the words spoken by the two giant warriors. "If you seek assistance, there are more suitable individuals on this island." When the volcano erupts, we will duel, and he will be enjoying hot pot at the volcano's mouth. Upon reaching this realization, Vivi promptly exclaimed, "Akalem, let us head to the volcano at the center of the island." What? Akalem's expression shifted dramatically. "Your Highness, do you truly mean it? That place is the most perilous during a volcanic eruption. However, the two giants mentioned that someone there could assist us." "I see." Akalem pondered for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Vivi's hair. "Your Highness, allow my subordinates to go. You should remain on the ship and wait." "No, we are not seeking mercenaries. We are in search of aid, and thus, I must accompany you," Vivi insisted, shaking her head resolutely. "For the sake of the people of Alabasta." Akalem paused at her determination, ultimately rising to instruct his guards, "Protect the princess." "Yes." The remaining 4 guards responded in unison. Thus, the 6 of them circumvented the battleground of Eastleigh and Brokey. They traversed the ancient jungle, inching closer to the island's volcanic crater. Although they occasionally faced attacks from dinosaurs, the royal guards of Alabasta were no mere bystanders. After swiftly dispatching the creatures, they finally approached the volcano's edge. This was an active volcano, notorious for its frequent eruptions, rendering the surrounding environment extremely hostile. Despite the sea breeze dispersing much of the harmful gases, the volcano's most fundamental threat to humanity lay bare here: intense heat. Layers of volcanic rock were suffused with still-flowing magma. The suffocating heat enveloped them, as if every breath could sear their throats. "Princess, are you all right?" Akalem gasped, panting heavily beside Vivi. "I am fine." Vivi stubbornly nodded, her deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings in search of the man the giants had spoken of. He must also be one of the giants, she mused. After all, it was difficult for her to fathom how any human could survive in such a treacherous environment, let alone enjoy a hot pot meal. Consequently, their gazes instinctively drifted upward, hoping to catch a glimpse of a towering giant. However, instead of spotting a robust giant, an enticing aroma wafted into their nostrils. Vivi couldn't help but cough a few times. Cough, cough, it's spicy. Following the source of the fragrance, they proceeded until they discovered activity at one of the volcanic craters. They beheld a pot, more accurately, a colossal cauldron carved from a single block of rock, devoid of any seams, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The pot was positioned above a bubbling pool of lava. The lava's heat permeated the cauldron, causing the crimson oil within to bubble, revealing rolling peppercorns, chilies, and a medley of other ingredients. At that moment, a bare-chested human man sat before the cauldron, his back turned toward Vivi and her companions. Beside him, a wooden platter bore fresh slices of dinosaur meat and a few small marine delicacies. It dawned on Vivi and her companions that the 2 giant warriors had not exaggerated. Someone truly could enjoy a hot pot at the volcano's mouth. In the aftermath of the volcanic eruption, the residual heat rose, distorting the surrounding landscape. This heat was starkly different from that of Alabasta's desert. If one were to draw a comparison, the desert's heat resembled excessively hot bath water, uncomfortable, yet bearable for a human. In contrast, the heat surrounding the volcano felt like countless blades, searing hot, stabbing into their skin one after another. Not only Vivi, but even the well-trained royal guards felt as if they were undergoing a torturous ordeal in such an environment. The heat entered their bodies with each breath, tearing at their lungs. In such a cruel natural setting, merely breathing required immense courage, let alone attempting to dine here. As they gazed upon this extraordinary sight, the group found themselves at a loss for words. Who was the man with his back turned to them? Regardless of his identity, he was undoubtedly a formidable individual. At that moment, the man sat there, his bare upper body showcasing muscles that exuded explosive power, adorned with numerous scars that testified to his battle-hardened past. A tattoo of swirling patterns resembling a storm encircled his right arm, culminating in a swirling eye at his shoulder. He waited patiently until the cauldron reached a full boil, at which point he finally made a move. He grasped a massive wooden skewer, speared a sizable piece of dinosaur meat, and lo on the other side, Akalem subtly moved his fingers, sending a covert signal to the 4 guards around him that only they could comprehend. They were to remain vigilant, ever prepared for battle. After all, before them stood a man who had survived in this world even after declaring war against the celestial dragons. The former indicated his madness, while the latter affirmed his monstrous strength. Akalem could not help but speculate on Lynn character, envisioning him as a deranged creature harboring deep-seated hatred for the world. His wariness reached its zenith, resolving to escape with Princess Vivi at the slightest hint of danger, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Vivi stood at the forefront, feeling the intensifying heat of the volcano. The tips of her blue hair bore signs of scorching, yet her visage reflected no semblance of retreat. "Mr. Lynn, please save the citizens of Alabasta." As her words echoed, a few seconds passed. Lynn swallowed the seafood sashimi in his mouth, extending his finger towards Vivi while growling, "Silence." Vivi promptly covered her mouth. Just as Akalem had suspected, Vivi did not fully comprehend Lynn's character. What if he truly was an exceedingly uncontrollable danger? Despite her awareness as a princess, Vivi was, after all, still a child. Thus, when Lynn uttered the words "be quiet," her expression instantly shifted. Meanwhile, the guards led by Akalem reacted swiftly. 2 of them were tasked with protecting Vivi, while the other 2, along with Akalem, anxiously gazed at Lynn, prepared for battle. Yet, Lynn appeared oblivious to the commotion behind him, continuing, "One must eat in silence, only then will the meal be more delightful. If you understand, keep your mouth shut." Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded vigorously while covering her mouth. The other guards, at Ikelam's signal, sealed their lips, not daring to utter a sound. The atmosphere became tense, frozen in that moment. Time ticked by, each second accentuating the bubbling of the hot pot and magma in the quiet surroundings. The ambience gradually thickened, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Lynn was seen slapping his thigh in mirth, exclaiming, "Just kidding. A lively meal is the best. It makes the food taste even better. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Brokey's giant jokes are truly hilarious. Ha 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 ha." Amidst Lynn's laughter, Vivi was bewildered. Ikelam was bewildered. The 4 guards were also bewildered. Only Lynn, while laughing heartily, stuffed freshly cooked slices of meat into his mouth, inadvertently choking on the spicy oil. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha, cough, cough, cough. So spicy, cough, cough, cough. It's choking me. Vivi turned to Ikelam, and they both saw a large question mark reflected in each other's eyes. The man named Lynn Barak seemed somewhat different from what they had imagined. Lynn had to concede that he had somewhat miscalculated. After safely traversing Reverse Mountain, he had finally entered the Grand Line. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates, who had encountered a tempest upon their initial entry, his fortunes were remarkably favorable, as he was graced with splendid weather and favorable winds throughout his journey. Armed with the power of knowledge, Lynn advanced steadily and ultimately arrived at the ancient Isle of Little Garden a month ago. Due to shared temperaments, he quickly forged a strong friendship with the island's 2 giant inhabitants, Dory and Bragi. However, challenges soon arose. The log pose is capable of recording the magnetic fields between islands within the Grand Line, directing vessels to their next destination. Each island possesses a unique magnetic force, necessitating that the log pose remains in the area for a considerable duration to fully charge before it can point towards the next isle. In the case of Little Garden, this storage period extends to an entire year. After competing in strength with the 2 giants, Lynn, understandably lacking the patience to remain on the island for an entire year, could only place his hopes on passing ships, wishing they might tow his vessel to the next island. However, the natural environment of Little Garden was perilous, with the 2 giants engaging in continuous combat, resulting in a scarcity of merchant ships willing to dock there. Thus, Lynn found himself consuming the island's unique dinosaur meat while he awaited rescue. As time passed, a month eventually slipped by, and at last, someone arrived. To Lynn's astonishment, among the newcomers, he heard a familiar name, Vivi. In the future, the Princess Vivi would sail alongside the Straw Hat Pirates, who had recently ventured into the Grand Line. And together they would triumph over Crocodile in her homeland, Alabasta, thereby saving her nation. Although, ultimately, due to her royal duties, Vivi chose not to board the ship. Lynn was nonetheless left with a profound impression of the resilient young girl. Calculating the time, he realized that this little princess must now be merely 4 or 5 years old. Even though children in this world tend to mature early, she was undeniably quite young. Nevertheless, encountering her in person on Little Garden was indeed a delightful surprise. He playfully pinched Vivi's cheek and gently patted her head, unable to contain his laughter as he exclaimed, "It truly is Vivi, alive and moving." At these words, the expressions of Ikelam and the guards darkened instantly, ready to draw their swords, for no one had ever dared to speak so freely about their princess. Yet, Vivi raised her hand to halt them, bravely enduring the oppressive heat surrounding the volcano, and spoke, "Mr. Lynn, would you be willing to hear my request?" "Of course." Lynn nodded. This volcanic region was not easily accessible. Even he, with his exceptional physical constitution, would be drenched in sweat in this sweltering heat. Not far away, the royal guards were already flushed with heat, let alone the young princess before him. The mere fact that Vivi had made it this far was a testament to her determination. However, this was not a suitable place for leisurely conversation. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Lynn, holding the bubbling cauldron, grinned and said, "It has been a while since you last had a meal, hasn't it? Please, eat while we converse." Once it was established that the 2 giants on the island posed no threat, Akarlam used the communicator to inform the other guards aboard the ship, instructing them to secure the vessel and disembark for a much-needed respite on the island. Lynn was right. They had not rested for many days, and the provisions aboard the ship were dwindling. Meanwhile, the battle between Donley and Brokey had also come to a close, resulting once again in a stalemate, just as it had for the past century. With the volcano now quiet, the 2 entered a brief period of armistice. They cleared a patch of land on the island using their battle axes and greatswords, where they could host their guests from Alabasta. A dozen royal guards from Alabasta sat together, savoring their first warm meal in over 10 days. On the other side, Vivi, Ikelam, Lynn, Donley, and Brokey gathered together. "Aha. Is that so? My bounty has risen to 200 million. Lynn gazed at his wanted poster and broke into a grin. Such an outcome did not come as a surprise to him. After all, behind Crow's gang stood the world government, and his battles with Carp and others must have been thoroughly reported. Lynn had never harbored any concerns regarding Carp. For the latter's stature in the eyes of the world was unassailable. The world government was utterly powerless against him. As for Lynn himself, until an opportunity arose to eliminate him, the world government could do little more than increase his bounty. Boss Lynn Barrack, bounty of 200 million berries. Eastley laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha. Lynn, your bounty exceeds ours by a factor of 2. Indeed." Brokey chimed in, savoring the meat from the volcanic pot. "Speaking of which, the kingdom of Alabasta? I believe I set foot there. It has existed for over a century, a nation steeped in history." Vivi nodded in agreement, smiling as she replied, "Yes. It is a splendid country." Curious, Lynn sipped his coconut juice and inquired, "So, what has transpired? You mentioned that Alabasta is in peril?" "Indeed," Ikelam affirmed. Having noted from their brief interaction that both Lynn and the two giant warriors possessed a forthright nature, he continued without any circumlocution, 2 weeks ago, we embarked on a sea voyage with Princess Vivi for leisure, initially planned as a one-day excursion. However, during our journey, we suddenly lost all communication with Alabasta. Lynn was taken aback. Had the telephone bug gone silent? Indeed, Ikelam produced a telephone bug from his pocket, but upon picking up the receiver, it emitted a jarring static noise. This device was supposed to be connected to the palace of Alabastan, yet 2 weeks prior, it had suddenly encountered interference, severing all communication. Ikelam remarked, "It is not just this one. Every telephone bug capable of contacting Alabastan has been disrupted by some unknown force." "Are you saying that you have completely lost contact with Alabastan?" Lynn furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Haven't you gone back to investigate? Is it possible that even the permanent compass has failed?" "Not at all. The permanent compass functions properly, and we indeed returned to ascertain the situation." Ikelam's expression darkened, as if he were recalling something truly dreadful. "Thus, we encountered that entity." Ikelam slowly uttered a single word. "Wall." "A wall?" Lynn and the two giants were immediately engulfed in confusion upon hearing this. Ikelam nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, it is a wall, a towering wall." He then retrieved several photographs from his pocket and handed them to Lynn, stating, "Here, take a look. These depict the current state of the Alabastan coastline, captured before our escape." Lynn took the photograph and examined it, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, it depicted a towering earthen wall, rising majestically to a height of several dozen meters. We had circumnavigated the entire coastline of Alabastan, and the situation remained unchanged throughout. Ikelam rubbed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "These walls are interconnected, effectively sealing off all access to Alabastan. It has now become entirely isolated from the outside world." Even through the photograph, Lynn could still perceive the grandeur of the wall. Ikelam added, "We have estimated that the wall stands approximately 50 meters tall, though we cannot ascertain its thickness, as it lacks any visible sides." 50 meters. Lynn could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Dongli and Brokey, as members of the giant race, stood at an impressive height of over 20 meters. In other words, that wall was even taller than the combined height of Dongli and Brokey. From our departure to our return, within the span of less than a day, Alabasta had been encircled by this formidable wall. Vivi trembled as she gazed at those photographs. Once again recalling the sense of dread she felt upon first encountering that towering structure. Could it be that a wall taller than us had risen overnight? Dongli also took a few photographs, carefully flipping through them with his enormous fingers. Could this be the result of some unknown natural disaster? No, it must be the consequence of human folly. Lynn gently ruffled Vivi's hair, alleviating the little princess's fears, and then turned his gaze towards Ikelam. "You mentioned that you captured these photographs prior to your escape, so there must be more information, correct?" Ikelam nodded and elucidated, "Indeed, we have a companion named Belle, who possesses the ability of the falcon fruit and can fly. We spent considerable time navigating around Alabasta, ultimately discovering that there was no route for entry. At that moment, we heard the sound of cannon fire from above the walls. Looking up, we saw Belle attempting to soar over the towering barrier with his flight capability. But it appeared he was detected by someone atop the wall and was subsequently subjected to a fierce barrage." As Ikelam recounted this, he produced a recording snail. Belle, in his falcon form, had keen eyesight. When we spotted him, he also saw us and endeavored to approach. Yet the onslaught from the wall was far too intense for him to break through. Subsequently, he dropped a recording snail from the sky in an attempt to communicate with us. This is the entire recording of that conversation, although the sound is quite muddled due to interference. Ikelam activated the snail, and Belle's voice emerged from within. "Hello, Belle. What transpired in Alabasta? What is the situation with that wall?" Soon after, Belle's voice crackled intermittently. "Is this Ikelam? The king is trading with pirates. Protect Princess Vivi. We are temporarily safe. Do not inform the Navy, or else the citizens will be in danger." The recording ended abruptly, or perhaps the signal was completely severed. Although the message was fragmented, it was not difficult to infer Belle's complete statement. "Is this Ikelam? The king is engaged in dealings with pirates. Safeguard Princess Vivi. We are currently safe. Do not report to the Navy, lest the citizens face peril." However, the implications of this message prompted deep contemplation in Lynn. Pirates? When considering pirates associated with Alabasta, only one name came to mind. The man who established Baroque works, intent on seizing the ancient weapon Pluton, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. the Logia-type sand fruit user, Crocodile. Yet, there remained 13 years until Crocodile would set his plan into motion and ultimately be defeated by Luffy. It was conceivable that Crocodile had not yet arrived in Alabasta. Moreover, even if he had, Lynn found it hard to imagine that Crocodile, 13 years prior, possessed the power to manipulate the earth and encircle the entire Alabasta kingdom with walls. If it is not he, then who could it possibly be? Lynn furrowed her brow and continued to question. And then? What happened? Ikelum replied, after Bale finished the call. He was forced to return behind the wall due to the bombardment, and we lost contact with him. Shortly thereafter, those who were firing from the wall discovered our presence. And out of nowhere, a fleet emerged, pursuing us relentlessly, intent on sinking us. Fortunately, the performance of the Alabastan ship was comparable to that of a naval vessel, allowing us to escape with great difficulty. We intended to seek assistance from the Navy, but as you heard from Bale, he is a man who considers matters thoroughly and does not speak carelessly, so we dared not act rashly and could not put the citizens in danger. Additionally, the supplies on the warship were only sufficient for a week. We have been trying to conserve them, which is how we have managed to last until now. On the other hand, the guards, having gone days without food, had already consumed everything in front of them. Seeing this, Donley shared some of his roasted meat with the guards. Ha ha ha. Eat up. You haven't had as much as I have in one meal. Vivi, not being able to tolerate spicy food, had Lynn asked Brokey to heat up some fish soup from the previous night for her to sip slowly. Meanwhile, Lynn silently summarized the current intelligence in his mind. A certain pirate was negotiating some sort of transaction with King Cobra in Alabasta, perhaps to conceal his whereabouts. The pirate used his terrifying powers to completely alter the terrain of the Alabastan coastline within a day. A wall over 50 meters high surrounded Alabasta, rendering it impenetrable. While the pirate also disrupted communications both inside and outside the nation, leaving Alabasta a completely isolated entity. As for the thickness of the wall, no one was certain. But it was at least broad enough to accommodate artillery atop it. So, are you seeking someone to defeat that pirate? Lynn inquired. However, Vivi shook her head, stating, we merely wish to return to our country and thus need assistance to cross that wall. What about the pirate? Lynn asked. Vivi shook her head again, saying, the power that pirate possesses is truly terrifying. I do not wish to involve unrelated individuals. In that case, your thoughts are contradictory. Lynn remarked with a smile while sipping coconut juice. You want help, but do not wish to involve innocent parties. O little princess, how fanciful your desires are. At these words, Vivi set down her bowl, hugged her knees, and buried her face in them. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and amidst Ikelum's worried gaze, she sobbed. I know, but Alabasta is in danger. I just want to return and face it together with everyone. I'm sorry. Observing this, Ikelum frowned slightly and said unhappily, Mr. Lynn, your words were too harsh. If there is an issue, direct it at me. He then lifted the tear-streaked Vivi and bowed to the two giants and Lynn. Thank you for your hospitality. Mr. Lynn is correct. This is a matter for our nation, and it should be resolved by us. Vivi has been willful. We shall leave now. The more Vivi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She looked up at Lynn, crying as she asked, Mr. Lynn, I truly don't know what to do. Lynn crouched down and replied, you ought to seek assistance from your friends. However, my friends are all in Alabasta. Vivi's voice grew increasingly faint. Suddenly, Lynn broke into a wide grin, and at that moment, Donley and Broggy erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is precisely why we find humans so troublesome. Donley exclaimed, swallowing a piece of meat with a chuckle. What is all this talk of favors and benefits? Isn't it exhausting to keep track of such things when making friends? Broggy chimed in, for us, anyone we've shared a meal with is considered a friend. So, sharing a meal makes one a friend? Vivi still struggled to comprehend. Thus, it can be said that. Lynn affectionately ruffled Vivi's hair and smiled broadly, little princess. I shall lend you a hand. Observing the still somewhat bewildered Ikelum and the others, Lynn, along with two giants, found themselves in even higher spirits. Throughout their month in the small garden, Lynn discovered a genuine camaraderie with the imposing giants. Their boisterous and carefree nature possessed an earthy charm. Moreover, he could not deny that the circumstances of the Alabasta kingdom piqued his interest. A secluded kingdom? Mysterious pirates? The power to manipulate the earth? Indeed. This vast sea is truly fascinating. At that moment, Broggy's keen eye caught an anomaly on the distant sea. He squinted and exclaimed gleefully, what a lively day in the small garden. On the horizon, 3 massive pirate ships, adorned with black sails, were racing towards the small garden at full speed. What a lively day in the small garden, Broggy remarked, gazing out at the distant waters before turning to Vivi and the others, inquiring, do you have any friends coming along? Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression shifted dramatically. It was that group of pirates. They had tracked them down to the small garden. Ikelum's brow furrowed in concern, cursing under his breath. Damn it. It seems their ship is quite swift. Vivi caught up. He promptly ordered the guards to prepare for battle, while cautioning Lynn, be vigilant. Their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary pirates. Lynn turned to Donley and inquired, Uncle, can you discern what kind of pirate flag is flying on their ship? Donley rose, squinting his eyes, and shook his head. It's too far to see clearly. But they are nearing the shore. Observing this, a lookout from the Alabasta guard requested of the two giants, "Could you kindly lift me a bit higher? I possess a telescope and can ascertain the situation over there." Dongli nodded and extended his hand towards the ground, but Lin suddenly interjected, interrupting the lookout's actions. "Allow me." Subsequently, Lin stood upon Dongli's hand. The lookout was about to hand over his telescope to Lin, only to be met with a direct shake of the head in refusal. The others assumed Lin had brought his own telescope. Dongli then lifted Lin to shoulder height, asking, "Can you see clearly?" Lin naturally shook his head, unable to discern clearly, only vaguely perceiving that their vessel had approached the coastline. Dongli raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Did you not just claim that a telescope was unnecessary?" "Indeed, it was." Lin grinned and replied, "If we move a little closer, we shall see clearly. Will we not? However, even for us, it would take some time to walk there." As Dongli spoke, he seemed to suddenly recall something, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you do not intend to do that, do you? They have already disembarked. It would be rather discourteous not to extend a greeting." Lin twisted his neck and jumped a few times, preparing himself. Upon witnessing this, Icolum and the others were filled with perplexity and inquired loudly, "Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do?" Lin's fists collided as he exclaimed 3 words, "Take a shortcut." Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Icolum and others, Lin burst into laughter, saying, "Uncle Dongli, toss me over. Remember to aim precisely. Ha ha ha. Lin, I truly admire humans like you." Dongli laughed heartily as well, then bent down, gripping Lin and adopting a stance as if preparing to throw a javelin. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Vivi, but even the well-informed Icolum nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, hurriedly interjecting, "Don't be ridiculous. How could a human body withstand the throw of a giant?" However, it was too late for such words, for at the very moment Icolum spoke, Dongli had already aimed at the coastline, took a few steps back, and with all his strength, hurled Lin into the air. Whoosh! Lin soared through the air, even producing the deafening sound akin to a cannonball's flight. "Goodness! This could lead to fatalities," exclaimed the onlookers from Alabasta, their mouths agape in shock, unsure of how to respond. Vivi was nearly rendered unconscious by the spectacle. After casting Lin away, Dongli turned to observe the distant volcano and remarked, "Well, it seems we have some time before the eruption. What say you, Brokey? Why not entertain our guests? I thrive on excitement." Brokey replied, shouldering his battle axe. The 2 giant warriors marched side by side toward the coastline, under the watchful eyes of Icolum and the others. Meanwhile, on the shores of the small garden, 3 massive pirate ships docked near a deep natural harbor, from which several dozen pirates disembarked. Unlike ordinary pirates, their equipment was remarkably sophisticated, complete with firearms, cutlasses, and an array of tools, resembling a well-trained army. As soon as they landed, the pirate captain produced a transponder snail and inquired with the signal tracking department, "Hello, the signal from the Alabasta vessel should be nearby, correct?" "Indeed, their signal has remained stationary here," came the response. "Understood." In such a brief span, they could not have changed ships and set sail again. The captain nodded, hanging up the transponder snail and instructing his crew, "By the captain's orders, we must capture that blue-haired princess alive. The fates of the others are inconsequential, especially ensuring they do not convey any news of Alabasta. Understood?" "Yes," the pirates affirmed, preparing their gear when suddenly an unusual sound pierced the air. Whoosh! It seemed to emanate from above, resembling the sound of a cannonball slicing through the atmosphere. The pirates looked up to see a dark speck in the sky, which grew larger by the second. Eventually, they discerned the true nature of the object. "Hey, someone is flying towards us." "Is it really flying? It feels as if it's being thrown." "Are you jesting?" "Regardless, it's about to collide with our ship. Be careful, brace for impact." A figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing onto the deck of one of the pirate ships. Boom! The impact was akin to a cannonball, even surpassing its might. The ship was severely damaged, with the deck and hull shattered, and the mast splintered. Wood splintered everywhere, revealing a gaping hole in the side of the ship, exposing the cabin within. That collision nearly obliterated half of the pirate vessel. What on earth happened? Forget the ship. Be cautious. The one locked in the cabin is about to escape. Surely that person is dead. There is no way he could survive. Wait, there is movement. The pirate captain sensed something amiss. From the wreckage, a figure gradually rose, clutching their pirate flag. Before the pirates could react, the man's laughter resounded. "Ha ha ha. So this is the power to manipulate the earth. No wonder." Lin gazed intently at the pirate flag in his hand, contemplating that he had at least unraveled one mystery, the identity of the pirate currently in Alabasta. Upon closer inspection, the flag depicted a skull adorned with wild golden hair, and behind it loomed a colossal ship's wheel. This pirate flag signified the allegiance of the Flying Sky Pirates. Their captain was none other than the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, a formidable adversary who had once clashed with Roger and Whitebeard on the same seas, and the first to escape from Impel Down in its storied history, wielding the powers of the float fruit. Lynn was about to exclaim once more when a sudden chill coursed down her spine, prompting her to swiftly roll forward in evasion. In that fleeting moment, a razor-sharp claw swept through the very spot where Lynn had just stood. Alas, the creature's cage had been shattered. The surrounding pirates immediately erupted in cries of alarm. At this moment, Lynn recalled that after the escape, the Golden Lion had seemingly been plotting to use engineered beasts to annihilate the East Sea. Gazing up at the immense dark silhouette before him, Lynn could not help but flex his wrists, excitedly asking the pirates, "Is this merely your finished product?" The Golden Lion Shiki, a legend of these waters, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and after the crew disbanded, he formed his own flying pirate crew. Many years ago, in a bid to dominate the world, the Golden Lion sought to ally with Gold, Roger, only to be spurned by him. Enraged, a fierce battle ensued between their pirate factions, famously known as the Battle of Wall, due to an unexpected storm. The flying pirate crew suffered a bitter defeat against Roger, during which a broken ship's helm became lodged in the Golden Lion's head, as removing it posed a life-threatening risk. The helm remained embedded in his skull to this day. This confrontation dealt a devastating blow to the flying pirate crew. Yet the Golden Lion regarded Roger as an equal adversary. Subsequently, Roger surrendered, but the Navy claimed he was captured, a notion the Golden Lion could not accept. He stormed into the Navy headquarters at Marineford, where Carp and Sengoku rose to confront him. The ensuing battle ravaged nearly half of Marineford before a victor emerged, with Shiki ultimately vanquished and imprisoned in the lowest depths of Impel Down. 2 years later, in a desperate bid to escape Impel Down, the Golden Lion severed his feet, shackled by Sea Prism Stone, and replaced them with his two famed swords, Sakura and Moku. He then arrived at an island called Vermeer, where he discovered a plant known as IQ. This remarkable flora had the capacity to evolve the animals that consumed it, granting them formidable combat abilities. Thus, the Golden Lion harnessed his powers to elevate the entire Vermeer Island into the skies, where he, alongside his first mate and ship's doctor, Dr. Indigo, researched IQ. He devised a grand plan for his resurgence, intending to unleash these evolved ferocious creatures upon the East Sea, showcasing his vengeance against the world government. Thus, 2 decades slipped by. One fateful day, the Golden Lion unexpectedly encountered the Straw Hat crew and took note of Nami's navigational prowess. To eliminate his sole weakness, the storm, he kidnapped Nami to his floating island. However, he ultimately met his demise at the hands of Luffy, who exploited the very thunderstorm he feared, casting him into the sea, where he was once again apprehended by the Navy and imprisoned. His grand ambitions, meticulously crafted over 20 years, evaporated into nothingness. Now, returning to the present, 13 years remained until the Straw Hat Pirates would encounter the Golden Lion. At this juncture, the Golden Lion had devoted 7 years to his research on IQ. While not as advanced as it would be 13 years hence, he had already achieved several successful experiments, one of which was a notably evolved tiger. Unlike most bizarre specimens, this tiger's evolution was limited to its basic physique, skeletal structure, musculature, and brain, rendering it potentially the strongest among the latest batch of experimental subjects. Thanks to the enhancement of its intellect, this tiger recognized its superiority. Unlike other specimens, whether it be the lab-coated scientist or the flying golden-haired figure, it felt no fear. To the tiger, all living beings were mere prey. Yet, it acknowledged its own limitations and resolved to utilize humans to continue receiving the injections that would facilitate its evolution. When the time was ripe, it would ascend as the ruler of the floating island. However, today it found itself confined within a cage, which was subsequently transported into the dark confines of the ship's hold. Were they to conduct experiments elsewhere? Let them be. The voices on the deck hinted at an urgent mission, perhaps a pursuit of some human. The ship halted, and commotion ensued. Wham! Cough, cough. A massive hole had been smashed into the ship's hold. The cage opened. Light flooded in. What was happening outside? I was furious. A human stood with his back to me. It had been ages since I last feasted on human flesh. I would crush him and devour him. Yet, he evaded my claws. It must have been a stroke of luck. But why did he smile at me? Was he not afraid? Hey, little human. I could swallow you whole. You should be terrified. Lynn twisted her neck, producing a crisp sound. However, at this moment, Lynn gazed upon the multitude from Alabasta, laughing heartily. Let us set forth to meet that legend. The current members of the Flying Sea Pirate crew were a collection of talents gathered from around the world following the escape of the Golden Lion, many of whom were seasoned warriors. For them, formidable foes were not insurmountable obstacles. However, the adversaries they now faced transcended the mere definition of strong enemies. The oppressive presence of the 3 giants loomed over them like an impending tsunami. It was not only the crew that quaked in fear. Even the experimental beasts aboard the other 2 ships cowered in the corners, trembling. 3 giants? Indeed, 3. In addition to the 2 genuine giants of their race, there was also the man who had descended from the heavens and shattered half of their vessel, exuding a terrifying aura that rivaled that of the giants. After brutally snapping the experimental subjects in half, that monstrous man stood atop the wreckage of the ship, laughing and proclaiming, "Let us depart to Alabasta to meet that legend." It was evident to them that the legend spoken of by that man was none other than their captain, the Golden Lion. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the other 2 giants carved gaping holes into their remaining 2 ships. Lynn grasped the collar of the pirate captain, inquiring with a smile, "Pray tell, what business does the Golden Lion have in Alabasta?" The captain shook his head repeatedly. "Our previous responsibility at the base was the transport of experimental beasts. We are only aware that the captain intends to strike a deal with the king of Alabasta. The specifics remain unclear. Lynn furrowed her brow, as the message conveyed by Bell was quite similar. Loki gazed at the pirates and chuckled. By the way, what shall we do about them? There's no need to annihilate them completely. Icolum remarked, currently, the internal situation in Alabasta remains unclear. It would be unwise to recklessly escalate the conflict between both parties. Lynn nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the looming threat posed by the formidable trio of Lynn, Dongli, and Brokey, the pirates found their weapons and transponder snails confiscated by the royal guards of Alabasta, who left them with merely a few small boats and some provisions. Consequently, even if the pirates were to be disregarded, they could never reach Alabasta ahead of Lynn and his companions. Following this, under the command of Icolum, the guards took a brief respite, gathered their supplies, and boarded their ships. Lynn accompanied Vivi to the deck. The two giant warriors, Brokey and Doli, stood by the shore to bid farewell to the crowd. Ha ha ha. Safe travels, Lynn. Doli bellowed with laughter. Let us enjoy a hot pot together sometime. Brokey waved and chuckled. Lynn waved his hands in farewell to the two giant warriors. After heading towards Alabasta, he had no intention of returning to the little garden, but rather planned to continue his journey. These two giant warriors would, as they had for the past century, persist in their battles on this island. Therefore, if Lynn wished to see them again, it would likely be after he had circumnavigated the Grand Line. Farewell, my friends. The ship slowly departed from the little garden. After watching Lynn and his companions leave, the two giant warriors returned to the island, side by side. Dory glanced at the somewhat dejected Bragi and chuckled. Ha ha ha. You could always go with them. Bragi laughed heartily in response. Ha. Don't joke around. What I truly desire is to knock you down. I think it will be I who brings you to the ground, Dory proclaimed, brandishing his large sword. On the other side, Bragi lifted his battle axe. At that very moment, a volcano erupted. The duel between the two warriors commenced once again. Dory caught Bragi's axe and reminisced, by the way. That fellow named Lynn Barrek is truly an extraordinary man. Bragi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, his first meal on this island was a fish hot pot. The two of them simultaneously recalled a month prior, when the man named Lynn Barrek had stepped onto a small boat and hurled a gigantic goldfish, large enough to swallow a small island, onto the shore. Past the fire, I want to eat fish, were Lynn's first words upon arriving at the little garden, directed at the two giant warriors. Vivi and her group had escaped from Alabasta to Little Garden, and due to taking a convoluted route, it took them a full 2 weeks. However, with the return journey now determined and guided by a permanent pointer, coupled with the superior performance of the Alabasta ships, Icolum estimated that the travel time could be reduced by at least half. Lynn, with her affable disposition, successfully integrated herself with the guards of Alabastan. Initially, Icolum harbored concerns that Lynn, due to her past as a slave, might harbor some animosity towards the royal family. However, upon observing the harmonious rapport between Lynn and Vivi, he finally laid his worries to rest. Yet, he pondered whether Lynn could maintain a semblance of distance from the princess. Her incessant pinching of cheeks, playful head pats, and occasional exclamations of joy at finally encountering a real person were rather peculiar. Time swiftly passed, and a week went by. During this period, Lynn had perused the newspapers, which indeed reported on the suspected disappearance of Alabastan. It is crucial to note that it was merely a suspicion. Icolum elaborated that the world government is an exceedingly vast and cumbersome entity, governed by its own operational protocols, with nations functioning relatively independently. Unless a royal family directly sought assistance from the world government, it would not intervene proactively. One early morning, a lookout suddenly reported, "Land is now visible." As Lynn savored his breakfast, he accompanied the others onto the deck. On the horizon, a large black dot gradually materialized on the surface of the sea. Approaching closer, it became distinctly visible to the naked eye. That was Alabasta, the nation we take pride in. Ikaram turned to Lynn and slightly bowed, saying, "On behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I extend my gratitude for your assistance, Mr. Lynn." "What are you saying? I should be thanking you, Ikaram," Lynn exclaimed, gazing at the distant Alabasta, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. How many people in this world have the chance to engage with yet another legend? At this, Ikaram furrowed his brow. Another? Ah, indeed, Lynn nodded, offering no further explanation. After approximately another hour, as the remaining twilight enveloped them, the ship gradually approached the coastline of Alabasta. In that moment, Lynn finally beheld the magnificent wall that separated Alabasta from the outside world. It was a towering yellow-brown wall, perched at the edge of the coastline, with waves crashing against it, creating a distinct demarcation line between the earthy wall and the sandy shoreline. Just as expected, Lynn nodded slightly, growing increasingly convinced that this was indeed the work of the Golden Lion. The walls and the coastline were not of the same material. Thus, the towering walls enclosing Alabasta did not rise abruptly from the ground, but rather were manipulated to descend directly upon the shores of Alabasta. What a grand display of power! Lynn couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Akarlam was devising a plan of action with his guards. Currently, there was no route to enter the territory of Alabastan. We must devise a strategy. At present, we find ourselves at the corner of the wall, utilizing their blind spots to scale the wall. With dawn upon us, it is perilous to act now. It would be prudent to wait until nightfall. What do you think? That makes sense. It is settled then. After concluding their discussion, the Carlum sought to hear Lynn's thoughts. However, to his surprise, as he turned around, he found Lynn stretching his arms, seemingly warming up. What are you planning to do? The Carlum inquired in astonishment. Lynn blinked and replied, just walk in. Upon hearing this, Ikarim became even more perplexed. A path? Where is the path? Well, that is certainly. Lynn's fists collided, facing the towering wall, a broad grin spreading across his face. Now let us commence. Beneath the wall, along the edges of Alabastan's coastline, Ikarim was orchestrating the royal guards. He instructed them to maneuver the vessels closely against the wall, subsequently casting the anchors into the depths of the sea, and then securing the ships to the wall with steel cables. They were in need of a relatively sturdy platform, as per Lynn's request. The wall was nearly flush against the shoreline, leaving scarcely half a meter of standing space, thus necessitating a more open foothold for any endeavor against the wall. After much contemplation, Ikarim resolved to utilize Alabastan's ships for this purpose. Once the anchors and cables were firmly in place, he directed the guards to submerge, adding several iron chains between the hulls and the seabed. With all preparations complete, the vessel seemed almost fused with the wall. Ikarim commanded the guards to conduct the final inspection, his gaze frequently drifting towards the man seated cross-legged on the deck. Lynn Balrek sat cross-legged on the deck, his hands clasped before his chest, breathing smoothly and evenly. Ikarim could instantly discern that this was no ordinary moment of meditation. Lynn was meticulously adjusting every muscle in his body, engaging in a pre-battle warm-up. His adversary was mere steps away, the wall. Half an hour earlier, Ikarim had rubbed his temples. Astonished by Lynn's words, he could scarcely believe that this man genuinely intended to breach a wall of unknown thickness. To this, Lynn provided a reason that left everyone in utter disbelief. Alabasta is your home. Of course, one must enter through the front door. Initially, Ikarim thought Lynn was jesting, but upon witnessing the man's earnest expression, he realized Lynn was utterly serious. Gradually, warmth enveloped Lynn's body, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. He had completed his warm-up. Meanwhile, the last steel cable was secured, and the guards ascended from the sea onto the deck. The captain of the guards is ready. Very well. Ikarim nodded and turned to Lynn, saying, Mr. Lynn, we are prepared. Upon hearing this, Lynn clapped his hands against the deck, propelling himself upward, performing a somersault in midair, and landing gracefully on the deck with the tips of his toes. Exhaling a warm breath, Lynn fixed his gaze upon the wall before him and addressed those around him. I hope your ship is sturdy enough. Stand back. The guards promptly retreated, and Ikarim shielded Vivi behind him. Gazing at the towering wall constructed by legendary pirates, Lynn clenched his fists, grinned widely, and exclaimed, Gold Lion, I'm here to knock. With that, Lynn stepped forward and struck the wall with his right fist. Boom. The sound was nothing akin to that produced by a mere fist. As the guards of Alabasta collectively thought, Lynn's fist collided violently with the wall, the sound echoing like a cannon's roar. The guards were taken aback by the sheer force of Lynn's blow, yet his expression abruptly turned grave. The wall's hardness far exceeded his expectations. It was not merely composed of common earth or stone, but possessed a toughness rivaling that of steel. Even steel, after enduring a strike from Lynn, would never remain unscathed. As his fist struck the wall, several fissures radiated from the point of impact, and when Lynn retracted his hand, a distinct impression was left behind. However, this was far from sufficient to create a hole in the wall. How incredibly solid! A slight abrasion had already appeared on Lynn's fist. Upon noticing this, Ikarim furrowed his brows, exclaiming, TSK, is this the extent of the effect? Vivi also felt a pang of disappointment, wondering how this could be, considering it was Mr. Lynn's full-powered punch. However, Lynn's voice suddenly rang out. Huh? Full-powered punch? What are you all talking about? Lynn turned sideways, gazing at the crowd behind him. A wide grin spreading across his face as he laughed heartily. What I just did was merely a casual punch to test the waters. Before his words had fully dissipated, Lynn's aura surged dramatically, a tempest of black and white winds swirling violently around him. Heroic skill, frozen domain armed color form. An explosive force coalesced within Lynn's being. A flicker of dark golden light flashing in his pupils, while white frost seeped from between his clenched teeth. In that moment, Ikarim suddenly felt that, in comparison to the man before him, the most fearsome beasts of the Alabasta desert seemed utterly trivial. Lynn Barak harbors a beast within him. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that he himself is a monster. Brace yourself, cover your ears. For the sound of the knocking may prove to be quite thunderous. Lynn extended his arms, his fists clenched tightly, and delivered another barrage of punches at the spot where the fist imprint had been. This time, it was far from a simple punch. Innumerable fists descended upon the wall like a torrential downpour, instantly causing a significant portion of the wall to cave inward. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch possessed a force far exceeding the initial blow. The monstrous pressure induced a sense of suffocation among the guards who witnessed the scene. Those were unequivocally not punches that a human could deliver. If you don't open the door. Boom. Boom. Come in first. Punch after punch landed on the wall, the indentation deepening and the cracks spreading further, simultaneously due to the reaction force of the punches. The ship floating on the sea surface began to rock violently. The anchors and steel cables that had firmly secured the ship were now under immense pressure. Suddenly, with a snap, a steel cable snapped. Snap, snap, then two, then three. Seeing this, Akaram immediately commanded, "The wall is about to be breached. Be careful not to be struck by the snapping cables. Report the ship's status at all times." "Yes, sir." The guards responded in unison. Meanwhile, Lynn, his feet planted on the deck, continued to unleash his fists. He could clearly feel the ship shaking beneath him. Realizing that a platform forcibly held in place by steel cables could not last long. Therefore, he accelerated the speed of his punches once more. He had to create an opening in the wall before the cable securing the ship completely snapped. However, just as Lynn was preparing to make a final attempt with a charged punch, he suddenly heard Akaram's exclamation. "Watch out. The wall is repairing itself." "What?" Lynn was taken aback, and at that very moment, the steel cable securing the ship could no longer bear the strain and ultimately snapped. With a series of sharp cracks, dozens of cables broke one after another, until only the anchor barely held the vessel in place, preventing it from being swept away by the tumultuous waves. As the cable snapped, Lynn lost his footing, and his final punches fell short, causing him to stagger slightly. Yet, he distinctly heard Ikalam's earlier words and quickly lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, the wall, which had been marred by countless impacts, was now undergoing a remarkable self-repair process, with the cracks at the edges mending rapidly, restoring itself to its original state. Moments later, the marks left by Lynn's strikes had vanished without a trace. Lynn exclaimed with a laugh, "Golden Lion, just how determined are you to prevent anyone from entering this realm?" Observing the situation, Akaram could only shake his head and reply, "This wall possesses the ability to self-repair. It is impenetrable. Now that the cable has snapped, our vessels cannot serve as a stable point of leverage. It seems we must devise an alternative strategy." Contrary to Akaram's expectations, Lynn's momentum did not wane. Instead, the sense of oppression intensified further. Impenetrable? Alternative strategy? Lynn turned to Ikalam and broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, "Ikalam, do you realize this is a declaration of war?" "What?" The crowd was taken aback. "If we cannot even breach a single wall, perhaps we should reconsider our journey to Alabasta." Lynn clenched his fists and smiled through gritted teeth, declaring, "If we cannot break through, we shall continue to strike until we do." He turned and re-entered the cabin, emerging with two heavy harpoons designed for hunting small sea kings. After detaching the ropes, Lynn seized one of the harpoons and hurled it forcefully at the wall. Whoosh! Boom! The harpoon embedded itself into the wall, creating a makeshift anchor. Subsequently, Lynn hoisted the other harpoon onto his shoulder and leaped onto the first harpoon. He then drove the second harpoon into the wall, alternating between the two as if using ice axes to scale the vertical surface. "You all wait here," Lynn instructed as he climbed. While the others were still puzzled by Lynn's intentions, he had already ascended the towering wall of over 50 meters. Soon, his figure vanished over the top. Beyond their sight, Akaram watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did he really just leap over?" Approximately 5 minutes later, a sound akin to a drumbeat resonated from the other side of the wall. On the high walls of Alabasta, members of the Flying Sky Pirates commenced another day of patrol. This formidable wall encircling Alabasta was constructed by their captain utilizing the powers of the float fruit, boasting a hardness comparable to steel, and even possessing a self-repairing capability. Standing 50 meters tall and 20 meters thick, the wall was interspersed with fortified gun emplacements, creating a comprehensive network of firepower that encompassed the skies above Alabasta. "Hey, tall guy, it's time for the shift change," a bearded pirate called to his comrade. The tall pirate nodded, relinquishing his post, stretching his limbs while lamenting, "After a night on watch, I'm utterly exhausted. I'm heading below the wall with the crew for breakfast and a nap." The bearded pirate chuckled, "You look so drained. You didn't slack off on the job, did you?" The captain won't tolerate anyone breaching this wall. "Impossible." The tall pirate raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Besides, who would dare attempt to scale this wall, especially after that incident?" "Are you referring to that birdman?" The bearded pirate nodded, recalling him as a guardian from the Alabasta royal family, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a rare ability to fly. "Ha ha ha, but he pales in comparison to our captain." The tall pirate twisted his neck, seemingly recalling an attempt to break through, lamenting, "Unfortunately, he was forced back by our formidable firepower. If the captain hadn't ordered it, we could have taken that birdman down that day, unless he initiated an attack on us," the bearded pirate remarked. "Bombarding the birdman? How intriguing. But didn't we also spot an Alabasta ship that day?" "Yes, the captain has dispatched someone to pursue it. We should have news shortly." As the two chatted, the transition of their patrol duties continued. However, at that moment, they suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. "Is it an earthquake?" the tall pirate mused, surprised as Alabasta was not known for seismic activity. "Steady yourself. If something goes awry, the captain won't spare us," the bearded pirate cautioned. The tremors persisted for a while before eventually subsiding. "I told you it was nothing," the tall pirate shrugged. Just as they exhaled in relief, the ground shook once more, this time with increasing intensity as if approaching them. The bearded pirate grabbed the den mushi and inquired of other patrol teams nearby. "Hello. Are you experiencing any unusual tremors?" Confusion echoed from the other end. "Tremors? What tremors? Upon hearing this, both the bearded pirate and the tall pirate's hearts sank. The bearded pirate swore, "Damn it, we got a problem here. Alert everyone, full alert. What on earth is happening?" The tall pirate approached the inner edge of the wall closer to shore, scanning with his telescope but finding nothing amiss, filled with perplexity. Yet the vibrations continued, growing ever more pronounced. The bearded pirate's mind raced as he pointed towards the sea, exclaiming, "It's not the landward wall that's problematic. It's the seaward side." Both men sounded the alarm and grabbed their weapons, racing towards the outer wall. However, before they could reach the edge, a dark figure leapt up from beyond the wall. Upon closer inspection, they saw a burly man wielding 2 heavy harpoons, nimbly vaulting onto the wall, confronting them directly. "Who are you?" the tall pirate began, but was cut short as the man swung the harpoons, sending both pirates hurtling away, crashing into a nearby gun emplacement. Lynn surveyed his surroundings, gauging the exact thickness of the walls. He paid no heed to the guards gathering above and leapt towards the inner land. The commotion had already escalated. Since he could no longer conceal his whereabouts, he deemed the petty soldiers irrelevant. Breaking through the wall was of utmost importance. Approximately a minute prior, at the base of the towering wall, a pair of desperate parents from a nearby city clutched their ailing daughter, pleading fervently with the captain of a sky pirate patrol. These parents, resolute in their determination, had even prepared themselves for the worst, should it come to that. "Sir, we implore you, allow us to venture out to sea." The mother pleaded earnestly. The father chimed in, "Our daughter's medicine has run out. Without it, her condition will worsen." The patrol captain furrowed his brow, responding coldly, "Are there no doctors in Alabasta? Must you go to sea?" The father replied, "Only Drum Island has the special medicine that can cure my daughter. Its shelf life is short, and we must fetch it every fortnight. However, Alabasta has been under blockade for 3 weeks now, leaving us no options." What a nuisance, the patrol captain thought, rubbing his temples in irritation. As an officer within the sky pirate crew, he understood that Captain Shiki had come to Alabasta primarily for trade. Preparing the cargo required time, and thus, Shiki erected the towering wall and deployed phone bugs to sever Alabasta from the outside world. During this period, he forbade anyone from leaving Alabasta to ensure the trade proceeded smoothly without interference from the troublesome navy, and to intimidate the royal family into compliance. Furthermore, Shiki had no intention of severing ties with a nation that was part of the world government, as war with Alabasta would undoubtedly invite a slew of complications. Consequently, he mandated that no harm should come to the Alabastan people unless they initiated an attack. Within the sky pirate crew, Shiki's authority was substantial. Disobedience to his orders was met with severe punishment. Thus, faced with the desperate pleas of the family, the patrol captain, though internally disgruntled, could only resolutely refuse. "If I let you go, my head will be on the line." No matter how the parents begged, he remained steadfast. Finally, exasperated by their relentless entreaties, the captain turned aside and said, "I might let you go, but you must scale this wall yourselves and jump down to the sea. Otherwise, return and wait." After a moment's thought, he added with a laugh, "Or perhaps you could dig a hole in the wall. Just so you know, it can heal itself." At his words, the mother's demeanor fell, while the father, suddenly serious, rushed forward, attempting to claw at the wall with his bare hands. Even when his hands were bloodied, he refused to relent. The mother joined in, one arm embracing their daughter while the other assisted her husband in their futile endeavor. The patrol captain, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you serious? You think I'm joking? Not even a siege cannon can breach this wall. You're wasting your efforts. You promised us freedom if we break through." The father retorted fiercely. "I did say that," the captain thought, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Were these Alabastans truly so dense? He contemplated pulling the family away, fearing that if they were to suffer harm and incite a riot, Captain Shiki would surely not spare him. Just then, an alarm blared abruptly. The captain was momentarily taken aback before grabbing the nearby phone bug and inquiring, "Hello? What is happening?" The voice on the other end was filled with disbelief. He jumped down. "What? A man jumped down? Are you serious?" the captain asked, still bewildered. He was about to ask for clarification when suddenly, something crashed nearby, sending debris flying as it struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Moments later, Lynn emerged from the pit, wielding 2 heavy harpoons, and turned to the patrol captain with a wide grin. "Well, as promised, I'm here to make a hole in this wall." The harpoons, measuring 4 meters in length and half a meter in diameter, were crafted from alloy and typically used to hunt small sea creatures. Experienced fishermen could even use them to slay medium-sized ones. Such harpoons required a specialized crossbow platform. An individual alone could neither wield them nor even lift them, a common understanding among the Alabastans, at least until the arrival of a man named Lynn. Inside the high wall, amidst the astonished onlookers, Lynn descended from the sky, effortlessly grasping a heavy harpoon, and swept it around him, stirring up dust that made those nearby squint. Simultaneously, the patrol captain's phone bug blared with alerts. "An intruder has scaled the wall and entered Alabasta. Identity unknown. All units remain vigilant." Correction. The intruder is the notorious criminal with a bounty of 200 million berries, Lynn. The intruder possesses formidable solo combat abilities. All teams, regroup immediately. The chaos on the other end of the line contrasted sharply with the patrol captain, who could only stare wide-eyed at the man before him, too startled to breathe. After several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure and cautiously asked, "Lynn Barek, what is your purpose in Alabasta?" Before the patrol captain could finish his sentence, Lynn suddenly arched his back, gripping the heavy harpoon tightly, and hurled it directly at the captain. Whoosh! The harpoon shot forth with the speed of a released arrow, nearly invisible to the naked eye. In that moment, the captain's life flashed before his eyes. Boom! The harpoon landed precisely before him, almost touching his face as it embedded itself into the ground. Gasping in shock, the patrol captain recoiled. Lynn then shifted the harpoon to his right hand, pointing it at the captain and the reinforcements arriving behind him. "Given that you didn't completely refuse us earlier, consider this a warning." Lynn smiled broadly and declared, "Regardless of how many of you intend to come, anyone who crosses that spear as a boundary will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the patrol captain and his crew could only grit their teeth and remain in place. A monster with a bounty of 200 million berries was far beyond their capability to confront. Reluctantly, the captain ordered his team to report the situation to Gold Lion, while keeping a watchful eye on Lynn, awaiting the unfolding events. After having threatened the group of patrolling pirates, Lynn stepped forward, guiding a family eager to set sail back to a relatively safer location. "Leave the wall demolition to me." Lynn playfully teased the girl nestled in his mother's arms before turning to face the distant wall. At this moment, Lynn stood approximately 20 meters from the imposing barrier. Raising his gaze to the magnificent wall, constructed from the abilities of the floating fruit, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Golden Lion truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary pirate from the era of Rox and Roger, demonstrating remarkable grandeur. The front wall is not only as unyielding as steel but also possesses an automatic repair function. Had the legendary giants, Dory and Bragi, been present, their immense strength would surely have enabled them to pierce right through this formidable wall with their powerful techniques. However, standing here is Lynn, who lacks the strength to breach this wall, which is approximately 20 meters thick, with a single blow. Consequently, he contemplated an alternative approach. If he could strike rapidly enough to prevent the wall from repairing itself, he would succeed. Lynn let out a fierce roar as he activated the armament hockey of the frozen domain. Grasping a heavy harpoon, he hurled it with all his might against the wall. The harpoon pierced the surface with tremendous force, embedding itself deeply, nearly disappearing within. However, at that moment, the wall's self-repair mechanism was triggered, systematically expelling the foreign object that had intruded. The harpoon was gradually being ejected by the wall. Yet, before the harpoon could be completely expelled, Lynn suddenly lunged forward. Fists clenched tightly, and struck the flat end of the harpoon with a flurry of powerful punches. Bang, 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 bang. His fists fell like a torrential downpour upon the harpoon's end, driving it further in as if it were a nail. The wall began to crack, emanating fissures of various sizes around the embedded harpoon. As the tail of the harpoon was finally swallowed by the wall, Lynn did not cease his assault. Instead, he accelerated the pace of his punches, using the harpoon as a point of leverage to disrupt the internal equilibrium of the wall entirely. Unlike his previous situation aboard the ship, Lynn no longer needed to consider the stability of his footing. The solid ground beneath him had now become his most steadfast support. Lynn channeled all his might into his feet, grounding himself to the earth. He transferred this power through his body, culminating in a concentrated force within his fist, and unleashed it upon the harpoon with a decisive step. Step, ground, strike. Step, ground, strike. The relentless barrage of heavy blows drove the harpoon deeper and deeper, exacerbating the fissures within the wall. The diminishing resistance emanating from the harpoon was palpably evident. Concurrently, Lynn's internal energy surged, 2,000 to 2,400. Lynn rejoiced at his decision not to remain stagnant in silent cultivation. For him, the most profound practice was to continually forge ahead. During the past month of his return to the Grand Line, Lynn's physical prowess ascended to a new echelon, especially during his month of rigorous training with two formidable giants, which significantly augmented his strength. This enhancement transcended mere brute force or swiftness. It encompassed invaluable combat experience and strategic insight, knowing when to strike, when to defend, the angles of attack, and the requisite force. Such knowledge could never be acquired through ordinary, placid training. The self-repairing walls continued their futile efforts, clearly unable to keep pace with Lynn's destructive power. The once solid walls were reduced to countless fragments under the might of his fists, while the heavy harpoon wreaked havoc on the internal structure. Ultimately, Lynn drew his right arm back, arching his body, and then stepped forward, unleashing his final and most ferocious blow aimed at the harpoon. Heroic skill, intentional smash. Break for me. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck the harpoon, embedding a profound impression into the hardened steel alloy. The sheer force of the punch propelled the harpoon further into the wall, overcoming all obstructions. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the widening fissure, and the harpoon was propelled outward in a spectacular display. At that moment, Lynn ceased his assault. A passage wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to traverse materialized through the wall. On one side stood the eager family from Alabasta, anxious to set sail, alongside the members of the Flying Sky Pirates, who gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. On the opposite side, a stunned Vivi and the royal guards of Alabasta looked on in astonishment. Lynn took a few breaths, gestured with his thumb behind him, and grinned at Vivi, saying, "Little princess, allow your people to assist for a moment, and then I shall escort you home." With a thunderous roar, the seemingly impenetrable wall was forcefully breached by Lynn, creating a passage. However, he did not completely demolish the barrier, and thus the wall began to slowly mend itself. Vivi and Icolum, having no time to marvel at Lynn's strength, swiftly led the guards through the newly formed opening. Upon learning that the parents within the wall needed to take their daughter to Drum Island for medical attention, Vivi promptly instructed several guards to escort them. Utilizing the royal vessel of Alabasta for transport, one of the accompanying guards hesitated. "Is this appropriate, Your Highness? That is a ship reserved for the royal family." "It's perfectly fine. My father will not mind," Vivi replied with a smile. "After all, my father has always said, a nation is its people." "Well said, Your Highness," Icolum remarked with a smile. "You embody the spirit of His Majesty. He would be pleased to hear it." Yet, Vivi's mood was somewhat somber as she inquired, "Icolum, what on earth has happened in Alabasta?" "That is a question best directed at them," he replied. Lynn pointed at the members of the Sky Pirates who were still reeling from the earlier shock. Leaning one hand casually on the harpoon he had just driven into the ground, and smiled at the group, saying, "Well, feel free to speak your minds." The patrol captain pondered for a moment and retorted, "If we choose to remain silent, would you resort to killing us?" Lynn shook his head, stating that given your recent restraint towards the civilians, there would be no confrontation this time. "However, you shall take to the skies. Then we shall choose to fly." The patrol captain responded without hesitation, his crew of pirates nodding in agreement behind him. "If you were to send us flying, we might only be bettered in for a few months, but should our captain discover that we've leaked any information, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Lynn scrutinized the patrol captain for a moment, realizing the seriousness in his demeanor, and could only shrug in resignation. "I have no interest in battling those who do not wish to fight." Hearing Lynn's words, the patrol captain exhaled in relief and continued, "In fact, you need not inquire of us. Simply find any town in Alabasta, and the locals should be well informed." Lynn was taken aback. Was that transaction of a national nature? Yet the patrol captain remained reticent, unwilling to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Wei Wei and her companions had successfully arranged for that family. Concurrently, the walls slowly began to mend, causing the passageway to shrink further. Observing this, Wei Wei promptly addressed Lynn, saying, "Mr. Lynn, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. We have successfully entered Alabastan. You may accompany the vessel to Drum Island, as Alabastan may now be fraught with peril." Lynn shook her head, interrupting Vivi's words, and with a broad smile remarked, "Little princess, to reach magnetic Drum Island, one must retrace their steps, but I have never been one to walk the path of retreat." As she spoke, the passageway on the wall gradually vanished, reverting to its original state. Lynn flashed a grin, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Onward, he must go. Icolum, witnessing this, could only silently marvel. Lynn Barrick, truly a man of audacity. He possessed the capability to scale the tallest walls unaided, extricating himself from the perilous situation. Yet he consciously chose to remain and confront the legendary pirate. Moreover, from Lynn's countenance, Icolum discerned not a trace of fear or trepidation. The sole emotion radiating from him was one of exhilaration. However, he was not a malevolent individual. Icolum mused, confident in his ability to discern character, which emboldened him to allow the bounty of 200 million berries to accompany Vivi. Producing a map, Icolum examined their current location. Pointing to a specific spot on the chart, he proclaimed, "We are presently in this vicinity, with the city of Aluma being the nearest oasis. We must first replenish our supplies there before proceeding to the capital, Albana, to rendezvous with the king. Should the pirates speak true, we may also gather significant intelligence in Aluma." Upon hearing the name Aluma, Vivi interjected, "I recall that a squadron of Karu ducks is stationed there, with their assistance. We could reach Albana in less than a day." The Karu Duck Brigade, a cavalry unit composed of land ducks, is the swiftest force in Alabasta. And one of those ducks was a cherished companion of Vivi since her childhood. "Ah, indeed, you are worthy of your title as the captain of the Alabasta Guard. Your plans are remarkably astute." Lynn gently patted Icolum on the shoulder. He then turned his gaze towards the patrols of the flying pirate crew. Noticing that they appeared to have relaxed, engrossed in reporting to the transponder snail. The walls encircling Alabasta were under the dominion of the Golden Lion's powers, and furthermore, it seemed that the Golden Lion's intentions were not aimed at the nation of Alabasta itself. Therefore, Lynn had no intention of concealing their whereabouts from the outset. However, there was another matter that weighed on Lynn's mind. Lynn directed her fist towards the group of patrolling guards and struck the ground with a forceful blow. "Hey, you have crossed the line." The tremor beneath her feet sent a chill down the spines of the pirates, who suddenly realized that several of them had inadvertently stepped beyond the boundary marked by the harpoon. Let it not be forgotten, the rule against trespassing knows no temporal restrictions. Lynn burst into a hearty laugh, then flicked her wrist and rose to catch up with Vivi and the others, who had already set off. Time was of the essence. They aimed to reach the oasis city of Alabama before noon, gather intelligence, and swiftly make their way to the capital, Albana, under the cover of night with the aid of the Karu Duck Brigade. As for the Golden Lion, since his whereabouts could no longer be concealed, It was best to observe the situation as it unfolded. After several hours of walking, the group finally arrived at the oasis city of Alabama. At this time, Alabasta had not yet succumbed to the widespread desertification instigated by crocodile schemes, allowing for the flourishing of numerous prosperous cities reliant on oases, Alabama being one of them. This city exuded charm, brimming with the unique allure of Alabasta. However, upon entering the city, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. It was nearly noon, a time that should have been bustling with activity, yet the streets of Alabama lay eerily deserted. Where had everyone gone? Vivi surveyed her surroundings but could not discern a single soul. Lynn ascended to the rooftop and ultimately discovered a commotion in a corner of the town. As the crowd hurried over, they encountered a portly gentleman with a beer belly, seemingly engaged in unloading some cargo. Upon recognizing the man, Vivi eagerly waved, exclaiming, "Uncle Dado." Hearing her voice, the man known as Dado turned around, his expression one of utter astonishment. "Vivi, I was informed by His Majesty that you had ventured out to sea. How is it that you have returned to Alabasta?" Mr. Dado, Icolum stepped forward to greet him, stating, "The situation is rather complex. We require a suitable place to elaborate." "Indeed, but first I must secure this batch of goods. They cannot afford any mishaps." "Goods?" The group turned their gaze towards the sacks lying nearby, which appeared to contain some items. "Uncle Dado, what is that?" Vivi inquired with curiosity. Lynn and DeCarlum approached a sack, crouching down to inspect it. Uncle Dado, while securing the sack, remarked, "You must have heard. The king is negotiating with a notorious pirate. And this is but a small portion of the cargo involved in that exchange." Peering into the sack, Vivi discovered a pale green powder and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Before Dado could respond, DeCarlum, with a grave expression, interjected, "It is dancing powder, an illicit substance expressly prohibited by the world government." In the oasis city of Alabama and Alabasta, Lynn encountered a familiar face and a well-remembered object. The man referred to as the portly Uncle Dado, who bore a beer belly. In the future, Alabasta would descend into chaos due to crocodiles' machinations, and the leader of the rebellion, Koza, was none other than Uncle Dado's son. Dado, one of Alabasta's ministers, had once led a young Koza and a group of Alabastans in the development of an oasis city named Yuba. However, due to the catastrophic events instigated by Crocodile, Yuba transformed into a desolate city devoid of water, and most of its inhabitants, filled with hatred towards King Cobra, left. Only Uncle Dado remained steadfast, believing in the king's innocence. He stayed in Yuba, tirelessly attempting to excavate underground water, and the once corpulent man eventually became a frail elder. Even in the face of the massive sandstorms unleashed by Crocodile, Dado resolutely defended the city he had helped to cultivate, proclaiming that Yuba would never be defeated by the desert. The pivotal item that triggered this chain of events was the familiar substance, the world government's expressly forbidden dancing powder, also known as the rain-calling powder. Long ago, in a rainless land, this green powder was invented to create a mist that would produce what was deemed artificial rain, thus named in hopes that the people would jubilantly dance in celebration of the downpour. However, the use of this powder would lead to droughts in neighboring countries downwind, prompting wars upon its discovery, which ultimately led the world government to prohibit its manufacture and possession. In the future, Crocodile would exploit dancing powder to incite widespread drought, leading the populace to falsely believe that King Cobra had stolen their rain, thereby fostering animosity towards the king, which culminated in the subsequent turmoil in Alabasta. In the events that transpired over a decade later, dancing powder played the role of a catalyst inciting the people's hatred. At that moment, Uncle Dado asserted that this batch of dancing powder was critical cargo. Just as Lynn grappled with confusion, Dado sealed the last sack containing the powder and beckoned, "Come with me, my residence in Alabama is upstairs, where we can discuss this in detail." Subsequently, the guards remained vigilant nearby while Lynn, Vivi, and DeCarlum followed Dado upstairs. After briefly recounting their experiences to Dado, he extended his hand to Lynn with a warm smile. "Mr. Lynn, as a minister of Alabasta, I thank you for your assistance to Princess Vivi and welcome you to our land, albeit under less than ideal circumstances." Lynn grasped Uncle Dado's hand and smiled broadly, exclaiming, "No, I have arrived at just the right moment." Dado responded with a puzzled expression. The interactions aboard the ship had allowed Vivi to understand Lynn's temperament, so she did not dwell on his words, but instead inquired about Uncle Dado's knowledge regarding Alabasta. What sort of transaction was her father conducting with the pirate known as the Golden Lion? "Ah, speaking of that matter," Dado said as he drew the curtains of the room and produced a projection snail. "Let us take a look at this. It is a live broadcast from the king to the nation over 20 days ago." "A live broadcast?" The group was taken aback. Dado nodded and elaborated. "Approximately 24 days ago, the very day Princess Vivi and her companions set sail, peculiar walls descended from the sky, completely sealing off Alabasta's coastline. Simultaneously, all communications within the nation were disrupted, preventing us from contacting the outside world. At that time, I was not in the palace, but it is said that the king immediately rallied the royal army in preparation for battle. Shortly thereafter, a massive floating island appeared, and the pirate known as the Golden Lion descended from the skies, hovering in midair, and proclaimed his demands to the king. He sought to engage Alabasta in a transaction, offering 100 million berries for 1,000 tons of dancing powder. Upon hearing this, Lynn furrowed his brow and turned to Icolum, asking, "Dancing powder has been classified as a forbidden substance by the world government. Does Alabasta possess the formula for its production?" Icolum's expression grew serious as he whispered, "Mr. Lynn, Alabasta's history is far more ancient than you might imagine, and indeed, we do know how to produce dancing powder." Lynn pondered for a moment before asking, "Is this transaction equitable? I mean, in terms of cost." Icolum responded, "In monetary terms, 1 ton of dancing powder costs approximately 90,000 berries, totaling 90 million berries for 1,000 tons. According to the pricing offered by the Golden Lion, we even have a surplus of 10 million berries. Though modest, it ensures we do not incur losses. However, I understand," Lynn nodded, "it's the time cost, isn't it? Not only that, but also the labor cost," Icolum added. "The most challenging aspect of producing dancing powder is not the materials, but the extraordinarily intricate production process, which requires a substantial workforce and extensive time for refinement and grinding to yield the final product. On average, 10 individuals take about a month to produce 1 kilogram of dancing powder. In other words, it would require 1 million people working collectively for a month to produce 1,000 tons. Hearing this, Lynn turned to Icolum and inquired, "What is the resident labor force of Alabasta?" "Excluding the elderly and children, it is likely around that number," Icolum replied. At this point, Lynn began to grasp the Golden Lion's intention behind the blockade of Alabasta. For some undisclosed purpose, he required a vast quantity of dancing powder. Even if he acquired the formula from Cobra, the lengthy production cycle and complicated manufacturing process were unavoidable obstacles. Thus, to obtain a significant amount of dancing powder in a short time, he needed to enlist a considerable workforce, which led him to focus on the superpower of Alabasta. Did he intend to have the entire nation of Alabasta produce dancing powder for him? Indeed. Uncle Dado nodded in affirmation of Lynn's hypothesis, noting that the pirate possessed overwhelming power capable of utterly annihilating Alabasta, making any rash attempt to confront him certain to result in countless casualties. Yet, the pirate's sole objective was to procure a large quantity of dancing powder, harboring no hostility towards the Alabasta kingdom itself. Consequently, after careful deliberation, the king agreed to negotiate with the pirate, provided that the discussions were witnessed by all the residents of Alabasta. This was the live broadcast of that negotiation. Uncle Dado activated the projection snail, revealing the events that transpired. It was a negotiation between the king and the pirate. On one side stood the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who had rivaled Roger and created countless tales of renown. On the other stood Cobra, the king of Alabasta, a descendant of the Nefertari clan, one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago. The tension between both parties was palpable as the details of the transaction were meticulously hammered out. The Golden Lion required the Alabasta kingdom to produce a substantial quantity of dancing powder in a brief period, while he would address the issues of materials and funding. Cobra stipulated that neither the Golden Lion nor his airborne pirate crew could harm any citizen of Alabasta, otherwise, the transaction would be nullified, and Alabasta would declare war on the airborne pirates. Given that Alabasta was a member state of the world government, the Golden Lion was keen to avoid drawing its attention before executing his plans. Thus, both parties swiftly finalized the details of the agreement. The blockade imposed by the airborne pirate crew on Alabasta lasted for 26 days. After this period, in the capital of Alubarna, Alabasta handed over 1,000 tons of dancing powder to the airborne pirates, who in turn paid the kingdom 150 million berries. Deducting the 90 million berries in costs, the remaining 60 million berries, along with resources from the treasury, would be allocated to soothe the affected citizens of Alabasta. During the transaction, Alabasta temporarily severed external communications, and unless provoked, members of the airborne pirate crew were prohibited from harming any ordinary citizens within Alabasta. This encapsulated the general outcome of the negotiations. Once the projection concluded, Uncle Dado stored the projection snail and reassured Vivi, "You need not worry excessively, Your Highness. The king knows what he is doing." Vivi nodded, though her expression still bore signs of concern. Lynn, however, was curious. Given that the entire populace of Alabasta is compelled to partake in this transaction, is there truly no dissent? As Icolum had indicated, to produce 1,000 tons of dancing powder within 26 days, accounting for transportation and loading times, the entire population of Alabasta had to be involved. Is there not a single individual who would refuse or even strike? Dado merely smiled and replied, "Mr. Lynn, you are not from Alabasta, so it is understandable that you may not grasp this fully. The king often proclaims, a nation is comprised of its people. Alabasta is a nation built by its citizens, each person integral to the state. Every Alabastan harbors a deep love for the land beneath their feet and for our country." Uncle Dado grinned. "Thus, when we seek to save our beloved homeland, we unite, and together we are capable of anything." Upon hearing this, Lynn momentarily hesitated before asking, "What if the Golden Lion unilaterally disrupts the transaction? Do you have such faith in him?" "Mr. Lynn, you still do not comprehend my words," Dado smiled. "For the sake of our cherished homeland, we unite, and together we are capable of anything. War brings death and suffering. Every individual in Alabasta, including the king, cherishes peace. We may choose patience and compromise to prevent our home from descending into chaos, but this does not imply we fear war. Although the pirate's stance is assertive, it remains a relatively fair transaction. Should he choose to breach the agreement unilaterally? Dotto smiled broadly, reiterating for the third time. For the sake of our cherished homeland, we unite, and together we are capable of anything. Lynn discerned a profound strength in the words of Uncle Dodo. As he stated, Alabasta is indeed a tenacious and indomitable great nation, and the spirit of King Cobra profoundly influences every Alabastan. When the people unite and coalesce into a singular nation, they become capable of achieving the extraordinary. Lynn couldn't help but marvel at the lengths to which Crocodile would go in the future to orchestrate his elaborate schemes. He first established the Baroque works, diligently managing it for several years, and then harnessed various devil fruit abilities, all while capitalizing on countless fortuitous circumstances to successfully incite the internal strife in Alabasta. All of this was in pursuit of a deep-seated secret buried within Alabasta, the ancient weapon, Pluton. Now, returning to the present, Lynn initially speculated whether the Golden Lion had come to Alabasta in search of information regarding the ancient weapon. However, based on the content of that negotiation, Lynn discovered that the Golden Lion seemed genuinely interested in acquiring 1,000 tons of dance powder. What purpose could he possibly have for such an immense quantity of it? Lynn couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation. It was merely a powder capable of inducing artificial rain. Wait, rain? At this thought, Lynn's pupils suddenly constricted. The greatest weakness of the Golden Lion's floating fruit was precisely this. It had led to his defeat against Roger during the Battle of White Wall, stormy weather. The unique property of the dancing powder allowed it to siphon rainwater from the leeward side. In other words, the dancing powder not only facilitated artificial rain but also prevented precipitation in the downwind area. With the collaboration of skilled navigators and scientists, controlling the surrounding weather and rainfall could be easily achieved using this powder. At this realization, Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Golden Lion intended to exploit the properties of dancing powder to overcome the weakness of his fruit? Meanwhile, as Lynn and his companions encountered Uncle Dotto above Alabasta, several thousand meters above the ground, massive floating islands drifted among the clouds, the largest of which was comparable to two-thirds of Alabasta's territory. The air was filled with the roars of ferocious beasts, all evolved into more vicious creatures due to IQ's experiments. At the center of the largest floating island stood a magnificent palace, adorned with the flag of the flying pirate crew. Within the palace, the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. Clang, 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 clang. Two renowned swords, Sakura-ten and Mukage, were poised on the staircase as a man, having lost both legs, used them as his own, descending in exaggerated dance steps. He sported a cigar. Clad in an orange-yellow robe, with long golden hair cascading to the floor, his sideburns and beard mirroring the golden hue. Most striking of all was the ship's wheel protruding vertically from his head, a symbol of his lifetime's humiliation, a testament to his defeat at the Battle of White Wall. He was none other than the legendary pirate, the captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion, who once stood alongside Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, the first to escape from Impel Down. His laughter echoed throughout the palace as he snapped his fingers, humming an unknown tune while dancing his way to his seat. Beside him stood Dr. Indigo, the ship's doctor and combatant of the flying pirate crew, sporting a wild blue afro, an ill-fitting white coat, exaggerated clown makeup on his face, and clown shoes that squeaked with each step. Indigo continuously performed exaggerated pantomimes for Shiki, who raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "What? What did you say?" "Oh, I was inquiring about our transaction with Alabasta, Captain," Indigo replied. "You can talk after all," Shiki exclaimed in surprise. Returning to the matter at hand, Shiki rubbed his forehead and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Everything is progressing smoothly. After all, King Cobra is renowned for his benevolence. Let's showcase my strength. He won't refuse to trade with me." Indigo then asked, "Captain, do you truly intend to pay Alabasta 150 million berries? That's quite a sum." Shiki waved his hand dismissively. "Who do you think I am? I would never stoop to defaulting on a debt, and besides, Alabasta is a member nation of the world government. If it weren't for the incredible properties of dancing powder, I wouldn't want to reveal myself before executing my revenge plan. This green powder is quite fascinating, wielded correctly. It can control rainfall. Had I possessed it back then, I would never have lost to Roger." Shiki then calculated the time and remarked, "Moreover, the day for the transaction is fast approaching. How tedious. I'll make the appearance, and you handle the arrangements. Let us wrap this up quickly and depart with the dancing powder." "Understood, Captain," Indigo nodded, turning to present two reports to Shiki. This as Shiki glanced at them and suddenly became intrigued. "Oh, is this regarding the breaches in the wall?" "Indeed," Indigo confirmed, continuing. "We have now sealed Alabasta for 24 days, and there have been 3 breaches concerning the wall." "Ha ha, another one," Shiki exclaimed, a rare excitement bubbling within him. "This is intriguing. Tell me more." "Indigo." "Yes," Indigo slightly bowed, picking up the nearby report. "The first breach occurred the day after the blockade began, originating from inside the wall to outside. The perpetrator was an animal-type devil fruit user named Bell, who attempted to soar over the wall using his abilities but was ultimately repelled by our cannon fire, resulting in failure. He is worthless. No need to discuss him further. Shiki laughed heartily. I've already heard about the second one. Just tell me about the latest. Indigo flipped through the report in his hand and continued. The third breach occurred this morning, with the trespasser being Lynn, who has a bounty of 200 million berries and is nicknamed Boss. Shiki pondered for a moment and suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I remember. That little brat who declared war on the celestial dragons at Sidi archipelago a while back. Indigo nodded. Yes, it has been confirmed that it is indeed him. Shiki raised an eyebrow. How did he breach my wall? According to the report, he crossed the wall using 2 harpoons, and once inside, he used one as a stake to physically smash a hole through the wall with his fist. Accompanying him into Alabasta was the previously missing princess of the kingdom. Indigo finished reading the report and instinctively gasped. He broke through the wall built by the captain? Is the patrol team joking? Ha ha ha. Not necessarily. After all, there are plenty of monsters in these waters, Shiki replied with a grin. Is that Lynn kid connected to the second breach? Indigo shook his head. The second incident occurred 10 nights ago, also involving a breach from outside to inside the wall. According to the patrol team's report, someone indeed broke through the wall that night. But their speed was so swift that the patrol couldn't catch a glimpse of their face. We still do not know their true identity. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that unlike Lynn, who used brute force, the individual from the second breach employed a unique method, leaving a massive hole that appeared to be corroded into the wall. Haha. So, there are now 2 outsiders capable of breaching the wall in Alabasta? Shiki spread his arms wide, grinning broadly. It seems life in this country may not be so dull after all. Indigo shook his head in resignation. Captain, did you not just say that this mission is rather dull and you wish to conclude it swiftly? Yet, Captain Golden Lion snapped his fingers, spinning the sword tip, which served as his leg, around on the ground, and replied with a grin, TSK, Indigo, you are mistaken. I am merely bored by the weaklings in this vast sea. Only true warriors can invigorate me. The sea would be far less tedious if it were populated by more formidable foes, would it not? Ha! His laughter echoed, followed by a fit of coughing, seemingly choking on his own exuberance. Witnessing this scene, Indigo gestured animatedly to the others within the palace. The sound of his shoes produced a comical noise. Yet the members of the flying pirate crew remained oblivious to his intent. Noticing their confusion, Indigo suddenly shouted, Did you not see that the captain wishes to rest? Get out of here at once. The members of the crew gasped in surprise, so you can speak. Subsequently, the pirates exited the palace, each tending to their own duties. Once the palace doors closed and confirming that no one remained, Indigo spoke to Golden Lion. Captain, it appears we are alone now. Coughing, Golden Lion nodded but suddenly stumbled, grasping the armrest of his chair to prevent himself from falling. He cradled his head, a low groan escaping his throat. Oh, my head aches terribly. Meanwhile, Indigo quickly sought refuge in a corner, shielding himself with his helmet and shield. With a resounding bang, the entire palace was engulfed in chaos as all movable objects levitated and began to fly about at an astonishing pace, creating a scene of utter disarray. Indigo observed this spectacle, reflecting inwardly, the powers of the float fruit have spiraled out of control. It seems the captain's old affliction has resurfaced. Golden Lion Shiki, a former member of the Rocks Pirates and a survivor of the Roger era, once commanded a fleet that battled the Roger Pirates in a historic confrontation known as the Battle of White Wall. He suffered defeat in that encounter, resulting in a ship's will becoming lodged in his head, his first grievous injury. Upon learning of Roger's capture by the Navy, Golden Lion, enraged, stormed into Marineford alone, leading to a fierce confrontation with the pinnacle of the Navy, Carp and Sengoku. Their battle devastated Marineford, ultimately leading to Golden Lion's defeat and imprisonment in the underwater prison. Impelled down his second severe injury. During his imprisonment, Golden Lion endured unimaginable torment before reaching the 6th level of hell, displaying remarkable stoicism despite the brutal treatment that left marks on his body, his third serious injury. 2 years later, in a bid to escape impelled down, he severed his own legs, bound by sea stone shackles, and fashioned prosthetics from his famed swords, Yagyu and Moku. This act marked his 4th severe injury. The legendary pirate, renowned as the Sky Admiral, has battled countless foes across the seas and has become a living legend himself. However, the toll of countless skirmishes and 4 grave injuries has rendered Golden Lion's body a mere shadow of its former self. Indigo, as the ship's doctor, is acutely aware of this. Since his escape from impelled down, Golden Lion has suffered from debilitating headaches, a consequence of the wheel embedded deep within his skull. Removing it would pose a mortal threat, necessitating a period of rest. Yet, Golden Lion is a restless soul, and the fierce clash with Carp and Sengoku exacerbated his head injury. The harsh conditions of impelled down deprived him of adequate medical care, leading to a deterioration of his condition, compounded by the self-inflicted amputation of his legs. The cumulative effects of his numerous injuries have left Golden Lion's body riddled with scars. His most evident affliction manifests as intermittent, excruciating headaches, during which his float powers can temporarily spiral out of control. However, this is not the gravest concern. Indigo has discovered a terrifying complication he terms the degradation of hockey. Once a master of hockey during his time with the Rocks Pirates, Golden Lion now finds his ability to harness armament hockey diminishing, and the coverage of observation hockey shrinking. Indigo speculates that there may come a day when Golden Lion could completely lose the ability to wield hockey, a prospect that would instill fear in any formidable warrior of the seas. Yet, Golden Lion remains undeterred. Following a brief episode of chaos, he regained control over his float powers, commanding the palace's contents to return to their rightful places. With a hand pressed to his head, he instructed Indigo medicine. Indigo promptly retrieved syringes and tablets from the medical kit. After consuming the tablet, Golden Lion felt a sense of relief as Indigo administered a painkiller. After a moment, Golden Lion exhaled deeply. Much better. Your medical skills are impressive, Indigo. Indigo, sensing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow and urged, Captain, you must heed my advice and rest. Refrain from exerting your float powers excessively. What nonsense, Indigo. Golden Lion retorted with a raised eyebrow and a grin. My headaches have noticeably diminished. I believe I am on the mend. However, Indigo, gritting his teeth, countered firmly. You know your body better than I do, Captain. Ha ha ha. Do not be upset. Indigo, Golden Lion chuckled, suddenly exclaiming, you can speak, after all. This time. Indigo did not engage further but quietly implored, please utilize your armament hockey, Captain. At this, Golden Lion fell silent, attempting to envelop the swords Yagyu and Moku. Bound to his legs with armament hockey. The dark hockey crept slowly along the blades but ultimately covered only half of the famed swords, leaving the other halves unguarded. Must I accept that my swords are but half black blades? Captain Indigo furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone, perhaps in a few years. Your injuries will render you incapable of wielding hockey. In the best case scenario, you may only be able to use it sparingly. At this point, Indigo dared not continue. For he understood the implications of losing the ability to utilize hockey on these vast seas far better than his captain did. However, the Golden Lion suddenly slammed his fist onto the chair, roaring like a lion. Enough of your rambling. He clutched his head, a hoarse voice escaping his throat. Do you think mere injuries can bring me down? Who do you think I am? The Golden Lion's gaze shifted to the center of the palace, where the dizziness from his headache conjured a fleeting illusion. A man seemed to stand in the middle of his palace, the very man who had rejected his invitation and defeated him amidst the storm. Joel D. Roger. The Golden Lion descended from his seat step by step, approaching the phantom of Roger, and then grinned. Hey, Roger, long time no see. I've heard some interesting rumors while in Impel Down. They say that when you were captured by the Navy and brought to Impel Down, you were already gravely ill. Nearing death, a look of disdain suddenly crossed the Golden Lion's face, his eyes widening in anger as he bellowed, defeated by mere sickness? Is that the kind of coward you are? You are the man who turned down my invitation and defeated me. How could you possibly succumb to some trivial illness? The era of great pirates? What a laugh. What a dull notion. Had I known it would come to this. Why didn't you collaborate with me to rule this world together and make it less tedious? He shouted, Hey, stop laughing and answer me. The Golden Lion lunged forward, only to grasp at thin air, collapsing to the ground. Indigo wished to assist him, but was forcefully brushed aside. Rising, he stood atop his twin swords, yet Roger's apparition had vanished without a trace, leaving a look of disappointment upon his face. How utterly boring. The Golden Lion slowly straightened, glaring at the empty center of the palace, growling, I am not like you, Roger. What can mere illness do to me? I am the Golden Lion. I refuse to yield. In Alabasta, in the city of Aruma, Uncle Dotto recounted the events that had transpired in Alabasta to Vivi and her companions. It dawned on Vivi that the absence of people on the streets of Aruma was due to everyone being occupied with the production of dance powder. Uncle Dotto confirmed, indeed. The production of dance powder generates a significant amount of dust, making it impossible for residents to remain in the city, so they have temporarily relocated to the outskirts, living in tents, with the king's army overseeing their settlement. Calculating the time, Lynn suddenly remarked, the delivery deadline set by the Golden Lion is 26 days. Does that mean the trading day is fast approaching? Exactly, Uncle Dotto nodded. To be precise, the deadline is tomorrow afternoon. Time is of the essence, Lynn noted. Indeed. Uncle Dotto affirmed, then rose to address the group. Your Highness, you are heading to the capital Albana to meet with His Majesty, correct? I too must deliver the final batch of dance powder to Albana, so let us travel together. Yes. Vivi nodded. She was deeply concerned for her father. But according to Uncle Dotto's information, the pirate known as the Golden Lion seemed to harbor no intentions of harming Alabasta, which alleviated some of her worries. However, Lynn held a different perspective. What kind of man was the Golden Lion? A formidable force? Certainly, for he was a former member of the Rocks Pirates. A legend contemporary with Roger and Whitebeard. A hero? Perhaps, as he had once attracted many significant figures to his flying pirate crew, forming a vast fleet. A tyrant? Undoubtedly. Let us not forget that the Golden Lion had endured for 2 decades solely to demonstrate his anger and hatred towards the world government. Yet, if one were to encapsulate the essence of the Golden Lion in a single word, Lynn would describe him as an ambitious man, one with clear objectives, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve them, exploiting all that could be utilized. Simultaneously, he admired the strong, not overly concerned with petty matters, possessing his own thoughts and principles that no one could sway. Such a man, if the transaction proceeded smoothly, would be one thing. But should any error arise leading to failure, no one could guarantee what he might do. Subsequently, the group departed from Uncle Dado's home, assisting him in loading the final batch of dance powder onto the carts. Beside them were the already prepared Caribou Duck Legion. This landfowl was among the fastest creatures in Alabasta, and it would escort this batch of dance powder. Vivi skillfully leapt onto the back of one of the land ducks, affectionately rubbing its head, exclaiming, "I also have a land duck companion, though he is still young and cannot carry loads. He should be at the palace now." Uncle Dado chuckled and nodded. "Yes. I remember that little fellow has quite the appetite." Soon after, Uncle Dado directed the guards to connect the carts with the land ducks and arranged for Lynn and Icolum to ride on 2 other ducks. The entire Karoo Duck Brigade comprised only 6 ducks, 2 of which were tasked with transporting the dance powder, while the remaining 4 were ridden by Lynn, Vivi, Icolum, and Uncle Dado himself. As for the accompanying royal guards, they had no means of transportation and were temporarily assigned to remain in Aruma, assisting the recently finished dance powder producers. After all, they were already within the borders of Alabasta, and with Icolum and Lynn present, the guards were not particularly concerned for Vivi's safety. With time pressing on, the quartet made no further delays, directly riding the land ducks to escort the 2 carts laden with dance powder on their journey to the capital of Alabasta, Albana. The journey was often long and tedious. Fortunately, Uncle Dado had prepared a variety of Alabasta's specialty delicacies for Lynn, their esteemed guest. Lynn rode forward on the chocobo, savoring a piece of cheese. After finishing the cheese, he indulged in jerky. Once the jerky was consumed, he turned to the crispy crackers. After the crackers, there was nothing left. Uncle Dado's provisions had been entirely depleted. Fortunately, with the assistance of the chocobo, the group was able to reach Alabasta by evening. Otherwise, Uncle Dado would have already begun rallying everyone for survival in the desert. Lynn consumed the last crunchy biscuit and, feeling somewhat parched, inquired, "Uncle Dado, do you have something to drink?" Uncle Dado nodded and handed his water flask to Lynn. Lynn opened the lid and took a whiff, sensing something amiss. He inquired, "Is this alcohol?" Uncle Dado shook his head, assuring him that it was merely ordinary yogurt. With this reassurance, Lynn relaxed, tilting his head back to gulp down the yogurt from the flask. However, once he finished, he began to feel something was indeed off. It was then that Uncle Dado added, "By the way, I previously used this flask for holding wine, so there might be a lingering taste of it. But that shouldn't be a major concern, right?" Upon hearing Uncle Dado's words, Lynn calmly nodded, then suddenly flipped over and leapt off the duck-like creature. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Just as they intended to stop and check on Lynn's condition, they heard his voice calling from behind them. "Don't wait for me. I'll run a few steps to loosen up, and I'll catch up with you in no time." That afternoon, Vivi, Dado, and Icarlum, 3 native inhabitants of Alabasta, witnessed a human capable of matching the speed of the duck-like creature solely through sheer physical prowess. They marveled inwardly at the sheer monstrosity of his physical capabilities. Meanwhile, as Lynn sprinted to metabolize the alcohol coursing through his veins, he quietly pondered, "My tolerance for alcohol must truly be quite poor." After this minor episode, the group continued their journey for several more hours. At last, just before the sun vanished completely, they caught sight of the magnificent city in the distance, Alabasta's capital, Alyaborna. This city exuded a vibrancy that was evident from afar and even more pronounced upon entering. Its prosperity transcended mere material wealth, encapsulating the very essence of the residents' way of life. Even under the looming threat of the Golden Lion, the inhabitants maintained their daily routines, crafting dance powder amidst their normal lives. The only notable difference was the numerous royal soldiers deployed by the kings, stationed throughout the area to monitor the flying pirate crew and safeguard the populace. After escorting the 3 to Alyaborna, Dado proceeded to the warehouse to hand over the dance powder. Lynn, on the other hand, was guided by Vivi and Icarlum directly into the palace of Alabasta. Unlike the opulent structures of the Shandian Islands, the palace of Alabasta possessed a profound sense of historical weight. The architecture, while not lavish and somewhat worn, did not detract from the significance of its existence. Before the palace, Lynn gently caressed one of the pillars. Just after reporting to the king, Icarlum approached and remarked, "Mr. Lynn, that represents the history of Alabasta. An extraordinary history, indeed." With a slight bow, Icarlum gestured for Lynn to follow, saying, "Please, allow me to escort you to meet His Majesty. He has heard of your assistance to Princess Vivi and wishes to personally express his gratitude." "How kind of the king." Lynn replied with a smile, "But does he partake in late-night snacks?" Icarlum paused momentarily, taken aback. "Surely, you jest. You have consumed 3 days' worth of rations on the journey. Now you wish for a midnight repast?" Nevertheless, acknowledging Lynn's significant contribution as the benefactor who returned Princess Vivi home, Icarlum nodded and said, "I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." "Thank you." Lynn nodded and then stepped into the magnificent palace before him. This grand and formal edifice was adorned with opulence. And as Lynn followed the crimson carpet with his gaze, the first figure that caught his eye was Vivi, standing beside her seat. Beside her sat her father, the 12th king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra. Clad in a simple deep green robe and draped in a regal purple cloak, he sported a neatly trimmed goatee. At that moment, Cobra was not yet the elder he would become in a decade or so. He was in the prime of his life, robust and vigorous, his voice resonating with strength. He rose to address Lynn, saying, "Mr. Lynn Baroque, on behalf of Vivi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance." Gazing upon the solemn monarch before him, Lynn couldn't help but wonder if this was the same man who, in some future escapade, might have attempted to peek into the neighboring women's bathhouse with Luffy and his crew. However, Cobra's subsequent words swiftly interrupted Lynn's train of thought. "Mr. Lynn," Cobra began, "please forgive my abruptness, but time is of the essence, and I must be concise. I implore you to act as a guardian for the Alabasta delegation during tomorrow afternoon's exchange. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to provide you with a recompense that meets your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Lynn, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement and urged him to continue. Cobra elaborated. "Guild Lion Shiki is undeniably a formidable pirate. We cannot solely rely on his adherence to the terms of the agreement. At the very least, we must project an image of parity and strength between Alabasta and his forces. Therefore, I shall personally lead a contingent of capable individuals to the exchange venue tomorrow afternoon to meet with Guild Lion. These individuals must possess sufficient power to deter him from acting rashly." Lynn nodded again and inquired, "Who do you refer to as strong individuals? Aside from yourself?" "There are 3 others," Cobra replied. 2 of them are the vice commander of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, the Zoan-type devil fruit user, Bell the Falcon, and Jackal the Jackal. As for the 3rd individual, he, like you, breached the walls into Alabasta from the outside after the kingdom was sealed off, just 10 days ago. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the palace, draped in a black fur coat, a cigar perched between his lips, and a golden hook adorning his left hand. He approached. Cobra continued his introduction. "He is a pirate, but unlike ordinary pirates, he is a legitimate pirate recognized by the world government. Thus we can place a certain degree of trust in him. He will join us for the handover meeting scheduled for tomorrow afternoon." Lynn's gaze fixed upon the man before her, her pupils contracting sharply. Kabira slowly intoned. "He is recognized by the world government under the title of the 7 Warlords of the Sea." A man emerged gradually from the shadows of the palace. He donned a black fur coat, sported a slick-back hairstyle, and bore a prominent scar that traversed his face. An earring adorned his right ear, and a cigar dangled from his lips. Lynn was undoubtedly aware of the identity of the man before him, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile. The term 7 Warlords of the Sea refers to 7 formidable pirates acknowledged by the world government, possessing catastrophic destructive power and a terrifying combat capability that can rival that of an entire nation. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, alongside the 4 Emperors and the Marine headquarters, constitute the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. This system has a long-standing history, and many renowned figures in the future were once members of the Warlords. However, Lynn was not privy to the precise timeline of those illustrious individuals' affiliations with the Warlords and could only surmise based on available information. For instance, Jinbei, who should still be with Fisher Tiger, the yet-to-enter Grand Line Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Boa Hancock, recently liberated by Tiger from Mary Geoise, were all future luminaries yet to join the Warlords at this time. As for Crocodile, the man before Lynn, it seemed from Cobra's words that he had been a warlord for some time now. In the future, it would be precisely due to his status as a warlord that Crocodile would have the opportunity to incite turmoil in Alabasta using dance powder, only to later emerge as a hero to save Alabasta, ultimately aiming to seize control of one of the ancient weapons, the Pluton. Observing the entire affair, Crocodile was undoubtedly a cunning and ambitious strategist, with a flawless plan that turned both sides of the conflict into mere pawns in his game, where every scheme was intricately linked, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Faced with such a man, Lynn could not help but feel a surge of wariness. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lynn intently, then took a puff from his cigar and chuckled softly to Cobra. "He, Your Majesty, this transaction is of great significance to Alabasta. Are you truly at ease allowing a third-rate individual of unknown origin to join us?" Upon hearing this, Cobra was about to offer an explanation for Lynn, but Lynn interjected with a smile. "Speaking of unknown origins, aren't you one as well?" Crocodile responded with a grin. "The Warlords of the Sea are recognized pirates by the world government. Thus, our existence is legitimate, unlike a pirate of your caliber." Lynn shook his head and remarked, "Let me clarify. I am a wanted criminal, but not a pirate." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that the same?" "Not at all." Lynn replied with conviction. "If one must categorize me, I would consider myself a hero." "A hero, you say?" At this, Crocodile erupted into laughter. "How amusing. As one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government, assisting civilians in addressing the threats posed by pirates, I too must be deemed a hero. Wouldn't you agree? Is that so? What a delightful coincidence." Lynn burst into laughter, her mouth wide open. "Ha ha ha ha. He. Ha 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 ha." Their joyous laughter echoed throughout the palace. Vivi, seated beside the throne, gazed at the scene with a look of bewilderment, while Cobra, standing next to her, had already comprehended everything unfolding before them with clarity. The tension between Lynn and Crocodile is palpable. Is it truly their first encounter today? One has tirelessly protected Vivi in her return to Alabasta, while the other, a warlord of the sea, has repeatedly aided Alabasta in addressing the threats posed by surrounding pirates. There should be no animosity between them. However, in order to ensure his daughter's safety, Cobra had no choice but to gesture for Vivi to leave the palace. While he remained to witness their meeting, their laughter echoed for quite some time, but ultimately, it was Crocodile who broke the impasse. He extended his unscathed right hand and grinned. "A pleasure to meet you. What shall I call you?" "Boss Lynn Barrick," came the reply. Lynn extended his right hand, clasping it with Crocodile's, while simultaneously emphasizing with a smile, "The bounty stands at 200 million berries." He chuckled. I see. I recently heard your name." Crocodile did not release Lynn's hand, but continued, "A madman who dares to declare war on the celestial dragons. Do you truly believe that a lofty bounty grants you the freedom to act recklessly upon these seas?" Lynn interjected, "Hold on, you must not speak carelessly. I harbor no disdain for those with lower bounties." Lynn did not release his right hand. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Crocodile and laughed heartily. "But the truth is, your bounty of 81 million berries is indeed significantly less than mine." Is that so?" Crocodile's forehead instantly bulged with several veins. Yet he maintained a smile on his face. While laughing, he replied, "You seem to be aware of my bounty, indicating that you were quite attentive to current affairs. However, do you know another fact? Upon joining the 7 warlords, the bounty of the warlord will no longer increase. In other words, 81 million berries was merely my bounty prior to joining the 7 warlords." Their handshake continued, with amiable and warm smiles radiating from both faces. Yet, Kabura, standing nearby, sensed something unusual between them. A thin layer of fine sand had begun to materialize near Crocodile's right hand, while Lynn's right hand was enveloped in a swirl of black and white energy. Were they, perhaps, engaged in combat? Kabura couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, having collaborated for some time, he was aware of a portion of Crocodile's prowess. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, was a user of the sand fruit, a type of Logia devil fruit. Like other Logia users, Crocodile could transform any part of his body into sand. Furthermore, his right hand possessed the power of desiccation, capable of extracting moisture from any living being or object it touched, turning rocks or soil back into grains of sand, or draining underground water from the desert to create quicksand, among other things. If this ability were to be applied to a human, it could transform them into a mummy. Kabura had witnessed firsthand the terrifying capability when Crocodile had used it on a pirate, resulting in the latter's demise in an instant. Rubbing his eyes, Kabura realized he was not mistaken. At that moment, Crocodile was not wearing gloves. In other words, he had the conditions to unleash his desiccation ability. However, Mr. Lynn's right arm remained intact, suggesting that Mr. Crocodile had yet to activate his power, Kabura thought. Since no real combat was taking place, he felt reassured. Yet, if Crocodile could hear Kabura's thoughts, he would surely roar, "I have already activated my abilities." Crocodile gripped Lynn's hand, his desiccation power in full effect, attempting to drain Lynn's right arm. He aimed to teach the arrogant man before him a lesson by incapacitating one of his arms. However, the ability that could turn an ordinary person into a desiccated corpse in an instant seemed utterly ineffective against the man named Lynn Barrick. No matter how Crocodile tried to absorb, Lynn's right arm showed no signs of reaction. What a joke. Why do I feel as if I am trying to exert my power on a mountain? Just as Crocodile was struck with astonishment, Lynn's voice rang out suddenly. He grinned widely and exclaimed, Hey, what a terrifying ability." Lynn's words are genuine, as he is currently harnessing his internal energy to counteract the moisture extracted by Crocodile. In just a few fleeting moments, Lynn has astonishingly expended as much as 500 energy points. To preserve my right arm, he has consumed the equivalent of 50 portions of energy. Lynn was genuinely expressing his sentiments, yet to Crocodile's ears, it sounded akin to mockery. "TSK, Lynn Barrick, I shall remember this." After all, the two were situated within the palace of Alabasta, and Crocodile, needing to maintain his identity as a warlord, found it imprudent to engage in open conflict here. Thus, he issued a stern warning, preparing to withdraw his right hand. However, upon attempting to retract it, he discovered that his hand remained firmly in place. Crocodile's gaze shifted toward Lynn, his voice cold as he commanded, "Release me." The response from Lynn, however, was nothing short of uproarious laughter. "Ha, Sand Crocodile. We have an immediate rapport. Let us not be so distant." The form of the hockey of the icebound domain was activated. Lynn exerted a sudden force with her right hand, drawing Crocodile closer to herself, and quietly murmured, "By the way, did I ever ask you to release your grip?" Lynn, having been a gladiator for an extensive period, and indeed the most formidable among them, retained several of the idiosyncrasies characteristic of his former life. One such trait is the necessity to respond to provocation with provocation of his own. Thus, when Crocodile disparaged Lynn as a third-rate, mysterious individual, Lynn retorted by reiterating the bounties placed on both their heads. When Crocodile seized the opportunity of their handshake to attempt to siphon the strength from Lynn's arm, Lynn had already devised a method of retaliation. Since Crocodile sought to establish dominance through their handshake, it was only fitting, adhering to the conventions of decorum, that Lynn reciprocate with an equally firm gesture. However, As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Lynn lacked any bizarre abilities, and thus his means of counterattack was rather straightforward, sheer force. The handshake continued unabated. Crocodile attempted to withdraw his right hand, but found that Lynn's grip resembled that of an iron vise, pinning his hand immovably in place. Simultaneously, the pressure exerted by Lynn's grip began to escalate. "Lynn Barrick, do you dare to provoke me?" Crocodile growled, leaning closer to Lynn's face. "You haven't even been at sea for a year, so do not be so arrogant." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? 8,001? You." At this, Crocodile was instantly consumed by rage. "What do you mean by 8,001? Are you insinuating that his bounty is merely 81 million berries?" Ordinarily, he would have dismissed such trivialities, for who would genuinely regard the Navy's bounty as a measure of one's worth? However, with Lynn's grip firmly clasping his right hand, escape was futile. Coupled with Lynn's taunt, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. "Lynn Barrick, you scoundrel!" Crocodile's forehead throbbed with veins as he gritted his teeth. "Do you wish to challenge me here?" Lynn did not respond. Instead, he exerted more force with his right hand, ultimately applying a grip so powerful that it caused Crocodile to feel pain. "Ugh!" Crocodile growled, as the veins in his right wrist bulged from the intense strain. Lynn gazed at Crocodile, a grin spreading across his face. 8,100, do you wish to compete with me in my domain? In terms of overall combat prowess, Crocodile could not match Lynn, especially when it came to sheer physical attributes. In this contest of strength, beyond the mere psychological warfare, the fundamental determinant of victory was the most straightforward and brutal force. Crocodile grit his teeth, the pain shooting through his right hand intensifying gradually, escalating into an unbearable agony. He could even sense the bones in his hand creaking ominously. Why? Why did desiccation fail him? Crocodile's eyes were locked onto Lynn's, and in his fervor, he bit down so hard on his cigar that it shattered. Ultimately, just as he was on the verge of losing his balance, he resolved to raise his left hand, the hook, and aimed it at Lynn. Swish. In an instant, Lynn released Crocodile's hand and stepped back half a pace, evading the incoming hook. "Oh dear, be careful." Lynn feigned a gasp. Just as the hook was about to miss him, Crocodile's left arm transformed, extending the reach of his attack ever so slightly. It was precisely that marginal increase in distance that allowed Lynn, who had seemingly evaded the hook, to once again step into Crocodile's strike zone. However, it must be noted that the concept of attack range is reciprocal. At the moment the hook was about to strike Lynn, he abruptly raised his right hand, intending to seize Crocodile's arm once more. Witnessing this, Crocodile was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Lynn's monstrous physical strength left an indelible impression on him. If he were truly captured this time, escaping would not be as effortless as a mere handshake. He must not allow Lynn to close the distance again. With this thought in mind, Crocodile immediately transformed his entire body into sand, retreating a few steps as a swirling sandstorm, before reassembling into humanoid form a short distance away. As he surveyed his surroundings, Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. The internal structure of the palace was exceedingly intricate, and the available space for movement was far too limited, making it all too easy for Lynn to approach. Moreover, Crocodile was reluctant to create enmity with Alabasta by destroying the palace, thus engaging in battle here would be anything but prudent. Concealing his trembling right hand behind his robe, Crocodile sneered at Lynn. "Hey, this is the royal palace after all. Fighting here would only cause trouble, wouldn't it? Are you truly here to assist?" Lynn nodded, retracting the combative stance he had just assumed. After all, having recently arrived in Alabasta, it would indeed be rather inappropriate to dismantle Vivi's home on their first encounter. "How amusing," chuckled Crocodile softly, before addressing Cobra beside him. "I shall take my leave now. Do remember to call me when we set off for the trade tomorrow." However, just as Crocodile was about to exit the palace, Lynn suddenly called out, "Hey, 8,001, be sure to apply a cold compress to your right hand. Otherwise, it will swell by tomorrow." Crocodile remained silent, turning to depart. On the other hand, Lynn, under Cobra's arrangement, indulged in a royal late-night feast in Alabasta. During the meal, Cobra attempted to inquire whether Lynn had any past grievances with Crocodile, but Lynn's mouth was stuffed with food, rendering his speech unintelligible to Cobra. An hour later, amidst the astonished gazes of Cobra and Icarus, Lynn, feeling moderately satisfied, returned to the room that Icarus had prepared for him. Within the chamber, Lynn discovered a note inviting him to venture to the outskirts of Alabasta, to the desert. At that very moment, Lynn could not help but break into a smile, thinking to himself that Crocodile truly was a master of understanding human nature and ambition. How could he possibly resist such an intriguing affair? Without hesitation, Lynn leapt from the window and, after exiting the palace, inquired with the residents of Albana for directions. Ultimately, he arrived at the designated desert mentioned in the note after half an hour. Meanwhile, Crocodile, the author of the note, had been waiting for quite some time. "Oh, Lynn Barrick, I knew you would come," Crocodile remarked with a soft chuckle. "You are a man of immense confidence, bordering on arrogance. To deal with someone like you, no elaborate scheme is necessary. A mere note will suffice to ensure your arrival." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "So, are you implying that this is your conspiracy?" "Incorrect," Crocodile corrected. "This is a plot in broad daylight." Haha. Upon hearing this, Lynn could not help but laugh. "Then what is your purpose in inviting me here, 8,001? It is quite simple. Crocodile extended his right hand, which was still slightly red and swollen from the ice treatment. That was the first round, and I admit, I lost. He let his right hand fall, transforming it into a sharp, gravelly scimitar. Now, with a cigar in his mouth, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Let us commence the second round. To the readers who have made it this far, having read at least 70 chapters, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. After more than a month of relentless effort, I have finally published my work. At midnight on January 1st. It coincided with the 1000th chapter of One Piece. What a fortuitous omen. Adhering to my usual principle of brevity, I shall keep it short. First and foremost, I would like to thank my editor, the esteemed Pillai. Secondly, writing is no easy feat, and I humbly request your subscriptions. Your support for the original work is my motivation to continue writing. The battle in Alabasta has been in my thoughts for quite some time. A grand melee that will be both thrilling and visually stunning. Additionally, I would like to touch upon something I have long wanted to express. For me, writing a story is akin to telling a joke. A joke that requires explanation is a failed one, just as a story that necessitates background information is likely not a good one. Thus, I do not intend to include a must-read before you start section for the many questions that may arise. Simply follow the narrative. Let me outline some principles that will remain constant throughout the entire book. First, regarding the main storyline, it is, of course, to have Lynn rise through the ranks. The plot is entirely original, based on established characters, ensuring a sense of novelty. I will strive to make each battle distinct in style and visually appealing, rather than relying solely on overpowering abilities. After all, I am also a longtime fan of works like Berserk, Baki, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Aesthetics in combat are of great importance. Second, the conclusion is already determined, so there will be no abrupt endings. After all, I must eat, regardless of how brief my work may be. Furthermore, I am not particularly adept at communication, so I apologize to those who frequent the comment section. I truly do not understand this aspect, which may have resulted in a somewhat desolate comment area. Tonight at midnight, I had intended to make a bold declaration regarding additional updates, but I find myself constrained. As the year draws to a close, my job has shifted, requiring me to work until 9 each night, returning home to write until around 3 in the morning, then bathing and sleeping, only to rise at 6 to catch the bus. Thus, the schedule remains updates at noon and 6 in the evening, with 2 chapters daily guaranteed. And I will endeavor to write through the night. The first thing I do each morning is delight in the reader's comments. What a joy it is. A reader group is being established, and it should be ready by New Year's Day. You are all welcome to join. The year 2020 has been incredibly surreal, and I hope for better fortune in the coming year. Returning to the narrative, let the battle commence, my friends. I request a wave of initial subscriptions tomorrow. Let us soar. In the vast desert, amidst the yellow sands, the wind blows. In the distance, the capital of Alabasta glimmers with light. The full moon hangs high, above the desert. The interplay of light from the lanterns and moonlight outlines the silhouettes of 2 men. One is draped in a black fur coat, a cigar clenched in his mouth, a golden hook for a left hand, and his right hand transformed into a sharp, gravelly scimitar, surrounded by a thin veil of sand. The other stands barehanded, slightly tilting his chin, fists colliding as he flexes his wrists, producing a series of crisp sounds. At this moment, Boss Lynn Barrick and the Sand Crocodile stand facing each other. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke, chuckling softly, hee hee. Lynn Barrick, the madman who declared war on the celestial dragons, what is your purpose in coming to Alabasta? Lynn candidly replied, come help. No. That's not what I meant. Crocodile shook his head. What I wish to inquire about is the reason for your presence in Alabasta. Lynn pondered for a moment before responding. It is the Golden Lion. Of course, but we all recognize that as merely your superficial excuse. Crocodile shook his head in resignation, asserting that it was implausible for anyone to stir up trouble with such a formidable pirate merely out of a desire to meddle. What then is the true reason for your presence here? Lynn was taken aback. Wasn't it you who summoned me? Lynn Barrick, we are both intelligent individuals, so let us refrain from jesting any further. Crocodile's brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, after I departed from the palace, you must have dined with Cobra. Pray tell, why did you choose to share a meal with the king of Alabasta? Lynn replied earnestly, I am hungry. All right. It seems my approach was flawed, Crocodile said, taking a few deep breaths to compose himself. What is it about Alabasta that entices a lunatic like you to come here? At that moment, Lynn appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly clapping his hands. Oh, so this is what you meant. His laughter resonated. Finally, you're not playing the fool anymore? Crocodile smirked, realizing that Lynn's purpose for visiting Alabasta was indeed far from simple. What a charade he put on. He almost fell for it. For a fleeting moment, Crocodile genuinely believed that Lynn was merely a meddlesome foodie. But how could that be? After all, he was the mastermind behind the chaos at the Sidi archipelago. A madman who dared to confront the celestial dragons and emerged unscathed. He must have acquired intelligence akin to his own and ventured to Alabasta for that item, the ancient weapon. Pluton. Surely, he seeks to obtain the ancient weapon to exact revenge on the celestial dragons. He thought to himself, admit it, reveal your intentions, and then choose to cooperate with me. Once I have made use of you, I shall find the opportunity to eliminate you. Lynn gazed at Crocodile and unhesitatingly remarked. To be frank, the roasted sandworm legs in Alabasta are truly delectable, especially when paired with the specially crafted roasted cheese. I could indulge in 100 servings and still crave more. Crocodile, after a brief silence, could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Impressive, truly impressive. You are indeed the mastermind behind the events of the Sidi archipelago, possessing a depth of cunning that reveals no flaws. It appears you indeed have the means to contend with the celestial dragons. You are unwilling to unveil your true intentions, are you? Crocodile's expression darkened as he coldly stated. I had contemplated the possibility of collaboration if our objectives aligned, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. With that, he slowly raised his gravelly curved blade and declared, Lynn, you shall perish in this desert. In an instant, before Crocodile could launch his attack, Lynn sprang into action. With a forceful stomp of his foot against the ground, he propelled himself forward. As he approached Crocodile, he deftly adjusted the angle of his ankle and leapt to the side of Crocodile. Activating his icebound domain's armament hockey, a tempest of black and white energy enveloped him. With his right arm slightly bent and his fist clenched, he aimed directly for Crocodile's head and struck down with tremendous force. Realizing the imminent danger, Crocodile hastily raised his gravelly blade to defend himself. Lynn's fist met the blade with a resounding thud, creating a moment of tense stalemate. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through the blade, Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled, that was merely a strike. It is ineffective. Unfazed, Lynn maintained a stoic expression and lifted his right arm once more, aiming again at the blade. One strike may not suffice, so allow me to unleash several. Bang, 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 bang. Lynn's fist resembled mighty hammers, relentlessly striking the blade of the sand scimitar time and again. The pressure in his right arm intensified, and Crocodile's expression grew increasingly ferocious as fissures appeared upon the once formidable blade. After all, the sand scimitar was merely a manifestation of a devil fruit ability. Its resilience paled in comparison to the renowned swords wielded by true sword masters. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, Lynn shattered the sand-forged blade into fragments, reducing it to mere grains that merged back into Crocodile's very being. Stripped of the protection of his weapon, Crocodile found his body completely exposed to Lynn's relentless assault. Once more, Lynn's fist, imbued with the might of hockey, descended with ferocity. Crocodile roared, transforming his right hand into a shield, positioning it defensively to shield his upper side. The sand shield. With a resounding impact, Lynn's fist crashed against the shield. The force Reve Lynn gazed at Crocodile, who brandished his shield, and exhaled a breath of frost. Slowly articulating, do you know how to drive a nail? Alarm surged within Crocodile as he witnessed Lynn simultaneously raise his fists, his arms slightly bent, and strike down fiercely upon a shield. With a thunderous crash, Lynn forcefully smashed the desert before him, creating a substantial crater. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. For Crocodile was nowhere to be found within the pit. The battle was far from over. Had he utilized his elemental transformation to burrow into the desert before being struck? Almost immediately, Crocodile's voice resonated from nearby. Hee, what a pity, Lynn. Do not forget, this is indeed a desert. A gust of yellow sand swept across, swirling from the ground upwards, gradually coalescing into Crocodile's form. He regarded Lynn with a contemptuous smile and declared, as you mentioned, this is my domain. No sooner had he spoken than a spear, forged from yellow sand, erupted from the ground behind Lynn, aiming directly for his throat. Just as Crocodile believed this strike to be inevitable, Lynn astonishingly extended his right hand with remarkable speed, seizing the spear. You are mistaken, Crocodile. Lynn curled her lips into a smile and burst into hearty laughter, her joyous echoes resonating throughout the vast expanse of the desert, wherever it may be. It ought to be my domain. Lynn seized the spear crafted from yellow sand, exerting a sudden force with her forearm, effortlessly snapping the weapon in two with sheer grip strength, before casually discarding it onto the ground. The fractured spear transformed back into yellow sand, returning to Crocodile, where it reformed into his right hand. He scrutinized Lynn once more, unable to suppress a frown, and murmured, how troublesome. She belongs to the same category as that person. Lynn raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who is that? Douglas Barrett, Crocodile replied. The name bears a slight resemblance to yours. He was a former member of the Roger Pirates, known for being a maniac solely focused on brawling. It seems he was eventually apprehended by the Navy and taken to impel down. Lynn was undoubtedly familiar with that name. Douglas Barrett, a man who once fearlessly confronted the Demon Slayer alone, was a figure of madness. In the future, following Blackbeard's assault on Advanced City, this man escaped from prison and, with the aid of Fiesta, convened a grand pirate assembly, aiming to ignite a war that would engulf the entire world. One kick signifies a supernova, referring to Kizaru. One punch denotes Barrett. Aha. To be likened to one of the former crewmates of the Pirate King is indeed a tremendous honor. Lynn positioned his fists, one forward and one back, ready for action. Come on, continue. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression turned icy. Lynn, do you truly believe that I am powerless against you? Lynn broke into a broad smile and declared, if there is a chance, then let us seize it. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Energy level, 2200 to 2400. Heroic skill, diminishing opponent's might. Bang, bang, two hooks. One to the left and one to the right, struck the very spot where Crocodile had just stood. However, the sensation that traveled through her fists caused Lynn to furrow her brow. Did she miss? Lynn focused his gaze, and indeed, Crocodile had actively elementalized, swiftly relocating through the surrounding desert terrain. He chuckled. Much like Barrett, you brutish individuals who rely solely on your own strength to rampage. Crocodile remarked softly. Even in battle, strategy holds significant importance. Before his words faded, Lynn surged forward once more, launching a punch aimed at Crocodile. Boom. His fist struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. Yet Crocodile once again evaded, vanishing into the sands. Such terrifying power, Crocodile reappeared not far away, elegantly savoring his cigar. That formidable special form of yours. You can't maintain it for long, can you? At this, Lynn's expression darkened. Crocodile truly deserved his place among the 7 warlords at such a young age. For even amidst combat, he retained a clear mind. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, known as the hero fruit, enables its user to maximize their internal energy, converting it into enhanced skills and techniques to unleash. In essence, the hero fruit embodies the mastery over one's own internal energy. Through relentless battles and introspection, Lynn has gained a profound understanding of the energy within himself, which he has manifested as what is referred to as energy value. Simultaneously, the amount of energy one can store within their body is intrinsically linked to their physical attributes. On this arduous journey, Lynn has elevated his energy value to an astounding 2,400 points, equivalent to the combined total of 240 individuals. Based on the standard measure of energy within a single person, Lynn now embodies the energy of a staggering 240 individuals. This is not merely a summation of ordinary strength. If one were to draw a parallel, Lynn's condition bears resemblance to Luffy's nightmarish form. At that time, Luffy consumed 100 shadows conjured by Gecko Moria, significantly amplifying his strength within a mere 10 minutes. Years of rigorous training, coupled with the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, have endowed Luffy with formidable physical capabilities. Yet he could only sustain the presence of 100 shadows for that brief duration. Although one must also consider the inherent repulsion of foreign shadows. This sufficiently illustrates the unimaginable magnitude of energy contained within Lynn. Consequently, he must engage in copious consumption and intense training to maintain his physical condition. Moreover, as Lynn's strength escalates, so too does the energy within him, making it increasingly challenging for him to meticulously control that energy. It is akin to a warrior wielding a 10-pound iron sword with finesse. However, if tasked with a massive 100-kilogram great sword, he may resort to clumsy, cumbersome slashing motions. As Lynn progresses in his training, he has encountered a similar predicament. He can no longer manipulate his internal energy with the precision he once exhibited in the arena. Instead, he watches helplessly as his energy is unleashed recklessly in battle, leading to a rapid, forced depletion. This is not a flaw, but rather a characteristic. When facing third-rate adversaries like Kuro and Clique, this unrestrained release of energy becomes advantageous, allowing Lynn to overwhelm them with sheer power. In confrontations with formidable opponents such as Zephyr, Tiger, or Garp, this trait ensures Lynn consistently unleashes his most potent combat prowess. However, when pitted against a cunning strategist like Crocodile, who employs his intellect during combat, this characteristic turns into a liability. Crocodile, through meticulous observation, has discerned this weakness and intends to exploit it to wear Lynn down. Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet each one was deftly evaded by Crocodile at the final moment. His fist struck the ground, creating deep craters in the desert sand. Boom, boom, boom. Hee. Once your strength is depleted, prepare to meet your demise in this desolate wasteland, Crocodile sneered ominously. Witnessing this predicament, Lynn finally ceased his pursuit, standing still in silent contemplation. Should he manage and curtail his energy expenditure? Lynn, upon reflecting on this, could not help but shake her head. The consumption of energy resembles a river, with the energy within her body serving as the water. As the flow increases, the river inevitably widens. However, attempting to narrow the river once it has expanded becomes nearly an impossible endeavor. Lost in thought, the tumultuous black and white storm surrounding Lynn gradually subsided, ceasing its relentless assault. Huff, huff, are you finally feeling fatigued, you monster? Crocodile gasped for breath, clearly finding it no easy task to evade Lynn's powerful strikes. A direct hit would signify a swift resolution to their battle. His right hand once again coalesced into a blade of sand, advancing step by step towards Lynn. Upon sighting that sandy scimitar, a sudden flash of insight illuminated Lynn's mind. A blade? Simultaneously, the terrifying aura Lynn had been exuding finally dissipated entirely. Moreover, it seemed that even Lynn's own presence had diminished to a barely perceptible whisper due to the exhausting toll of energy consumption. Lynn stood motionless, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, resembling a statue. Crocodile approached him, raising the sand-encrusted curved blade in his hand, when suddenly he felt an unsettling shift. Instinctively, he took a half-step back. It was this very step that pulled him back from the brink of grievous injury and imminent death. What was once a barely perceptible breath emanating from Lynn erupted into a more terrifying force, a black and white spiral that surged skyward like a tempest. With a fierce determination, his right fist lunged directly at Crocodile's head. Although Crocodile had not fully registered the threat due to his retreat, he instinctively turned to the side, the tip of Lin's fist grazing perilously close to his nose. Bang! The punch meant nothing, yet a muffled sound reverberated from above. Crocodile's gaze fixated on the terrifying fist, mere inches from him, sending shivers down his spine. In an instant, he transformed into an elemental state, creating distance between himself and Lynn. After catching his breath, Crocodile stared at Lynn in astonishment and asked, "What have you done?" "I attempted to establish a gate within myself," Lynn replied. "When I close the gate, the energy within me will cease to be consumed, and my breath will be diminished to its lowest point. However, when I open the gate, the energy that has been building up will surge forth in an instant, unleashing a power far beyond what it was before." As the storm subsides, Lynn's aura once again falls into silence, akin to a swift blade sheathed, its edge concealed, waiting for the moment to draw it forth and deliver a fatal strike to the opponent. This state I refer to as Ayajutsu. Lynn increasingly felt grateful for taking the first step towards the vast ocean. This world is indeed immense. Human beings are inherently flawed, and thus, they should not remain stagnant. Only through relentless progression can one uncover their shortcomings, overcome them, and continue onward. During the grueling training under the Iron Fist of Love, Lynn developed new heroic abilities and grasped powers that rivaled both the armament haki and observation haki. In his confrontation with Virgo, Lynn transcended the 4 years of his past, employing a variant of armament haki that entirely forsook defensive capabilities, merging it with his fruit abilities to create the frozen domain armament haki form. Today, in his battle against the sand crocodile, Lynn once again had to confront his own deficiencies. Throughout, his combat style had pursued the ultimate in speed and ferocity, striving to unleash overwhelming power in a short span to topple his adversaries. However, this approach harbored a critical flaw, an abundance of explosive power yet a lack of sustainability, especially when faced with an opponent like Crocodile, who adeptly utilized his fruit abilities in the terrain to engage Lynn in a war of attrition. Every move Lynn executes demands a substantial expenditure of energy from within. Once his internal energy is entirely depleted, he must rely solely on his inherent physical prowess to engage in combat. Is there a method to regulate the outflow of his internal energy? It is indeed a formidable challenge. Much like a river, when the flow of water intensifies, the riverbed naturally widens. However, to control the flow once more, one must construct a dam along the river. Given Lynn's current capabilities, such precise control remains beyond his reach. Thus, he conceived a strategy. Instead of allowing the energy to cascade forth uncontrollably, thereby enhancing his endurance in battle without narrowing the riverbed, why not simply erect a gate above to halt the flow? Of course, this is not a mere matter of opening and closing. Even amidst the fray, prior to engaging the enemy, the gate remains firmly shut, causing Lynn to conserve the majority of his energy, rendering him momentarily drained. Yet, at the instant of confrontation, the gate swings open, unleashing a torrent of pent-up energy. Should a master swordsman be present, he would undoubtedly recognize the essence of Lynn's technique, sheathing the sword to minimize unnecessary expenditure, and then drawing it at the moment of engagement for a decisive strike. This is known as Ayajutsu. Crocodile instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading Lynn's devastating punch delivered in the Ayajutsu stance. A sharp sting coursed through his nose as he touched its tip. How fortunate. Had he hesitated for even half a second longer, Lynn's formidable fist would have struck directly at his head. He chuckled softly, realizing that the bounty of 200 million berries was not merely inflated by the celestial dragons. Raising an eyebrow, Crocodile sneered. "So you possess such a terrifying technique yet chose not to reveal it at the outset? Were you underestimating me? Truly a presumptuous man." Hey, what are you talking about? 8001. Lynn replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he approached Crocodile with deliberate steps. "You truly underestimate yourself. Facing an opponent like you, how could I possibly afford to hold back?" Lynn's aura gradually faded, and he once again entered a state of readiness, grinning with excitement as he exclaimed, "Of course, I have been giving it my all from the very beginning." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Crocodile clearly expressed disbelief, raising an eyebrow and scoffing. "You don't mean to suggest that this technique is something you just learned, do you?" However, Crocodile's expression swiftly changed as he discerned the exhilarated smile on Lynn's face, which confirmed that indeed, the technique was freshly acquired. At that moment, Lynn had completely exhausted himself. Embodying the essence of readiness, his presence had entirely subdued, and the swirling black and white tempest that had enveloped him began to dissipate. Ultimately, Lynn approached Crocodile like an ordinary passerby, slowly lifting his right fist. This punch was unlike any he had delivered before. It bore no force, was not even clenched, and was executed with an overly languid speed. It felt as though one were encountering a close friend on the street, playfully raising a fist for a light-hearted jest. Crocodile's eyes fixated on Lynn's fist, and in the instant it was about to make contact with his body, an inexplicable pang of trepidation surged within him, a primal instinct honed over years of navigating the vast seas. Without a moment's hesitation, Crocodile swiftly sidestepped, bending at the waist and moving diagonally downward, adopting the most cautious posture to evade what appeared to be a harmless punch, and then he retreated several steps. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you really afraid of a punch that I barely put any strength into?" Lynn smiled broadly, his arms naturally hanging at his sides, swaying gently in the breeze as he pondered. Perhaps the state of relaxation could be explored a bit deeper. Yes, precisely this feeling. It is significantly better than before. Upon hearing this, Crocodile, not far away, felt a shiver run down his spine. From his observations, Lynn was not one to boast without basis. Thus his earlier musings must have been grounded in truth. Wait. Could it be that the punch that grazed my nose just now is not the finished product? It feels superior to before? Does this imply that his current technique possesses greater power than the last? After a brief moment of contemplation, Crocodile resolved he must not allow himself to be struck. Meanwhile, Lynn continued his leisurely approach towards Crocodile, once more raising his right fist. He unleashed a languid swinging punch. Crocodile crouched to evade this blow, but suddenly felt his fur coat being seized. At the same moment, Lynn's voice resonated above him. Got you. Then, his right fist descended. Crocodile's eyes widened as he broke free from his coat, hastily elementalizing himself to submerge into the ground's gravel. Almost simultaneously, Lynn's fist struck the earth. It soon became evident that Crocodile's instincts had been correct. At the instant of contact between Lynn's fist and the ground, the energy that had been suppressed within him erupted instantaneously, unleashing a tempest of black and white winds that swept through the vicinity. Boom. The impact of his fist on the ground generated a deafening roar, causing the entire sandy terrain to cave in. Forming a massive crater with a radius of approximately 10 meters, Lynn found himself ensnared in that vast pit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a wild beast. A terrifying presence that rendered those nearby breathless. This fierce energy lasted but half a second. After that fleeting moment, Lynn's intensity subsided once more, returning him to the guise of an ordinary individual. Observing the terror etched on Crocodile's face, Lynn gently brushed the sand off his fists. Alas, my cover is blown. When Crocodile first encountered the name Lynn Barrick in the newspapers, he had assessed him as nothing short of a lunatic, a madman daring to challenge the celestial dragons alone. Yet now, as he engaged in battle with Lynn Barrick, Crocodile revised his judgment, a monster, one that evolved continuously amid combat. For an ordinary person, the outcome of a fight is a simple matter of victory or defeat. Winning signifies superiority in skill, while losing indicates a lack of strength, with no third option available. However, the man known as Lynn Barrick seemed to blur the lines of this dichotomy. After their initial clash, Crocodile discerned Lynn's Achilles heel, his insufficient stamina for prolonged combat, and sought to exploit this weakness to wear him down. Typically, one in such a predicament would either fight desperately or retreat temporarily. Yet Lynn presented a third, unconventional solution: to continue fighting while devising a strategy to reverse the situation. Such an opponent is often the most formidable, as one can never predict their next audacious move or ascertain the limits of their capabilities, especially someone like Lynn. A battle fanatic who knows not the meaning of retreat and only grows stronger with each encounter. Absurd. Gazing at the immense crater left by Lynn's recent strike, Crocodile could not suppress a frown. How troublesome. Why did he even come to Alabasta? Not long ago, in his relentless search for ancient weaponry, Crocodile had finally unearthed a few clues. Within the superpower of Alabasta lay information regarding one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Upon receiving this intelligence, Crocodile hastened to Alabasta and, under the guise of a warlord of the sea, met with King Cobra in the capital, Alyabarna. Despite the legitimacy conferred by the world government, Cobra remained wary of the pirate Crocodile, a suspicion that was entirely anticipated. In the days that followed, Crocodile established a base in Alabasta, sailing under his warlord title, repeatedly dispatching pirates that roamed the vicinity, thereby safeguarding the kingdom's populace. Gradually, he garnered a reputation among the citizens, who recognized a formidable figure known as the Sand Crocodile was protecting them. This was, in fact, part of Crocodile's grand scheme to gradually build his own prestige in Alabasta, undermine the royal family, and ultimately seize control of the entire nation to uncover its deepest secrets, the ancient weapon, Pluton. 10 days prior, while out at sea eliminating pirates, Crocodile unexpectedly lost contact with Alabasta. Upon returning near the coastline, he was met with a wall that isolated Alabasta from the outside world. How intriguing. It appears something remarkable has transpired in Alabasta, and such anomalies often coincide with opportunities. Embracing this notion, Crocodile concealed his ship nearby and, under the cover of night, set his plan into motion. He removed the glove from his right hand and, utilizing his desiccation ability, eroded a sizable hole in the self-repairing wall, thus gaining entry into Alabasta. Before the flying pirate cruise patrol noticed him, Crocodile swiftly vacated the scene. He was a cautious individual, refraining from rash actions until he grasped the overall situation, thus opting to remain hidden. Even if the internal circumstances of Alabasta were perilous, he could still extricate himself unscathed. Upon returning to Alyabarna, Crocodile learned from Cobra about the transaction involving the Golden Lion and the dance powder. Crocodile astutely recognized this as an excellent opportunity to earn Cobra's trust. Securing Cobra's confidence would facilitate his subsequent maneuvers within Alabasta. Consequently, Crocodile agreed to serve as one of Cobra's bodyguards at the meeting with the Golden Lion. Everything was proceeding according to Crocodile's design until the unexpected arrival of that man. Lynn Barrick, the madman who once wreaked havoc in the Sidi archipelago, has now made his appearance in Alabasta. Whether he admits it or not, his intentions can only revolve around the enigmatic figure of Pluto. And now, that man approaches me slowly, a smile lingering on his lips. Lynn once again raised his fist. With a resounding thud, he swung his punch, but Crocodile swiftly evaded by elemental transformation. The fist struck the ground, instantly creating a large sandpit. Lynn exhaled a puff of white air. Unfortunately, it missed once again. Enough. Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled. While I may not be able to bring you down, you are equally unable to strike me. Continuing like this will yield no results. Let us cease hostilities. Ah? You must be mistaken, Lynn retorted, raising an eyebrow and flashing a grin. I am the one on the offensive now. Whether to continue or to halt, the decision rests solely with me. Once more, he advanced, entering a stance to deliver a punch. Boom. The ground bore witness to a third substantial crater, even larger than the previous two. This fellow was gradually becoming adept at this technique. Crocodile felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Another miss, yet Lynn remained unperturbed, after all. Opponents of Crocodile's caliber were rare, and it would be a shame not to practice a few more moves. He laughed heartily. 81. Just how long can you evade me? Crocodile took several deep breaths, striving to calm his emotions. He could not afford to continue fighting, only he would suffer the consequences. Thus, he pointed skyward and coldly declared, "The transaction is set for tomorrow. Do you wish for that old man up there to reap the benefits of our struggle?" Crocodile referred, of course, to the Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Lynn pondered for a moment and acknowledged the validity of the statement. At this juncture, both he and Crocodile understood that neither could achieve a decisive victory in the near future. Approaching the Golden Lion in a state of post-battle fatigue would be unwise. Let us temporarily call a truce then, Lynn shrugged, flashing a smile. See, the decision to cease hostilities lies in my hands. TSK. Crocodile felt a surge of discontent within. Yet for the sake of tomorrow's transaction, he had no choice but to endure. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to ask, "Hey, you seem quite displeased with me." "That's about right." "Why?" "Because you have made me feel this way." Lynn moved his arm, recalling the words spoken by Uncle Duochuo, "For the nation we hold dear. We unite as one, and together, we shall be capable of achieving anything." Lynn could not help but smile broadly, saying, "Let me remind you, this country is far more resilient than you might imagine." "Oh, is that so?" Crocodile replied with a similar smile, "So that is how you perceive it. Is there something wrong with that?" "Hee, you truly are naive, Lynn Barrick." Crocodile adjusted his fur coat and lit a cigar, chuckling softly. "There are certain matters in this world that cannot be resolved by mere brute force." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Then do as you wish." Lynn shrugged, and after taking a few steps, turned back to remind, "By the way, I won the first round, and I graciously allowed you the second, so it is a tie. Thus, I am still the victor." Upon hearing this, Crocodile not only did not get angry but instead burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the vast desert. The following day, the agreed time for the transaction was set for the afternoon. However, just after breakfast, Lynn was summoned to the palace by Icolum, who mentioned an urgent matter to discuss. Upon entering the palace, Lynn discovered that, aside from Cobra, Bella the Falcon, Jackal of the Wolf, and even Crocodile had been called here. In other words, all those participating in the afternoon meeting for the transaction were present. "What is the purpose of our summons?" "Your Majesty?" Bell inquired. At that moment, Cobra's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, as he spoke gravely, "There has been an issue with the goods." "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. Icolum added, 100 tons of dancing powder were damaged during transport, and it is too late to manufacture more. Lynn cast a sidelong glance at Crocodile, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Is it due to natural disasters like sandstorms?" "No," Cobra replied, his expression serious as he shook his head. "It is because of a rumor." Upon hearing this, Lynn abruptly turned her gaze towards Crocodile, only to find that he was also looking back at her. Simultaneously, Crocodile formed several words with his lips, stating, "The third round has commenced. In Alabasta, the capital city of Alyabarna, at precisely 7 o'clock in the morning." Only 6 hours remained until the transaction with the Golden Lion. Within the palace, at the conference table, all outsiders had been expelled, leaving the 5 individuals poised to partake in the transaction seated together, while a carom stood straight at the side. King Cobral's countenance was grim as he shook his head and reiterated, "It is not a natural disaster. It is due to a rumor." At this remark, Lynn suddenly recalled the words Crocodile had spoken to her in the desert the previous night. "There are some matters in this world that cannot be resolved by mere fists." Lynn abruptly shifted his gaze towards Crocodile, only to find the latter also looking back at him. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Crocodile leaned comfortably against the chair, his elbow resting on the table, gazing at Lynn with a relaxed demeanor. He then formed a few shapes with his lips, signaling that the third round had commenced. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of fury within Lynn. He stepped forward and seized Crocodile by the collar, yanking him from the table, and bellowed, "What on earth have you done?" Crocodile raised an eyebrow in astonishment and retorted with a sneer, "Lynn Barek, have you lost your senses? I am on the same side as you. Are you doubting me?" To Crocodile's surprise, Lynn nodded in affirmation. "I am not merely questioning you. I intend to strike you." With that, Lynn lifted his right fist, poised to deliver a blow to Crocodile's face. Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He thought to himself that they were under the scrutiny of many, and as a member of the 7 warlords, He pondered whether this madman was truly willing to act without regard for the consequences. At that moment, Cobra quickly intervened, urging, "Gentlemen, I beseech you to maintain your composure." Lynn finally seized his clenched fist and turned to Cobra, stating, "He is responsible for that rumor." Cobra, taken aback, replied, "I haven't even mentioned what the rumor is." Crocodile sneered, "Do you possess any evidence? Do you intend to take action against me without any proof?" Lynn pondered for a moment and found Crocodile's words to be quite reasonable. Thus, he conceded, "Very well, I simply wish to strike you. May I?" To which Crocodile replied, "Madman, Lynn Barrick is nothing but a lunatic." Ultimately, it was Kabira who intervened, stating, "Mr. Lynn, without concrete evidence, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. Therefore, I implore you to remain calm." Lynn contemplated for a moment before finally releasing her grip on Crocodile's collar. Crocodile adjusted his attire and chuckled softly, saying, "That is more like it. There are but a few hours left until the transaction with the Golden Lion. Acting against me now would only diminish our own combat strength." However, as he spoke, Crocodile noticed Lynn squinting at him, muttering to herself, which prompted him to furrow his brow and inquire, "What are you doing? Counting?" Lynn responded, "Count how many more words I can tolerate you uttering without resorting to violence." Crocodile interjected, "Enough. Both of you should take a moment to pause." Bell inhaled deeply, wishing to prevent further chaos at the conference table, and steered the conversation back to formality. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what exactly the rumors entail?" "It's concerning Vivi," Cobra replied. "More specifically, the ship Vivi embarked upon. The rumor suggests that the vessel was laden with treasures from the Alabasta royal family, asserting that her voyage was merely a faude while the royal wealth was being clandestinely transferred." He continued, "There are even more insidious tales circulating, claiming that the Golden Lion is actually in league with our royal family, both colluding to exploit the common folk of Alabasta for the production of dancing powder. This merely scratches the surface of the rumors. Countless so-called whispers abound." Cobra unfurled a map of Alabasta, pointing to a small oasis. "Here lies an oasis way station. According to the original plan, a shipment of 100 tons of dancing powder was to pass through here in the early hours of today and arrive in Albana by morning. However, when the shipment reached the oasis, the rumors had already spread, leading to a degree of unrest among the commoners responsible for transporting the dancing powder." Lynn was momentarily taken aback by the news. "Are you saying they destroyed the dancing powder?" "No," Ikelam interjected, shaking his head. "They merely experienced a brief emotional outburst and staged a minor strike. However, after some contemplation, they ultimately chose to place their faith in our king. Yet, during their moment of unrest, an unforeseen incident occurred. A camel, frightened by the commotion of the strike, inadvertently caused 10 trucks, each laden with 100 tons of dancing powder, to overturn. Most of the bags containing the powder tumbled into a nearby lake, their contents dissolving into the water, while the remainder, due to ruptured bags, spilled out and mingled with the surrounding sand. In summary, recovering that 100 tons of dancing powder is utterly impossible. With only 6 hours remaining before the transaction, manufacturing another 100 tons of dancing powder is quite simply unfeasible." Upon hearing this, Cobra nodded solemnly and sighed. "In other words, we currently possess only 900 tons of dancing powder for the trade, whereas our initial agreement with the Golden Lion stipulated the necessity of 1,000 tons. Is there a deficit of 100 tons? Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, inquired, "So, King, have you summoned us here to devise a means to compensate for that 100 tons of dancing powder? If any of you truly possess the capability to achieve this, I would be eager to assist. Alas, it is regrettable that there are no shortcuts in the production of dancing powder, thus making it impossible to remedy that 100-ton deficit in a short span of time." Cobra, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Therefore, before the afternoon transaction commences, we can already ascertain that we will be unable to present a sufficient quantity of goods." "Ha ha ha, so we are the ones to break faith first?" Although Crocodile chuckled, his expression grew unusually grave. "In facing the Golden Lion, we have become the party at a disadvantage. What actions the Golden Lion may take in response remain unpredictable." "Precisely." Cobra rose, placing his hands firmly on the conference table, and spoke in a grave tone. "Thus, I have gathered you all here to ensure that you are adequately prepared." At this declaration, the expressions of the 4 individuals at the table diverged into 2 distinct reactions. Lynn and Crocodile remained composed, seemingly having anticipated Cobra's remarks. However, Bell and Jocko were momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of the preparations. Cobra took a deep breath and slowly stated, "The preparations for war." After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, awaiting lunch before setting off to engage in trade with the legendary Golden Lion. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at Crocodile's quarters. Despite Crocodile having locked the door, Lynn effortlessly twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Hey, you madman. You don't intend to start a fight with me before the trade, do you?" To his surprise, Lynn's demeanor was remarkably stable at that moment. "Of course not. For we are about to confront the fabled pirate. Having an extra hand in battle can only be advantageous," Lynn replied, shaking his head thoughtfully as he found a place to sit. "I merely wish to pose a question." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "What if I choose not to answer?" "Then we commence battle. right now. Please, ask your question. Did you have a hand in that 100 tons of dancing powder? Lynn inquired. Absolutely not. That was indeed an accident, Crocodile responded, shaking his head. Then were those rumors you disseminated? Lynn pressed further. At this, Crocodile suddenly broke into a grin. Yes. But not entirely. Lynn furrowed her brow, pondering the implications. Lynn Barek, you remarked last night that Alabastan is a resilient nation. So I decided to put it to the test. Yet, the outcome was beyond even my expectations. Crocodile chuckled. Last night, I visited a bar in Albana and shared the same rumor with just 3 individuals. To my astonishment, after a few hours of fermentation, it evolved into such a myriad of variations. Is that not amusing? What did you say? Lynn pressed for clarification. Crocodile replied. I merely stated that before the nation was sealed off, that Alabastan ship setting sail was laden with treasures. Lynn was taken aback. Is that all? Just that. Crocodile's response left Lynn in a state of confusion. Could a mere piece of false information give rise to such an abundance of outrageous rumors? Indeed. Crocodile nodded and smiled, saying, Lynn, have you ever heard a proverb? What is it? 1,000-mile dike may collapse due to an ant's nest. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, continued slowly. I acknowledge that Alabasta is indeed a vast and cohesive nation, yet even the most formidable dam can succumb to the smallest of ant holes. Observing Lynn deep in thought, Crocodile added with a smile, your fist cannot crush an ant. I see now. You are absolutely correct. After listening to Crocodile's words, Lynn nodded and rose to take his leave. Seeing this, Crocodile laughed heartily. So, in the 3rd round, have I won? At this, Lynn also laughed and shook his head. Me? Lose? Don't be ridiculous. However, you are right. My fist indeed cannot crush an ant. Lynn waved his hand casually. Yet, just as Crocodile thought this was Lynn's bravado and prepared to mock him further, Lynn suddenly turned his body, his demeanor shifting to one of fierce and violent intensity. In that instant, Crocodile felt a chilling sensation. Lynn smiled and slowly remarked, Indeed, my fist cannot crush an ant, but it can certainly strike a lion. After his encounter with Crocodile, Lynn returned to his chamber. He seated himself on the bed, inhaling deeply as he relaxed his body and adjusted his state of mind. Just as Cobra had previously indicated, the absence of 100 tons of dance powder would inevitably remain unaddressed in a timely manner. They could only engage in trade with the Golden Lion using a mere 900 tons of insufficient dance powder. Thus, no one could foresee how the Golden Lion would respond. In the most favorable scenario, the Golden Lion might disregard the deficit of 100 tons of dance powder or deduct a portion of the payment as a penalty for breach of contract. Conversely, in the worst-case scenario, Cobra had explicitly stated, war. Confronted with the void of 100 tons, the legendary pirate who once single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford would unleash his fury upon everyone present. At that juncture, every individual in Alabasta, be it Cobra, Lynn, Crocodile, or indeed every resident of Alabasta, would be compelled to confront the retribution of the Golden Lion. One can only hope that the situation does not escalate to that point. Lynn let out a gentle sigh. The Golden Lion Shiki, a user of the flying fruit of the Superman lineage, possessed a power that was both simple and pure. Not only could he soar through the skies, but he could also manipulate all inanimate objects that he had touched. Through this extraordinary ability, the Golden Lion could command his ship to navigate through the heavens, conjure floating islands, and mold the very earth into walls that enveloped Alabasta. It could be said that if he so desired, utterly annihilating Alabasta would pose little challenge for him. However, dwelling on such thoughts proved futile, and Lynn began to meditate quietly. After approximately half an hour, a knock at the door roused him from his reverie. Upon opening the door, Lynn beheld Icarus accompanied by a retinue of attendants, along with Princess Vivi. Mr. Lynn, I apologize for the intrusion, Icarus bowed respectfully, following the king's orders. We have come to assist you in changing your attire. Lynn was taken aback, pondering, what is this? Ikarim elucidated, considering that the afternoon's transaction involves the royal family. Your esteemed identity as the escort of the king of Alabasta necessitates formal attire. In any negotiation, the parties should stand on equal footing, and first impressions hold significant weight. Thus, an appropriate outfit will facilitate the smooth progression of the transaction. After a moment's reflection, Ikarim added, of course, given the current circumstances, it would be best if everything proceeds without a hitch. Lynn lowered his gaze to his attire, a garment gifted to him by Marquino from the town shop during his time in Windmill Village. Despite frequent laundering, the outfit had become somewhat worn after enduring the lengthy voyage. Attending the transaction dressed thus would indeed render him less imposing than the Golden Lion at first glance. Considering it was Cobra's intent, Lynn pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, my size is rather large. Do you have anything that would fit me? Rest assured, Ikelam replied, turning to introduce the attendants behind him, all of whom were master tailors from the palace, capable of crafting a suit tailored to your physique. Ready before the afternoon transaction. Should you have any specific requests regarding the attire, feel free to convey them to them. That would be quite troublesome, Lynn smiled broadly. Merely my duty, Ikelam nodded, leaving 5 tailors behind while taking the others with him, presumably heading to Crocodile's chamber, as the Sand Crocodile would likely require a respectable outfit as well. Once Ikelam departed, the group of tailors entered the room, requesting Lynn to rise and extend his arms. Then busily commenced their work, employing various tools to measure him from all angles. Could we use a fabric that allows for ease of movement? Lynn inquired. Of course. The lead tailor chuckled. I have been in this profession for decades. I possess the discernment needed. The fabric will balance aesthetics, elasticity, and durability, ensuring it does not hinder your movements. Subsequently, Lynn shared his envisioned style for the outfit with the lead tailor, who offered several suggestions for improvement. Meanwhile, Lynn noticed Vivi had not departed with Ikelam but stood quietly to the side, her expression contemplative. Is something troubling you? Lynn asked. Mr. Lynn. Vivi pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Will Alabasta truly become embroiled in war? Who can say? Lynn responded. All we can do is prepare for battle. As your father advised. Yes, I am aware of my father's words, yet they are precisely what concerns me, Vivi murmured, biting her lip. Father has always taught me that war is a brutal affair, claiming innocent lives. We must not allow Alabasta to descend into chaos. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Lynn gestured for the tailors to pause their work, then knelt beside her, gently ruffling her hair. Listen, little princess. Lynn spoke softly. The capability to mobilize the entire nation to produce 1,000 tons of dancing powder is a testament to the greatness of Alabastan as a nation, and to its remarkable people. Your father is indeed a great king. Vivi was momentarily taken aback, but he continued, at such a tender age. You have already grasped the preciousness of life. This is truly commendable. Lynn crouched down, pressing her forehead against Vivi's. However, dear princess of Alabasta, future sovereign, remember this, a great nation should cherish peace, yet not shy away from war. When friends arrive, we shall offer fine wine. When enemies approach, we must draw our swords. This embodies the indomitable spirit of its people and the nation they constitute, resolute and unyielding. So, behold the future of this country. After imparting these words, Lynn rose and continued to assist the tailors in taking measurements. Meanwhile, Vivi pondered for a moment before bowing to Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. She then hurriedly exited the room. The seamstress smiled and remarked, Mr. Lynn, it is truly fortuitous for Her Highness to encounter you upon the sea. However, Lynn shook his head. No, dear lady, you're mistaken. I am no good teacher. The seamstress was taken aback. Why is that? Because I was once a slave to the celestial dragons. Lynn spoke softly. My resistance springs from my anger, yet as the future queen of this nation, Vivi must not be swayed by my wrath. She must witness the world with her own eyes and tread the path of her own choosing. Having concluded her remarks, Lynn observed that the tailors had also completed their tasks. The seamstress, bowing slightly to Lynn, said, Well then, Mr. Lynn, I take back what I just said. With a smile, she continued, I must declare that you are truly an exceptional individual. Before lunch, the bespoke garments crafted for Lynn were delivered to his room. After Lynn donned the exquisite attire, she moved about slightly, marveling at the remarkable craftsmanship of the Alabastan tailor, designed for ease of movement during combat. The upper garment was a simple sleeveless shirt adorned with subtle desert-themed embellishments and feathers. The lower half consisted of trousers made from high-quality material, ensuring durability even during vigorous kicks and sprints. Furthermore, the tailors had crafted a special robe for Lynn, intended to shield her from the desert's harsh winds and scorching sun. Clad in this ensemble, she exuded both elegance and agility suitable for battle. Once she was dressed, the attendants, following Cobra's instructions, delivered a lunch sufficient for 10 people to Lynn's chamber. After her meal, Lynn received word and made her way to the palace gates. King Cobra, along with the 2 deputy commanders of the royal guard, Bel and Jaka, awaited her arrival. They too were attired in formal garments, their belts adorned with blades, signaling their readiness for any eventuality. After a brief interval, a gust of wind stirred the sands, and the grains coalesced into a humanoid form. The sand crocodile, had arrived. As a user of natural abilities, he did not need to prioritize mobility in combat. Thus, he retained his black fur coat, though beneath it, he wore a more formal black suit. Ah, it seems everyone is gathered, Crocodile remarked, a cigar perched in his mouth as he inquired of Cobra. So, my king, where shall our transaction take place? Cobra responded, according to the results of our negotiations with the Golden Lion. The transaction site is near the tomb of the former king of Alabasta, adjacent to Albana, easily reachable on foot. The warehouse for storing dance powder is located there as well. Crocodile nodded, flicking the ash from his cigar, and chuckled softly. The terrain there is open. Indeed a fitting battlefield for the Golden Lion. Indeed, yet the risks associated with an indoor transaction are significantly greater. The Golden Lion could easily employ his powers to demolish structures, entombing us alive, Cobra said, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. He continued slowly, thus. My esteemed colleagues, as I previously mentioned, I entrust this matter to you. Lynn cast a glance around, a hint of confusion in her voice as she inquired. Are we the only 5 individuals involved in this transaction? Cobra shook his head, explaining that a contingent of the royal army, numbering approximately 5,000, was stationed near the warehouse, tasked with guarding the dancing powder. We are responsible for negotiations, while they shall oversee the safety of the transaction site and the transportation of the dancing powder. Crocodile interjected with a smirk, alternatively, if you prefer. You could undertake the role of a porter all by yourself. Lynn grinned and remarked, "You are wearing the wrong attire. You should have donned a green outfit." Crocodile was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Thus, when I bury you in the ground, you will resemble a tree even more." Kabira, witnessing the impending conflict between the two, could only shake his head in resignation and divert the conversation, saying, "The time is nearly upon us. Let us set forth." Behind him, Belle and Jaka exchanged glances, cautioning Lynn and Crocodile, "Gentlemen, regardless of your grievances, please refrain from causing a commotion at the trading venue, for it concerns the fate of Alabasta." Upon hearing this, both Lynn and Crocodile paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Hee hee. "You are still unaware of who you are truly trading with, are you?" Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, gold-lined shiki, a relic from a bygone era. Lynn gazed up at the sky, marveling at the clear azure expanse of Alabasta, devoid of any sign of impending rain. The tempest might well be the only vulnerability of the Golden Lion, and one could scarcely fathom the terrifying ferocity that would erupt from such a formidable foe once liberated from this weakness. "Aha! It seems we shall have our hands full this afternoon," Lynn exclaimed with mirth. Upon hearing this exchange, Belle and Gaka were left perplexed. Kabira, standing beside them, patted his old companions on the shoulder, assuring them, "Do not worry. These two are not the kind to botch things up. As for you two, it would be wise to brace yourselves." Belle and Gaka were further bewildered, but when they turned to Kabira, they noticed an uncanny similarity in the demeanor of Kabira, Lynn, and Crocodile. Memories of Kabira's earlier words from the morning echoed in their minds. Moments later, the two vice-captains of the Alabasta Royal Guard, renowned as the Guardians of the Kingdom, finally discerned the commonality among the trio. Both Belle and Gaka harbored a flicker of hope that the Golden Lion might acquiesce to this unfavorable transaction and quietly depart from Alabasta. However, for Kabira, Lynn, and Crocodile, their fates were never entrusted to the benevolence of the Golden Lion. They were solely focused on what they could accomplish. Their singular preparation was for the inevitable conflict ahead. In the face of an adversary of the Golden Lion's caliber, both Lynn and Crocodile understood the necessity of maintaining utmost vigilance. Thus they would not squander their energy on trivial matters. "Icolum, the defense of Albana is entrusted to you. Additionally, instruct the royal troops across Alabasta to be ready for battle." Kabira commanded the captain of the royal guards, then turned his gaze toward Vivi. "Do not fret. Remain in Albana, and I shall return swiftly. Father, and everyone else, please take care." Vivi waved her hand at the 5 men as they bid farewell before the palace entrance. The quintet then commenced their journey toward the royal tomb of the former king, located near Albana. The distance was not great, taking approximately half an hour to traverse. The royal tomb was situated in a remarkably expansive and tranquil locale, far removed from the hustle and bustle of civilization, devoid of any structures. 5,000 royal troops stood in formation, weapons at the ready. Behind them lay the 900 tons of dancing powder intended for the transaction. Crocodile knelt to scoop a handful of sand from the ground, chuckling softly. "This is indeed a splendid location, perfectly suited for my purposes." Kabira remarked, "The choice of this site ensures that even in the event of conflict, the civilian populace remains unharmed. I have also instructed the royal troops from various regions to be on high alert, forming an extensive network. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will rush to the scene with utmost speed." "Indeed, you truly embody the essence of a king in Alabasta," Crocodile mused, puffing on his cigar. Kabira sighed, gently caressing the hilt of his sword, reminiscing, "In my youth, I led fleets to eradicate numerous pirates, yet alas, time is unforgiving." Lynn surveyed the surroundings, appreciating the expansive view. Upon checking the time, he realized that the moment for the transaction was fast approaching, yet no sign of life was in sight. "How is the Golden Lion supposed to arrive?" Lynn inquired. Cobra shook his head, indicating that he too was in the dark. Just then, both Lynn and Crocodile felt a peculiar sensation in their ears, as if they had caught a sound. "Above us!" they exclaimed in unison, their gazes shifting skyward. A small dark spot emerged in the clear blue sky, rapidly enlarging into a colossal boulder, approximately several dozen meters in diameter. Belle's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it a meteorite?" "No, it's merely an ordinary stone." Lynn's gaze was resolute, poised to leap forth and shatter the colossal boulder. However, Crocodile suddenly intervened, pushing Lynn aside with a furrowed brow and stating, "If such a massive stone were to be shattered, the ensuing fragments would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Stand back." Immediately, Crocodile knelt, placing his hands upon the ground to invoke the powers of the sand fruit. Erosion cycle. The desiccating force permeated the point of impact of the boulder, transforming the surrounding soil into a vast, sunken expanse of quicksand. Thus, even when the boulder struck the ground, its impact would be significantly mitigated by the cushioning effect of the quicksand, preventing substantial destruction. Barely half a second after the quicksand pit formed, the boulder plummeted. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the point of impact emitted no sound whatsoever, nor was there any tremor, only the dust raised by the wind pressure of its descent. Lynn raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at Crocodile beside her. "Was this your doing?" she inquired. Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled, "What an exaggerated old fool." Lynn cast another glance, unable to suppress the contraction of his pupils. Before him lay a colossal stone, its diameter spanning several meters, which astonishingly revealed itself to be an island. Subsequently, the earth comprising the island gradually morphed, ultimately transforming into a staircase. Against the backdrop of light, at the staircase's apex, an opulent and exquisite throne awaited, upon which a figure sat. As the swirling dust settled, accompanied by a symphony of metallic clinks, the figure rose, descending the steps one by one. Simultaneously, an exaggerated laughter erupted from the man. Ha ha ha. What a splendid view. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Choked again. Cough cough. Suddenly, an island descended from the heavens. Just before it collided with the ground, it halted midair, a raucous laughter echoing from above. Ha ha ha. A silhouette emerged from the throne atop the island, arms outstretched, laughter penetrating the rising dust, resonating in the ears of all present. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Choked again. Cough cough. Hey, Indigo, think of something. I'm choking to death. Wait, are you still up there on the island? Oh right, I can manage it myself. After a bout of inexplicable soliloquy, the figure waved his hand, and the heaps of leaves on the island coalesced, resembling a fan, gently fanning the surroundings. With a whoosh, a tempest arose, lifting the sand from the ground. The atmosphere transformed into a sandstorm, visibility plummeting. And even the slightest opening of one's mouth could result in a mouthful of sand. Cough cough cough. My eyes are blinded. Why choose such a place for a transaction? It's infuriating. The figure waved his hands repeatedly, maneuvering the entire island several meters to the left, finally escaping the sandy haze. A somewhat disheveled man emerged into view. A half-ship's helm adorned his head, he donned an orange-yellow robe, and his golden hair cascaded freely. Most strikingly, he lacked legs, replaced instead by two gleaming swords. Any swordmaster or blade enthusiast present would instantly recognize these two swords as the renowned Sakura Ten and Mokuke. Thus, even though the man was likely shedding half a pound of sand, none dared to mock him, for he was one of the legends of these seas, a living myth. The Golden Lion Shiki. Yet, the manner of his entrance left the onlookers at a loss for words. Upon reflection, perhaps this was merely the peculiar whimsy of the strong. The Golden Lion shook off the sand from his clothing and, utilizing his powers, commanded the island to create a staircase leading from the throne to the ground. The twin swords he used as prosthetics clanged rhythmically against the steps as he descended gracefully, approaching the crowd. He first turned his gaze towards Cobra, arms wide, breaking into a broad grin. Ha ha ha. Cobra, it has been nearly a month. How have you fared? Cobra chuckled helplessly, replying, I've been working tirelessly with the nation's people to produce dancing powder overnight, rather sleep-deprived. Ha ha ha. Truly arduous work. The Golden Lion crossed his arms and laughed heartily. But fret not. I am a man of my word. Once the transaction concludes, I shall provide you with additional rewards, ensuring you do not incur any losses. Thank you, Cobra began, intending to candidly inform the Golden Lion about the 100 tons of dancing powder he required. But the Golden Lion's attention was evidently diverted by others. His gaze shifted to Lynn and Crocodile, who stood beside Cobra, grinning, if I am not mistaken. The wall I created was shattered by both of you little rascals, correct? Upon hearing this, Lynn and Crocodile stepped forward, nodding. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Golden Lion then turned to his left, laughing, the one smoking a cigar. You must be Crocodile, the young lad who joined the 7 warlords. What do you intend to accomplish with the powers granted by the world government? Just be careful not to let them put a collar around your neck. Then he glanced to his right. And you, Lynn Barrick, how fortunate to escape unscathed after attacking the celestial dragons. I quite fancy reckless men. You pique my interest. With a slight frown, Lynn tightened his hidden fist beneath his robe. Yet the Golden Lion continued to laugh. Worry not. Even if you assaulted my subordinates, I shall not seek vengeance. After all, the most intriguing aspect of these seas is the strong. I am quite lenient towards true power. However, just as Lynn and Crocodile began to relax, the Golden Lion shifted his tone, grinning. But are you truly powerful, or merely a fade? I believe I must verify this personally. As his words settled, the Golden Lion abruptly clasped his hands together, striking them forcefully. In that instant, the floating island behind him cleaved in two. Take this as my token of respect for the self-proclaimed strong. The Golden Lion bellowed, arms outstretched, hands clenching tightly. The two landmasses instantly warped, transforming into two lion heads, which then opened their mouths, unleashing two colossal earthen spears nearly 2 meters in diameter. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion roared with laughter, thrusting his hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The enormous spears surged forth, aimed directly at Lynn and Crocodile. The Golden Lion's demeanor shifted rapidly. But the speed of this assault was noticeably slow, evidently granting Lynn and Crocodile ample time to react. Crocodile furrowed his brow, cigar in mouth, coldly remarking, TCH. The old monster. Lynn collided his fists, producing a dull thud, and grinned broadly, exclaiming, come on. Immediately, 2 colossal spears struck the 2 individuals almost simultaneously. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed alongside the boisterous laughter of the Golden Lion, who skillfully manipulated the giant spears to accelerate further. Ha ha ha, let me see your capabilities. Hearing the Golden Lion's taunt, Crocodile furrowed his brow and seized the tip of one spear with his right hand. The impact from the flotation fruit was immense, causing Crocodile to slide back several steps, despite his feet remaining planted. Concurrently, the sand fruit's power activated. Erosion cycle. The desiccating force rapidly spread across the spear, absorbing all moisture and causing it to disintegrate inch by inch, losing its cohesion. Subsequently, Crocodile swung his right hand forcefully, conjuring a miniature sandstorm. Sand tempest. The swirling storm of sand scattered the loose earth, intertwining Crocodile's sand with the debris, liberating them entirely from the Golden Lion's control. Crocodile gasped heavily, recognizing that while the Golden Lion had not fully committed, the force of this attack was still formidable. Truly a remarkable monster. Crocodile mused, patiently awaiting Lynn's next move. After all, a person so adept at mockery could not possibly miss an opportunity to exploit the situation. However, after several seconds of silence, Crocodile looked up to find Lynn. Along Lynn grinned, his tongue flicking over the dripping blood, and slowly growled, "Now, it is my turn." The onlookers watched in astonishment as Lynn displayed no semblance of defense, allowing the Golden Lion strike to land squarely upon his head. Even the Golden Lion himself, after a brief moment of surprise, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a madman. Subsequently, Lynn maneuvered the spear, crafted from earth and stone, with a deft motion of his arms, redirecting its trajectory. The spear's range of impact was considerable, and both his forehead and nose bore varying degrees of bleeding. Lynn braced himself with one hand gripping the long spear, while the other hand pinched one nostril shut. With a gentle exhale, he expelled the congealed blood from his nose. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Crocodile remarked with a composed expression, speaking in a low voice. "You possess the ability to effortlessly neutralize such an attack. Was it necessary to endure it head-on?" Lynn gazed at Crocodile and burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What a splendid gift from the legends. It would be a shame not to accept it." In response, Crocodile chose to ignore Lynn, muttering something under his breath, likely dismissing him as a madman, incomprehensible and irrational. Inside the restaurant, the young man, undeterred, raised the long spear. Gripping it firmly with both hands, one hand positioned in front and the other behind, he stepped forward with his left foot, adopting a stance akin to a bowman preparing to hurl his projectile. "Hey, Golden Lion, this is my token of appreciation." Upon hearing Lynn's words, the Golden Lion spread his arms wide, offering no defense, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Come on, little brat, I'm ready for you." Before his laughter faded, Lynn shouted and leaned back, channeling all his strength into the spear, launching it toward the Golden Lion with tremendous force. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, its speed rivaling that of the Golden Lion's own throws. However, the spear remained under the influence of the float fruit, prompting the Golden Lion to merely shift his thoughts, causing the spear to halt mere inches from the tip of his nose. "Ha! Little brat, your gesture lacks power." The Golden Lion chuckled. Yet, when he turned to look at Lynn again, he was taken aback to find Lynn soaring high, leaping toward the spear's end, delivering a powerful kick to its rear. At the moment Lynn's foot connected with the spear's tail, a previously inaudible momentum erupted violently. In a state of readiness, he unleashed his heroic skill, Mighty Dragon's Tail. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as the spear was propelled forward by Lynn's kick. Just moments ago, the spear had been less than an inch from the Golden Lion, and even the float fruit's powers struggled to negate Lynn's extraordinary strength at such a close range. Thus, reminiscent of when Lynn had caught the spear with his head, its tip collided forcefully with the Golden Lion's face, causing the latter to tremble, yet not retreat an inch. Clenching his fists tightly, the Golden Lion grinned, allowing blood to trickle from his forehead and nose. Witnessing this, Lynn's pupils constricted sharply as he leveraged the momentum to step back and stabilize his stance. At that very moment, the Golden Lion extended his arms, and the spear that had struck his visage was disassembled by his powers, reverting to its original earthy form. "You madman!" Crocodile roared. "You strike before negotiations even begin. Are you intent on waging war with the Golden Lion?" Beside him, Kabura rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Though he had anticipated that the negotiations might not conclude amicably, he had not expected the Golden Lion to act before even inspecting the goods. Even more surprising was Lynn's willingness to retaliate. Yet, what astonished Kabura and the others present the most was that the bloodied Golden Lion not only showed no anger but instead opened his arms wide and burst into laughter. "Aha! It has been ages since I've had such fun. Lynn Barrick, I graciously accept your token." The Golden Lion casually wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, lifting his chin to gaze at the tense Kabura, feeling even more delighted. "What? Did you think I would be upset? I am quite magnanimous toward the strong," he continued. "Now, Lynn Barrick, let us share a few drinks." After hearing Lynn's words, he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall endeavor to drink aboard your ship. It's a promise." The Golden Lion was in high spirits, launching himself into the air, landing near a pile of dancing powder. He deftly sliced open a bag with his dagger, extracting a handful of the powder to scrutinize its quality. Moments later, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. The quality of the goods is outstanding. Alabasta indeed keeps its promises, and there's no need for your assistance in transporting the cargo. I shall handle it myself." With a touch of his hand, he activated the powers of the float fruit, causing the bags of dancing powder to soar into the sky. The Golden Lion swept over cart after cart of goods, absorbing every bag into his control. Yet, when he levitated the last cart, the smile on his face froze. Hey, what is going on? The golden lion flew over to Cobra, his brow furrowed. Am I to believe I cannot check the weight of the goods? How is it possible that there is 100 tons of dancing powder missing? Hearing this, Cobra could only brace himself and inform the golden lion about the unfortunate loss of the last 100 tons of dancing powder. The latter's expression remained unchanged as he slowly replied, listen, this transaction is fair and during the agreed time frame. I expect every ounce of the goods to be delivered without exception. Do you understand? Cobra sighed. Then please grant us a few more days within the negotiated time frame. The golden lion insisted, no, it must be within the agreed time. Cobra, with a furrowed brow, responded, we can forego our payment and even offer some compensation. Compensation? The golden lion raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He recalled Indigo's complaints about the lack of natural terrain on floating islands suitable for beast evolution experiments, particularly the scarcity of deserts. Artificial deserts were inadequate. Only naturally formed ones would suffice. With this in mind, the golden lion grinned broadly. Ha ha ha. In that case, compensation is acceptable. Cobra's heart leaped at this, and he smiled. Then the Nefertari family is willing to provide additional compensation. However, before Cobra could finish, the golden lion abruptly shook his head. Who needs money? Do I lie for coins? He pointed to the ground, declaring, what I seek is this. Cobra looked at his gesture, puzzled. The golden lion clarified, I require some naturally formed desert terrain for my floating island. If you wish to compensate me, then grant me a portion of Alabasta's land. Just a 10th to a 20th will suffice. Cobra inquired, is there no other way to resolve this? No, it's settled. The golden lion answered with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Cobra's smile slowly faded. You wish to take a part of Alabasta's territory? Indeed, the golden lion nodded. His mood buoyant, showing no intention of making things difficult for the king before him. With a deep breath, Cobra slowly replied, very well, let us go to war. Splendid. Wait a moment, the golden lion paused, frowning. What did you just say? Cobra drew the twin swords from his waist, facing the golden lion with unwavering resolve. This is Alabasta. Every inch of land bears the blood of its people. You seek to seize a part of it from us? I'm sorry, but that is absolutely impossible. He raised his sword, aiming it at the hovering golden lion, his voice a thunderous roar echoing. Not an inch shall be yielded. If you wish for war, then let it come. The declaration resonated in the ears of all present. Hearing this, the golden lion raised an eyebrow, pulled out a cigar, lit it silently, and took a deep puff before slowly speaking. Hey, king, have you lost your mind from day drinking? No, Cobra shook his head. With a puff of smoke, the golden lion flicked the cigar into the air, then clenched his right hand fiercely. Zzz. The still glowing cigar was instantly twisted and torn apart, the scattered tobacco raining down as it fell past the golden lion's grim visage. Since you aren't drunk, then don't speak nonsense to amuse me. He ground out through clenched teeth. Let us not forget who first broke the trust. A full 10th of the dancing powder is missing. Haven't I been generous enough with you? The furious lion exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. Yet Cobra stood unflinching. Of course, the fault lies with us, he acknowledged. Regardless of the reasons, we cannot provide the required amount of goods. Thus, we are willing to forego our payment and offer you compensation. Compensation? Perfect. The golden lion roared. I want no coins, nor berries. I merely seek a small piece of your land, even if it's a worthless desert. Is that truly too much to ask? It is, Cobra replied slowly, his tone unwavering and resolute. Mr. Shiki, understand this. Some things in this world cannot be measured in gold. At this, the golden lion idly rubbed his fingers together, nonchalantly responding, even if it costs you your lives? Cobra nodded exactly. Upon hearing Cobra's response, the golden lion burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. He then turned to the assembled royal army. Hey, your king has lost his senses. Willing to wage war over a mere scrap of land. Are you all prepared to accompany him to death? A profound silence followed. With none of the royal army voicing dissent, they merely stood steadfast. Gradually, the collective resolve of the 5,000 royal soldiers converged at the tip of Cobra's sword. They were the royal army of Alabasta, and Cobra was their recognized king. Thus, wherever the king's sword pointed, there lay their allegiance. Observing this scene, the golden lion raised an eyebrow in disappointment, descending back to the ground and positioning himself about 100 meters from Cobra. Honestly, I do admire courageous warriors, but the golden lion let out a soft sigh, a wave of oppressive aura enveloping him, distorting the very space around him. Do not put your luck, he roared furiously. Arms outstretched. At that moment, dozens of massive crossbow bolts, long prepared in the distance, were released with a command, soaring towards the golden lion. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, the golden lion detected the giant crossbow bolts. He crouched down and forcefully struck the ground, extending the power of the float fruit beneath his feet. Instantly, shields made of sand rose from all directions, intercepting the bolts. Ha ha ha. Did you really think you could defeat me with a sneak attack? You underestimate me far too much. Just as the golden lion finished his proclamation, a peculiar odor invaded his nostrils, accompanied by a rustling sound near his ears. Startled, He looked up to find that the tips of the crossbow bolts were affixed with explosives, and the fuses were already ignited. Boom. The fuse burned out. And the next moment brought an explosion. The deafening blast reverberated painfully in the ears of everyone present, while the smoke obscured the scene at the epicenter of the explosion. Did it work? The soldiers of the Royal Army focused intently on the heart of the smoke, not daring to relax for a moment. Meanwhile, another group was observing the battlefield before the tomb of the former king of Alabasta from thousands of meters away on the floating island of the flying pirate crew. Members of the crew fixated on the screen of their observation telescope, their eyes glued to the cloud of smoke that erupted from the explosion. One crew member hurriedly grabbed his sword, preparing to rush out. The ship's doctor, Indigo, noticed and performed a series of gestures. When the crew member remained oblivious, Indigo spoke up. Where do you think you're going? Oh, you can talk? The crew member replied, waving his hand toward the screen. The captain is under attack. Shouldn't we go help him? Help? Does the captain need help? Indigo retorted. I know he's strong, but his opponent is a nation. Upon hearing this, Indigo shook his head helplessly. Hey, you must be new here. The crew member nodded. I knew it, Indigo sighed, reminding him, as the newcomer, you'd best remember one thing. What is it? The new crew member asked, puzzled. Indigo patted his shoulder and said slowly, don't forget whose ship you're on. Boom. A second explosion resounded. But this time it was not caused by the explosives. Rather, it emanated from within the center of the blast. The ground heaved. And the Golden Lion's figure emerged from the smoke, standing atop the upheaval. He spread his arms wide, then clenched his fists. Dozens of earthen spears shot up from the ground, reflecting towards the giant crossbow platforms, shattering them one after another. Ha ha ha. I am the Golden Lion. One spear after another plunged into the ranks of the Royal Army, disrupting their formation despite their ample preparation. Ha ha ha. You wanted to fight me? Come on. Regroup. Form ranks. Cobra commanded, and the Royal Army quickly reorganized. Witnessing this, the Golden Lion could not help but exclaim, what a fine nation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he aimed at Cobra's position, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, his legs functioning like twin swords. Ha ha ha. Cobra. I'll leave you with just one arm. He then unleashed a slicing attack. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the Golden Lion looked on, slightly astonished. Cobra had managed to horizontally raise his sword, barely deflecting the strike. This was unexpected. The sword was not merely ornamental. The king of Alabasta possessed remarkable swordsmanship. The Golden Lion marveled. Though he was indeed one of the sword masters of the seas, his earlier slash had not been executed with full prowess. Yet even an ordinary swordsman would struggle to withstand it. However, while Cobra managed to block it, he did so with great difficulty. His palms cracked from the impact. Gritting his teeth as he declared, don't underestimate me. I've trained in the court swordsmanship of Alabasta for many years. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared at the Golden Lion's sides. Whoosh. One to the left, one to the right. Crocodile gathered sand into a blade. Lynn clenched his right fist. The blade and the fist aimed simultaneously at the Golden Lion's head. In that instant, the Golden Lion displayed an excited grin and bellowed, come on. If one were to liken the entire battle to a lavish Western meal, then the descending island served as the appetizer. The Golden Lion's initial probing of Lynn and Crocodile constituted the soup course. Cobra's declaration of war against the Golden Lion represented the fish course. The Golden Lion's single-handed confrontation with the Royal Army of Alabasta was the meat course, and now it was time for the main course. The Golden Lion leaped forward with a sword, intending to sever Cobra's arm, but Cobra managed to block it with his longsword. In that moment, Lynn and Crocodile appeared beside the Golden Lion, one to the left and one to the right. Crocodile transformed his right hand into a sand-bladed scimitar, while Lynn relaxed his body, entering a stance of readiness. Both aimed their attacks at the Golden Lion's head simultaneously. Yet, upon witnessing this, the Golden Lion revealed an exhilarated smile and shouted, come on. Then, manipulating his abilities, he spun in midair, as his legs, Sakura and Moku, traced two elegant arcs. Whoosh. The twin swords glimmered with sharp radiance, slicing towards Lynn and Crocodile. The former exaggeratedly leaned back to evade the strike, while the latter, utilizing the power of the sand fruit, transformed his neck in advance, allowing the slash to pass through harmlessly. Ha ha ha. Not bad. The Golden Lion flipped and landed securely on the ground. He then extended his hand towards Lynn and Crocodile, laughing heartily. As I said before, I don't dislike strong opponents. If both of you are willing to join my pirate crew, I'll wipe the slate clean. What do you say? Not interested. Lynn cracked his neck and turned to Crocodile with a grin. Hey, are you going to accept his offer? Crocodile's flying head transformed back into sand, returning to his neck before solidifying. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, if you make me captain, I might consider it. Ha ha ha. No problem, just say it. I don't mind strong opponents. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. But then his laughter abruptly ceased, a sinister grin appearing on his face. But I also said, don't take advantage of me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Golden Lion spread his arms wide and slammed his hands down onto the ground. Bang! A subtle wave of energy rippled outward. Gradually, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble, echoing like an earthquake. The rumbling intensified, and some began to lose their balance. Crocodile crouched low to steady himself, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "What on earth has that old monster done?" Lynn's eyes remained fixated on the ground, perpetually vigilant of the golden lion's movements. Suddenly, he noticed something and leapt backward with great force, distancing himself from his previous position. In that very moment, a resounding crash echoed as a towering wave of earth, akin to a column of water, surged skyward. Crocodile also swiftly utilized his elemental transformation to retreat, just as a second wave of earth erupted from the spot he had just vacated. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Dozens of earth waves erupted like fountains, as if the very ground itself had been upheaved by the golden lion. Lynn and Crocodile found themselves amidst the chaos, catching sight of the golden lion, who was laughing heartily with his arms wide open, amidst the billowing waves of earth. Ha ha ha. Behold the might of the old man. His terrifying power unleashed indiscriminate devastation, affecting even the distant cobra and the king's army. They attempted to rush forward to assist, but were forced to retreat repeatedly by the overwhelming force of the earth waves. Noticing this, the golden lion was eager to taunt them further, yet suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his head. Ugh! The golden lion's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively clutched his head, muttering under his breath, "TSK, why is it acting up now? The medicine is still with Indigo." What a hassle. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lynn and Crocodile, who, though unable to hear the golden lion's mutterings, clearly saw the agony etched on his face. The golden lion, aware of their observation, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and sneered, "You two little brats don't think you've discovered a way to defeat me, do you? I am the golden lion." With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fists once more, transforming the soaring earth waves into a multitude of lion-shaped mounds, launching them towards Lynn and Crocodile. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lion heads, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, crashed down upon the two. After shattering several lion heads, they soon realized that these heads could regenerate, converging upon them at an even swifter pace. Gradually, their ability to destroy the lion heads could not keep pace with the relentless regeneration. An increasing number of mounds encircled them, until they were ultimately engulfed. Lion's might, earthbound prison. By the time the golden lion's fists were fully clenched, the tumultuous earth had ceased its rolling, and the figures of Lynn and Crocodile were nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by two towering lion head mounds. Did I take care of them? My head aches. The golden lion lamented, wishing to ascend back to his floating island for medication, when he suddenly sensed a disturbance within one of the mounds. He observed as the mound rapidly lost its moisture, cracking visibly until it disintegrated into a heap of scattered sand. Crocodile's figure slowly emerged from the sand, surveying the disarray around him, stroking the golden hook of his left hand, and frowning. What an exaggerated old monster. Why not just die quietly and impel down and become a legend? Haha, I can go wherever I please. The golden lion laughed, eyeing another mound. It seems the other one has been buried alive by me. However, Crocodile shook his head, sighing, while I too wish for him to be dealt with by you. I find it hard to fathom a prison capable of containing him. Just then, a muffled thud resonated from within the mound that entombed Lynn, followed by another. Then a third, and finally a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds grew closer and louder, culminating in a thunderous crash as a fist burst through the mound, followed by another fist, then 2 feet, until the entire mound exploded. And Lynn emerged triumphantly from the earth. Dusting off the debris clinging to him, Lynn exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow, what an imposing move." "See?" Crocodile shrugged, lighting a new cigar, and coldly remarked to the golden lion, "Hey, by the way, what I just witnessed was truly astonishing. TSK, how dull." The golden lion was poised to strike again, but the searing pain in his head slowed his movements. It was this slight delay that allowed Crocodile to act first, slamming his right hand onto the ground, activating the powers of the sand fruit. Erosion cycle. This unique, wide-range attack of the natural sand fruit caused the ground to crack upon contact, draining the moisture from all living beings and objects it touched, gradually spreading outwards and transforming everything into a desert. Previously, this technique had caused significant trouble for Lynn. This time, Crocodile unleashed it with full force, extending its impact even to the distant king's army. Lynn, witnessing the situation, interjected, 8001, "You've entangled your own people. They are merely in the way." Crocodile's gaze was fixated on the distant golden lion, and he bellowed back at Lynn, "At this moment, what does it matter about others? Did you not see? That ancient monster seems to have relapsed." At this juncture, Crocodile harbored but one thought, to take advantage of his ailment and seize his life. Upon discovering that Alabasta held secrets regarding the ancient weapon, Pluto, Crocodile devised a plan. He intended to leverage his status as a warlord to establish a foothold within Alabasta, assisting the nation in eradicating surrounding pirate forces to safeguard the coastal waters. In doing so, he would gradually elevate his standing in the eyes of the Alabastans, ultimately becoming a hero in their hearts. Simultaneously, he would clandestinely build his own power base, and once his reputation reached a certain zenith, he would incite discord between the citizens and the king, igniting a conflict between the two. Subsequently, under the guise of a hero, he would eliminate the king, seamlessly assuming control of the nation and its deepest secrets. To evade the scrutiny of the world government regarding his machinations, Crocodile needed to meticulously advance his entire scheme. ensuring that events unfolded naturally. He possessed ample patience to see it through. Prior to the arrival of the Golden Lion in Alabasta, the sole challenge of the plan lay in Crocodile's need for an individual capable of deciphering the historical texts, enabling him to fully comprehend the ancient weapon. However, upon the emergence of the Golden Lion, a secondary complication arose, not due to the Golden Lion himself, whose intentions were merely to gather dance powder, rather than concerning the nation or Pluto. The true second obstacle was that man, Lynn, any adversary with a clear purpose. Crocodile is confident that he can manipulate them with his intellect. For instance, the Golden Lion's demand for dancing powder and Cobra's desire to protect the nation of Alabasta. Yet, the man named Lynn remains an enigma to Crocodile. It is this uncertainty that breeds an unsettling sense of losing control over his plans. And now, this agitation has culminated into an irksome reality. The Golden Lion and Cobra, the flying sky pirates in Alabasta. War has commenced. How troublesome, merely a piece of land. Why not just give it to him? Crocodile furrowed his brow, muttering curses under his breath. If I retreat now, Cobra will never trust me again. And all my prior preparations will be in vain. There is no choice but to forge ahead. While evading the Golden Lion's attacks, Crocodile silently contemplated the unfolding battle. The Alabasta royal army was as useless as trash, offering no assistance whatsoever. As for Cobra, it was a miracle if he could withstand a casual strike from the Golden Lion. What more could he expect from him? The remaining two Zoan-type devil fruit users? They were of limited use, often reduced to mere punching bags. Ultimately, after much calculation, Crocodile arrived at the most vexing conclusion. Among the thousands present, the only one capable of standing against the Golden Lion alongside him was Lynn. However, after a brief exchange, Crocodile recognized that even with Lynn's support, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage against that legendary figure. Until just now, Crocodile witnessed the Golden Lion's headache flare up. The powers of the float fruit momentarily spiraling out of control, even his own haki seemed to wane. In that instant, the sand alligator realized his opportunity had arrived. Strike while the iron is hot. If he could eliminate the Golden Lion, he would emerge as a hero in Alabasta, earning accolades even from the Navy, thus propelling his plans to seize the Pluto even further. Realizing this, Crocodile slammed his right hand onto the ground, unleashing the full extent of his sand fruit powers. Erosion cycle. The withering ability spread across the land, transforming everything into quicksand. Even the distant royal soldiers were affected, with some half buried in the sand. Observing this, Lynn cautioned, 8001, you've ensnared your own men. They are a nuisance. Crocodile growled, forget about them. Did you not see? This is our only chance. If we do not eliminate the Golden Lion, we shall all perish. Gazing at the royal soldiers gradually consumed by the quicksand, Lynn twisted his neck and said solemnly, if you do not cease, I shall be forced to intervene. Enraged, Crocodile retorted, you would turn against me instead of confronting the Golden Lion? Lynn shook his head, declaring, no, I intend to strike both you and the Golden Lion. Crocodile, the madman, sighed internally once more. He then harnessed his powers, expelling the soldiers of the royal army who had been engulfed by the quicksand. He possessed the ability to do so, albeit at the cost of some stamina and concentration. Thus, in Crocodile's view, there was no reason to concern himself with those useless individuals who could offer no assistance. Unfortunately, Lynn clearly held a different perspective. Are you satisfied now? Crocodile furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze towards the Golden Lion, who was still clutching his head, desperately resisting the excruciating pain coursing through his mind. Crocodile let out a cold snicker as yellow sand swirled on his right hand, forming a small spiral of air aimed directly at the Golden Lion, which he then unleashed with force. Sandstorm. As the air current was released, it expanded rapidly, ultimately transforming into a formidable tempest that surged toward the Golden Lion. Seeing this, the Golden Lion, despite enduring the pain, manipulated the earth to create a thick shield that successfully blocked Crocodile's assault. Meanwhile, Lynn lunged forward, positioning himself behind the Golden Lion to deliver a powerful punch aimed at his back. The Golden Lion sidestepped the blow, retaliating by commanding a torrent of earth to strike Lynn from the side. Lynn swiftly turned and countered, dispersing the oncoming earthen wave with another punch. At that moment, the Golden Lion's right hand clenched tightly. Nothing happened, at least, that was the impression Lynn and Crocodile had. However, far above in the clouds, the massive floating island began to stir, accompanied by a deafening roar as it gradually descended. Was the captain attempting to pull the floating island back to the ground? Observing this, the members of the flying pirate crew hurriedly prepared. The floating island rarely descended on its own, and each landing required careful consideration of the structures and experimental creatures residing on it, demanding considerable effort. Yet the ship's doctor, Indigo, who should have been giving orders, was fixated on the screen before him. With specialized top-tier observation equipment, those on the floating island could clearly see every detail below. Indigo witnessed the captain clutching his head, and realization struck him like lightning. His old injury had flared up again. Damn it, he had just taken his medication, which should have lasted at least 3 days. Indigo felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating two possible causes. Either the captain was facing an overwhelmingly strong opponent, triggering his old injury, or the injury had worsened once more. The combination of these factors led to the early onset of the Golden Lion's ailment. We must deliver the medication to the captain at once. Indigo had already prepared the necessary remedies but could only fret helplessly as the enormous floating island, comparable in size to a small nation, moved with excruciating slowness. Surely, it would have been faster to send the pirate ship directly. So why did the captain insist on summoning this colossal floating island as well? Gazing at the screen, Indigo suddenly noticed a sinister grin creeping across the Golden Lion's lips. Having followed the Golden Lion for many years, he shivered at the sight. The madman's smile sent chills down his spine. What on earth is the captain planning? The island in the sky, known as the Sky Island, was no mere legend but a tangible reality. Adventurers, pirates, navy personnel, and merchants alike had all witnessed this island resting upon the clouds. Although it was not a true island but a unique formation of clouds, its sight was enough to leave those who beheld it in awe. The Golden Lion's floating island, however, was solid ground composed entirely of earth. Could one even fathom the spectacle of such a massive, tangible island plummeting from the clouds? A colossal island, weighing hundreds of millions of tons, hurtling toward the earth. This was a scenario that even science fiction writers would hesitate to employ. At this very moment, a floating island, half the size of the Alabasta kingdom, was breaking through the clouds, unleashing a thunderous roar as it descended from 10,000 meters above the kingdom of Alabasta. By the time the sound reached the ground, it had diminished to a faint noise. Only 3 individuals at the tomb of the former king of Alabasta could hear this faint disturbance amidst the chaotic battlefield: the Golden Lion, Lynn, and Crocodile. As the instigator, the Golden Lion felt no surprise, for he was the one orchestrating the floating island's descent upon Alabasta. Upon noticing the sound, both Lynn and Crocodile instinctively looked up to the sky before turning their gazes back to the Golden Lion. "Old monster, what on earth are you planning?" Crocodile growled. "Ha." The Golden Lion spread his hands from his head, erupting into laughter. "Desert brat, take a wild guess." On the other side, even Lynn could not suppress his widened eyes, as he vaguely discerned the source of the noise, a sound produced by the fall of an immense weight. It was high, colossal, heavy, and utterly absurd. The Golden Lion, that madman, wouldn't actually intend to use his floating island to crush Alabasta, would he? Such an idea had never crossed Lynn's mind. After all, the floating island was home to mutated beasts he had painstakingly researched for years. If the floating island collided with Alabasta, both would be annihilated, and the Golden Lion's hard work would be lost. There was no logical reason for him to pursue such an action. Yet, considering the Golden Lion's status as a remnant of the Rock's era, embodying both madness and ambition, who could truly predict his intentions? "Stop dawdling," Crocodile exclaimed, lighting a cigar once more. He had likely deduced what was generating the noise in the sky. After taking a drag, he spoke gravely. "I have devised a plan, and you must cooperate with me." "How fortuitous." Lynn twisted his wrist, producing a crisp crack. "I too have just thought of a plan. But you must cooperate with me as well." "At this juncture, you still wish to bicker with me?" Crocodile roared. Lynn broke into a smile, suggesting that they should share their methods and see whose was superior. Subsequently, both spoke simultaneously, their words slightly diverging. Before the floating island descended and crushed them, they echoed the identical 3 words: "Eliminate him." Whoosh. Bang. Crocodile became fully elemental, while Lynn planted his feet firmly on the ground, leaning forward as they both charged toward the Golden Lion. There is indeed a distinction between crashing and falling. When the floating island is under the influence of the float fruit, the Golden Lion can wield it like a meteor hammer, unleashing destruction far beyond that of a mere island's descent. Therefore, if they could eliminate the Golden Lion before he directed the island to strike Alabasta, the destructive force of the island's fall would be greatly diminished, at the very least sparing Alabasta from utter devastation. If circumstances were even more favorable, perhaps there might be a way to salvage the situation. And all of this hinged on a singular objective: eliminate the Golden Lion. Crocodile storm vortex coalesced once more, aimed fiercely at the Golden Lion. Sandstorm. The floating island, due to its immense size, required the Golden Lion to concentrate intently to maneuver it downwards quickly, leaving him with only a fraction of his focus to engage with his adversaries. Nonetheless, he remained a formidable Golden Lion. A wall of earth surged upward, blocking Crocodile's sandstorm. Yet, the Golden Lion had not anticipated that amidst the raging sandstorm lay concealed a figure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Lynn's figure broke through the earthen wall, standing before the Golden Lion. The pain within the Golden Lion's mind intensified, and upon noticing this, he attempted to retreat, only to be obstructed by a wall composed of sand that barred his escape. Not far away, Crocodile sneered, "Old monster, do not presume that you are the sole architect of walls." A sense of dread washed over the Golden Lion as his eyes widened in alarm. He wished to ascend into the sky using the power of his fruit. Yet the excruciating pain in his head hindered his movements. In a confrontation among masters, even the slightest disparity could determine victory or defeat. As soon as the Golden Lion lifted his gaze, Lynn's hand had already grasped his face. The astonishing strength rendered the Golden Lion utterly incapable of breaking free from his grip. Boom. Lynn grasped the golden lion and propelled him to the sand wall constructed by Crocodile, as the black and white tempest once again ravaged their bodies. Frozen domain. Armed color form. Lynn clutched the golden lion, taking deliberate steps upon the sandy ground, each footprint sinking deeper than the last, while his demeanor grew increasingly ferocious. Golden lion. Prepare to face my might, he exclaimed, as frost seeped from between his clenched teeth. Energy depleted. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Lynn dragged the still dazed golden lion, taking several steps forward to gather momentum before leaping high into the air, aiming directly at the ground with a forceful descent. The impact was thunderous. The sandy earth was instantly transformed, creating a massive crater. At the center of this pit, the golden lion clutched his head, coughing up a significant amount of blood, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to old wounds or the ferocity of Lynn's assault. The undeniable truth was that the golden lion had indeed suffered a grievous blow. In addition to Lynn and Crocodile, members of the flying pirate crew observed the scene from above. The floating island hovered above the clouds, yet was less than 3,000 meters from the ground. Indigo, watching the screen, monitored the battlefield's dynamics while swiftly preparing the golden lion's special medicinal concoction. Upon witnessing the golden lion being struck down, Indigo's expression shifted dramatically. There wasn't a moment to lose. Grabbing the freshly prepared medicine, he donned his comically squeaky shoes and hastily made his way to the palace exit. This palace stood at the edge of the floating island, with the battlefield located directly below at the site of the former king's tomb in Alabasta. Seeing Indigo's urgency, the crew members inquired, "Lord Indigo, where are you headed?" "To deliver medicine to the captain, of course," Indigo replied, peering down and gauging the direction. "The floating island descends too slowly. The captain needs the medicine now. It is my duty as the ship's doctor. If I perish without delivering it." "Remember, there is a medicine cabinet by the table, containing the formulas and several spare potions. Ensure they reach the captain before his words could fully settle." Indigo leapt without hesitation, ignoring the crew's attempts to restrain him. He positioned his body into a streamlined form to minimize air resistance, plummeting at great speed. In no time, he could discern the battlefield below with his naked eye. Mere moments later, Indigo found himself less than 200 meters from the ground. He had no intention of slowing down, nor did he carry a parachute. Instead, he shouted towards the fallen golden lion, "Captain, the medicine." At that very moment, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, leaping into the air beside Indigo. It was Crocodile, who had been observing the battlefield with utmost vigilance. Cautious as ever, he would not afford the golden lion even the slightest opportunity for a comeback. "Hey, who is this comical clown?" Crocodile sneered, sensing danger. Indigo abruptly shifted his body in an attempt to evade Crocodile, but being the one in free fall made it difficult to control his movements. In an instant, Crocodile's right hand morphed into a scythe of sand, striking Indigo. Due to Indigo's evasive action, the blow was not particularly deep. Crocodile frowned slightly, preparing to swing again, only to realize that the potion in Indigo's hand had vanished without a trace. "Heh, I tossed it away," Indigo exclaimed with a wide grin. "You scoundrel." Crocodile's expression darkened, intent on finishing the confrontation.